Hello, welcome back to day 2 of the European RMR for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I'm looking forward to getting into today, Jason, because it does feel like the EU RMR has gone exactly as it should have, whereas the Americas RMR had some upsets on day 1, but we're kind of on the right path right now.
I don't know, significantly less entertaining, I would say.
Yeah.
In a certain fashion.
Yeah, but maybe that could all change today.
Yeah, maybe it could all change today. Here are the standings we have so far. Na'Vi, FaZe, Vitality, MOUZ. Those are kind of the 4 teams we talked about on the mainstream yesterday as like your sort of locks to go through, right? So they're going to be having some inter-god tier team battles up there. Falcons, Sinners, Sangal, BB Team, Fnatic, Cloud9, Saw. I don't know why I'm reading the whole list. All those guys are going 1-1.
16 there, Jason.
You guys can read 2
and
at
we're
home.
getting down to Unity, as they are the 16th team, 0-2. Yeah, I mean, if you had to make a prediction, I think this is literally what you would probably have put down, right? Like,
yeah, and this is why, like, on some level, like there is like a little bit more entertaining in the NA side of things, because you didn't really know how everything was going to end up with like kind of the 16 teams across 2 groups. You can kind of pick some really strong teams in Europe that are going to go through. Here's the schedule for the day. We're going to be opening up with Sinners Eclot, a little battle of Czech Republic over there between the 2 teams. Czechia? No, my bad. So those 2 teams are going to be going head-to-head in a best-of-1, 1-1 game. Same with Fnatic and BB Team. And then Nemiga Rebels going to be facing off in a best-of-3. And same with GamerLegion Unity will be the last one to round out after our talent shift change. That'll be Harry and Hugo coming in a little bit later.
Yeah, they're preparing for that one game today, down at the bottom. So expect their best work. They get all day to get ready for it. And I'm looking forward to this first game. I think Eclot yesterday was kind of a surprise. I don't think people were ready for the level they would bring to the table, but they look pretty decent.
It's obviously names and players that we don't see too often and don't really get a chance to take a glance at. And it's kind of interesting when you go over and I mean, you talk about Sinners and when some of the players that they have, you know, especially like Oscar is obviously going to be the name that leaps off the page. You almost go into that and say because of the name value, you have a little bit more confidence in Sinners. But the head-to-head is really weird. Actually, Eclot's on top of it. They face each other in a lot of regional battles, a lot of smaller lands. Over in their country, and because I don't want to sound.
No, you're right. I was just saying whatever the Czechs call it. Yeah, Czechia, whatever it is.
Just being addicted to the American, huh?
No, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, okay. Ancient, we had a lot of Vertigo yesterday, so this is nice. We get a little bit of a switch up. Ancient coming in hot.
Yeah, Ancient coming in, starting things off. I think that's nice. It's not Vertigo, Jason, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, we can't really complain. Taken out by Eclot right at the start of the ban phase. So yeah, gonna be curious. But the head-to-head between these 2 teams is 13-4 in recent memory in the favor of Eclot, which is still seems a little bit crazy in my head. But I'm excited to see what they're gonna bring to the table in this match.
Yeah, me too. Well, here's the map performance. Taking a look at things, and you can see that a lot of these teams play in that sort of tier 2 circuit. Play a lot. You can just see how many maps they played on everything.
Grind.
Look at that. Wow, 24-9 on Nuke for Sinners.
And you can almost see too, like there's just like Sinners really didn't have a great place to take this in the veto process, right? Like this is a heavy favor, like 15-4 for Eclot on Ancient as well. Like they got to be super happy they've got this map. But when only 2 maps are in your advantage and you're banning down to just 1 in a best-of-1, little bit awkward, obviously, for Sinners.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think getting into the games yesterday, Sinners, they had a 50-50 matchup, I think, in their opening game. I think that was considered a bit of an upset. Sinners coming through with the W yesterday, even though it was a pretty close game. But Oscar, he still got it, and that's what I'm really excited.
He still got it.
Yeah, there's a couple of rounds that look classic Oscar.
Yeah, flashes of it. And we talk so much, like, because Oscar used to be just such a dominant force as an opera in his teams back in the day, especially when he was in the MOUZ lineup. He was just such a force to be reckoned with. But the game of Counter-Strike has changed. It's a lot harder for one player to just dominate round after round after round the way that players could in like 2017 and 2018 when he was kind of at his peak, right? So now it is like, yeah, you're going to have those rounds with the AWP. Now, he did have those flashes, but we also saw flashes of the bad side, right? We had the round where he was shuffling nades in the middle of an execute and got kind of picked off as well. So there is some disorganization at teams of this level that get them caught off guard and punish them and then just losing easy rounds because of it.
Yeah. Well, getting into this opening game of the day, Ancient best of ones. After today, there's no more best of ones coming up, right? If we just get those out of the way here at the RMRs, either you know, you go up and you find yourselves in a 2-1 game, and it's all best of threes from that point onwards, which is exactly what we want to see. And right now it's shaping up that we should get every single one of the favorites out of Group A. And I think people are a little bit worried about Group A coming into the start of the EU RMR because it does feel very strong. There's a lot of big teams in there, and I think some people were worried about FaZe because of their history in RMRs, but they've come out looking real strong, and in particular Rain. As soon as you get into major circuit, Rain is just like another level.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lovely game against Falcons yesterday on Nuke, obviously. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. I wasn't super concerned when we went over it. Like, I feel like people were saying it was the stronger, but it's still the stronger of the two European groups. But I still didn't feel like there was a whole lot of upset potential for those top 4 teams. And if you want to talk about that kind of lack of confidence and where those upsets would come in, it would be like a FaZe underperforming the way that they have in the past at times. And then also the MOUZ question with all the rumors surrounding Yimfat as well was one that was kind of like, maybe MOUZ is going to come in and have a little bit of a struggle bus.
But they looked sick.
They looked
really
fine.
Great,
yeah, they looked solid. But obviously the tier of competition is going to help them out. Here we go, live into the pistol round. Sinner is going to be starting on that CT side. Oscar with a decent game yesterday with some of his isolated impact. It was Shock, I think that was the impressive one for me, and he's going to get a test here at the pistol.
He had a slow start yesterday and still finished on top, so Shock looking to open things up, and he's got under a lot of pressure here. He's inside of the temple, eventually leaving. It's going to be the first opening pick for the CT side of Sinners. Oh, Oscar, that is what we're talking about. That'll wake you up in the morning if you're at Eclot, getting blasted away by a triple from Oscar. And Daitor now left alone to try and come around the corner, and B-Stick just stands in the right spot. 1-0, Sinners pick up the pistol.
That's a little sequence and a half for Oscar. Not bad at all.
No, really
I don't think
bad.
he even expected to get those 3 headshots. Nope. He was maybe expecting 1, and he got a couple gifts there at the end. Good shooting from Oscar. Good trades, and you could just see how cautious Sinner was playing against these Glocks. Everyone kind of bailing out and trying to get to an advantageous position with the USP and the P2K. It's Oscar who shuts down the hit as Eclot. They try and split that A bomb site, but with Shock retreating all the way over towards Temple, they felt really uncomfortable actually moving into the bomb site. So the audible is called and Oscar's able to take advantage. Sinner's up 1-0. And no investment in the round for Eclot. A little bit of utility just to try and pull something off, but unarmored Glocks mean this should be easy.
Yeah. It's going to be melted away here. 2-0 start for Sinners being teed right up. We got 2 Mikeys here in the EU RMR. We got Mikey for Unity. A Mikey here on Sinners. Turns out everyone wants to be like Mike.
Everybody wants to be like Mike.
Duda. Duda. Here's B-Stick, ready to shut down the attack up towards B. It is no problem as Forcey gets involved. And he's at 1v3.
Oh, this nade.
This nade is gonna not do much.
Needed.
It was a nice idea.
Yeah,
but if he was a little bit more like Mike, he might have got that slam
right, yeah. If he put some muscle into that toss, that could have been intriguing. I mean, if he had found B-Stick, this would have been a fantastic round. It's still a pretty good round considering what Eclot brought into it, right? Like unarmored Glocks, 2 kills, taking control of B lane. You'd expect that to get shut down relatively easy, but not quite the case. And Forcey's still got a chance to grab one more.
Just looking to do as much damage as possible. They've got leftover money so they can buy in the next round. I used to go to this, I think maybe you have in the past, Jason, go to the V4 festival tournament.
Yes, in Budapest.
So you ended up having a lot of the teams from the Czech Republic, and you had teams from Slovakia, teams from Romania, etc. These teams would come and play at this tournament, and I think you would see a lot of these Czech teams really perform very well. And there's a lot of surprising players coming out of the region at those tournaments, but they never really quite took the step up in any other tournament. But I think there was a lot of exciting players, and I recognize a lot of them on the server today. So
yeah, it's I mean, I think you can see kind of within these teams. I mean, it's kind of like the standard of teams at this level, where you can see some skill on the players. It's kind of like the team setup isn't quite there. The organization to be able to set up the players to let that skill shine is pretty hit or miss. As we saw from Sinners yesterday as well. We're going to go for an aggressive push down the B ramp. Here are the footsteps. Getting around the corner is B-Stick. Coming through the smoke, and Forzy's ready. And they think that was the only push.
Yeah, this might work out well for Mikey. But they're considering Forcy has eyes on this position. And, he was pretty diligent about clearing it, but Mikey's still able to come out on top of that fight in a 4v3 for the Sinners to play with early doors here on the CT side. Still a minute left for Eclot. Blitz Ready to come out of cave. This is going to be a big play. If he can get it over Mikey. Oh, Mikey couldn't see him at all. Great clearance from Blitz to track his opponent around that corner, even out these numbers at 45 seconds in the round. Bomb now has the B bomb site. Sinners will have to pull off a retake if they want to pick this one up, and that means throwing the AWP of Oscar into the danger zone.
Yeah, well, Oscar's, I feel like, been in a situation where he's been dead about 3 times in this little exchange. A very cautious flank in middle, waiting to make sure the retake is underway, and that's a freebie, and that's a big weapon taken out. And now Sinners have no exit out of cave. And you almost hate to do it, but you have to save. You can't go for this whatsoever. Bomb's going to go off, and Eclot have their first round. And one more gun taken away, just the MP9, but it all counts. 2-1.
Yeah, because of some of that damage that they were able to dish out to the CT side economy earlier on in the game, you can see Sinners, after conceding just one, they're down to pretty tough territory when it comes to a purchase here. You've got that saved M4. Marisco can buy something, but the aggressive B stance looked like it was going to get a little bit more done. I mean, he got 2 kills and it still did not work out for them. Kriaz is a player that's, I think, is the definition of a journeyman. He's had a ridiculous amount of teams, 14 teams. One of them Wings Up, Jason. He's from Sweden, and he played for the Chinese team Wings Up, so he's been all over the show. Just like Mikey, pushing out in towards the B lane. Kriaz, Detour able to get rid of the ball. And Marisco doing what he can down from the elbow. It's going to be Blitz getting knocked off the top of the ledge.
Yep. 3v4. Oscar in the cave with his 5-7, but the AK-47 still doing work, and Sinners getting picked apart. This is going to be all the money gone for the defense. So Eclot have found themselves in a nice position to take control of the opening stages of this half after losing the pistol. Shock with this final push to see if he can just grab one away. But even if he gets this kill, now they know where he is. Now they can commit to the B-bomb site, and Kriaz is waiting. Nice easy kill, 2-2.
Yeah, and that's a full reset for Sinners because that was an investment. They threw everything they had really into winning this one, and sometimes the aggressive maneuver can create enough chaos that those weaker weapons can get involved in those close quarter combat fights down B lane, but this time just getting tossed away by Quad in.
And that's going to be an interesting thing to keep track of throughout this half of Counter-Strike, because we saw like the map win rates between these two teams on Ancient, obviously heavily in the favor of Eclot, and I feel like when you get teams that have such a big disparity in terms of how good they are on Ancient, really a lot of it comes down to how well, you know, the weaker team can control B lane, which is going to be a problem. Those CT side pushes down middle, down B ramp, they can be so effective. But you know, if you're coordinated and you can play this map well, you can handle a lot of that pressure. And Eclot's shown that in the first gun round. We'll see what happens moving forward. That's a nice.
All right.
Yeah. Detour didn't expect that. Detour?
I think Detour sounds better, doesn't
Detour?
it? And the why?
How do you want to handle NBQQ? Any ideas?
Nickelback. MBQ. Q.
Thank you. Yes, you've been a great help. Kriaz. Oh.
Well, Kriaz is going to do everything required. You'll just make sure Shock doesn't get involved in this.
I really want to call him N Barbecue.
Yo, that would be, but it's not barbecue.
But it's not barbecue. I know. That's my problem.
What could it be though if it was M barbecue? You know, we got KBBQ, was Korean barbecue.
I know.
But this could be like Nigerian barbecue.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
Yeah, I wonder what that's like. Nigerian barbecue.
I bet it's delicious. It sounds like it would be delicious.
It looks great, gotta say. Looking it up, I'd like some of that.
Beautiful. Skewers.
Yep, a lot of skewers, a lot of what looks like meat.
Yeah. I'm into
And
it.
fish, Jason. We know how much you love fish.
Yeah, not my favorite of the food groups.
No, that would be beef.
Beef.
Well, that was the highlight, really.
What a round it was, though.
What a round it was.
What a round it was.
Well, we will remember.
We'll always have the USP 2-tap.
Yeah.
All right, Sinner's back to a bye, but there's no AWP in the hands of Oscar. His AWP is still over in the hands of Forzy, having lost it in the first gun round. complete control of B lane for Eclot. A nice little launching pad for whatever comes next. Utility to cross safely towards middle and clear out cave, looking for any kind of a peek. And now complete control. Mikey's just going to look for an indication of a peek, and he'll be able to drop the smoke. And actually, they will prioritize the B ramp. Do you see, I forget who threw it.
The flashbang for...
The Mongols, was it a Mongols player?
It was a LimVision player, I think.
LimVision, yeah, that flashbang was nasty.
That was really cool.
I feel like every pro player should have downloaded that at this point.
Yeah, I remember watching like Austin's channel and just watching him freak out.
Oh, what
the?
What a cat.
NBQQ. Oh my god. Okay, you must have a very strong aftershave because Oscar somehow smelt you out there inside of the temple.
Well, it's probably someone like being like, hey, mid's wide open. We have no eyes on mid. Yeah. But I feel like he had that kill to like rights, and he like held the trigger for an extra
second. Look at Detour.
second.
Look at this. He slipped out Donut. He's found some space here, and his teammates need to come through because look at the time. 14 seconds left. That's all they've got. 10 seconds now at this point. And off the top of the boost, there's still shock, and it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. Eclot had some space. They had some moves, and never really found themselves in a competitive position.
Yeah, I think there's two big mistakes there. Obviously, the first one being NBQQ kind of missing that opportunity to take down Oscar, which seemed like a free kill from behind. I don't know why he felt like he didn't have a clean shot the first go-around. And then at the end there, Detour just kind of, you know, when there's 15 seconds on the clock, you really have to make a play to help your teammates get out of A main, right? You can't just sit behind that smoke. Ooh,
he's solo, guys, I think. He's solo. Yeah,
it's heavy B. He's not main,
yeah, frustration, and that makes sense.
We've all been in that kind of situation, right? No matter what level you play it, and it's as frustrating.
The cave smoke missed, though.
Oh, yeah, it has. Morisco, Mikey off to a flying start here. Blitz having to battle his way. Oh, and he takes damage on board. Luckily still alive, though, because he was whispers away from death. And now look at this play. Straight up the B ramp. Two players going in. Bomb in the back of 4C. And Blitz starting to move out of cave. So the last three remaining members of Eclot trying to get in towards this B bomb site.
And look at the utility advantage for the CT side. This retake, when it comes in, can be very, very powerful.
Big swing. Detour goes into the fight. B-stick to go down. Shock making sure, even while blinded, he's able to take Detour out in response. So Sinners stay up with a player, but they're all coming in from the same side. They've got no flanks through B lane. They've got no flanks up through the ramp. So this is quite a suffocating retake attempt. At least they've got a couple of pieces of utility. Two smokes and a Sindari. So here they go. Smoke's going out. Time is starting to tick on, but 4C is now severed off from the bomb site. He's got to reposition and go all the way around, and this gives a small timing, but there's a molly left.
Yeah, and you got to drop back. They've just used both their smokes on ramp and cave, so you're feeling good about this. Yeah, you got to get it down right now. Oh, there it is. I don't think that's going to be enough. He's got full HP, and it's missed thrown.
Missed anyway. That was an ambitious Molotov. That was for cave, and it did not land anywhere near its intended position of default. But Sinners collect themselves a 4-3 scoreline off the back of that retake.
I just want to give a shout out because Hugo B. Byron would have won that round. He has that Molotov locked in.
I think you have to go further.
He throws it from behind the double doors on the box, right?
Box, yeah.
Yeah. But that is a Hugo B. Byron favorite, especially on the T-Pest rounds.
Also knows it, which I was shocked about.
Stunna knows the Molotov as well.
No one believed him, and then he won the round with it, so.
That's true.
But anyway, enough about those guys.
Back to professional Counter-Strike.
Just a little bit of self-indulgence, of course. 4-3 scoreline as Sinners have a small lead, and this does feel like it has a close battle written all over it. Such a back-and-forth start to the game so far.
I think that lost round of the flank from NBQQ and the Detour finding all that space in the A bomb site, I think that's kind of thrown Eclot off their game a little bit. I wonder if that's going to have an impact down the stretch, because that's a round that they feel probably 100% slipped away from them, despite having everything they could have possibly wanted. Is there a gap in that smoke on the other side? Kriaz is going to have to wait for it to fade away.
Oscar's position is perfect to watch for that boost or any kind of run up the ramp. It's good to have the AWP on this side of the map. Sinner's not aware of it yet, but soon will be. That Eclot are quite heavily committed. to their endeavors towards the B bomb site. So Mikey taking Blitz out of Cave. That takes one of the prongs to the approach away from Eclot. And this does start to feel very uncomfortable. 30 seconds left. Finally, they get that kill in Cave, but they've got to start moving. Utility being lined up. This time the molly will be effective. Actually, no, it missed as well. Fireworks as it comes in. And Oscar able to peek in towards Cave. Detour's taken down. They're severed off by the utility. And with the last-ditch effort, that bomb is sprinting back to the A site via Donut. And there's still a player here. Shock can stop this bomb from even going down. MBQQ has to commit to it. And Shock is playing his life perfectly. Bomb goes down. Job done. Eclot not really dealing with the time in the round very well.
No, I mean, Shock had all the advantages there, and you could see like just a really good just stutter steps and like little jiggles to make NBQQ feel like the fight was going to come in, and just realizing if I can just hold him off, make sure I'm fighting him around 4 or 5 seconds, there ain't no chance. Sinners now stepping up. First gun round looked like maybe Eclot was going to have a big advantage on this T side in terms of the way they were playing it, but now you could see Sinners coming back in and winning some of these fights and shutting down any of the progress.
Well, commitment for Eclot, keeping it simple, more of a direct hit as it comes in towards this A bomb site.
You know what's interesting is last time they played this map, it was a 13-5 victory for Sinners. So despite the fact that that win record in the map graphic is so heavily in favor of Eclot, Sinners able to do a pretty good job in their last engagement. Shock behind the big box is going to handle this okay. 1 for 1 as well for his teammate Morisco. So a bomb site is lost for the moment, but plant is being delayed. All of Sinners is here, and they need to get this bomb planted before those smoke fades because they don't have the weaponry to hold off any kind of a retake. They have recovered an M4, but it's on a low HP player. The op on Forzy is in position, but that's going to be very hard to stem the tide of retaking CTs.
Oh, Oscar, his patience pays off. Forzy want to take that fight, and Mikey gets a double. And despite getting into the bomb site, there was never a comfortable time to plant the bomb. So Eclot, again, it's a tough round to have to swallow, but at least they get a few kills on the board, and it wasn't the end of the road because they can get an investment out here.
Those quicker paced A hits have, like, historically on this map been so dangerous, but teams have gotten very, very good of doing just enough of applying pressure on the rotation to like stall out the utility that's up, to stall out the bomb plant and make things easier for themselves at the end of the day.
And I think it's pretty obvious when it's likely to happen, right? Because you have a feeling that if we stop them B so many times, it does feel like this is likely to be an A play.
Well, the low buy rounds, like every map has like that fast paced, you know, low buy Tech 9 round. Here it's sometimes is this A push nuke, the upper bus, you know, Inferno, potentially Banana or up middle.
Yeah.
Every map has that kind of low buy, fast paced hit that teams have to have in their back pocket.
Scrape at the bottom of the barrel.
Right.
Yep, like we're going top hit.
You're like, we don't really have great weapons and I have no real good ideas. Let's just rush it.
Yeah, let's roll the dice, gamble with our life. D-lane taken by Krias. It's a very quick play here from Not a fan of that.
That's a round you want to have back.
That's in the low lights, for sure. Yeah. Not Mikey's proudest moment.
Don't worry, we caught it on stream.
Yes, indeed, we did. It is now on the internet forever. For the first time in a while, Jason, Eclot with a 5v4, and they can slow things down. But the problem is, they've just been running out of time on these BS.
Oh, that's good spam though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but they have the benefit this time of, you know, you can slow it down after you get that opening.
Look how many players are here, Jason.
I know, it's a really good read from Sinners, but remember, they said we've stopped you at the A bomb site a couple of times. So just as you mentioned, you stop them at the B bomb site, you expect that A push. Now Sinners is like, we've stopped you at the A bomb site. You got to pick in cave. So yeah, a big risk considering you literally have no information anywhere on the map. Nobody in middle. And it's getting to the point now where there's not enough time for Eclot to readdress and move around the map.
Yep, their hope is that MBQQ can get a good flank going here through red. He could be a danger man, but that fight goes in. Shock to fight into the cave. There's got to be a call to go now, and these T's are picking up kills, but will they pick up The fact there's another player hiding for them. Morisco gets a double out of the cubby. Now it's Oscar in the 1v1 up against the Swede of Kriaz.
Oh, where's...
And get that AWP out of here.
What?
What is happening? Oscar, bro. Oh, okay. A lot of risk involved in that one, Jason. And it doesn't work out. Kriaz able to take them down in the 1v1 fight.
Bro.
Another low light.
That round
Maybe he was told by a teammate, hey, Cam, you're on your right side, you know? And he's like, oh, yeah, must be behind me. And then he's like, seriously, guys, look at where it is.
He must have thought it was much, much closer to be that nonchalant with the AWP.
I don't think Oscar would have done that, yeah. I bet he just realized in that moment, oh, no. Well, still a good buy for Sinners. And, oh, God, the double stack is gone. Morisco just aggressive down middle. They try a boost of Relvo, combined with the flashbang and the bullets. It is instantaneous death for 2 on Eclot. They can't catch a break right now. 2-player deficit. Blitz nearly gets it back, though.
Yeah, they got to be really careful, Sinners. It's on the verge of handing back this big advantage. Really, really light on utility for Sinners. They've got a smoke nade and flash left for the rest of the round at 1 minute and 25 seconds. Kriaz going to start working his way in towards Jaguar, towards Cave. And once again, a heavy stack towards this B bomb site. You've got Shock in good position and Donut to gather information and play safely for A and mid.
Oscar can't comfortably re-peek that. So he's just going to have to maintain it. Oh my god. Forsey, there's no way you're ready for this. There's no way. His teammate goes down so that Forsey can live. And 39 seconds left. Kriaz is spotted inside of Cave. You know where the last 2 remaining players are. And Morisco's just going to play back on default with 30 seconds left for these 2 Ts to try and get their way into the B-bomb site. But the cavalry has arrived and killed from Kriaz though. Oscar stepping up with the AWP and Shock will close it with his sidearm. So that ends up being a 7-4 scoreline as Sinners are starting to get into a real comfortable position to close out this half 8-4 because money is now in the bin again for Eclot on the majority of players.
Yeah, they've hit a nice little rhythm here, Sinners. 3-round lead. Money's pretty busted for Eclot. Galil's coming out, Tech 9 on Detour, Kriaz with the Mac 10. Love to get this 5th and final round.
Well, they're going back to the A play.
Tried and true. This time, though, both defenders at the point of attack. Oh, missed opportunity, and Shaw can't handle it, and oh boy, this one has gone south. And the Eclot is going to get their 5th round. You don't seem happy, Deco.
No, I am really surprised that...
It's funny, you just kind of mentioned, you can usually tell when that fast-paced A play is going to come in, and they were woefully unprepared.
Well, it looked like they were kind of...
They had the right setup.
But they just missed.
Yeah. It's like they had the right setup, but they didn't fully believe.
So, 5 rounds now for Eclot. The fast A tactic works out perfectly this time for them. Beastic obviously going to go and just pad the stats a little bit. No way he's winning this round. Kriaz drops him with a Mac 10, 7-5 scoreline. And we're expecting a close enough game here today in this matchup. And so far, it looks like it's going to deliver that. Mistakes from both teams.
Which we kind of mentioned you should be expecting at this level.
Yes, definitely. Especially with familiarity with each other.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, these games do tend to get scrappy, these regional battles, and they've obviously played each other a lot.
Mm-hmm. Seven series in 2024.
Well, there's
their 8th one.
I know there's been like these Tip Sport cups.
Yeah, you know all about those ones.
I know about them from looking into the teams coming into the event.
Yeah.
Because they're like they're played every season, so I think there's like 4 of them. There's like winter, spring,
and Unity
summer,
playing
fall
that as well. And I mean,
yep, and they'll be playing later on today.
There's something to be said about those competitions too, because if you look into that, there's 3 teams that quite often compete in those.
Eclot, Sinners, and Unity.
And they're all here at the RMR. So
and they're all here at the RMR.
Seeing an elevation in performance.
So yeah, you and there's I think there are only really 4 team events. So these teams are playing each other quite a bit at these events taking place in Prague constantly throughout the year.
Sampi's got to feel pretty sad about not being here.
I don't know. They won $639, getting 4th place.
Great. They have one player called the Elive.
Elive.
The Elive.
The Elive.
That's his name. Oscar already up into the B-bomb site. Going into the fight. Detour coming out with a great headshot. And now Shock is moving through into the back lines. Oh, they're all lining up. It could be beautiful. And Marisco is going to take the majority of those. So
yeah, that's a mistake from Eclot. Look at how everyone's just like 4 players all die at the same choke point. Like you need to spread out wider so that you can actually stop that long push. Everyone really bottlenecked in tunnel vision on one single choke point. Shock only gets the 1 kill, but if his teammate Marisco doesn't get 3, he's going to clean him up. So protocols on this pistol, not great. And that's both pistols now for Sinners, which bodes very, very well in a best of 1.
Terrorists win.
Way to go, Mikey! How does Marisco get a triple kill and Mikey's the player of the round for planting the bomb? That seems unreasonable.
Yeah.
I want to just throw that out there.
well, I guess they just technically wouldn't have won the round without the bomb plant in a weird...
I bet they would have.
Yeah, that's true.
It was a 4-on-1.
But the AI doesn't really, the computer doesn't know that.
Yeah, well, that's a good indication that we're not going to be taken over quite yet. We've still got time. We've still got a couple years.
At least 6, I would imagine. That's the estimate out there in the world.
6?
6 years.
Next 6 years are going to be great, though.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, maybe the best 6 years.
Make the most out of those 6 years.
Yeah.
Detour. He's got himself an MP9. He's not the only one though on his team. Blitz also picking one up.
Unfortunately, it looks like Sinners have no problem just marching into the B bomb site. Seems to be the plan, and they got plenty of weapons in terms of the MAC-10s to go kind of investigate this B bomb site. Already Molotovs are up. They threw out smokes, got no counter utility. So the indication might be there that they have the potential to just walk in and the freedom to just walk in, and they do it before the smoke plumes. That's not ideal. That is another nade against the wall that bounces back into you, and a Molotov now. And if you're Eclot, that kill might prompt you to stick around and continue going for things. Smoke towards B ramp indicates they want to go for this retake. But at the same time, this still feels low percentage despite the man advantage.
Here they come. All in. Chips to the middle of the table. Forces got one, and the rest of the results are expected.
Terrorists win.
Sinners, they lose 3 players, but they collect the 9th round. I think that's a trade they will take all day long, and they're going to get 10 off the back of it as well, because money is in the bin for Eclot. It will be map suicide to buy here. So you're going to allow 10 rounds to go the way of Sinners, and we're getting to the end here of Ancient.
A curious peek from Oscar. Curious nade.
If you look at Sinners so far in this tournament, I think they're going to be relatively happy with some of the matchups they've had, right? You had your opening game against Saw. As far as opening games go, that's reasonable. Like, that's a pretty winnable game, as we see them pick it up. Then you play Na'Vi in the second game, sure, you get smashed. But then your one-on-one game is against a team you're so familiar with. Like, that's a pretty decent run of the RMR if you're Sinners.
Yeah, so far it's not bad. Although if you go 2-1, you're looking at that and you're like, we're gonna draw. We could draw. Anyone but Na'Vi really. FaZe,
yeah,
MOUZ.
you have a lot of the good teams in those 2 brackets,
right?
But
Vitality's still in there.
Yeah, I mean, if Sinners are to make it, they're obviously going to be one of the 2 teams. You would imagine, right? They would have to go 3-2.
Well, I think also if you're Sinners, you're hoping Na'Vi kind of lose your match later on, because that's another one of the best. One of those teams would qualify, and then you don't have to worry about playing Na'Vi again.
True.
And then, of course, you only have one of those top 4 teams that you can really be drawn against. But yeah, so far, I think they're going to be okay with how this Swiss system has panned out for them. P-Stick, dead. Of course.
Now, 3 versus 4. Eclot just hanging on to whatever they've got. Little upgraded pistols. Other side of the map, so no real fights going down anytime soon. You ever been to Prague, Jason?
I haven't. It's been on my list.
It's one of my favorite cities in the entire planet, bro.
I think the only thing that's ever held me back from pulling the trigger is at some point I've been told by a number of people it's a destination for British stag parties.
Yes. But
which kind of scares me.
well, as long as you don't go to any cheap pubs, you generally
Should be
all right.
fun.
Yeah, and you can hear them, so they kind of let you know where they're going to be, because you can hear them a long way off.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
you know, there's some great.
They are allowed people.
Yeah, they definitely are. And the later the night goes, the louder they get, Jason. So I wouldn't let them ruin your time, though. I will go experience it.
I appreciate that. One day.
Plus, after Brexit, they're not there that much anymore. So
Yeah, you guys did us all a favor. Molotovs are out for both sides. Mid control for Eclot's defense. Oh, careful, Mikey. You got a lot of space to work with, but if you try and go too far and get too much more,
Like
yeah, a
that.
little greedy and eager. Over-eagy?
he's an eager beaver. Oscar waiting and started the smoke.
It's a pretty nasty position.
That actually works so well for Oscar, but it's a 1v5.
Yeah, I think Sinner's maybe not patient enough with that
He's
kind
in
of.
another fight, dude. He's got another kill here on Kriaz.
Yeah, I mean they can't win the round.
No.
It's not going to happen. But I think Sinners could have played that more patiently. Look at how much time is on the clock because they wanted that lurk smoke and that pressure from Oscar and his teammate and Mikey.
Dude, it's a 1v2, and he's got
Okay.
a minute left.
Okay, he could win it, I guess technically. I don't know.
Dude, they're separated as well. Like
I don't-
if Forsey misses the shot here, this could get a little messy.
It's still so far away, even if he misses this. Oh my sweet Jesus.
Jesus, take the wheel. Here he goes. Oscar, sound is going to give him away here. So should be out of the realms of possibility. But we said that a few times in this round, and we're letting Oscar give it a go now. You're going to give him a chance. Because this guy is experienced to no end. And he's looking for Forsey on the side of the smoke. Oscar's got it down. And oh, so close. One bullet would have done it. He had his crosshair in the right place, but not to be. Almost a 1v5 for Oscar.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. Like, he's such a specialist in clutches. He's actually very, very good in clutches, but I don't even think he did anything special in this round
they
to
just
get it that
messed it up.
close. I just think Eclot's playing the game of let's find a way to lose. Like, neither of those first two fights had to happen in the 1v4.
He's like, the coach replays just walking around. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
It's like that David Hasselhoff in Dodgeball.
I've never seen that.
Never seen Dodgeball?
Nope.
Oh, Dinko. We've got some... I know what we're doing.
Are you watching Dodgeball?
We're watching Dodgeball.
It's a 2004 film.
Oh, it's fantastic. It really is.
With Vince Vaughn and Ben Stiller, Jason. All right.
Yeah. You don't even know it's about to hit you in the face, and it's going to be a dodgeball or a wrench.
When Ben Stiller's got a mustache like that in the movie,
It's powerful.
I'm down to watch
It's
it.
like a Rush mustache.
Oh, some damage down to Blitz early on. He's still trying to be aggressive down the elbow, but eventually gets out of there. Kriaz is taking B lane.
Look at what it's done to the economy of Eclot. 3 MP9s out of that victory. What an absolute blunder. To give Oscar that many kills in a 4-on-1. Unforgivable, especially when you're trying to make this comeback happen at 5-10.
You know, especially because they didn't even let him win the 1v5. If they did that, I would have respected them because we would have been talking about how good Oscar is as well.
Right.
But
If you're going to get it that close, at least give us the highlight.
yeah, come on, guys.
Very selfish of you guys to win that round. I cannot believe it.
Exactly. Sinner is worried about leaving the double doors. Eventually, everybody is here, so they will go through together.
You got 2 MP9s with no utility and an AWP with a Molotov and a nade. Forzy's going to have the first crack at it. B-Stick might just walk right into this. He needs to swing fast, and he does not.
He peeks very slowly,
You know, jiggling with the MAC-10.
just giving them the elbow. Rescope. Good work done for the tees. Create a little bit of space here for Sinners to play with, and with that smoke going up and forcing a couple of these CTs behind it. Oh, Forcey though, going down in the cave. That's a disastrous play. The AWP falling, and the chances now dwindle to 0 for Eclot. Detour's committed on the side of the smoke, and he's even spotted by Marisco when they picked up AWP.
This round is really won by Oscar in the previous with all those kills. There's no stopping power for Eclot. They're limited on utility because they didn't have the money. They're limited on weaponry with MP9s because they didn't have money to get M4s or didn't have the M4s from the previous round. Like, this round never needed to happen for Eclot. Just a massive mistake in a 4-on-1. And that's probably going to be the round. I mean, it's interestingly enough, that clutch that Oscar can't win is actually the winning round for Sinners in this map.
Dude, you were saying, you know, there's no chance because there really shouldn't have been any chance. It was absolutely wild how many circumstances just sort of presented.
Even the final kill that Oscar got killed on in that clutch is like he turns and he knows where the next fight's gonna be. Yeah. Just and it would have been unfortunate. He turns into his own smoke and doesn't have clean vision.
Yeah. Otherwise he would have won it.
But he still did all the work necessary to set his team up for the victory.
Yeah, Sinner's definitely in the driving seat. You can see their first timeout as they realize they've got the perfect opportunity here to figure out what kind of money Eclot have, consider what kind of buy they have, and this, if they win it, is likely to take them to victory lane.
Victory lane's a nice place. I've been there.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's
a few
sweet.
victories in your time, Jason?
Back in the day?
When was the last time you were there?
You know, I feel every day.
Every day's a win.
I'm living on victory lane.
Every day you wake up alive, Jason, it's a victory.
Every day I show up here at 4:30 in the morning, I'm winning.
Put that in a TikTok with some epic music. It's the winter arc. I'm looking up is there a place in the world called Victory Lane. And there's, of course, some sort of... There's like a million companies called that.
I was going to say, it's probably a bar? A bowling alley, maybe?
Yeah, probably. Go-kart racing track.
B-Rush, here we go. B-Stick leading the way. MAC-10 in hand. We spotted Little shoulder. Nice kill. One more over in cave, but the MAC-10's doing work. Now the M4 gets involved and chimes in, but not much. He's dropped by an AK-47. Primes Oscar to knock down Forzy, and that's a 12th round for Sinners. And the next round by for Eclot's going to be not great.
No.
Actually, no.
They have leftover
I take that
money.
back. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, they have leftover money at least.
I thought they would have. I thought they were completely forced buying into this, but they have saved a little residual cash.
Yeah, they give themselves a chance in this round. Doesn't work out. Yeah, I love how Sinners just kind of punched their way through the B bomb site. Got the job done very quickly. Map point. You said earlier it was a 13-5 win the last time they played, correct? On Ancient, so...
Yeah.
It's
very similar at the moment.
Definitely looks very similar. The sad thing, I think Eclot very likely to lose this now, but I think if they go back and watch this, they're gonna feel really disappointed with how many opportunities they had to get into this game that they just slip, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's like a buildup of like small mistakes, right? Like that phrase, like it's a straw that broke the camel's back, and you just add so many straws onto it, eventually it gives out. I mean, you want to think about some small mistakes. Go back to the pistol round in this second half. Eclot 4 players tunnel visioned on short over at the B bomb site. No one watching for that long swing. No one taking control of that part of the map and holding onto it. And then obviously the 4v1 that we've covered extensively at this point is that was the actual back-breaking straw added to the camel's back.
This poor camel, man. It's always got a broken back.
Camels are cool, dude.
I had camel milk this year for the first time.
Oh,
I think I drank it with you, yeah.
Yeah, we did. We had 4 different kinds of camel.
Yeah, mixing 4 different flavors of camel milk all at once.
My stomach did feel a little funky after.
Yeah, I definitely shocked the system.
Yeah.
Oud flavored camel milk. Not something I would recommend for you guys at home, to be honest. Well, let's get into this one. Sinners 12-6. Eclot halfway there to tying up the scoreline. At that second half of rounds, it's going to be real difficult to pick up. They have to be flawless for the rest of regulation. Mikey on the charge up the B lane, getting involved in a fight with Kriaz. A good start here for Eclot off the back of the Swede.
Yeah, that nade might have slowed him down just enough. NBQQ falls in middle. Good equalizing frag found from Marisco. And now Sinners can be a little bit patient in a 4-on-4. 2 players in middle for the defense, 2 players at the B bomb site. Okay, I have a DM just in time because now we can really sell this. It came in at 6:10. That was 30 minutes ago. I have not been checking my phone, obviously, because I'm working. NBQQ, Nubik.
Well, that would have been useful.
Now I can't verify that. It is just from a random person on Twitter, but it seems very trustworthy.
Yeah, always trust everyone I meet on the internet. Shock. He goes right in towards Detour. Oh, Frias trying to connect onto Shock through the wood, but fortunately for Shock, he planted on the safe side of the obelisk. Now here comes the play. Krias out into the open, into the fight. Nearly a double for Shock as he tries to compose himself. Marisco undetected, but now they realize where he is. So the defuse, it's happening. Nothing he can do about it. So grabs AWP and a 7th round for Eclot.
Staying alive.
BGs, man. What a
time that was.
What a great time, Jason. I fondly remember those days. I was just chilling in non-existence. That's the rude awakening.
Good job from Detour for his 1 kill and delaying things. It's Krias holding on to Cave. Nice trading as they come in at the end of the day. 5 more rounds in a row they need. 2 in a row to get any kind of a reprieve and force Sinners onto a low buy. And if they can win 2 in a row and they do bring Sinners back to maybe just pistols, maybe a half buy, then we could start talking about this being a plausible comeback. For now, though, still backs against the wall.
Haven't seen the Sinners direct A hit, so I'm looking forward to this.
They haven't needed it.
No, they haven't. The setup designed to deal with this is the AWP out of Temple, watching in towards A main. And you do have MBQQ ready to go from Nubik, that's the one.
That's the one.
You got him ready to go from the donut. Nubik.
Shout out to Dominic Fort.
Shout out to you, Dominic.
I'm probably saying that name wrong. There is an accent on the R, and I don't know what that means, but Dominic, thank you.
It means you just have to put a bit of panache on that R, Jason.
Okay, let's see it. Dinko, put some panache on that
R. Dominic Forte.
Okay, all right. I see where you're going with it.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're going to turn this into a split through Red Room. Blitz has eyes on it, kind of, on timing, and timing is perfect. Not to stop it, but just to get the information.
20 seconds. That's all they got. Big Shadow. Broken Dreams as Blitz comes around the back. Forcey, good work. Double kill from behind the big box. And as A play, well, they've left it down to the final 10 seconds of the round. They have to start planning real soon or kill everybody. And with 5 seconds left in the bomb and not being planted, it comes down to the kill, and Krias does not put himself in harm's way. So an 8th round for Eclot. Things are stalling out here for the Sinners.
Really good round, though, from Forzy. That's some beautiful shooting with the op. Now, that's actually a wonderful round for Sinners. I know you said they're kind of stalling out, but you get 4 kills again, put the money in a weird situation. You take the op away from the CT side. We just saw how much of an impact and how important it was to that defense, and now that's a resource that Eclot doesn't have. So one of the win conditions that you get to when you're up 12-6 at a certain point is you can grind that economy down, especially the CT economy, really susceptible. And Sinners have done just that. Similar opening with the mass number of bodies towards the A bomb site, more passive towards B where it's just Mikey.
All right. They've learned a lot from their last endeavors towards the A bomb sites.
Well, I have to think, knowing they took the op away, they're like, let's just go back to A.
That was the reason we couldn't get through last time. And Forcey's over on the B bomb site this time with the M4, so that is confirmed to them now that he does not have that AWP. Mikey is going to fall down, though, so numbers evened out with 1:10 seconds left on this clock.
Yeah, I got lured into the repeak after giving the man advantage. Would have been huge if he could have stayed alive, because now the B defenders are like, there's nothing else. No one even attempted to trade, no follow-up utility, no spam whatsoever, so that's going to put Nubik on notice. So is the leg shot from Oscar. But everywhere Sinners go, they're met with a smoke. They've got plenty of time to work this out. Gonna break it open, knowing Nubik is low, and a jumping MAC-10 is gonna clean things up. Now they just have to clear Blitz over at Big Box.
And Blitz is hearing all those steps running in towards him, and he's going to take his time to swing out into the open. He nearly gets a fortunate lineup. But Marisco drops him, and another step in the right direction for Sinners to close this. And Oscar bangs him out with the AWP. It is just one left. In this battle of the Czechs, it will be Sinners to come out on top. A 13-8 victory on Ancient. They now go 2-1 in the European RMR.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's always fun, especially at a big event like this with huge implications and a lot of pressure to beat some hometown rivals, to beat a team that you go up against frequently. You not only win the match, go up 2-1 and have a better opportunity to go through to the major, but also you've got that regional pride now beneath your belt. You can hold that over them until the next matchup.
True, which is probably just around the corner for these two teams.
Yeah, in reality.
Yeah, that is likely to happen. But Sinners, I mean, we talk about their opening game versus Saw. Getting a win there is huge. You play against Navi, you get banged out 13-5. But I think it is a fortunate game to get here against a team you're very familiar with in Eclot. They're now giving themselves the best possible opportunity to qualify for the major.
Yeah, they really are. It's going to come down to some of the matchups, and we'll have to see. And for Eclot as well, it's the same thing, just in a reverse fashion. Now dropping to 1-2. Next match is for elimination. Really crappy place to be. You don't enjoy that whatsoever. And we'll have to see who they're able to draw and if it's going to be something favorable for them. Regardless, I still think that like Eclot was never able to recover from the almost lost 4-on-1. Like that was the round that just threw their economy into disarray. Probably, even in a victory, really demoralizing to realize that they almost gave it up. And that's going to put like a little bit of fear in you and the team, and it's really going to hurt the confidence of the team and your ability to close out a map and come back in a map. So I think Oscar getting 3 kills in the 1v4 was really the turning point in this game that allowed Sinners to drive it home.
Absolutely. Oscar making the difference again for the Sinners. All these years on, still finding impact in a new game as well. Great to see Oscar having a good time on the server. It's
also the conversation Eclot's got to have moving forward is like when you review this map after this loss, you've got to be going around and saying there's so many small things that we need to clean up. Small things that have huge impact on the way the match actually ends up that you need to fix. And you don't have a whole lot of time to do it.
No.
You don't have a whole lot of practice that you're able to get to do it. But it's got to be a real conversation.
Do you think that's after the near 1v5, that reaction?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
That seems, you know, in the timeline of the map, it seems appropriate.
Yeah, well, Oscar, great to see him back, bragging out, but it's his team is supporting cast around him has been fun to watch. One of the players I was more unfamiliar with because he wasn't in the Sinners for many years is Marisco, and I've really enjoyed his performance in this competition so far, especially on this map. 24-11, 121 ADR.
That ain't bad.
That is a very impressive performance.
Yeah, it really is. Well done from him. Gonna be a nice, fun evening as he celebrates such a strong performance, and then gets back to the business of trying to qualify for the major. 24-11.
Yeah, great work from Marisco. He's going to be the standout player presented by 1xBet. You can see the timeline of impact as well down below. Pretty much consistently finding impact throughout the entire game, almost every round, bar a few. So really impressive work from Marisco. And for the Sinners, their path is now opened up here at the RMRs. Eclot, the reality now is probably sinking in that it's almost feeling impossible.
It's almost, yeah, maybe that it's almost over. Yeah, you have to like really shove those thoughts to the back of your mind and then just kind of get ready for the next game. Regardless, we're going to head off to a break. And when we come back, we've got more Counter-Strike for you as we have for the past couple of weeks. So stay tuned and we'll see you shortly.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR. We have got ourselves another game here. It's going to be Fnatic versus BetBoom, a matchup that, when you look at it, it feels like these are two teams that should be relatively close in performance. But I would maybe give the edge to Fnatic.
I actually don't even know who I'd give the edge to. I just think it's like, I don't know, it's just like, it feels like there's going to be always some inconsistency in this. Both teams kind of in similar position, you're right, where you're trying to make these lineups work. Fnatic still on this like multi-year long grind to try and like rebuild the organization and the team within Counter-Strike and get back to where you once were, struggling. And obviously over on the other side, it's like Nafany's trying to, you know, still kind of put together a team that allows him to get back to the success he had obviously with Gambit during the online era, with Cloud9, and I mean, even better than that, like trying to take that next step that he was never able to do in those lineups. But he's doing it again with players that, while have some experience on guys like Zorte and Siren and Chiron as well, and even Magniez, it's like you still have like these players that have experience but haven't quite had that breakthrough moment quite yet. Yeah, which is very similar over to the Fnatic side.
I think Zorte was really coming into his own at the end of CSGO. I think at the Paris Major, he looked incredible at times. Yeah. But I think in CS2, he hasn't necessarily hit the ground running. And it's gotten better, but nowhere near the level he was at in CSGO. And I just feel like there's still the problems that we always get with the Nafany T sides, right? There's just the same issues.
Yeah, I heard the desk carpet on it a lot yesterday as well, and you can't really argue with it too much also. I think, you know, for me, this is one of those games coming into it where, you know, when I look over at Fnatic, I'm like, this is one of those games where BlameF could probably just, like, if he hits a level, he can hit hard carry mode against this lineup, against this team. And we'll have to find out. Obviously, there's plenty of good players in that Fnatic team to chime in around him, but it seems like single-handedly BlameF is one of those guys who could have a game and just be like, oh, I win.
Yeah, I think when you talk about the inconsistency, a player that always springs to mind is Chiron, because I think his ceiling is so high and he's such a fun player to watch when he's having a great game, but sometimes he can just be literally a non-factor. And there's a lot of times...
I just admire his, like, little emo flip. Yeah, he's got the hair for it. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen that since like the early 2000s. Really.
I know.
He's bringing it back.
Since South Park.
Let's see where we're going. We got Nuke, and I'm really happy about that. This is great. We often don't get to see Nuke in the best of ones, so I'm happy we've got it right now.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the first Nuke we've casted in these RMRs. I don't think we got it in the Americas.
No, it's too difficult. So let's
too complex.
Yeah, let's get into this one. Nuke, Fnatic versus BetBoom. I will slightly edge to Fnatic for no other reason than I just think they're going to have a better system in place.
Okay.
I just got to believe, like you said, like the power of BlameF. I think outside is a position where he can control the game.
Especially if you think back to like his complexity days, that's the kind of like one of the trademark BlameF, you know, performances on this map was, you know, with complexity, just controlling outside, aggressing outside, and just winning everything. And I think even yesterday, this was the map where the analysts actually criticized BB Team. Yes. In just the sense of your first gun rounds were both, you know, it was I think the words were literally the first gun round was an upper pop, the second gun round was a delayed upper pop.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes for a BB Team as they get into the action. It's going to be Magnichez kicking things off. Nock and Crimps fighting back between one another, and Body making sure the Fnatic stay ahead. It's just Zorte left alone. He's crawling outside. All of his teammates are gone, and so once everything has gone quiet, Matthew starts to consider the fact that he could be down hell, he could be around this area, and now he's spotted out Zorte. He got the instant headshot, just protected through that metal, so Zorte doesn't go down immediately.
Yeah, it's a bummer. If you're Zorte, you're like, I got this cool position. Maybe if I find a nice timing and hit a nice shot, I can have a chance at it, a 1v2 with plenty of time on the clock, and that first bullet just hits you in the dome, and that's where you're like, oh, I just lost.
Yeah,
now I can't win.
That's it, really. Yeah. And for BlameF, it is probably a very strange career experience for him, where he was the star player of Epsilon when he was really the standout player there. Then he went to Heroic, who's a star there. Then he got picked up by Jason Lake when he's building the Juggernaut. We thought when he said he was building a Juggernaut, I didn't realize he meant
he was going to actually pick up a Juggernaut.
Yeah, and that project was pretty exciting. And then obviously the online era started, and he missed out on what could have been a really cool project and getting to play in a complexity facility, etc. And then it just Astralis just didn't make sense, man. It just didn't work out at all. So I think he's probably had a very frustrating career where he knows he's capable of much more, but has never really been able to achieve what the skill level is capable of getting.
Yeah, but on the same sense, I mean, it is it is admirable in a way where you get dropped from Astralis, and you realize at that point you're probably going to have to descend like kind of back down to a team who's rebuilding, like a tier 2, tier 1.5 team, and try and help them get back to it. So if he's able to have that success, I think the hard thing for not hard for Blame F necessarily, but I think he gets a lot of eyeballs on his particular play and decision making. Obviously, with the whole conversation that's been going on for years, and his entire style gets very much picked apart and nitpicked by some of the community. But he's still a beast.
Yeah, certainly one of those.
No one, whatever criticism you levy, you can't really deny that guy's an absolute animal inside the server.
Yeah, 4 years of being in the top 20 on HLTV. One major. Still can't believe that. BB team, 3v4. They've at least got Blame F, but you wouldn't imagine they're going to be able to manage much more out of this round. Should be a nice 2-0 start for Fnatic.
That Deagle outside's got some danger to it. It's a Blaze, so it's going to connect.
Yeah, that is true. They connect more often than any other skin. Not this time. Mostly in the hands of Nico.
I mean, look, it's a trend. It's not a miracle.
Not science.
Yeah.
2-0 start there for Fnatic. Money's in the bank now for BB team. Now we'll see if they go for an upper pop.
Come in with the same game plan.
Please call Yanko and make sure he's okay.
Yeah, wake him up. Wake him up, clip the round.
Hey Yanko, just wanted to wake you up to show you this. It's not a nightmare, it's reality.
This upper pop, history's repeating itself.
Dude, I think it would be sick. They just did it right now.
Possible.
Outside smokes though. Well, 1, 2, and 3. So they all line up outside. Siren applying pressure towards Hut.
Tell you what, Fnatic's very happy it's not an upper pop because a missed Molotov towards Hut might have been a disaster. Hit on top of the silos, it didn't actually spread to the choke point, so it would have been an opportunity. Crossing over, Magniez takes tons of damage, down to 28, and a good drop from Body, although very loud. Very loud, a boost up, and Blame F is dropped.
Yeah, frustrating back-to-back rounds here for Blame F. First to go down in round 2 and now 3.
And look how many resources Fnatic have down here. There's 3 players. They left the upper bomb site. It's 3 players in secret. And that's a very bold attempt to get the entry.
That's an FPL player. That's what he's used to making.
But look at what the complete evacuation has caused. You have to save if you're Fnatic. Body's not coming back up the vents.
Bomb has been planted.
They were so convinced it was more than just one committed to secret. So first round on the board for the Nafany-led team. And really nothing to it. Just kind of like, oh, no one's fighting us. We'll just keep going.
Yeah, they'll take that kind of round as their first gun run. It's going to allow the T's to build up quite a bit of cash. They're going to make sure they don't escape with everything.
That's one of those rounds where you look at it, and in my head, I'm like, I wonder if that's like a miscommunication, or if they just made like took a big risk and made an assumption that BB team was going to bring forces to secret. But you had, I mean, player at the control stairs, player at the decon stairs, and then one in vents.
It's a great shot from Zorte. Just spotted the head of the map and reacted very quickly. And a timeout for Fnatic, so a little bit rattled early. We just want to address that problem before it becomes a consistent factor. Also, looking to figure out what kind of buy they can get here, because 2 players save weapons. They had a bit of cash left over, so they can certainly drop at least 1 rifle. But Blame F has to go to an MP9. Crim's yet to buy.
Well, we had that big conversation about Blame F and how much of a beast he is outside, and he's gotten wrecked back-to-back rounds with no impact.
Yeah, it's just going to have a frustrating time, at least in the first few rounds here. And he's got to just play with a deagle. So they've gone for the the conservative economic approach. They could have invested, but Body's taking a very good buy.
He's taking a lot of damage in that Molotov. And going to take quite a risk knowing that he has one of the only powerful weapons.
We've got a player down secret here for BB Team.
And you know, now that I think about it and just watched that rotation, it just kind of triggered my brain a little bit. That last round, the drop down vents from Body was very loud, which I think is what prompted the walkout of the upper bomb site. Maybe they would have brought forces to secret if they hadn't heard the elephant stomping in the vents.
There's Magnajez to drop Natus, and the commitment into the upper bomb site is here for BB Team. Body and Crims doing what they can. Siren making sure it's a quick headshot right on the back of Knock. But Fnatic are keeping these numbers even in some strange way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to save the AK-47 on Body, and I think Blame F is, I would imagine, I thought he was going to go down to the lower bomb site to try and recover that weapon. Body has dropped an AK-47 down in secret.
He's juggling as well.
Bringing it over to Crims, who's going to try and work his way into Big Garage at the end of the day, so a little bit closer for him.
Look at that. AK delivery service by Body.
It's very American. Okay, Blame F, get you one. There we go. Body shots onto Siren, cleans up the low HP. Nafany and Zorte gonna back off. They're all good. Nafany's got his team tied up in the early stages, and Crims is not gonna get that AK-47.
Body barely surviving as well. 5 HP, but at least that AK-47 does live for another day, but all that juggling was for nothing. AWP coming out for Knock. Been a month in Fnatic. Love to see some great results here with him at the RMRs. It's always going to be difficult when you look at some of the teams in this competition, but if Knock starts to step up, we know that he could be a massive difference maker. Fnatic going for a second timeout this early into the game.
Yeah, I don't think they've been happy with how these rounds have played out. A couple times where they feel like the pressure is going to come towards Secret, and it's actually towards the upper bomb site. Now, the second time around, they only had the 2 saved rifles to work with, so not a whole lot of stopping power across the team. But definitely something that Keto wants to address. You can see how vocal he's being throughout this timeout, the only one having any words to share. And as it comes to a close, they lock back in, scoot closer to the PC, 2-2. And you have the AWP out in the hands of Knock. Plenty of utility for this defensive side, and Fnatic's going to run it back.
And Zorte's got his AWP as well. So you can get that AWP battle nice and early. Grenade gonna leap behind Red, but Magnajez nearly getting down, but Body makes sure that there is no player down secret early doors here for BB Team.
And they gotta be, oh, that's weird. That's an odd timing. Good job for Natus, though, to get it down, and Siren doesn't want to commit all the way out. But I think Fnatic's going to be so pleased they get that kill on the cross, because that player getting down towards Secret has been a huge weapon for BB Team that's allowing them to exploit the map in the first 2 gun rounds that they win. This time they don't have that advantage. Got to play a more standard affair. AWP is left outside at Red Box to go for a pick to see if Blame F is going to be wandering into the open in Big Garage or by Credit. And now over towards Ramp Room. Knock gives away presence of the AWP while Crims lies in support.
Only 30 seconds left. BB Team now committed in towards the upper bomb site, and Mattis is ready to go. Takes out the first target in Siren, but look at this. Chiron coming back in. 20 seconds left. Blame F. Oh, he can catch the bomb, and now Nafany is in a position of failure because he can't get to the bomb site. He can't get that back, and even Crims has locked him away from any save call. So 3-2 for Fnatic, back into the lead off the back of their timeout, and money sent back to the half-buy territory here for BB Team.
Yeah, maybe not even that. Actually, maybe it just has to end up being a force buy. Maybe the losing bonus isn't quite there. Yeah, Chiron going to pick up the Galil, drop it over to a teammate. So they're going to scrape together what they can. Talked about this on Ancient in the previous matchup. You know, all the maps have their kind of low or half-buy, you know, kind of pocket strats that everyone's got to be able to execute. Upper bust, obviously, potentially likely here. Looking like they want to do it on the timing. Opening util. Wait out these initial salvo of defensive counter utility. And then they'll pull the trigger. These two teams have played 3 times this year. BetBoom winning at the Yala Compass in a best of 1. BetBoom winning in a best of 3 at Sky Sports Masters. And Fnatic winning in a best of 1 way back at the PGL Major European RMR Group A. So deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, there's these two teams obviously going to be playing at a pretty similar level, attending the same tournaments. A little bit of back and forth, and Crims.
Recent matchup was back in June, though.
Yeah. Crims waiting at the bottom of the ramp, and here comes Siren over the top. Crims, great work. As he tries to spin back, couldn't quite muster up a second offering onto Zorte. 25 seconds low, and BB team stay committed towards the lower bomb site. They got to get that bomb planted. It was Zorte going down. Bomb is in a tough position now, covered off by a lot of obstacles, so they just got to play for kills and try and get that one back. Playmat forced away by the Molotov, but if they can stop the plant from going down, the round is done.
Damn.
But Nafany secures it. Magnachaz hops into the vent, but Blaymef doubles up, and this would be a 1v3 for Blaymef. Magnachaz moving forward. Blaymef gets that info and blasts half of his health away, but he does not drop Magnachaz in that first time of asking. Waits and repositions. Magnachaz runs him down. He chooses the aggressive option, and Blaymef punishes. 4-2 scoreline for Fnatic, picked up off the back of Mr. Bremer.
Blamf was down there the entire round. I mean, he was down there over in control windows when Crims got traded off, right? I think he just like couldn't really find a clean fight, just trying to hold on to the position. Couldn't really get involved in this kind of a battle as they're below him. All of his teammates are falling around him, and Blamf is just kind of trying to be patient and wait and find an advantageous fight. Ends up winning the 1v3. Funnily enough, Magnachaz being very aggressive in this situation, choosing to swing and fight after that flash, thinking Blamef is going to be closer to the bomb, but a good win.
Yeah, that's a huge clutch. It happens so quickly you don't even realize it's a 1v3 because he gets those doubles off the rafters, so really good work from Fnatic. And here goes Magnachaz just charging through, but his teammates trying to get out through HUD, they just get cancelled out by utility.
It's 2 rounds in a row. BB team was really lining up with the idea of that upper bust.
Not too successful.
Yeah, couldn't get it clean. Crims dropping a Molotov as the smoke expires. It gives him a window of opportunity to slide into the bomb site. That's a decent nade. Chunks down Nafany and Zorte, and he doesn't want the fight. Man advantage. No reason to go down in ramp room, but once again, the lower bomb site is a point of danger. Those Tech-9's gonna swarm over towards control. And now they need to get out and into the bomb site, but 2 players over in Decon, and Knock gonna start thinning the herd.
Knock definitely thinning the herd, culling BB team in quick succession. It's just Siren left. And he'll attempt to come back through the ramp, but at this kind of range with a Tech-9, it isn't going to work out for him. Blamef just blasts him to the back of the wall. And then it's now 5-2 as Fnatic starting to grab control of this game. The T side for BB team ain't looking that clean, and a timeout is required because they don't have enough money to feel super comfortable here. They're not going to have all the utility they want. They're not even going to have all the weapons they want. So yeah, definitely time to sit back and figure things out.
Look at those pajama pants.
Yeah, Zorte's always walking around in those, and
That's legit.
I do get kind of jealous of how comfortable he always looks.
He does look very comfortable.
And he always just has this, he always plays with sleeves, and I don't really understand how you can be that good and play with sleeve chasing, like normal sleeves, and not gamer sleeves. It's
you're not a sleeve person?
Sleeve gaming feels weird. It just adds like an inconsistent friction on the mouse pad.
Maybe he wears the same long sleeve shirt in every game.
That's true. That could
Maybe he's just so used to the friction now
true.
that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you've got a point there, Jason.
Oh, upper bust again.
Oh, would you believe it? Can you believe it? Good damage done to the back of the bomb site here on Natus. Same result though. Upper bus does not work.
Natus is like, man, I was the target for all 5 players.
Bro.
And everyone else got the kills. But they were all hunting me the whole time.
If they keep coming at Natus this much, he's gonna eventually his mouse pad's gonna disintegrate with the amount of times he has to move his mouse on it. It's not gonna work out too well for him. That thing must have just like new diseases ready to be unleashed. Like if something goes airborne off of that thing, man, that's a whole new problem.
The next pandemic is gonna come from Mattis's mouse pad.
Patient zero, Mattis. Be careful. Maybe that's how Bro got Brovid. He got a lot of damage being done to Magnajez, who's...
I like this from Fnatic though. They've kind of BB team has run like 2 upper bus. They postured for one, in the round before that as well. But this time they're like, we put a stop to that. It hasn't been a danger, so let's go outside and blame F. Well, here and to the right, wanted to find a timing to slide forward, put his team at a disadvantage now. 4v5 for Fnatic's defense. And a lot of control outside. Body can't peek, and he will. 2 easy openings for BB team provided by Fnatic players.
Oh, Matt is making a move. Into the lobby, through the hut, straight to the head of Nafany. He's worried about getting wrapped around here. Mattis got a second out of it. Chiron to hit the deck. 35 seconds remaining. 3 versus 2 as Fnatic down a member. Crim's looking to clear outside to try and draw that back, but they hear that bomb going down now within the bomb side, and they've got a decision to make. Do they go for it? They've got money left over, but it's a tough situation here. Nok has to come in from heaven, and Crim still has a long way to go. So it does not look like a retake is even a possibility or a thought in their head. So a save coming in. BB team will get their 3rd round victory.
Exit kills would be great if Crims can find any. If they evacuate back towards Big Garage. Got a nice deep angle as they turn that corner, but over towards T-spawn we go. So everyone's going to get out safely. And BB team's going to be at 3. I mean, really, that's just, at the end of the day, that's just too easy for them to find those opening kills. The Blame F push is a risk. Body goes for a peek to get information, to see what's happening, to try and make up for the information they no longer have outside, and he's picked off by the off. Good patience from Zorte.
Mattis does everything required of him, right? He gets 2 out of it. He realizes he can't just sit back in the bomb site, so he plays aggressive into the hut. He gets a second as he comes back out of hut. Just not enough done from the rest of his squad to make that a round victory for Fnatic. Essential, though, that BB team get an extra round there on the board as they get deeper into this half.
Still such good money on Fnatic, though, is the hard part. BB team allowed the economy to grow way too much for this CT side. It's really tough for them to grind it down. Even out of this round, there's going to be a decent enough buy for Fnatic to get back to their winning ways. And this has been the recipe for BB team. Not so much the upper bus, but that player over towards Secret that's pulling this defense apart. Body doesn't swing too wide. 9 bullets means he only has the ammunition for 1 kill. Blame F with an all-important trade and survival. Meanwhile, Crims adds 1 on top of it, so defense holds strong. Magnajez has to make an aggressive play out towards CT red box.
Didn't work, and now 22 HP Siren has in front of him an impossible 1v3, so he's just going to back away, save that AK, and back to normal proceedings, really. Fnatic got Blame F back on the board again. 10-5. I mean, it has been, I think it's been like a quiet 10-5 for Blame F. Obviously, 3 of those coming from a 1v3 clutch in the B bomb site.
The 1v3 was nice. This double kill is nice, but yeah, other than that, it's been those scattered like individual kills here and there.
Yeah, I think he's had a number of frustrating rounds outside. I think he's died 3 times outside without a there
I mean, outside of that clutch, there really hasn't been a whole lot of big rounds in this game, right? Like some of these rounds haven't entirely been close, and it seems like whichever team's winning it, it's a pretty convincing affair. And Siren with low HP, yeah, just tucked behind the boxes. So it'll be 7-3 going into round 11. Over on the other stream, We've got Falcons taking on Saw.
Don't you dare spoil that, Jason.
I ain't saying a word.
Everyone is waiting for that game.
Counter-terrorists win.
But that is a game going on over on the A stream. Coverage brought to you by Jackie and Vince and the panel of Richard Lewis, Das Murray, and Maui Snake.
Maui Snake.
He's back.
He is back.
Second time out for Team BB or BB Team. If you got the Boys Brigade in America, is that a thing?
I myself have never heard of it.
No?
It could be a thing.
It's like a BB camp. It's like, so if you're, I didn't go to it, but a lot of young people will go to this camp called the Boys Brigade.
Okay, it sounds creepy. What do they do at this camp?
Just learn skills, I imagine, you know, like camping.
Survival skills?
Yeah.
Okay, we have the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but I think it's more religious.
Equally creepy.
Yeah, yeah. Don't send your children there. I was
2 rounds left in this first half.
Yeah, I think with Nafny on the glue, everybody, well, and Jorta as well, you can see just some of the weaknesses BB Team have had throughout this, but they've called a timeout to try and adjust just to get that one extra round. If they get a 4th here for BB Team.
Honestly, I kind of like this call too, because most of this half, when they've done this secret cross, it's really just been Magnayez coming down and one player sort of just establishing presence. And now you're actually sending some forces there so you can be aggressive about it, take some space, trade some kills, try and get into that lower bomb site. Nothing else has worked. Upper bus hasn't really worked. Going towards ramp room hasn't netted you a whole lot of success. Being able to exploit secret is where they got their gun rounds early. Still a chance for BB Team to make this a solid half. Good spot from Body, gets away. He's going to be ready for this door swing it open, but he's out in the open. No cover whatsoever. Good job from Magnayez grabbing Blame F outside. Good job in the lower site. Bomb going down, and Fnatic have to save.
Yeah, great.
3 versus 5. You ain't making that retake happen, and you still got cash to work with for the last round. So BB Team able to snatch away a win towards the end of the half.
It's a great entry power from BB Team when they go explosive on the lower bomb site. The save's important. A lot of money on the back of Nox, so he can drop in. Crims can also draw the likes of Blame F and Body. So they'll have plenty of money if Crims doesn't shoot his teammate. You know, be careful. Oh, why are you doing that for? You must have said something nasty to him, Jason.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of love.
It's a little bit trolling.
It's a love tap.
All right, drops coming in. CT side will have a goodbye. Great work from Magnayez outside. Closeout getting caught again at the garage. And this is the highlight of the round. The Crims headshot on Nox. Crims is still having fun.
Yeah.
All these years later.
You love to see it.
Nafny's had a rough old half individually. 1 kill so far in the first half of play. But he won't care if his teammates get a 5th round of play.
You know, I was going to say, if he gets to 5, I won't care either. Here's the upper execute into a lower drop down the vents. At least one player's made it. That's Siren. The rest are following up. The bomb is going to be there as well. Fnatic is still convinced this is the upper bomb site.
Nox.
2 kills come out. Yeah, Nox got to do everything, though. He's the only one here. He doesn't realize how close Siren is.
Magnayez clearing out Natus at heaven, and yeah, that's the problem. Siren is so close, but Nox, oh, he's got to read now. His teammate rotating down. Crims gets blasted away, so Nox has to step up again. Tech 9 to the window, but just can't get that low HP player. And BB managed 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke. I think they're going to be very happy with that, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds without winning the pistol. So you talked about Nafny having his 1-9 scoreline at the end of the half. Still, the fact that he's able to call his team into 5 rounds in that kind of a situation, got to say good job in terms of his tactical contributions to the half. So Fnatic will switch over to the T side. We'll see what they can bring to the table. At this point, I feel like Crims should just have his own snus line.
Yeah, he is the one player that gets caught doing it the most, isn't he? Like,
he just doesn't care, which is like fair play.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm like, bro, get some branding going on. You know, there's a business opportunity here. I would definitely buy it. But you know, just
don't start everyone at home, of course. Do not start. just to be clear.
Just to throw that one out there into the world.
For legal reasons.
One cheeseball, one door.
On den.
Jag stannar Nice.
Nice high five.
Yes.
Oh, really good high five.
That was good.
I liked
that was
that.
That was satisfying.
That made me feel
if I
really
wasn't
happy.
Like 10 meters away from you, Jason, I'd give you a high five as well.
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could deliver one as good as that though.
You just the trick is to always look at the other.
Look at the elbow. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you do that, you usually have a pretty solid connection. I want to high five Dexter someday. Here comes Zortite out through the smoke and bane. Attack to the upper bomb side from Fnatic. 1-for-1, Madison Siren. Clan coming in now, though. And that's at least securing a force fire to go into the second round for Fnatic. Looking like that's what they're going to have to rely on with another kill from Chiron. Followed up by another one from Chiron. Great work. Matt is doing what he can, but he's eventually eradicated, putting it all on Blame F. This could
give us another clutch, Blame.
Clutch of the map if he's able to pull this off. The clock coming through Squeaky. Tap on the defuse, no stick. And there's Blame F now getting away, getting around the corner, and Blame F draws Sorte right into his waiting arms and gives him the bear hug of death as Fnatic win the pistol.
Beautiful. Both pistols now for Fnatic, although it's still a closer affair than they would like, but that's a beautiful thing to have for your T side. That's a luxury BB team didn't have despite still putting up a good amount of rounds in the first half, but Fnatic get the nice start. Closing out after some good entries. BB team brings it back, but Blame F still performing in the late round post-plant situations. 1v3 in the first half, now a 1v2.
Huge impact from Blame F and 2 clutches on this map. Now BB team are forced down to the eco. No force buy here. It's going to be a P250 for Chiron. Quick play through the ramp. Could overwhelm in theory, but Body's going to handle it well. Double kill on the Mac 10. 2 kills though for the Pistols, not bad from BB team. But making sure that Blame F gets some money on that Mac 10, leaving Magnajez outside alone. Magnajez is one of the players picked up from the pugging circles, known at the start of the year for playing with Donk, and was able to sort of rise to the top of the rankings and then the pug circuit, and he found himself a spot on BB team when they required it, and I like it.
Look at you,
cool
Dinko,
move.
knowledgeable about the pugging scene.
Yeah, it's good to be there. You know, just keep tabs with the next up.
The next generation.
Yeah. But he would often be like in a duo queue with Donk or in a lot of his teams. So always a very exciting player, Magnajez. Obviously not quite at the same level as Donk, but known as his friend, Jason.
Known as his friend.
Yes.
And at the end of the day,
that's all
you know,
that really matters, you know,
friendship is the only thing that matters. It's the relationships you form along the way.
Yes, exactly.
Round 15, Fnatic gonna break open the door, and they want to go for an upper bust themselves. This opening round with a Mac 10 Body can lead the way, but up on top of the silo, oh, brilliant flashbang. Good trade from Blame F, but nothing else is going their way until Knock comes on in. Siren still fighting for his life. Molotov destroys the pathing of Knock, and quickly it's all down to Crims.
He hasn't been given the easiest clutch, has he, at all here? No utility. It's going to go back down the ramp. Siren with a huge hold off the back of the site, and the bomb down inside of the A-bomb site. Good luck, Crims. There's just really no world in which I see Crims win this. Even the king of clutches historically.
Yeah, he was one of the big early clutch players in CSGO. Gonna hop up and try and wrap around Heaven. Does it silently, no mistakes made. Magnajez just going to clear things out. How deep does he want to clear? Timing's not with him. Timing's not with him at all. Maybe it is. Nope, Crims has got it, but now they know his position.
Look at this setup.
Yeah.
How do you get past that?
I think if you're Crims, okay, so he's going to try and wrap around. No, I think he just realized he didn't have time. I think he wanted to wrap around towards Mini. Maybe he can give them the indication or the idea that he would, but now he's got to be loud because he just doesn't have the time, and you're never getting through that.
No, that is.
Clear hard left and hard down, that's impossible.
Well, Siren gets his 4K. A huge hold off the bomb site. It's not easy to make it look that easy, but really impactful stuff from Siren off the back. No bomb plant. Fnatic don't have that extra bit of cash that can push them forward, but something that BloomF has done consistently throughout his career is be willing to take that Hero AK-47, and he's definitely found a lot of impact throughout his career as the Hero AK, so there's always a shot when you've got it in his hands. That's all they've got, though. It better be something special as BloomF leads the charge. Well, because of the damage they were able to inflict upon the CT economy towards the end of the round with one extra kill from Crims, you know, if this AK can take a few members down from BB Team, it would keep the CT side's economy relatively modest. There isn't a whole lot of residual cash left over right now for BB.
I think the next gun round is going to be everything, right? You kind of have that first gun round where you still have a, you know, a Galil, a MAC-10, you know, the upper bus in some way makes sense because you can be a little bit more fast-paced, but now the next gun round we get to see more of what Fnatic's actual game plan is going to be in terms of slow pace, in terms of what they want to try and exploit, where they think their own strengths lie, and where they think the weaknesses in the defense might be. So that next gun round is going to be the important one that gives us an indication of what they can actually do. We'll see if BlameF can get any work done with this Hero AK-47. First kill is his off the trade. Nice job. His whole entire job in this round is to bait his team. Now Body's picked up an AK-47, and there's some space to work with in this lower bomb site, but that control side door, Nafany, a chance to add up plenty of kills.
Plant going in. Crims tries to secure it, but Nafany, lovely double. Stops the plant from going down, makes himself a bit of extra money on top, and an upgrade into an AK-47. So the CT economy is not damaged. In fact, it is allowed to swell. So for Fnatic, it does mean there's going to be some weaknesses here. BloomF has to go to a Tech 9 because he invested the AK in the last round.
Bang. Yeah, good patience from Nafany. Good read of the situation, just waiting deep into that bomb plant.
Oh, this isn't pretty for how important this round is.
No, it's not. 3 Galils, 1 AK-47 on Body, but they've got utility. Let's see what they can do.
All brings out the back of the garage. Look at Crims already down the vent. So an explosive play outdoor. He did take damage, but he's got solid positioning.
Chiron's the one who's dropped, so they have an indication. Whether it was just the smoke and they said it's potentially, if it's possible. It has pulled the defender down here, which forces Zorte's op to slide over to ramp room in support. And Crims can't really progress from here. And as we see all the time, you get a player down towards Secret and towards control side, and it's all about how the rest of the team is going to attempt to join up with him. Secret wall erected.
Ooh.
Cross, but not without loss.
Magnajez. You really are Shakespeare of our time, Jason. Oh, damage done onto Zorte, low on HP. Chiron off the Raptors, getting cleared by Knock eventually. And that lower bomb side is now opened up. Plant coming in. Zorte close and Crims. Remember, he got into the vent early. He's been waiting this whole round to do something on B. And Zorte doesn't walk into the open. He wants his teammates in Magnajez to make the play forward first, but it's all on Crims. 1v3 and 52 health left to do it. Siren, oh, he's got the perfect utility here. Crims has to be forced into the open. Look who's waiting for him. It's Zorte with a scope on his leaving spot. And that'll end up being BB Team, increasing their scoreline to 8.
I think he picked that Molotov up as well on the cross into the bomb site. He didn't actually have it in decon.
Very fortunate. Yeah, Fnatic don't have enough to get a good buy again here, so you're likely to see some Tech 9 Kevlar. That'll allow the scoreline to be tied up, unless there's something magical off the back of those. So yeah, taking their final timeout here of regulation. Keto getting on the mic. Remember, they used a lot of their timeouts very early on in regulation. Like the first few rounds of the game, Keto got on the mic twice. So If this gets into overtime territory, like right down to the final few moments of regulation, they won't have the choice to call for a timeout.
Look at all this damage. Well done. I tell you what, I mentioned that the very first gun round is going to be an indication of what Fnatic's T-side is going to look like and what they can do. They haven't sold me quite yet.
That's a good slap as well.
Yeah, they're really good at the high fives.
It's all coming together for BB Team. High fives, round wins. It's looking good. Let's see what this buy looks like for Fnatic. So it's Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and a fast play. Oh, Zorte gets overrun, misses a shot, and now this Mac 10 can unleash hell upon the A defense with the Tech 9s. This is what you have up your sleeve if you go for the upper bust, but Magnajez again finding some impact in that double, draws it right back, but Chiron makes the solo play forward, and Crims gets down the vent with the bomb. Mattis is waiting, and Magnajez loves a smoke push, but it fades away, and he walks right into Mattis. Fnatic off the back of Tech 9s and a Mac 10 are able to get the job done and increase their scoreline up to 10 without allowing BB Team to tie it up.
And don't you dare call BlameF an eco hunting baiter, because he led the way. He gets this opening kill, the offer, Zorte never expecting it. Even good damage on Anapathy in that upper bomb site. He creates all the space that Fnatic need to slide out, and Mattis is the one who closes it out.
Come on!
And that could be the difference in this game. Remember,
really
BB
could.
Team, they ran an upper bust about 3 times and were never able to get a victory out of it. Fnatic able to steal one away. And look at the money now of BB Team. All of a sudden, Fnatic are right back into it. If they can win this round, BB Team out of funds to fight with. And that's just cranked up the intensity here on Nuke.
It's going to fire up Fnatic as well. You can see the energy that was picked up off the back of winning round like that. And Body, oh, well, they got the opening pick, but Body goes down to the hands of Chiron as he'll slip away back to safety on the lower bomb site. Oh, great maneuver there for Zorte. He got aggressive into the hut early. He held that angle for a very long time, and the patience pays off as Nok walks into the scope. So Fnatic got to deal with a 3v4 conversion off the... And they had the opening pick. It was a 5v4 in favor of Fnatic, now 3v4 in their deficit. Zorte. Oh, he's starting to really take over this round.
Yeah, that op has done God's work here. Good rebuttal from Mattis, not out of it just yet. Bomb not in control of Fnatic though, and that's the biggest issue for the moment. It's outside over by Redbox. No one's even really close, but this little lurk from BlameF could catch BB Team off guard. I don't think they quite realize exactly. They've never had track of BlameF in this round. But there's only 15 seconds, and this is taking way too long. And now the round is over.
Yeah, time is the issue.
You still have, I mean, with the kills you've gotten in this round, though, you still have their economy at a pretty brittle point.
Counter-terrorists win.
Mattis will get an AK-47, same with Body. Crimson Knock will have to drop down to Galil's or Tech 9 on Knock, perhaps. But Fnatic not out of the fight just yet. It's the head shake of someone who feels like this T-side ain't exactly clicking.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a pretty flat feeling when you rush the upper bomb side with a half buy, you get a win you weren't expecting, and then the gun round comes out. It doesn't go so well, but a quick commitment into the ramp room. Chiron and BlameF go blow for blow, but Zorte is really starting to get impacted this off now. Body get dead again.
And a double Molotov as well means they can't chuck it through the windows to control the double doors at control side.
Oh,
so now they have to find Nafity.
Ball is back. Nafity isn't the only player here, though, and despite going down, he did a lot of damage, and Crims needs to get around that corner. BlameF nearly blocked him and sentenced him to death. But BlameF, you gotta favor him in this fight against Magnajez, but the peaker is always on top. It is Magnajez to come out on that fight against BlameF. And Nok wins his duel, but it's not looking too good here for Fnatic. Crims is very low on health and stuck behind the double doors with the bomb on his back.
At least he's got the bomb this time,
true.
right? That's one benefit, or one thing they didn't have in the last round. So if he can find a good timing on Siren, which ain't gonna happen because Siren spotted him out, perfect moment, sees the legs, Crims, M4, low HP. Maybe you just want to go challenge the Opper to a certain extent, right? Health doesn't matter. But Zorte's been on point, and actually, I take it back. He's got his USP in hand, and oh, lucky to be alive.
1 HP. Finished off eventually by the USP. 10-10. Money in the bin for Fnatic, and suddenly, right at the end, BB team have jostled for control and grabbed this game. You do not want to be Fnatic in a situation where you lose the BB team today and you end up in the 1 and 2 bracket of the RMR.
This half has been, I feel like the AWP of Zorte has had the most important impact for BB team's defense.
Yeah.
I think Siren had his good triple kill round at the upper bomb site. Nafany had a decent enough double kill at the lower bomb site in a round, but Zorte's AWP has been there whenever they've needed to get an advantage.
Nice drop.
Yeah, really nice drop. Another opening kill for Blame F. Oh my lord.
Dude! Oh, what is that for Natus? There's still a player on the top pot. They've got to deal with this threat. Siren spots out body. Can he control this? He's suddenly alone though. All of his teammates go down. And Fnatic, they just need to keep buying pistols, man. They don't need full buys. This is crazy.
Yeah, 2 low buy victories for Fnatic in this half is just soul crushing if you're BB team when you're looking at having the scoreline advantage, playing a good half so far. And now it's just going to slip away. Mattis is P250.
That's
nastier than his mouse pad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that second shot was just pure filth.
That's why the P250 is an S tier weapon in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it is. Just how cheap it is, how much impact you can get from it.
And they want this final AK-47. All 3 Fnatic players coming to hunt it down and take everything away. Been spotted. All it takes is Blame F. Triple kill in the round. And Fnatic just hop out to this 1-round lead and look at the money of BB team. And that's one thing that you could say. Well, the T side hasn't exactly been, we're never going to say it's been awesome or great for Fnatic, but they've done just enough work to limit the economic growth so that they can have such a harsh punish in this situation. Zorte with no head armor just gets absolutely deleted.
Take call, Alex. That's really good call.
Blame F giving props to Body for the call.
Body's like, man, I didn't know what to call. I just called an upper bust.
Yeah. Call, man.
Oh, you can't let it slip away if you're Fnatic, though.
No, not again.
No, you can't do this.
You can't have 2 low buy round wins and then lose immediately after.
Like giving yourself all the chances to win it and just not able to close out an actual gun round. 2 rounds, the pistol in the second round. 2 forced by upper bus, but your gun rounds spreading around the map have not been successful whatsoever. That cannot be the way you lose this map.
Zorte could be under a lot of pressure here, and it's only a scout to play with. Oh, eventually is going to get information. He's going to come back to the what? Zorte! Lethal acupuncture to the brains here of Fnatic, and suddenly Blame F and Mattis left in a 2 versus 3, and it looks like they are going to let their golden opportunity slip away unless Mattis can get involved, and that is a great kill to collect on Nafany. But with 35 seconds left, Zorte still prowling outside, and Fnatic no closer to the bomb site. No bomb on their back. Mattis still fighting.
Damn, dude.
Zorte cleared out, and this guy, he is impact. So much impact for Mattis as he spins back with a 4K. He keeps Fnatic in the fight and pushes them up to map point.
No reaction as well. He's like, guys, I don't want to have to do this much work. Quad kill to save the day with low health. So nasty from Mattis. Back-to-back rounds. He is going to drag them over the finish line.
Great shots from Zorte in this round with a scout at hell.
And they just go to waste.
Yeah, you think that's going to be the one that breaks Fnatic. Then Mattis decides, guys, I've just had enough of this. Drags them back in, kicking and screaming. Here's the shots from Zorte. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, what a jiggle.
Oh, that is so well played.
What a jiggle.
Because of his low HP, the body shot of the scout obviously would have eradicated him.
And I feel like this is the best buy Fnatic have had all half.
Yeah, and look at the buy again here for BB Team. This is what they can muster to try and survive. Fnatic have given themselves the perfect circumstances to try and close out this map versus BB Team.
Oh, body, you scare me. You scare me.
Oh my god, he walks right through Magnajez, who's looking into the corner. And now the commitment into the upper bomb site goes. Siren on the 5-7. There's still life in BB Team yet. Crim's trying to fight forward. Bomb to be picked up again. It's chaos inside of the upper bomb site, but it's BB Team that thrive in that very chaos. 11 rounds. This T site is not comfortable. It is not convincing from Fnatic, and they had the perfect opportunity to close. Now there is an opportunity for overtime for BB Team.
Nah, this is the perfect opportunity to close because they're going to have Tech 9s. They're going to have like a low buy, right? Like they're going to have P250s.
You're right. Oh my god.
You even get the opening kill in the round.
Come
You're
on.
Just so dedicated to a very fast, play out hut off of that opening kill from body. Plenty of time left in the round to play it slow with those AK-47s, and they just play right into the hands of BB Team's low investment.
Natus, the man for Fnatic. He charges out into the ramp room, dives down. But already, BB Team want nothing to do with that. They've got 2 players on lower, though, already rotated.
Problem is there's not a whole lot of utility for Fnatic. They have to choose. Yeah, they smoke off Decon. Chiron off angle. Good trade from that Tech 9.
Yeah, great work from Crims. Remember, the second player down here on the bomb site, they haven't figured out where he is. But with that smoke down in the site, they can commit to the plant. And Fnatic can play this post plant in a 4v3. And perhaps you're right, Jason. Perhaps this is the best opportunity now for Fnatic to close with Tech 9s in hand and AK-47s on a few. The bomb site is held. Crim steps up with a headshot on Magnajez. And this game feels super frustrating for BB Team, but it's not over yet. Crims to fall, 2v3 as they attempt this retake. They're still trying to get back in. They must go for it. And knock on the rafters, the Tech 9 begins its fight, and Nafany caught looking the wrong way. Siren will fall last, and Fnatic take a 13-11 victory in what is a brawl in that second half.
Oh, great high fives. Look at that. All 5 players, even the coach is getting one. Yes. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, look, no one's gonna... This was a really scrappy game. This is a really scrappy game in which both teams struggled on their T side massively. Although I would say BB Team actually did a nice job getting 5 rounds, but it didn't necessarily look pretty. Fnatic, this is one of those games where it's like, we actually did not play that well, but we did just enough. And it's all off low buys. It's all off Tech 9s. It's off P250s. It's not the AK-47s. It's maybe like 1 round of Natus with the AK saving the day against the scout.
That wasn't a good T side. Yeah, it wasn't a pretty T side, but it was entertaining, Jason.
It was. I mean, a lot of it was just like so much like it's like all. It was very. It felt very all-in-y, right? Like it was like they had 2 rounds towards the end of the half that they were able to get into ramp room, kind of extinguishing the Molotov and just blowing up into ramp room. A lot of attempts at the upper bus. A lot of attempts at just kind of showing attention elsewhere on the map and trying to exploit the upper defense. But really, it's Fnatic winning 2 Tech 9 low buy rounds with pistols that saved the day.
Yeah, well, that does mean Fnatic now go 2-1, and BB Team 1-2. This has got to sting for BB Team because they felt like they were so close to having an opportunity to go 2-1 in the RMR, and in a game that is as close as this, it's never easy to do.
Well, and also always frustrating when you lose a 13-11 game like this, and your defense was actually rock solid against gun rounds, but then you look at it and you're like, we lost both pistols.
Yeah.
You know, if we had just had 1 pistol, it would have been completely different because Fnatic's T side wasn't putting 6 rounds on the board if they didn't have the first 2 rounds of the half.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, a lot of work to be done for BB Team as they now fall into the best of 3s for elimination. They'll have to try and run the gauntlet all the way back if they want to qualify. And Nafany to see his teammates and himself return to the Major. But for Fnatic, they'll go into the best of 3s now for qualification. 2 sides of the story. It's obviously going to be very difficult. We've talked about some of how many good teams are at that portion of the tournament already.
I was going to say, and also too, a lot of it's going to depend on who Fnatic end up drawing because nothing in this game made me feel like they're just sketchy. Maybe Nuke's not great for them whatsoever, but just a map that didn't put you a whole lot of confidence. So we'll just see who they have to draw at the end of the day.
Well, the two impact players for Fnatic are Natus and BlameF. BlameF in particular in that first half, and the 1v3 won the pistol as well.
1v3, the 1v2 in the pistol, but Natus like down the stretch saved the day. He had the P250 round, the double kill to get into the bomb site, and then obviously saving the day in a 2v4 with low HP, able to get 4 kills on that round. Yeah, those two did absolutely wonderful work, and I even saw some credit over towards Body from BlameF for some of the calls that he was able to bring out. Still, 13-11, that's just a sigh of relief.
Yeah, you did enough to get through that game. You see very close and how sporadic the round wins were on that T side. Really struggled to put two together, and if it wasn't for Natus, they wouldn't have done that in the gun round. So Fnatic get the job done regardless. We all likely forget about that game, but we've got another one coming up in just a little bit. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's best of threes time, and it's for elimination.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
I'm fully invested in the story of High. Yeah, I feel like I'm fully invested in that story. Oh, yes. Well, Jason is this. He's gone crazy. That's because someone's mentioned Nip versus Amcal.
I know, it has just broken.
Yeah, someone mentioned it to him, and now it's over. We open the match page for this game that we've got, which is Rebels versus Nemiga for eliminations.
And the top comment is, Nip versus Amcal would be fire right about now, which is just...
It's so good, man.
I like whoever wrote that.
Be careful.
I'm not even going to say it. You're welcome to come cast the next Nip versus Am. You can close out that rivalry, that third series.
Yeah, the trilogy. It'll be the Return of the King of Counter-Strike. Well, we have got ourselves Nemiga versus Rebels. This is an elimination game. Both teams had a really tough opening day.
Yeah, Nemiga losing big to both Cloud9 and MOUZ. Rebels losing pretty decently to Sangal and big against Fnatic as well. So 0-2 teams coming into the series. One of them's going home.
Nemiga's record is a little bit more understandable with some of the teams they lost to. I would say for Rebels, though.
I don't know. Cloud9?
Yeah. Heavy called his beast, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did. I saw that as well. He did have himself a game.
But I think coming into this game, it is a pretty expected elimination game. Nemiga, despite winning a tournament recently on LAN, not necessarily bringing a super high level to this tournament, but I would have to favor them versus Rebels, even if it's a small amount.
Sure. You know, I don't know who. I don't even know who I'd favor, but yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with Nemiga as the favorites. Risky Bob up there is looking good. Zway, Khan, Lear, Xanter.
Yes, that is them. And Lear, the strategician behind the team. Xanter, the pistol god, as Maui called him. And I think Xanter definitely in the small amount of rounds that we got to see versus MOUZ.
You know, I think if your talking point is that you're like the pistol round player.
Yeah, he's like Dennis.
It's like cool, but also yeah, but Dennis had some game in the gun rounds as well.
True.
We just like to talk about his pistols because that was just something so sick. Yeah, I don't know. This is, let's see what this goes to. This best of 3 between these two teams. It's going to be a tough affair. A lot of pressure on both of them. Obviously, no one wants to be the first team eliminated from the RMRs.
Vertigo.
Ooh, I like that.
We got Anubis as well. And the decider will be Ancient. So
okay, so we're gonna put up with Vertigo so that we can get to some awesome maps of Anubis.
Yes, the double A's, the Anubis Ancient coming in. Yeah, I'm excited for this, but I do have a feeling that there's an opportunity for Nemiga to 2-0 this, Jason.
All right.
I just got that little feeling. I don't think I've seen enough.
Do you think is that analysis, or do you think that's wishful thinking so you can make it to the hotel breakfast?
No, Jason, I wouldn't possibly think like that.
Okay, sure.
No, I do think Nemiga are just a bit above them, but just watching some of their recent games and seeing a few of their recent results, and when you look at the odds as well, they're significant favorites. So I don't necessarily believe the odds, to be honest, but I would say they are definitely. Jason, listen, Nemiga are going to win this 2-0. They're going to win this 2-0.
Okay.
I believe.
I like that.
You see the odds? You see what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, you can't tell me you don't believe them and then look at them.
No. I don't believe how one-sided it is, but I would still favor Nemiga.
All right.
And so therefore, an opportunity for 2-0.
Yeah,
it's not the strongest argument.
You know, I think too as well. Like if you're Rebels, like you're kind of also. I mentioned this yesterday with them, and I don't know how much they necessarily think about it, but I think like we have all these like smaller regional Counter-Strike teams that are putting together these national teams in this era of international rosters and bringing in players from different countries and just grabbing the best of the best rather than kind of trying to stay within your country. Rebels is trying to kind of reignite, Polish Counter-Strike in terms of a Polish lineup.
Innocent's been trying to do that for a long long time.
Yeah, there's been a lot of teams and a lot of people, like even like Neo and Taz kind of had their project on the side of Honorous, of them trying to kind of reignite and bring up some young talent so they can get Polish teams. So another attempt, and you have to think, if you're going down that road, like, yeah, you do have a certain level of pride that you're playing for, because you are, on top of playing for yourself and qualifying for the major, playing for that kind of, you know, country pride of a Polish counter.
Yeah, and in 2017, 2018, it was the team AGO, right? That was a team that was really rising up as one of those Polish rosters.
Well, none of like the tier 2 or second generation of Polish players were ever able to break out of the shadow of the old VP lineup.
I know Sparrow's a coach.
And now he's a coach.
Yeah, and he was definitely involved in a lot of those tier 2 rosters in the Polish scene. But you're right, there really wasn't a player that stood out, and I think it was the likes of Mihu, who was always kind of on the brink. He had opportunities to play for EG.
There's been a couple
names.
Yeah, there's a couple names that like looked that we would point at and be like, maybe this is the guy who's going to bring up Polish
like Snatchy. People thought it was Snatchy, that he got a spot in VP, didn't work out for him. So yeah, no one's really hit the mark. So eventually there will be someone.
Eventually.
And it was Shuei. So
yeah, it was Shuei, and he left.
Yeah.
But he's also a weird one because he grew up in Ireland.
Yes, he did.
That's so, you know, I don't know how much we can count that.
Great Counter-Strike region.
Yeah, it's known for thriving Counter-Strike.
The first LAN I casted.
Just cranks out IGLs.
Yeah, exactly. First LAN I casted, terrible, like, small, old university hall. And Shuei's just there playing with his dad standing behind him, you know, because he was, like, really young to attend this LAN tournament. And he just kind of destroyed everybody, realized, nah, there's no competition here, and started playing elsewhere. So.
This ain't worth it. I'm out.
Good idea. Worked out for him. Nemiga CT side, Rebels on the T side. And we begin this best of 3 for elimination here at the EU RMR. It's all about survival. And now it's all about ramp for Rebels as they attack it towards the defense. Risky Bob taking a lot of damage on board. He's going to drop back to safety.
He's got a little tassel on the front of that weapon.
Yes, indeed.
I hate it.
Swinging in the wind. Not usually, though. This is a deathless round so far. Eventually that's going to change. Kizrek's going to move his way up the catwalk. He's not alone. He's got his teammate behind him, and it's going to be Xanter to open things up, and this is why they call it the Pistol God. 3 kills coming in the Jewel Berettas, and he did not lie about what he's capable of. It's Fly left alone with a 1v3 ahead of him. Bomb is planted in his favor. Sway on that defuse. Xanter comes in to close on the Julies, and a 4K picked up. And I told you, Jason.
I apologize, Xanter. I was not familiar with your game.
You see? The Pistol God. That's his. But it's over now for him.
How is he allowed to do that? Where did he come from to have that much freedom?
I don't know. He just kind of showed up.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Did he like flank down ladder and was wrapping around? Did he push down scout? I don't even know. But man, he puts together quite a sequence with those dualies. God tier pistol, 1-0. Because that was going to be like an impossible retake. There was no smoke. There was no kit.
Yes.
They just had 1 HE grenade.
Strange. Bomb plant went down, they didn't force buy.
Yeah, we normally see the force buy off that. I mean, I'm okay with it in a sense. I think if you're, you know, a team that is kind of described as the underdog, that maybe you know you're not like the most confident of like tactically to be able to win a round with a low buy. Even with that plant, you get into the first gun round, you're at a 2-0 deficit, and you have a really strong buy of AK-47s in full utility, which is not something you'd have if you force bought here, obviously. So yeah, get it started with the strongest buy you possibly can, knowing you probably need to build a little confidence and momentum.
Yeah, I guess the only problem here is you do allow the CTs to build up cash pretty early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other side of the coin, but also, I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with that problem on some level, where it's like, even if you let them build a little bit of cash here, you're going to have a strong buy that can contend with this with the AK-47s. You get the op out as well, which is very nice to have.
Flay did have some moments yesterday on Vertigo, so...
He did have some moments.
He's going to have a few more of them against Nemiga today.
Roose Bolton wannabe.
I don't know who Roose Bolton is, Jason.
It's Game of Thrones, dude. The Flayed
Oh, I get it now. I watched Game of Thrones, but I love that show, but...
but it's a little bit early?
Yeah. It's been a while since we watched it. Oh! Flight. Come for a shot up top of ramp around these smokes. They now know there's an AWP in place, so they're going to charge him down. I love the aggression. I love the confidence. And it's going to be Zweit to open things up. Kisserite gone. And I love that move for Nemiga.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this third round buy has not really panned out. Lost complete control of the bottom of A ramp. And the problem is if you're Rebels, you really have to stall this round out and have to retake that control once the smoke fades. It's going to chew a lot of time off the clock, but you really can't do anything on the map as long as that smoke is there and as long as you don't know exactly where the defense is, because you really, now if you're Nemiga, this provides you the opportunity to keep Zwei here jumping for information and everyone else shifted to the B bomb site in middle. 2-man defense at the B bomb site, 2-man defense in middle and a crossfire. Like, you're not going to penetrate that defense unless you force them to shift somebody back to the A bomb site to help Zwei.
Well, Zwei's got information. He's going to slow them down with a fire and flames. And with 35 seconds left, Risky Bob has just smoked short. But at a certain point, Rebels realize they're going to have to just attack.
Missed Molotov.
Innocent and Flay somehow drawing this back in the blink of an eye. This buy suddenly works again for Rebels.
Okay.
That was one hell of a turnaround, wasn't it?
Okay.
Doesn't feel like that should have happened.
That's a damn fine round from Rebels. But Nemiga is going to be like, wow, we actually put ourselves in a really strong winning position and let it all fall apart.
Yeah, you can see they didn't actually build up a whole lot of money because they bought right into the second round.
But also, this is like, I don't know, on some level I'm like, awesome from Rebels, but you didn't do anything. You walk up and win fights.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing like that you've done to, like, there's no utility, no flashbang. It's just you just walked into a fight and won it, which is awesome, which is great.
Yes. At the end of the day, that is sometimes Counter-Strike.
But you know, those fights are going to go against you sometimes. That's not necessarily a winning recipe for this entire half, but what they have done is take the opportunity to buy away from Nemiga.
So 2-2 scoreline, almost guaranteed. Pushing towards Casey's worked out, so the USP's getting the first opening kill. But really should be another 4v5 conversion from Rebels, but an AK picked up by Xanter. The amount of space that Kissarek's been able to gain, he's going to be calling that over to his teammates. He's got the great angle here for the rotating player of Zwei, but his teammate smokes. Ooh, coming just after he spotted out his opponent. It's a great damage being done onto Zwei, who's now on 6 HP. With the bomb down, Rebels moments away from confirming in a tied scoreline. Olymp looks like Flamey's cousin. He does, man.
Okay, I can see it. I'm with you. I like that.
Maybe there's some relation there. But 2-2, all tied up. We've got here very quickly.
We have gotten here very quickly. Op comes out for Khan. Flay still has his, and he was a beast in that first gun round.
Khan from Kazakhstan.
Oh, okay. I was going to go Kublai. Kublai Khan?
Cobra Khan. Is that like a Karate Kid reference?
I'm pretty sure that was the...
Cobra Kai.
Pretty sure he was a relative of...
Genghis Khan?
Yeah.
It's kind of slightly overshadowed.
My knowledge of Mongolian history is not what it used to be, though, so I could be wrong on that. Opening kill provided by Rebels. And a 5-on-4.
Ooh, Kisarek. Hanging on. Just by the skin of his teeth.
And now Nemiga's going to have to start moving around the map to try and recover this. So yeah, Kisarek might go down. Risky Bob finds him, but Xanter walks right into Olymp. You can see across the map, the solo players of Rebels just lie in wait while the main thrust comes towards the B bomb site. And Rebels are going to put a third round on the board, so Vertigo's starting to look good.
I'd like to hope that their T-side could look relatively strong in their map pick going into elimination day of the RMRs. Vertigo would have been a map they put a lot of preparation into getting ready to attend this event.
Pretty even in terms of win rate on the map, but it feels like Rebels very, very confident looking in this T side so far in terms of how they want to work it and how they are addressing different situations. Ooh.
Another game going on right now, though, over on the A stream. A game of a very different caliber. It's Navi versus MOUZ, a 2-0 record game. One of those teams is guaranteeing a spot to the Major. That action being brought to you by Jackie and Fitz.
Absolute banger of a shot to open up the round from Olymp. There's Flamey himself.
There he is. Great to see him back in the server.
It's been a while.
Not fooling anyone, Flamey.
That would be funny. It's just like just throwing a mustache. Hop on in.
Well, a good start here for Olymp. He's on fire. He's going to go out middle, and Khan now detected.
The nice thing about it is I feel like, you know, middle isn't always the most action-packed portion of Vertigo, but if you get a T-side or a player who's got a hot hand and having impact and being effective in middle, it does suck as the defense when like you feel like middle is like a spot of weakness on the map. So if he can continue, add like one more round in a gun round where he gets an opening kill, add one more round where he finds a nice lurk, that can really throw this defense into whack because it changes the way you rotate between the bomb sites. Risky Bob and Xanter are just going to keep the weapons in their hands.
I have some devastating news for everyone. Risky Bob's name is not, in fact, Bob. It's Maxime. So, don't know where he's got that one from, to be honest.
Well, you know, your name's not Dinko, so...
Yeah, but I don't. It's not like I've just called myself John or something in the game, you know, like...
Sure. Okay, I see what you mean.
Risky John, you know?
How do you feel about human names and animals? Like a dog named Fred.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it? What'd you call your...
Would it?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
What'd you call your dogs?
They have human names.
Joe?
No, I did not call my dogs Joe, but I also have two girl dogs.
Oh, what'd you call them?
Mara and Reagan.
Yeah, but those are like uncommon human
They are
names.
uncommon human names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not bad.
But they are human names.
Yeah, they are. They are human names. Well, I guess that the dogs either get like a really like cute name, like Rover or something, or they get like stripper.
My brother's
stripper
dog
names,
is named
you know?
Rover.
Like Sapphire and Ruby and stuff like that.
So those stripper names from your
GTA
youth?
5. GTA 5.
Okay,
yeah.
sure. Yeah, good save.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Moving on swiftly.
Tell us your favorite stripper name. Use the hashtag.
Please don't, actually. Please draw no attention to this whatsoever. This conversation is between you guys and us at home. Very small conversation among friends. Nice teddy bear they've got there on the table, Jason.
Brilliant.
Swiftly moving on.
Are you sure that's a teddy bear? It doesn't look like a teddy bear. That looks like a...
No, the one in front of Lear. It's definitely a teddy bear.
I'm looking at this green one close up.
No, that looks like a little dinosaur.
Okay, that is a teddy bear. Yes, you're correct.
Yes. Pretty competitive start, though. It's fizzled out for Nemiga because Rebels have taken control of the game. But there's an all back here in the hands of Khan. They've got the rifles around it.
And we'll always have Xanter's pistol rounds.
Yes, we will always have that
That's something I can take with me to the end of my days.
Yes, he's had one kill since then.
Well...
Casey, great shot. Through the wall. Xanter gone.
Through the wall, through the smoke, through the brain. Oh, good nade on the Lear. And they're quietly going to pressure this. Flashbang up in the sky, and Casey comes on through. That's the round. It's over. It's done. Save. You won't even be able to do that. Kisarek has got one on the lurk. And if he can find the safety, they're going to swing a little bit wider. He's got one more. Great job from Kisarek. And Risky Bob, whose name is not Bob, is going to have to save the op. His name is not Bob. We have no Bob in the game.
Well, we don't know about that. Robert's a pretty common name in Poland.
I was going to say, like, I was talking about like the CL Bob.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He's been gone so long, I almost forgotten about
Yeah,
him.
dead now, of course.
But at least we've got left hand.
We do have left hand.
We didn't have that for a long time. We can take what we can get.
Honestly, I was kind of enjoying like the passive-aggressive discrimination against left-handed people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although when I played back in the day professionally in 1.6, I used left-handed models, and I'm a right-handed human being.
It's not.
There's
it's
something
to do with
about
your
the
eyes.
Yeah,
It's
there's something
nothing to
about
do
the.
with- It's like the left eye dominance, right eye dominance.
Maybe I should try it in CS2. Maybe that's what I'm missing.
What, the left hand? Well, you can just hit H on your keyboard and like switch it, right?
Yeah, but I mean like on a permanent basis.
Go for it. Let's see. And at this point, we'll take anything, Jason, in those 10 mans. If you can get that extra percentage, you can get that W.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure 10 mans are going to ruin the camaraderie we all have. I don't know if we can do many more.
I think they're probably dead now. Of course. Yeah, I like that. That's
is
the energy.
one hell of a curva.
Yeah, I love that energy.
Bring it on.
Yeah, that's a great energy. Polska Gorom. All right, 5-2 scoreline though. Rebels, I'm starting to doubt my 2-0 Nemiga. Told you, I didn't believe the odds.
Yeah, you weren't completely convinced. It wasn't locked in, it wasn't set in stone.
The rebellion is working.
It's looking rock solid so far. Ooh, opportunity for Kisarek. Good little challenge.
When you're as locked in as Kisarek, it's hard not to be going well right now.
And I like that he didn't commit. Like, he just took that shot. He was like, I can go find this fight. I've got some space. I feel a little bit of safety. I have a hunch. And he had his chance at a kill, but it's not in a situation where it's necessary to get that kill. So took his chance and just backs away. And Rebel's going to rotate to the other side of the map. So is Nemiga, as they felt that pressure and didn't like it. Trying to stack up with some of these weaker weapons in the low buy. Even Xanter shifting over is going to find that kill. That's a lurk in towards middle. That's Olymp. Everyone's coming back for Nemiga. So now they'll be here to fight, but no utility. And actually, not a lot of flashbangs for Rebels as well, so a chance.
Right into Xanter. And he mauls too. Kisarek and Casey both gone. Innocent able to step up in response to this. Looks like maybe a round that the Rebels will not be able to compete in flight. Takes a great shot, but couldn't ready himself for the Zwei swing.
Not just a pistol god.
No.
Way to go, Xanter. Triple kill. Individual hold. Taking care of the mid lurk. I think Olymp maybe a little bit too aggressive on that lurk as the solo player. Maybe prompted by some of the success he had earlier. Was feeling like he had a hot hand, but you let that B execute come in first, and that's going to pull Xanter's attention away, and then that's where it's your time to strike. So maybe just mistimed. Okay, we got a Corva and a Harosh.
Harosh. One of those words is not as rude as the other one.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's go versus the other.
Yeah.
Flay, though, trying to get involved. Well, the smokes make it real difficult for him to spot a target. Bob going back, Khan to fall back to a more passive position. And Rebels have got ramp. Oh, Frisky Bob living up to his name. Goes into the open, getting taken down by Innocent and Kisarek. Innocent going around the corner, Khan ready to go. Big shot. Innocent to hit the deck, and Flay to snipe him back. It's looking decent, but Khan is stepping up alongside Xanter once again. Two of the heavy hitters, so it's Olymp left in a 1v2, and at least he's got around the back lines. But eventually, Nemiga are going to piece this one together. Xanter's going back down the catwalk.
What a rat he is. This is a very ratty pathing for Xanter to take. Same with Olymp, though. Ooh, almost had the timing. Almost had the timing.
Does feel like Olymp is going to be detected very soon, but here he comes. Out of the back is short. Khan gets eyes on him. And they're not going to pick... Oh, they did get the AWP in the end. That's good. Khan picks it up again on the way out. And a timeout because it felt like it was going so well for the Rebels. And it's fizzled out.
And that's why I was mentioning, like, you talked about, like, the plant in the pistol round and no second round buy in the third round buy. And I think that, you know, teams at this level, I think, operate on a lot of momentum. and it's very streaky. And you can see like Xanter kind of shuts him down in a solo round, and then you kind of lose that momentum. It's a huge swing. So Rebels going to have to work hard to get back into it, but Nemiga starting to calm down this T side and pull themselves back into this map, even with 2 opening kills. Look at the recovery around that Rebels let slip away after the initial success. It's all Nemiga from there.
Nice! Хорош! Умница! Хорош, Кирюх, хорош, Дека, жестко.
Kisarek. Oh, nice shot from Flay. Just a leg shot, unfortunately for him, though. And, well, it gets a little bit worse.
Well, Risky Bob returns the favor.
Just aimed a little bit higher. Casey's turn. Santer does not step onto the side of the map, so therefore it cannot be spammed through the ground.
This is Rebels map pick. Anubis as the next map is in the favor of Nemiga, so if you're Rebels, you really want to get another round on this T side, be able to close it out. Have that little 1-map buffer in this series to avoid elimination. Kisarek, a quiet lurk into the A bomb site. He's got space. That's Olymp down. And Kisarek down, and Casey down. Innocent, the last one remaining. Down. The defense is fully switched on.
I'm starting to feel pretty good about my Nemiga 2-0 prediction, Jason.
Yeah, you're back in?
Yeah.
All right, what a roller coaster you're on this morning.
Never left. It's a revolving door, really.
Sure.
5-5, though. I mean, Rebels, they look so good in their gun rounds. They look so good in their gun rounds. And then it suddenly, Nemiga did just switch back on. Forcing Rebels into a situation where an AK is the primary weapon, and the only one is on Kisarek. Everybody else on Tech 9s. And a Glock.
And just straight to the B bomb site. No messing around in middle, no messing around at A ramp. This is just going to be a full-blown hit. Casey's got good standing behind this lurk smoke. There are 3 players here. One's Khan's more in middle, but he'll hustle over. Let's see how this defense goes. Blinded. Xanter able to get 2. Lear can do nothing from quad, but Xanter still delivering. And he's got all 5. An ace for Xanter. Beautiful hold. And Nemiga take the lead.
He's feeling it, man. This is sick. The pistol 4K, had a massive 3K earlier on in the game, and that ace. Oh, he makes that look so easy.
Counter-terrorist.
Good to see it again. Yes, makes it look simple.
I mean, it is, because normally in those B hits and you see a player in that position, right? They're blinded every time they peek. There's a stream of staggered flashbangs coming in, but because of the low by nature, Rebels really only had the initial salvo. Risky Bob living up to his name, taking a risk, jumping up, looking over the edge of the smoke, and he's got another one. Killed Flay through the smoke in the last round. Now this time it's Innocent.
Kisarek moving forward off that fire head. Oh, just spotted. Not dealt with by Risky Bob, but Khan steps up with a double. Oh, nearly a third. Casey took damage to the legs, but Zwei comes in and swings. It's now Olymp left in a 1v3, and he's climbing down the ladder.
Dog Xanter is 16-4.
Yep. Off the back of that ace in the last round. Real sick first half performance from him.
But, dude, I mean, I think about it for what he's done for Nemiga. Ace in the last round, yeah, fine. It's against a low buy as well, but also the quad kill and the pistol to give him the first 2 rounds. And then he had that individual solo hold, essentially 1v5 at the B bomb site, where he gets the initial triple kill that allows his team to convert a 5-7 and MP9 round. He had the only M4.
Yep.
Like, he's the only reason they're in this half. Only is a strong word, but he is like 90% of the reason.
90%. 90% Xanter. mean, he was the player that our wonderful desk was telling us to watch yesterday, right? Maui was saying, you know, looking back, he's clearly the standout player, but in particular really good in these pistol rounds. Didn't lie. Did not lie whatsoever. Didn't sell us a false dream.
You know, I like being sold a dream, though, once in a while.
I like being sold a dream and that dream being real.
I like when it's not real. I just enjoy the hope. 2-round lead for Nemiga as they're going to switch over to the offensive side of Vertigo. See what Xanter's got with the Glock. Dooley's looks great.
That's true. If he gets a 4K game, he's up to 20 kills straight away. That's maths, yes.
Northern Ireland education system is killing it.
It is pretty good, actually. One of the best in the UK, so you should try it sometime, Jason.
I'm all right. I think I've done well for myself so far.
Yeah, I think you have. Certainly. Here we go. Risky Bob, Zwei, and Lear heading out mid together. Innocent about to spoil their party.
Flashbang, though, coming in. Molotov as well to his position. Ooh. Oh, peace.
Yeah, great shot. Flay just blasts way away. That was a fun sentence to say.
There goes Xanter. So, no impact in the second half pistol. Rebels looking to come back in. Uh-oh. Okay, Flay shuts it down, and actually one more was coming through the smoke. 7-6. Rebels a chance to even things up. No bomb plant. Shouldn't be a second round buy.
Pretty flat pistol round for Nemiga, all things considered. Really just hoping these mid fights go your way. They did not. Rebels able to finally get a pistol round victory under their belt, and that allows them to get a strong second round buy here on the CT side. And as you predicted, no buy back here for Nemiga. So they're going to use grenades and blast away. Flay in short. It's huge. This grenade stacked perfectly and get the intended result.
Unfortunately, without the buy in this round, though, there's not really a whole lot to build atop of it, and Casey's position is pretty mental to handle. Back to mid we go. Risky Bob with the Deagles. Xanter, he's going to go down as soon as he turns that corner. You ain't clearing that, and even if you do a Glock against an MP9, especially without armor, you screwed. And Casey just basically is shrinking this map for his team. A really strong position, allowing them to be confident that the B bomb site isn't really under any pressure.
It's about to be nice and easy for Kisarek and Innocent, you would imagine, with the M4s up against the unarmored opponents. And they come in towards them. Kisarek and Innocent taking the first three. And shut down. So Nemiga not getting the bomb plant they desire. The scoreline is going to be tied up again. 7-7 here. We'll look at a buy in the next round for Nemiga. Looking to see what their T side looks like. First few gun rounds for Rebels were real solid. Interested to see how their defense goes. Yeah, there's a small chance for the bomb plant here. It's all of a sudden. But Olymp's going to make sure that that doesn't happen as he charges down into the bomb site. Sway's gone. And we do get 7-7.
7-7, make a wish.
Can't tell you what it is, though. Otherwise it won't happen, Jason.
Exactly.
Didn't know 7-7 was a scoreline you make a wish at.
It's not.
It's 11-11, isn't it?
It is.
Do you know why?
Nope.
Me neither. Everyone just always said it, and I didn't really understand it. But always be making wishes. Over the top of the stairs, Olymp does some damage and gets back. Those MP9s can be real deadly when they're close. Bottom of the B stairs, so that was the best chance then to get something done. And now here comes the mid play for Nemiga. 3 players coming out. Lear at the back of the Pack of 3, risky Bob at the front.
Going contact as well.
Oh, kiss direct. Oh, the timing couldn't have been worse for him to turn his back.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing it for the flashbang from his teammate, obviously. Oh, no,
What?
It's going to go from bad to worse.
Eventually getting his kill. Now he's aware of the possibility that there could be someone at top ramp, and that's great awareness from his way to go back and clear out for Flay.
Yeah, it really is. Good lurk up short. He's opened up the entire map. That's really well done. And now Khan's got Olymp trying to make an information play in middle. First gun round firmly in control of Nemiga. Nobody going down. And Rebels picked apart as they move across the map. And I hope Rebels out of this timeout make the same decision they made in the second round of the first half of like not really to buy and invest. I think that decision for them to get to the gun round where they have everything they could possibly want, the AWP, the utility is going to be critically important for them to get going. You can buy some pistols, some utility if you want to just try and do something cool, but I think mostly you're going to want to play as many full-blown gun rounds as you possibly can. So Sparrow having a little conversation, trying to draw from his experience competing at the top levels.
Terrorists win.
Swear actually taking a shot somehow. Double setup in middle. It's just a 5-7 and a USP though for the CT side, but the 5-7 this close. We've seen Olymp do it yesterday. But now this time, no multi-kill. As Khan and Risky Bob make sure that nothing actually goes down for Rebels in mid, and it's going to be a 9-7 scoreline teed up off the back of that. If you're wondering what other action you can expect to see later today here at the RMRs, well, currently you got Na'Vi versus MOUZ going on over on the other stream, but FaZe versus Vitality is queued up over there too.
It's powerful.
That is one hell of a game. I think it's one of the best games you can get in this RMR.
It's a powerful series.
And then the other one is GamerLegion Unity.
Powerful as well.
In a different way, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Innocent steps up in front of the smoke. There's the mid-lurk with the AKs, 5-7s, can't do anything. Flay goes down as well. Swinging through the smoke is Kisarek. He is annihilated by Khan, and Nemiga now take a 2-round lead. And we get a strong buy coming in, 63-50 on Casey, so the AWP will be out for the Rebels CT side. Passed over to Flay.
Gotta start winning rounds now, though. Money will be gone again if they lose it convincingly. Nemiga will be up to 10, probably 11 off the back of that. So you really are getting into the territory now where Rebels got to start just posting some defense. And when you have the AWP in your hands, that's the best chance for it. Flay holding mid. Grid angle.
They've been doing a lot of this dry as well. Oh, the boost.
Oh, that's a sick boost. Oh, if you're Flay, you're hating life right now. That is so tough to have to swallow, and then Xanter just walks up into the B bomb site. Casey gone. Olymp being pulled between two angles. He's being pulled away from middle to try and watch B, so he commits into the mid fight. He loses it anyway. Job done. 10 rounds secured for Nemiga. Nothing for Rebels other than the save call. And they are watching their map picks slip away from them.
I like how confident in this matchup Nemiga players are on an individual level. Just, I mean, we saw, I mean, the ability of Xanser to just kind of march up the B stairs, like, on his own. Like, you get that kill in middle, and he's just like, I'm just going to go see if I can find this 1v1 fight. We saw it out of Zwei as well, kind of lurking up short earlier to drop Innocent in the back and then clear out. Like, it's not going to work against the better teams, you know, in the world, and depending on what their matchups are going to be, it's not going to be as effective. But here in this matchup, yeah, individually you can flex a little bit, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, they're playing at a level they're much more used to playing against. Yeah, that boost. Really well constructed. I think it's going to be frustrating as the AWP. You wait so long to get the AWP out. You have your chance to have your mark in the, round.
You didn't wait too long in terms of the round, but you did kind of sacrifice a force buy in that second round to get it, right? You made a plan to have that AWP out. Yeah. There's a similar conversation we had on this map with Oscar yesterday when we saw him kind of struggle. Like, he waited. True. It took him like 4 or 5 rounds to get it out, and then when he did, he swapped nades at the wrong moment. So I mean, it's as an operator, that's a really frustrating thing to have to go through.
Xanter, combined with the Molotov, was able to get Casey and gather Nemiga the first player advantage of round 18. Just looking at the pistols though, not expecting much resistance, but there's the best chance possible. Because here they come into the B site. Kisarek still hiding inside of the smoke. I love the play, but unfortunately everybody's dead. He's also on 6 HP, so there's one, there's two. Is there anything else here for Kisarek? No, he can't get the third, but at least a couple of kills to add to his collection.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done. I love the play, but everyone else is dead.
Yeah. You just kind of play, you know, you have to make if you're negative on KD.
Sure.
You got to tie up your KD, man. He's now 14 and 14. Look at that.
And that's all that matters.
It is. And a losing effort it is, because then you can look around at your teammates and go, look, I got my numbers.
Yeah, I was the best.
Olymp, flash into middle, and no peek. Rebels are going to show a lot more presence in mid than they intend on keeping there, or rather, Nemiga are. They're going to show that there's quite a few players trying to go through mid as they have in multiple rounds, but they start to filter away almost instantly. And now Khan, sees the feet. It's a tough shot, and Flay's going to post up on that angle now that Khan can't re-peek. So they're going to start transitioning their focus to the B-bomb site instead. The bomb and 3 players at the foothills of the B-bomb site.
The foothills.
Ready to climb the mountain of the stars.
Very Irish of you.
Yeah.
The foothills in this urban environment.
Yeah, everything's nature, if you think about it.
All right, Casey. Big job to do. Same with Olymp. Was good on the T side over in middle, but Nemiga's brought a different look to him that he can't handle here on his defensive side, and it doesn't help that Casey's exploited 4 kills in the map so far. And this B-bomb site starting to be a weakness. Xanter still having impact. 23 frags, and he ain't done. Make it 25 over the top. Homeboy's just going to keep moving forward.
Not a smile on his face either. Just cold killer machine. 12-7. Rebels, good little run on the T side for a moment. But
again, I mean, just for a third time, just momentum at this level is so massive for these teams and these players from a mentality perspective. And I think when you lose that momentum, and especially now where you've lost it for some time and it's getting to the end of the map and you're looking at a losing scoreline, it's hard to snap back in and have that belief.
just to reiterate, also this is Rebels map pick. They are about to concede.
Oh my Lord Almighty! That's a double nade stack.
Yeah.
When they're double stacked at the position, just the worst possible time for it.
Oh, it's just going from bad to worse for the Rebels right now, and 3 players standing for the defense. Nemiga have come to crush them. I think Fly in particular, not that I'm highlighting a negative performance, I just think he's going to be quite frustrated about the lack of opportunities when he got the AWP out. If you think about the amount of rounds he's had.
It's the only round he had the AWP in the second half.
Yeah, so he had the open mid one time, got blasted. But even on the T side, if you think about he got a leg shot up ramp, and then Risky Bob shoots him through the smoke, right? He just must feel like there wasn't a whole lot of opportunities to actually really get involved. But suddenly, Rebels getting back into this round in particular. Good dink as well at the end. Risky Bob is going to get that kill, but 2 of the remaining 3 members of Nemiga are low in HP, and there's no bomb plant yet.
Ooh, he got scared.
He got really scared.
Those footsteps were far away, but okay. Pause, safety, can't blame him for that. Kisserek gonna try and make a play. Might just have it, and now it's only low HP players. Lear and Risky Bob have to play this perfectly.
Around the backside, Innocent coming in, the last remaining players. Risky Bob, who just made noise, and Innocent will sink him without issue. Defuse for Rebels, life in them yet. They will not concede Vertigo, at least right now. A lot of money, a lot of money for Nemiga, so...
Well, hey, we have an op on the CT side, so Flay's gonna get his chance. He's gonna get his crack at it. Yeah, considering how this opened up, that's a 3 versus 5 conversion. And I think Nemiga's like, you know what? Probably should have just ended at the B-bomb site, as we have for most of this half. I'm actually scratching my head a little bit, watching them kind of move around that, getting the 2 opening kills and not going to the B site, which they favored so far. Seems crazy.
Well, Xanter, you might be listening to Jason. They've got the opening kill, and he's also applying pressure to the B defense with that Molotov, forcing them back around the corner. Flay, though, oh, missed shot on the op. Missed shot again. And he climbs up for a 3rd crack of the whip. Great kill from Lear. Now this is it. You have to step up now, Flight. That op eventually getting involved. Going for a peek. Risky Bob in mid falls to Kisserek. Although information being picked up that, hey, so he's pushed all the way to the A-bomb site, and he's got a kill here on Kisserek, leaving Flight alone. This is it, a big moment.
He did what you wanted. He stepped up. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates have gone down.
True. But this would be a massive step up. If he wins this 1v3.
Yeah, with 17 HP.
He's a legend.
Let's do it. Lock in, baby.
Here we go. 13-8 win for Nemiga on the opening map of this elimination best of 3. The Polish squad of Rebels decided to pick Vertigo, but it doesn't go their way, Jason.
No, not at all. But you could see kind of flashes in that first half of why they wanted to pick it. Just destroyed on the defensive side of things.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you also caught Xanter having a hot hand in this map. That's an unreal performance. The amount of impact he had for this team is almost unreasonable.
Yeah, Xanter immediately, the pistol round, we kind of told you everything you need to expect coming up for the rest of the game, and then it's just the amount of sick rounds he had, even the ace against the half-buy, the lack of util. Then
he ends with like, what, 27 kills? Ish,
deep in the 20s.
Give or take. Yeah, he was a monster in this, just constantly. And the CT side, I mentioned it, he was like one of the only reasons they were able to have a good CT side.
Yeah.
Between this triple kill on a low buy round, his pistol round, as you mentioned, he just did his ace. He did so much good work for them. And then on the T side, he just kept it up. And he was the main bully of that B bomb site, which just turned into such a weakness for Rebels defense.
Yeah. It's sad to watch Rebels sort of fizzle out so quickly in the game too, because to be honest, their T side, the first 2 gun rounds were great, really convincing. You could hear the celebrations in the squad, but those positive words turns to negative words real quick for Rebels as they just watch the game fall away from them so very quickly.
Well, Xanter he just ripped it out of their hands. I just ripped their mentality away from them. Here's that low buy round, the ace that he was able to get here at 5-5 to finish up, to help them finish up 7-5 lead. Just a beast today. Next map is Anubis.
Yeah, Anubis, and then Ancient if we need it as a 3rd map. But right now, given the fact that Nemiga have just quite dominantly taken Rebels map pick away from them, it doesn't feel like that 3rd map is going to be all that likely.
All that necessary.
Yeah. But great to see Nemiga showing some of the level we know they're capable of playing at. You know, if you do see them take a step down in opposition, they're usually quite comfortable. We got to see them take a win recently at a tournament in Belgrade. Oh, that is Mega Tilt.
Ooh.
That is Mega Tilt.
All right, go take a walk, young man. Go get outside, get some fresh air. 28 kills. I said 27, 28.
28, 8 deaths.
That 120 ADR.
Really impressive.
Quite a performance in the office today for Xanter, for sure.
Well, Xantar will be the standout player presented by 1xBet, 120 ADR, 7 opening duels, 8 multi-kill rounds.
7 opening duels. I feel like 5 of those were on the T side.
Yeah.
5 of those was just him going up the stairs and being like, oh, boop, another kill. Oh, boop,
another one.
Another kill.
Nice and easy. Well, there it is. Anubis, the next map being teed up. Beautiful waters. We'll be jumping into those in just a little bit. And if we need it, Ancient as a third and deciding map. But I'm looking forward to going and taking a break, Jason, because I'm ready for this second map. Anubis coming right up after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR. It's elimination time. And
Group A, don't forget that.
Group A. We have to elevate the level, Jason.
Yes, you do.
And getting into this Group A of the EU elimination game, it is Rebels who are currently staring down the barrel of going back to Poland. It's quite a long flight. They can't walk to Poland, and they don't want to have to because Anubis is coming up next. He could cycle. He could definitely cycle.
I bet he could walk, too.
Yeah, maybe.
I bet Pasha could make it.
All right, that's his next challenge. Walk from China.
Where's his tweet? If Rebels qualify for the major.
Yeah, that's not happening. So
I'm walking.
I'm walking it
to Bucharest. Actually, no, you can't. I was thinking, we're from Bucharest. You could probably make that walk or bicycle happen, but not from Shanghai.
No, you probably could for via some. He did go via like a boat the last time to Copenhagen. So nothing's out of his reach.
True. That's a good point.
Pasha can do anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, moving into the second map of play, Anubis is coming up. I don't really feel like there's a way back into this game now for Rebels after losing their map pick in the fashion that they did. It really looked like the emotions were getting the better of them towards the end of that as well. I think we've seen Kisarek really having a nice little rage. But that's obviously expected in this kind of environment.
I think there's two things. First of all, let's see if Xanatar is going to play at that level, or if there's going to be another individual. Like, let's see if Rebels can play a game where no one's popping off quite to that extreme. You know, like the kind of rounds that he was putting together was crazy. The kind of success he had opening on the T sides was really crazy and hard to handle. So I mean, let's see if they get a chance to play a team that's not quite so dominant in terms of like one player providing so much effort. And then two would be kind of the counterpoint to that would be, you know, Anubis. We know the CT side lends itself to some aggression, and some aggressive plays have to be made, and that's something the individuals of Nemiga felt very comfortable doing. Like, that's something that can come out and just completely ruin what Rebels want to do as they move around the map. So yeah, there's some interesting aspects to this Anubis map that could be cool to watch.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like we're ready to go there anytime soon. I only see 2 players inside of the room right now for the Rebels, so probably still having their break, their moment. Because,
and if you're new to Counter-Strike, you're a new viewer, it does take 5 players.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Quite often, yeah. Nemiga, though, look at that. Everybody showed up. They're ready to go. They're feeling pretty good. I mean, it's easier to sit down and want to play the next map
after you've won. Yeah, and you had like a really nice streak to end things on, and you had a really nice, fun T side to play.
Well,
yeah.
You did tell Kisarek to go for a walk, Jason. So maybe he's taking that literally.
I didn't mean a long walk. I thought like maybe that hotel room might have like a little balcony on it.
Yeah.
You know,
he's going for a 5K run.
Just go right. He's just been like, all right, see you later.
One extra player now in the room. That's what we love to see. Coach Sparrow just rocking back and forth in despair, hoping that the boys can get the job done.
I've been in that situation before.
Yeah, how is it?
It's stressful, man. After like a first map loss like that, you probably feel like the team isn't communicating super well. You're watching the team kind of get more and more tilted. We kind of saw it on the cam towards the end, like really, really frustrated reactions to different situations by the end of Vertigo. And as a coach, like you can say all the words in the world, but it's gonna take the player himself to like mentally kind of check back into the game. So there's a lot of elements out of your control, and especially someone like Sparrow who's competed at the high levels and has been a player himself. You know, you just realize that there are just certain things that are out of your control entirely. Like you can, you know, it's the whole you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Exactly.
Sort of that situation going on. So everyone's starting to sit down now and get locked in. We'll get this map underway shortly as Rebels try and extend their fight here at the Shanghai Major RMRs.
Yes, again, there's just so many difficult teams throughout this stage of the tournament that even if you do crawl your way back, if you're Nemiga, even if you get the win today, the amount of difficult games that lie in front of you on the path to qualification is extreme. But you just want to see how far you can get, and you never know how you might start playing.
I mean, it is. It sucks. It's like it is that cliche of like you have to just literally take it one game, one series at a time. You know, it is silly and like reductive to think about it that way, but it's the only way you can do it because you have to put the full focus on this. So yeah, if you're Rebels and you're looking like, oh my God, we have to win 3 games, we have to win 3 best-of-3s to qualify. That's going to be so difficult. That's going to be crazy. It's going to feel like a really daunting task. But if you're taking it kind of series by series and break that series down into map by map, a lot easier to manage putting full focus on those small details one at a time. That's all I got.
Yeah, no, that's
all I got, Dingo.
That was pretty good, Jason.
Thanks, man.
Great work. But it looks like everybody is now getting ready to go. Headsets on, and we'll be getting into the second map of play. Excited to see what Anubis might offer us. And obviously, when a pistol round coming out, we're all on board with Xantar. I feel like that's the only cam we need to watch. Makes it
CT pistol round is great.
Yeah.
T-pissed around.
Wasn't as great, but
Not as great.
I don't necessarily think the call was very good. So he got let down.
I don't even, I think it was more, you got to give some credit over to Rebels on that one. The first 2 kills that came out, one was on a player in mid, one was on Xanter at the base of a ramp. They were both like 1 bullet headshots.
okay.
And it's like, at some point, you're just like, you know what?
Never mind.
I can't really do anything about that.
Not much to maneuver around that.
We've all been one shot on the pistol round, and you're like, sweet.
Oh, here we go. Nemiga CT side, Rebels on the T side. Second map of play here in elimination game at the Perfect World Major Shanghai RMR A here in Europe. And Kisserike, he's got that opening fight. He's got that opening kill. Card is out of that big swing on the camera, and it's risky. Bob getting involved this time. Ooh, so close to a second kill, but he got eradicated in the end by Innocent.
I don't know why he decided to make that run. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know why he decided to swing out and move towards Temple. There goes the B defender as well. So this pistol round falling by the wayside. Xanter's dualies haven't even been involved. They get the kill at B. They leave towards A. And then they come back to B.
They're coming back. So this is the only chance Nemiga have to win this round. Xanter's going to be on the back of the platform.
All roads lead to Xanter.
Oh my god, okay, somehow, some way, they've got an opportunity in this pistol, but Xanter goes down to the back of the platform, and Leo only manages one, so...
Yeah, but Rebels almost gave that up.
God.
They almost gave it right back.
It worried me.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why that decision to go to the A bomb site to begin with sort of happened. You had to have like felt like you lured them towards middle, towards A, like you were showing that you wanted to split to the A bomb site, and then you get the kill and B bomb site on the lurk, and it's like, just commit, just go in.
Dude, imagine how tilting it would be if you run into both CTs and you lose the pistol.
I mean, it was a very large possibility that Xanter gets that first kill with the dualies, and then he's got some safety on platforms and plenty of ammunition left and a teammate there. So I mean, that could have gone south real quick.
But it didn't. And so Nemiga are down to an eco, and they're about to go for a pop out of B with a flash. It's worked out pretty well there for Fly to get a double even while blinded. Kisserike unblinded, takes himself a follow-up kill, and this round is dealt with swiftly. Swept under the rug, Rebels up 2-0, and we're looking at a buy coming right up for Nemiga.
Yeah, nice juicy buy. M4 is coming out. I don't know why I just described it as juicy, but that's what it is.
I don't know, it kind of did something for me, Jason.
You did it?
Yeah.
Good.
I got excited.
That's what I was going for.
About this buy round.
About this buy round. No AWP quite yet, so it could be juicier still.
Could be. Like a nice juicy steak. That's kind of where I'm at right now, Jason. I haven't eaten in like 12 hours.
I had Korean barbecue last night.
Good for you, Jason.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Flay takes the angle, and as the smoke plume goes for a spam, hoping someone from Nemiga is going to peek right into his bullets. Doesn't quite happen that way. 3 players start at the B bomb site for Nemiga's defense. 1 in middle, that's Lear. And 1 at the A bomb site. That will be Xanter taking up the anchor duties.
Good start here from Lear in mid. Innocent's following up second in. And Lear off to a good start. He had a very quiet beginning to Vertigo. There's strong gun rounds here for Nemiga. Nice and juicy, just how you like it, Jason.
I think he had a pretty slow Vertigo altogether. And I'm not trying to say he had a bad Vertigo, just didn't have to do a whole lot. Xanter is going to add that final kill. Quick dink and cleanup against the Galil at that range. First round on the board for Nemiga. Some AK-47 salvage, which is going to be quite nice.
Money-wise for Rebels, it's not enough to get a good buy here. So you see maybe some Tech 9s, maybe a Deagle sprinkled in here and there. But all in all, tied scoreline teed up here for Nemiga. That is the Tech 9s. You know, the Tech 9s could be really potent, though, if you get some speed behind them. Now, they are going quite heavy towards B, so maybe they can burst through this choke point and get into the B bomb site. Khan is the defender with a deep smoke. They can't really push through this comfortably. It doesn't leak into the bomb site.
They can.
They're just coming through anyway. And it's a great flashbang over the top. Kisserike, good work, but Sway in from Dark. It's a triple from Sway. They take out this sting of the attack.
That's actually really well done from Nemiga to actually control that after losing the first player. That can sometimes get sketchy, but 2 players playing in Dark, you've got relative safety, obviously the advantage of weaponry. And they shut it down nice and quick. AWP is out in the hands of Khan. So where does he want to take it to open things up? Back-to-back rounds of 3 players beginning at the B bomb site. And it'll happen again as well.
Well, so Khan going for a peek down into the canal. No one from Rebels offering up any free advantages. Smoke out and towards connector, and that AWP no longer has the sightline, but you can blast it open on a good timing. Oh yeah, that's great for Khan. He loves that. Sets himself up perfectly, just grabs that opening kill, and now Rebel sitting in a 4v5.
Oh, damn. Beautiful shot from Innocent. Pays him back for the previous round. Not needed to take that peek. He's given away an equalizing kill for nothing. And middle becomes a part of the map that Nemiga's going to have to be concerned about as they have no eyes on it. Still 2 players at the B-bomb site. And Xanter's going to push through the smoke behind this Molotov. He's being loud about it. Oh, and he still wins the fight somehow. Shadow shows, op shot missed. Xanter brought low and still manages one more. That's a hell of a job.
They're staying committed towards their only option, which is going in towards this A site. Khan, oh, this shot as they cross in towards him. It would be ill-advised to go for a re-peek wide into the open, and he nearly loses his life. But he's drawn attention towards camera, and this is allowing Nemiga to slip an extra player through that A main smoke. And Sway is going quick on this, but hasn't seen them. They've got behind the wall.
He surely saw
one at least, sure, but not the second. But the Molotov's going to go up, and Kisserike peeks before that utility comes in. And now Kisserike might have put his team in a better position, but the defuse being stuck, that Molly holding him back, and it's just stuck all the way. Risky Bomb just holds it and gets away with daylight robbery.
They're so lucky to win that round, Nemiga. Unreal that they steal that away. Good shot from Khan as the smoke breaks open. There's the kill coming back. But this, Xanter, I said, let's see if Rebels can do it if Xanter's not going to have a beast mode game. The fact that he gets 2 here is unbelievable. Miscommunication, double Molotov, 2 players with utility. And Rebels both swing towards bricks. And cannot stop the defuse. Lost track of where the bomb was planted in their decision-making. That's a sick nade.
That was
sick
actually
lineup.
perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah, actually beautiful.
I mean, you always know there's going to be a T player there in almost every default in behind that box, so you don't have to necessarily see your opponent to do damage, so it's a cool move. Oh, not too far off. Maybe getting a couple of shots to land on Innocent as he crosses over, but Innocent just charges up mid, and Lear couldn't stop him. Innocent eventually does take damage to those boards.
Well, Rebels can start putting this together. This is, I mean, a lot of the early round has been a double presence over in Dark for Nemiga. That's something that Rebels can latch onto. You've now had back-to-back rounds where Innocent's had success picking off Lear in mid, so you're looking at that as somewhere you can exploit. They've gotten the pick, but they haven't really utilized the space quite yet.
Well, here's Sway. Great headshot. Risky Bob able to step up off the back of the platform despite that flash connecting with him early, but he burns. He burns away in his fallback, and he can't get into safety. And that damage done from the CT side is not enough to leave them in a comfortable position. Xanter must clutch. And we talked about the amount of impact he was able to pick up on Vertigo. This would be the first feeling of Xanter on Anubis. He gets around the corner. Low HP on Casey. First up, it's an instant kill without taking damage. But Xanter knife out. Flay just stands in the middle of the bomb site, swings out, and drops him on the sniper.
He saw the shadow as well at the last second.
Yeah.
He tried to like turn away for a jump, and that was like his oh shit moment. Like I'm gonna die. I've done goofed. 3-3. Good job from Rebels trading their way in. Almost brought back, but I mentioned a couple of things you can latch onto. The double dark start. Probably reading that there's 3 starting at the B bomb site. The fact that Innocent has so much confidence to be that aggressive in middle, to go hunt down and find that 1v1 fight, it might be something where Lear wants to say, hey, you know, can we bring the op over one round, or can I get a second player to start this round? Put some fear in Innocent so he doesn't know how middle defense is going to be situated, so he doesn't have the confidence to make that kind of a play. You cannot let him feel like he has impunity to be aggressive in that fashion.
flash towards Innocent. But he's still staying focused on his target, which is getting around these top mid boxes and finding himself in the fight beyond the doors. And he's got so much space, so this now sets up the A split. The defense design to deal with this is quite heavy. Nemiga have 3 players within the site, and even though they have weaker weapons, maybe the sheer numbers are going to be enough. Olymp. Oh, he's tucked behind the box, tip of the barrel, not spotted by Xanter. He's committed that shot, flight goes down. How has he got away with 2? How has he got away with both? That is taking away Rebels' attacking play through a main.
Oh, I thought he was going to have one more. Khan's got the op, though. There we go. One more kill added in. Yeah, I'm just imagining a world where Flay just like leans back in his chair in that hotel room and just gives that side eye over to Olymp for letting him go down in that fashion. He's just like, come on, bro. And again, the answer for Nemiga is Xanter. Oh, he's really holding it in. He's really done well to not hit anything in that situation.
He did everything.
He was very close.
Mouse
Yep.
up in the air.
But like, look, you could see again, inexperienced players. Look at the kind of emotion and stress and energy they're playing with, especially when you're on a frustrating losing streak.
Still, it's pretty funny.
There was about 9 chances for him to punch that monitor in that sequence.
Yeah. Device could never.
He's done pretty well for himself recently.
New man. Well, Sway, double kill. Khan stepping up with the final 2, making it look nice and easy as the 5-3 scoreline rings out here. Nemiga developing a beautiful CT side at the moment. Bite comes back in for the Rebels, and the AWP out straight away. That's going to go into the hands of Flight. And everybody else could have AKs. Now, Olymp had a decent amount of impact, especially early on the T side, for the rounds that they were able to win on Vertigo. Yet to get on the board with a single kill yet, but hopefully that can change now as the guns return to his hands. We need to start winning some more T rounds here. You can't go into the second half of Anubis with only a few rounds picked up on the T side. Risky Bob goes a little jumpy, gets back around the corner. But that is enough of a tease that Flay wants to go and see what else there is.
Well, who's going to enter? Is it going to be Casey or is it going to be Flay trying to combat op his way in? Risky Bob just sliding back. Gotta be careful. It's Flay to take the peek. Molotov too deep, but it has segmented the op. The op is very exposed.
Yeah.
If they want to go for this and drop a flashbang in, but Nemiga's not. Ooh, Nemiga? That's weird. Here we go. Sway taken down. Risky Bob now. And he's going to be able to hold on to things and Flay. Oh, Olymp with a double kill. Perfect.
Bomb has been planted.
Yep, and Khan only has a save available. Sorry, man.
No, I'm just going to apologize for that. Just my brain is gone.
Yeah. Well, save comes in. AWP attempted, not going to work out, and now 5-4 scoreline. Nemiga in the lead by just the 1 round. So Khan looking to keep this AWP going. He's going to get a consistent buy, and we've seen even with some of the weaker guns, it's going to be 5-7s and an AWP. They were able to get some heavy work done early on. That's because, you know, you've got Xanter on the Deagle who somehow got a double kill. So even with some of the weaknesses across the board, we know Nemiga's still a potent team in rounds like this, and they lack a little bit of utility, but everybody's got a rifle. So it's good enough to work with. And here they come, Casey in towards Dark. It's going to be Risky Bob with 1. A second picked up. Casey and Olymp picked up, and Sway shuts down what is the clean attack into the bomb site. Flay making sure that Lear falls, and a nice Nemiga scoreline of 6-4. You can see how convincing that is once Sway just gets the multi-kill. Rebels rush to their death.
Yeah, and I think Nemiga's still really starting to take advantage of this as well. Like Rebels, I think that frustration is mounting. Everything's really fast-paced. I think you're getting to that stage where there's a little bit of frustration, so you're kind of like, I feel like they're going so fast that they're not giving themselves a chance to play the game, right? Like you're going so fast and you're making so many calls out of spawns that there's not really a whole lot of ability for players to make decisions and actually try and problem solve the situation. It's just sort of chaos, and you're hoping you come out on top of it at the end of the day.
Some of these rounds, though, just end so quickly in favor of Nemiga. It's crazy. Rebels are starting to really struggle now as they start to realize that their time at the RMRs might be coming to a close. It's Tech9s on Innocent, Casey, Kisarek. Not exactly filling you full of confidence. Double up setup on the CT side. Khan and Sway wielding those, and Utah's going to go into mid. So Molotov down towards Sanser is out of ammo, so his teammate Lear steps up on the double, making a triple kill. And Lear is having fun now as they just walk right in towards him. A 4K collected in the blink of an eye.
But also look at the difference when you have two players there. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like, Lear, call someone over just for like one round. It's all you need. Like, you know, and let that be a lesson to all you young Counter-Strike players out there, perhaps in matchmaking. It's okay. You're going to have games where you're getting beat one-on-one, one-on-two, whatever it might be. Call a teammate over. Give yourself a break. Say, hey, guys, they're putting a lot of pressure on me. At the moment, I can't handle it. Can I get a second buddy here? Can we play the buddy system? Just for a round, just to give me some time to breathe. And now all of a sudden, if you're Innocent, you ain't going for any aggressive play once you've seen that. Please don't do it in this round and make me look foolish.
What was it? Wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Please don't just bust it out.
Well, at least they have enough to get rifles across every player for this last round of the first half. But I think it's almost essential they win this 5th round on the T side. If they don't have 5 rounds to play with, I mean, it might just be too big of a mountain to climb. And the Nemiga, I just love how they just warp out the double up setup. It's not necessarily the most common thing to see on the CT side of Anubis. Swain's not seen anything. There's no one coming into his crosshair just yet. Well, this is a round for Sway, isn't it? He's just
thanks for that smoke break, bro.
Just waiting.
I really appreciate that.
This is really helped out a lot.
Maybe a little bit deeper next time, please.
Smoke out of the choke point today, and Olim starts to move in. He gets spotted. Dude, it's so frustrating. That half.
I mean, Xanter's done such a good job, especially early on in this half, to just dissuade Rebels from ever coming to this bomb site. Now they've shut him down in mid, they've shut him down at B a couple of times, so now you just have to try to go back to Xanter. Finally, you take him down, but at what cost? Op nails Innocent.
Cam with a second. Waiting for them coming into his crosshair, but Flay, suddenly some life. Is there a clutch being offered up to Flay here? For a 5th round, it can make the difference, but he steps into the camera, and Risky Bob, in a snapshot, rips his head off his shoulders. So Nemiga ahead, a strong defense posted, and a lot of work to be done now for the side of Rebels.
And if you're Rebels and you were feeling pressure at any point during this elimination series at the RMR, now you're looking at this scoreline at halftime during this little 1-minute pause in the action, and that pressure is just going to get bigger. It's just going to grow, and we've already seen that pressure coming out in a very negative fashion.
Yeah, that's true. We definitely seen that. Kind of a great amount of emotion. Felt like if this series was going to go the way of Rebels, it felt like Vertigo was a must-win for them. Map they decided to pick, and obviously a map that they looked well prepped on in terms of some of the rounds on the T side, but it has been a pretty woeful second map so far. This time it's Risky Bob up on top of the scoreboard, 11 kills, 12 rather. He's been very impressive. And behind him is Lear, who's obviously been fed in mid with a lot of those kills, but I'm sure he's happy to be up on higher up the scoreboard, not a common thing for him. And here we go, pistol round underway. Nemiga, T-side pistol, and Rebels, they're gonna get a good start. This is the one. This is the one to win, and they're gonna charge at Olymp, who's had a really tough map so far, Jason.
And they're gonna charge at him not just with 5 players, but with utility as well. fire everywhere. Molotov misses its mark just a little bit, and ooh, that's rough. Nice spam from Flay, just has a good angle, but they're all gonna reconvene. Huge amount of bodies gonna be retaking over from Heaven. Nobody coming through camera. They're gonna be bottlenecked.
Dude, they have a kit as well, so at least they've got some time to work with as they get ever closer through the storage. Everybody coming through. Risky Bob, though, goes into the fight. Second kill for Risky Bob, but the CT stay focused on their one goal, and that's getting back into this bomb site, and Kisarek, even at range, makes those Jewel Berettas sing. A triple kill from him on that retake attempt, and Rebels will go up to 5.
Yeah, that's Nemiga, unfortunately, with some of those peaks, didn't quite see the volume of players coming in through Heaven. Would have been a beautiful setup if there's just 2 or 3 players coming in, but all 5, really hard to trade that one out in your favor. Also, that opening kill through smoke doesn't help anything at all. And then the dualies get the room to work and fire and rattle off ammunition. 5-8. Rebels seem to have calmed down and coming back into it. AWP picked up for Flay. But, you know, don't lose this round and give the op over to Nemiga really early on, because that would be unfortunate.
That would be incredibly unfortunate. Although they're going for the standard mid-take here in Nemiga. They got a boosted up player up on the left side, and Zwei being sent forward through the side of the smoke. Innocent just waiting at camera. Temple utility going down. Comes to play forward. Zwei into the attack. Khan able to follow up. So a lot of space taken here for Nemiga, and not a lot of rotation power here from Rebels. They're cut off by that utility in middle. So they have to think about just dropping down onto the beach again and coming through storage. So Nemiga tuck in, and they look like they're going to get a 9th round here. There's a lot to throw into this. You know, you have to consider the fact that you would have no money left. You would have no AWP. Do they want to go for this? It looks like they're committed to it. In that first fight going down, Casey trying to force away the Heaven player. If this main fight goes the other way, if Kisarek is unable to get this kill, you just better bail out, and they will. So they're dropping to the beach. They're going to try and save that AWP into the next. Should be enough mercy given on over to allow that. The only player that could cause problems is Risky Bob, and he is actually pretty close. So there's the first down. You've got to know the second player's there. And if this AWP disappears to the hands of Rebels, their chances of doing much in the next round shrink, and Risky Bob over the top, no mercy, and an AWP picked up.
Well, there it is. That's the disaster.
Yeah, you did kind of highlight that as a possibility, and it happened. So worst case scenario, rock bottom.
It is the risk, but a lot of room coming through camera. And all, again, I mean, just really, really good trading. Heads up as well, watching for the flank, and then just ruthlessly hunting it down. Ooh, that's a good little piece of movement there. That little strafe jump at the end to get out of the bullet. That was happy frustration, I think.
Yeah, that was like a coping mechanism.
Yeah, that was like, I am going to cry, so instead I'll just do a little dance and make a little joke.
Got to get rid of the energy somehow. I like it. That method's quite sweet. Although, not so sweet is Rebel's situation. They are going to go for an investment. They're going to throw everything they've got into this. 11-5 is pretty likely, to be honest now. With loss bonus at $1,900, unlikely to win this round. You're going to have an eco in the follow-up. So, Nemiga getting towards the end of this series, and Rebels getting towards their end of their run here at the RMR. Kisarek. And Flay about to make a little excursion happen. Khan is waiting for a B pick. Nice shot. Did he hit that shot with the AWP through the bricks? Looked like he did damage.
Yeah, I think he did a little bit. Well, Rebels have to take a risk somewhere, and on timing they shift over towards middle. It's a pretty decent call. 2 players here if they can take advantage of this, but oh, Risky Bob. They feel silence across the map, so backing off, showing a little bit of pressure and presence in middle has lured the defense all over to this part of the map, opened everything else up. If they ever get any indication of the aggression or numbers in mid, which ain't gonna happen now, because Xanter down in canals. Oh, he hasn't seen any of it. When's the timing of when they go into the B bomb site? About to turn the corner. They need to start moving. Oh, there's going to be an opportunity. There's the first. And now you're going to spot everything. And this has caught them off guard, but Nemiga handled it pretty darn well so far. Scope should have given away the position. Same with the Shadow. Missed shot. Glock is out in the hands, but Flay delivers. However, it is Xanter left in this 1v2. Baited out the shot, looks behind, and is able to clear one.
Smoke up, going into the smoke. Xanter somehow
Holy
got away
Lord.
with it, bro. That is so crazy. Xanter's just going to drop back into the bomb site. Now looking for this 1v1 up against Flay. And the tip of the barrel spotted around the corner.
He got it.
He actually, he just about got it in the last second. Xanter just jumping up and around this obelisk. He is so ready to fight. He just wants the duel. And he's getting information that Flay hasn't pushed forward yet. Xanter goes to the right angle, and just with the amount of fights that he wanted to take, he got his wish, and he needed to be careful what he wished for because Flay just nails the shot.
It's a reasonably uncomfortable 1v1 because there's so much time left in the bomb, so Flay has the ability to be that patient. I think Xanter's obviously jumping up to make sure he can keep track of where he is, and he's trying to catch him on his movement through the choke point. But you gotta say, a perfectly timed push for Rebels. They take a risk and it pays off. Do great work on the flank, and Xanter, a very nice attempt at recovering a 1v2. And this time, the positivity is sincere.
Yeah, it is. Wow. It's great to see that. Second time out here for Nemiga. I mean, I was just saying before that round began that it was almost very likely to see 11 rounds, right? I mean, you see the force buy, you didn't expect it to do much, but all that investment does pay off in the end. And a little bit of life left in the Rebels yet. But just taking a timeout here in Nemiga. Their coach Box gonna have some input. Maybe they can figure out how to close out this T side, but the buy is good again.
Flay's got his ult back.
Yeah, Flay's got the ult, but the two MP9s, you can still see they still have to play with the SMGs here for Rebels just to get that extra utility.
Call out a spawn to head towards the B bomb site. 4 players lining up. Lurk smoke deployed as well. That'll make Rebels a little bit nervous about this. Here comes the set piece. They're going to come right on through. Sway leading the pathing. Yeah. Oh, and he doesn't clear platform. Ran into a smoke. They traded off at least for the first, but Flay and Casey doing a good job of stemming the tide of this attack, and now it all works out for Rebels. A clean victory.
Oh yeah, and they've just sent the money for Nemiga right back into the bin, right? This is no buy coming up for Nemiga. Rebels should be at 8 rounds in a moment, and they suddenly have fully got back into this game again.
Yeah, choose into the lead. Nemiga still have some to play with, obviously. Save 1 round, and you'll be able to buy in the next when you still have a 1-round lead. But they're going to have to try and get a grip on this T side. I mean, that round victory for Rebels is essentially like Nemiga cannot keep doing those little but those little explosions into different portions of the map, because now Rebels can settle it down. Now they're going to have strong weapons. Now they're going to have all the utility that they need. Those little explosive tactics are great when an economy is still growing and not quite settled, but now that Rebels have done it, you're going to have to spread out and play a bit more default and standard.
Yeah, nice and clean here from Rebels again, dealing with that without issue. And not only does that allow them to a scoreline where they're only behind by 1, but it's just the amount of money that they've now built up on the CT side. They've got so much residual cash left over, so they can buy, even if they lose this, they've got another buy. So it isn't going to be easy for Nemiga to get to the point where the big lead that they had actually means something. Tough times ahead for Nemiga. Suddenly Rebels wrestle their way back into Anubis. Like you said, we're not going to see any of those explosive plays for Nemiga, Jason, but that's 4. Okay, what?
That's so unreasonable.
Dude, what can you even do about that?
That's so unreasonable.
Poor Casey.
Although, I mean, you could also argue you really don't need to jiggle once you put a smoke down and there's a smoke in the choke point.
True. They may be like waiting because they blow the smoke. You know?
Yeah.
Some idea that, but yeah, you're not expecting the super low percentage chance of just being boom.
You've done it to yourself. There's a certain level of individual responsibility we have to account for.
Yes, indeed. Well, Lear straight through mid. Flay is gone at the double doors. And Xanter now moving in through A main. Now, Olymp has been so quiet, but what a huge round. A double kill from the back of the cake. Innocent doing what he can. And Kisserike with a 1v2. He's coming through the temple. That bomb is going down, and Lear turns back, but not in time. Kisserike able to get rid of him. Now Xanter in the 1v1. He lost one earlier, and he can't even fight in this one because Kisserike just blasts him out of the round. Huge recovery from Kisserike in the 1v2.
Op recovered, however, 4 kills in a bomb plant. Nemiga's not going to be happy they lost the round, but they realize as well they've set themselves up for a pretty... Well, you know what? The economy of Rebels is so strong, it really doesn't matter at all. I take all of it back. Rebels is fine.
Yeah, Rebels just have so much money because of that round that they won.
Here's what you've given up, though, is like that gift of an entry. You know, just given to you by the gods to have an opening. And actually, every part of that round was well put together. Huge step up for Olymp anchoring that A bomb site with a double kill. He now has 5 frags. Those 2 critically important.
Oh, double up setup here for Rebels.
All right, getting freaky with it.
Olymp. He's going to bring his over to A. Feeling like he can lock down this side of the map entirely by himself with that sniper.
T-side on Nemiga's own map pick has not been effective in any way.
It's kind of strange to watch them disappear this much. Innocent could be under a lot of pressure here though as the flashes come in, but he's got a double kill before going down. But Olymp committed towards heaven with a sniper, misses his shot, and drops back into storage. This
and now the double
side away.
And now the double up setup backfires. One thing Nemiga have to be cautious about is that flank. Just now Xanter's going to drop back and take control of A main. Utility is out.
Retaking with this double up setup, as you mentioned, is going to be so difficult.
They don't know where they want to be positioned.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is so chaotic in the post plant.
This is taking so long. Finally, they've dropped back into some decent positioning. The Galil takes the long-range fight at main, but Kisserike comes out on top of it, and now this frees up all of the crosshairs to start moving forward into the bomb side again. Khan fighting in all fronts, and eventually overrun by Olymp.
So much movement and chaos in Nemiga after they get that bomb planted. None of them knew where they wanted to be situated. I was surprised to see Xanter go back to A main and then come back again closer to the bomb site to play Pillar. But his teammates, at the same time as he's dropping back to Pillar, have also given up their aggressive positions towards Heaven and towards that beach stairs. So then all of a sudden he really can't play Pillar because he has no cover from his teammates. That's just a loss of protocols of which spots you want to prioritize as a team in that bomb site to defend against a retake. And again, just another aspect of the game that sometimes isn't fully fleshed out at this level of teams. Most teams at the pro level will be like, these are like the 3 high priority positions that we really like to have and play off of in the retakes and the post plants. There it is again. A powerful one. The war cry.
They're back in the game. Yeah, I mean, at least that round, sure, Nemiga let it go. They had a great opportunity to close it in the post plant, but that was a Galil and Tech 9s. They were waiting for this buy to come back.
Problem is money, man. Like, even that round with a plant and 3 kills is pretty good in terms of chipping away economy. Ooh, nice shot from Khan. Oh, he read it early as well. Comes back for him. Huge opening, and you cannot let this go to waste.
Massive impact from Khan. And yeah, this cannot be allowed to turn back in favor of Rebels.
That's actually so sick. That's actually such a sick sequence from Khan. Yeah.
Now Rebels are just confused. What do? We've just got this massive hole in our defense in the middle of the map. We have to adjust everything. We have to take a risk, a gamble, a stack towards the B-bomb site. Could still work out for the Rebels.
It could.
That's the worrying part here for Nemiga. You get such a great opener off the back of Khan, but if you commit into this B-bomb site...
Look at how they've chilled it down, though. like a lot of this has been chaotic. A lot of this has been like these pops, these explosions, these kind of trade emphasis tactics. And now they're just like, all right, we got the 2 opening kills. Let's everybody relax. Nobody do a damn thing for 40 seconds. Let's see what the defense is going to do. And wisely, instead of pushing, they've just stacked. However, on the other side of the map, Lear has walked through camera to heaven. So surely you have to consider,
Get out of
Nemiga
that.
backing away, showing the execute at the B bomb site to keep this stack frozen here. And all of a sudden you have Lear in a position who can backstab, and they're going to attempt to not only win the round, but take as many of these guns out of the hands of the defense as possible.
Yeah, I don't think the side of Rebels are going to be quite ready for how quick Lear is to get in behind them.
Kissarak's looking for it, just timing isn't there. Thankfully, Olymp has at least pushed into safety through B main, but he's going to get hunted as well. And as soon as he fires off this shot, you're going to see all those orange dots start to converge on his position. Good shot, Xanter. Legged in return, but they've tied things up.
Yeah, and doing damage, and maximum amount of damage, obviously removing everybody. They've still got so much cash, but you want to force the biggest amount of rebuys possible over on the Rebels camp, so that eventually you can get them on the brink of collapse, but... Yeah,
and I think that's going to be starting to be a sore spot for the Rebels defense moving forward. That economy, yeah, that's so beautiful. It's such a sick sequence. Because he saw that player move there before the smoke had truly plumed, so takes that educated guess.
He's going to go back to mid again. Why not? Dominated it last round. He's going back again to have a look, and this time a little more passive for Rebels. Connector fight going down as Grenade leaps towards Risky Bob, only takes 6 of his HP away. Going to the front of the attack. Now in middle. A split being set up as the bomb will gather through the rugs. There is sort of an idea for Rebels that this could be happening. You start to drift a little bit more towards the A side of the map now. And there's one of the fights going down in favor of Kissarak for that B flank. So he pushed all the way out B, got in behind Lear. Olymp snapping up off the fountain. Another kill for Olymp. A flood of kills. And they're going in favor of Rebels.
Oh, shout out to Olymp. He's had 2 huge rounds at this A bomb site on defense. Both of them double kills when he's been called upon. This one is so nice. And just a lost detail from Nemiga. Eyes taken off of that B bomb site push for far too long. And Kissarak is able to take advantage of it. Rebels starting to get proactive on an individual basis. Starting to get some of that confidence back into him after getting trounced on Vertigo. And all you can do is save now if you're Nemiga.
This T-side doesn't have enough power in it, it feels like, to get the job done.
It's interesting, right? As their pimp, as their pick.
Yeah.
Words are really hard today. As their pick.
We all wish Pimp was here somewhere or another.
I guess that's where I could have taken it.
We wanted Jacob here. But...
As their map pick, seems like this game plan hasn't been fully fleshed out. Or, you know, also to be fair, I think Rebels doing a pretty darn good job in a way that we didn't see on Vertigo. Because remember, their defense got destroyed.
Yeah, that's true.
The B bomb site overexposed. There hasn't been like a part of the map or a bomb site that Nemiga has been able to look at and been like, we can have this whenever we want, the way they could at the B bomb site on Vertigo. And Xanter is pedestrian. Which I mentioned before this map began was, what can Rebels do if you don't have a player popping off, getting 28 kills in a map?
Yeah,
getting you like
true.
5 entries in a row.
He's a one-map wonder. He had us in the first map. Oh, Nemiga called their timeout. Perhaps they have the solution. But you mentioned quite a number of times over on Vertigo the fact that when you're talking about teams at this level, momentum is kind of the live and die metric.
And it's firmly in the favor of Rebels right now.
Yep, absolutely. So
haven't strung 2 rounds together, Nemiga, in this second half.
gotta somehow rip that out of their hands. Nemiga right at the dying embers with this. If they want to win in regulation, they gotta win the last 3 rounds here in a row.
The bummer is by losing the last round so emphatically, all that work they'd done to get 3-4 kills round out. Ooh, hold the phone. Here's that B push. Good trade from Flay as he swings out a little bit wide. Deep Molotov as well, and I think that's going to take away any motivation Nemiga has to rotate and be aggressive towards B main. So over towards Dark we go, but that's just smoked now as all 3 players kind of converge. And it almost feels like if you're Nemiga, you'll want to go through this.
They don't have any split potential because they lost their opponent, rather their teammate over there early, so they're bringing Lear back now towards B main, so he can be a part of that puzzle. But 34 seconds left. It does feel real strong here for Rebels. Flay forced away off the platform into the open though. A tough shot to land, but Casey stepping up. Innocent on the back of the platform and they haven't checked him. That smoke has protected him. That smoke has kept him alive. And now Innocent goes forward, denies safety for the bomb planter and gets a second kill on B main because Lear just didn't get the calm fast enough. It is now Khan left alone in a 1v2 to close this on the AWP.
Need it.
And this is it, yeah. If he loses this, it's likely the map is over. Innocent jumps over his scope. Khan gets around the corner and so close to the no-scope opportunity, but Olymp again comes in with a crucial kill to close out in the 1v1. Rebels up to map point on Anubis, and we are looking at Ancient right around the corner.
Yeah, really nice reaction from Rebels in this round as well. Like, Flay getting this trade kill here is massively important, but when he sees them take Dark, calling his teammates over, and Innocent just playing it so well, biding his time in the smoke, and Nemiga never expected a 3rd player to be there at that initial defense. They expected it to be a little bit more spread out, 1 player coming from Temple, not already out in the smoke on platform. And a massive impact play to get a double kill just as the bomb goes down.
And you can see the sigh of relief for Innocent.
That his play doesn't go to waste.
Yeah, exactly. Two rounds in a row to force overtime for Nemiga. Flash goes through, a great flash. Now you know there's a second player there because that boost was erected. Fortunately for Rebels, Olymp wasn't taken down, so the foundations of that boost is able to escape. A lot of time left, and so Nemiga decide they don't want anything to do with A, as it's recently been smoked out. And they have an idea that they might want to pressure in towards connectors. So Kisarek and Casey eyeing this up as a possibility, blocking that choke point at the perfect time. Kisarek taking damage, smoke blown open. Khan blasts away Kisarek.
Oh, looks like they want to give themselves a chance for overtime. Only 2 defenders here.
3rd now rotated over. Olymp's arriving right now through CT spawn. This is strong enough defense here from Rebels, but the smoke's not making it impossible for them to stop that bomb from getting to the site. So Lear punches those digits through. Innocent's taking damage, but through the smoke, Olymp grabs one back, and on the platform again, Innocent catches Zancer, and they've just offered up a free kill and allowed Rebels back.
Way too desperate, that kind of a play through the smoke. Zancer just trying to force the issue, and now a 3v3 retake is not bad. 1 more added in from Zway. A lot of pressure alleviated by that frag.
Yeah, I mean, the post plants are pretty good here from Nemiga, right? You've got Zway outside of the B doors, Khan in dark. They're hard positions to force into the open if you're Rebels. So this round's going to go against them. It'll be down to the final round of regulation, whether or not Rebels can take the map here and now, or Nemiga drag it to overtime. And something you pointed out just 2 rounds ago, Jason, is the fact that Nemiga have been incapable of putting 2 rounds together in the second half.
Well, they've got him in a good position now because they haven't destroyed the economy, but they've taken the off away. There's going to be no AWP on the field. I was sitting there and I was like, you know what? On some level, Rebels might as well just go for this because they're going to buy in the last round. But now that I see it, it's like falling back and grabbing that AWP might have been a pretty big thing if you could have just booked it back to the A bomb site. Three MP9s for this final round of regulation. But you know what? Nemiga still haven't found like a great winning recipe.
They haven't, but they're going quick into the B bomb site. Perhaps this is it. Perhaps this is all they need. One extra round on the T side to force it into overtime, and with a double opener like that, the bomb going down, they need a hero play for Rebels to drag this one back. And Kisarek doing what he can with the MP9. Olymp caught as Khan's still on the T-Stars. They're going to be frustrated about the fact that he's still hanging around that. And that is Rebels, unfortunately for them, unable to close out the map here in regulation, allowing Nemiga back into the game. They fight their way into overtime. They know who the last remaining player is. Innocent can't get involved in this. And somehow, someway, Nemiga will bring us to the bonus rounds.
Okay, so at the end, it seems like, you know, they didn't find anything that was like crazy working for them, because they did attempt to the B-bomb site a lot through regulation. That didn't really work, but towards the end, they were able to get those splits being very, very effective. This one at a super aggressive timing. Really well done. Oh, shout out to the referee. Bringing him water. He's like a catch-all.
Yeah, the water boy.
He's like the player manager, the referee, all in one.
It's kind of sick. Give him a raise. That to be the smallest bottles of water ever, though.
Well, overtime with elimination on the line for Rebels.
Yeah.
And an overtime that probably feels unreasonable to them, considering how good that CT side was.
Like, guys, how did this happen?
Like, you're on that run on your CT side where Nemiga can do absolutely nothing, and you're living the dream, you're flying high.
It's always the way, though. You get to the one round you need to win, and you just can't break that last round. Money no longer a problem. That was something we constantly talked about that Nemiga had to deal with.
Not at the moment, but it could be. If Nemiga continue like to have success on this T side, I'll just keep reminding, I've said it a lot during the Americas RMR when we saw some overtime, the start money in the major is a little bit different. So your CT side can actually get depleted. If you lose those first two rounds, that third one is going to be a little rough. But Olymp has been a stud.
Oh, here we go. His answer. That's some of the confidence plays we know he likes to make, but it doesn't work out for him. He's very fortunate to actually get away with his life after it didn't work.
Took a lot more damage than he really wanted to. That's going to have to negate him. Yeah, you see him passing out the AK-47 because he has to be the passive supportive player with 24 HP. So showing like they want to take control of A main. The idea to freeze two defenders committed to the A bomb site. And set things up if they want to go back into that B split that had success to get them into overtime. Rebels being kept honest. And still that defense at A not shifting despite the Molotovs being sent out.
Here comes Risky Bob. Through connector. Nope. Thought he was going to have to fight that pillar player, but the grenade actually just dealt with Kisarek quite quickly. Smokes are up. And a beautiful corridor of cover to try and plant that bomb down in the site. Now it's away, forcing Casey to be removed from the equation. Rebels are falling down to just 3 players, and it feels like Nemiga figured out the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they've added in this little smoke that's blocking off that kind of platform peak from behind that safety. Once they've added that in, and they're like, you know what? We've been concerned with kind of taking control of platform. We've lost some of these rounds due to a player hiding in the smoke, you know, being impactful, hiding behind the pillar. Let's just negate the idea that we have to even be concerned about that. Let's just smoke it off. You know, if they want to, let them spam. If they win this game by spamming through that smoke and taking down 1 or 2, we can live with that. As long as we're not feeling like we have to go hunt down those frags and put ourselves into that danger. And now the valuable hunt at the end of the day. Everyone from Nemiga heading over, but Olymp and Flay handling business to stay alive. Those are deceptively critical kills.
Great work done. Hunkering down inside of the A bomb site. Flay hanging onto the sniper. But the problem right now for Rebels to figure out is how to hold on to the B bomb site, how to not give up these kills. They've got to find solutions late into the game, and so they're bringing 3 players over, including Flay's AWP. It's got to be a big part of that. Now we've seen Innocent like to play middle in this passive position ever since Khan got a double kill on the AWP. So it allows Innocent to get information, but keep his life as he plays in from Temple. He knows if he goes down, that A bomb site is under a lot of pressure, so he's actually going to rotate back towards Heaven through storage to try and help out with Olymp, but that does free up mid and Temple now completely to Nemiga, and they're taking it so quickly.
This is crazy. What a huge gap to be found. Oh, Casey, you're going to die.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so is Flay. This little wraparound is brutal. And on the push, okay, coming back into it. Olymp and Innocent coming from CT spawn. And now it's a little bit awkward. Where do you position yourself if you're Nemiga? Now it feels like you're a little bit sandwiched as they control B main and coming from CT spawn.
Yeah, well, they've had problems in post plants. We've seen that already on this very map. Khan. Oh no, it's an uncomfortable situation for him. He doesn't get a single kill. So it falls on a risky Bob alongside Lear to try and close this one out. And Lear's on a big flank. Risky Bob has Uto, but no kills. It's all on Lear. And they check for him. What a retake from Rebels. They come back storming up the beach. Olymp's given a chance. He hits a beautiful headshot and then closes it out. Defuse secured here.
Really, really bad post plants, and honestly, that Molotov should have been used way earlier on the bomb to force them to go hunt down a fight during like the 7-8 seconds it's burning.
Dude, they're already hunting like on the beach.
But I mean, look at how spread out it is in the post plant. Look at how there's no two players who can actually take the same fight together. One's deep in Temple and wrapped around to CT. One in dark and one up on the platform. There's no way for Nemiga to work together to stop that retake from happening. And we saw a lot of discomfort in the post plant on the A-bomb site earlier in the regulation half as well.
Risky Bob. Off he goes through the mid doors. From Innocent, solid, a double collected. And Rebels have energy once again. Rejuvenated off a round win and a massive opener from Innocent. Hard to see Nemiga flipping this back in their favor now. Gonna try. For camera. Proves impossible. Great shot from Olymp. I don't know what happened, but he was so quiet on this map, and then suddenly he's become one of the most impactful players on this CT side.
I know, he's really picked it up. I mean, it also, again, we go back to that word like momentum at this level. It works on an individual level as well. You have a couple nice rounds, and all of a sudden you get your confidence back, you get your feeling back. One of the aspects of the great players that we see at the top levels year after year is even when you have a bad game or a bad round or a couple of bad rounds, you're able to snap back into it and still have that impact. I think at this level, players really need to make sure that confidence is there.
Nope, a nice attempt for the no-scope, but Nemiga, at least they got one T round. They probably should have got more. They were in a really good position at post plant in the B bomb side of the second round of overtime, but at least they've got one because they were struggling on the T side. The better half was definitely the defense for Nemiga, but pushing this one to the brink are the Rebels. They want to force in Ancient. They want to get this third map and keep their run at the RMRs going. So the coaches will have their say. Sparrow very vocal in his 1-minute break here. Give his teammates a rallying cry as they head into overtime, second half of overtime, number 1.
Nice! Bravo, kurwa, bravissimo!
14-13, we switch sides.
Double up.
Double up.
That's risky.
That is risky.
There's an echo in this room.
I don't know why I did that. It is very risky. You are correct.
I was like, have I said something unreasonable?
No, you are actually correct. It's a big investment at a brittle economy in overtime. But you know what? Xanter's got to be happy because all of his work on this map has been done on the CT side. This time, not so much. Rebels is like, not again.
Yup.
Ooh.
Okay, Olim.
Oh, Stella's getting her groove back. That's sick.
Beautiful. I mean, that's 15 rounds, surely now.
Not if my boy Risky Bob has anything to say about it.
Well, let's see if he has anything to say about it. Olim, finally dealt with by Lear. Yeah, now if Risky Bob does get a kill, then you're back to a 3v3. Somehow, some way.
He's got full utility as well. He's trying to hold on to it as long as humanly possible. Got to be really cautious about that clear. Casey waiting in canals, and he's going to push. He's not going to... Oh, he got the dink, but couldn't clean it up. That's frustrating, but the op slides in. Zwei.
Oh, has to hit that one.
Not known to be an hopper.
Yeah. Clear, though. Getting one. 30 seconds left. 3v1 Zwei, they know where he is. So.
Really good patience from Rebels. Just really good pause. Even when you lose that first kill, not panicking, not trying to speed things up to make up for it. Just relaxing and realizing you're still in such an advantageous position. They're going to have 2 chances to close this map out and bring us to Ancient as a third and deciding map in this elimination series.
Oh, Nemiga were able to force it back into overtime in regulation by winning 2 rounds in a row right at the end, but it seemed like that was because they figured out the B-bomb set didn't do enough on the T side, and so far the CT side has not delivered the same goods that it did in regulation. So taking their overtime timeout now, last chance to use it. Otherwise, we will see Ancient in the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes. Box certainly appears more like a groove style of coaching. Sort of give out instructions from the sitting position.
From the seated position. Yeah. Not much of a hand talker. He's just very comfortable and
here
casual.
Here is what I have to say.
Right.
Fix it. Maybe it
Fix
works.
it now.
Maybe
Fix
it works.
it right now.
Maybe it works.
Well, they can't afford the double op setup again. So just the single op on Khan. Trying to keep their opper with enough money to pick it up again in the 3rd round of overtime if needed, if they can get there. They'll have to win 2 in a row, and Nemiga have had a really tough time on their own map pick. Getting it to overtime felt like a really desperate affair.
True, it seemed unlikely. It seemed like this game was dead in regulation. It was surprising to see Nemiga even force it to overtime. The Rebels withstand what was likely a very scary situation. Now on the brink of extending their run here at the RMRs by at least one more map. Good deep smoke from Risky Bob. Doesn't allow any of these T's from Rebel to actually play through the smoke and try and lurk into the connector. Look at Lear peeking out the window. Position where he's going to get quite a bit of info and quite a bit of power as he drops under the back of Casey. But it's all about the A play, and it's all on Khan. And this AWP steps up for the Fountain. Another flood of kills, this time onto Olim and Innocent. 20 seconds left. And not a whole lot to do because that ball is about to go down. Ooh, big shot from Flight. Kisserek suddenly back into the fight, but it's the time that is the problem here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Risky Bob, just take your hand off the mouse and keyboard. Just please don't peek anything at all. That's the only way you could lose this round if you went for something aggressive. What a round from Khan with a double kill. keeps Nemiga alive, keeps the AWP in his hands for the final round of OT.
All right, we're going to do it again. We're going to get overtime again, Jason. I can feel it.
Yeah, you're feeling double overtime.
Yeah, Nemiga, they're just a team that never gives up.
It's all that confidence you have in the 2-0 Nemiga call you made at the beginning of the series.
Exactly.
You've never wavered?
Never once wavered, apart from that one time.
Except for that one time. Early on Vertigo, ironically.
Yeah, but that was when Rebels won those 5 rounds out of the 7 they won total. But you had me. They had me for a little bit, but sometimes it doesn't really matter. It's if you come back to believing.
You're exactly correct.
All right, Khan. What a step up in the last round. So he's going to go back to the same position again. Oh, Risky Bob taking down Flay, who tried to be real aggressive about it. Didn't really work out for him. Lear doing the same move. Feels like we're watching almost an identical round. Case is going to die. Lear drops behind him.
I don't think they've done that kind of a drop, and especially paired it with the peek from Dark throughout the entirety of regulation, so that probably catches Rebels off guard. However, smart play from Innocent. He oh no.
Why?
Oh, that's not ideal.
3.
Yeah, giving way too much back for free. But the pressure in middle, I thought Innocent was going to keep pushing it because you had the drop. And when he notices the mid player drop, he's got to be saying, okay, mid's probably open. So really quickly, that's what Nemiga's defense is going to try and address. They want to clear out middle. Clear out anyone lurking double doors. But there's a timer on this. They have to be able to get back and get towards the A bomb site once that smoke clears in main, especially now that they hear the Molotov.
Oh, yeah. This is immediately going to call Nemiga players back into the A bomb site, but the bomb is actually leaving. It wants to go back over towards Risky Bob, and is that where you really want to go? Risky Bob can just smoke them out. It's about discipline now for Risky Bob.
I would have laughed if one of those bullets hit.
It's like a seesaw. We're going back.
If it was just like a random
headshot. Just stray into
Dude, there's no time. Xanter, you don't even have to peek towards A main. Oh, that's filthy.
Oh.
That's so filthy, and we've got double OT. Dinko, your gut instinct was correct. Congratulations. Double overtime, and once again, Nemiga stay in the fight.
But they didn't give you the script either, Jason?
No, I did not. I didn't check my email this morning, so there might have been some updates since last I saw.
Oh, great work from Nemiga, being able to battle back. 2 rounds in a row at regulation right at the end, 2 rounds in a row at the end of overtime. And Rebels, this has got to feel very, very stressful now. Your elimination is on the line here. Nemiga at least have the comfort blanket of the fact that they won the first map. But for Rebels, this could be it.
And that's the next question you have to ask. As we've used the kind of, I guess, buzzword so many times throughout the RMR, and you're going to hear it all throughout this week and next week, and probably the week after that when the major begins, but the pressure, and especially in the RMRs for these younger and inexperienced players and teams, the pressure of coming back on your map pick after getting destroyed on Vertigo, the pressure of attempting to win in regulation when you had the chances, and now the pressure of double overtime, as it is just such a difficult task to overcome. Nemiga, they keep coming back.
Innocent is 6-0 in opening duels.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't notice.
Remember, he had a lot of those duels up against Lear in middle in the first half of regulation on the T side. I think he won like 2 or 3 of those. But absolutely 6-0 in those duels is a lovely stat to have. I'm assuming we got a bathroom break going on.
Probably. I mean, I did see Sparrow talking to the referee, so maybe just asking for permission on that. That's not 100% confirmed, but pretty likely. We've seen a lot of bathroom breaks in overtimes in the Americas RMR. Henny scared us all because he didn't really arrive back in time.
No, he had an extended bathroom break.
Yeah, he did.
I was very concerned about that.
Yeah. Glad he was okay. He returned.
These are beautiful little camera shots.
Yeah, look at this. Just
they're
admiring this.
They're using the same skin. They're coordinated, twinning.
Look at that little charm. Like that. Looks like. Oh yeah. It's just like little.
Looks like
little beans.
Looks like Umbridge from Harry Potter.
That's exactly what I was thinking, actually.
And a little FBI vest. She's gonna get you.
Well, I'm glad we can all take a moment for this to admire the charms.
Can we do the T side now? Can we see the Glocks? Do we have that? Do we have that capability? Am I throwing production under the bus?
All right, no, we can fly. We can fly. Here we go.
Oh, this is so cool.
The drone.
Oh, they have all their knives out. That's
knives are better than.
Come on.
Knives are better. Oh, default Glock. Get away from that disgusting thing.
I like it. I admire it. Whoever that is.
Yeah,
you're a
butterfly
champion.
knife fade.
That's not bad.
That is nice.
Looks a little worn though.
It's not the super rare one. You know, it's got some yellow in there. It's not the ice and fire.
Right.
All right, anything else we got here? Nice balaclava. Looking great. Suits his face.
Ooh.
There's a slaughter.
Stripes.
You a skin man, Jason? Do you know the names of these?
Did it sound like I'm a skin man when I said stripes?
Stripes. Ooh, red stripes.
Yeah.
This one. What do we call this one?
This one's a karambit.
This is a lore, and it's scratched.
Oh, that is cool though. I like that design.
Yeah, that's the lore.
Wow.
Well, we have no information. It's either a very long. We should make a new rules. Only number ones only at this point of the game, and that's nice. That's probably one of the better knives we've seen so far on the server.
Yeah, that's a good looking one. Purple. I enjoy the purple.
Purple. That is exactly what they call it, Jason.
All right, where can we get production of flies to next, Dinko? They are part of the map.
The pyramid.
Production really hates me right now.
The pyramids. Let's go to the pyramids.
The pyramids?
Yep.
They're a pyramid?
Dun, 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 dun. Look at that.
Whoa. That's sweet. Oh, look at the little sailboats.
Dude, I didn't realize it looked like this all the way over there. Look at all those boats.
A schooner is a sailboat.
Look at all those boats. The water looks lovely, Jason.
It does. A nice relaxing dip in the afternoon.
The River Nile.
That's a cool pyramid.
That's pretty, you know, as far as Counter-Strike goes.
That's pretty good.
The graphics are nice, you know?
Yeah.
Usually you don't have to care that much about the outside map graphics, but...
You know, I'm going to be honest with you, Dinko. I didn't even know there were pyramids on this map.
Yeah, I kind of notice things like that, Jason. You know, when I'm sitting in spawn, just looking around. When I should be listening to the call, I'm just off daydreaming about the pyramids.
All right, where are we going next? I'll give it dealer's choice.
Well, I would really like to go into the next overtime, to be honest, but we're not allowed that.
It's possible. I heard a type just now, so maybe we're getting into things.
We could read some signs, you know? Take the time to read the signs. How's your hieroglyphic reading?
Not what it used to be. I'm a little bit rusty.
Understandable. But
There we
anyway,
go, we're back.
Let's go before we went too deep into that rabbit hole.
Yeah, good point. I don't need to go to my next comment. All right, 15-15. Double overtime. No double op to open this up. Last round of overtime, Nemiga did open up with the double op, and it didn't pan out. They were able to recover, but this time with a single AWP in the hands of Khan, it's going to be positioned in middle. Head-to-head duel against Flay, perhaps, as he slides over middle. Wants to force, if anyone's going to peek, wants to force them to do a very deep swing. But Khan wisely holds off. And potentially a round where Lear was like, remember, they were trying to abuse me a little bit in regulation. Oh, Xantra's taking a lot of damage for no good reason. Willing to stand in the flames to try and grab an angle around the smoke. He's brought down to 37 HP. Lear as well burns to 66.
Exactly the high-octane start to overtime we had in overtime 1, but it's patience that'll pay off for the Rebels as Lear walks right into middle and once again offers up his life in that position.
Yeah, and again, it's just unnecessary. And also part of this has been a lot. Some of these T rounds have been a little bit faster paced, but look at what this does. This is a gamble as well from Nemiga to stay at the B bomb site in middle. Nobody's home at A. This is a free round for Rebels if they just continue walking forward. Oh, I hate that opening.
I bet Nemiga hate it too.
That's just, there's over a minute on the clock, and it's quiet. It's not like you have an indication there's an execute coming in, and Xantar took all that damage from the Molotov, so he doesn't even have the HP to pull off a miracle. And I don't know, this is kind of silly sounding, but there's a world where you might just think it's more efficient to save. They're going to give it a try. Khan finds the smoke kill.
Save is not in their vocabulary. They go right into the attack. Khan comes in with one, and suddenly they flip the numbers back to a doable situation, but Innocent slipped behind the smoke. He can still win this. They haven't checked him. They haven't seen him, and that defuse always planted on the other side of the cake. Innocent trying to get there in time, but he just can't do it, and they pull off the unlikely retake scenario.
Come on. Yeah, go for the retake, I guess. It's worth it. Khan was staying far back with the op to make sure that he was going to be able to save that if it went south. But the idea you win a 4 versus 5 retake when nobody's even in any kind of position. Damn, Rebels, that's heartbreaking. And to have that be the first round of double overtime can just completely destroy you emotionally and mentally.
Yeah, it's like, how many of those rounds can you really survive?
Not even a kill until it was like a 1 versus 3. Just brutal.
Well, they're ready to go in towards the B bomb site this time, Rebels. See if the opposite site has more of an effect. Kisserek with the initial kill, Risky Bob doing his best, but Khan, ooh, it's tough. He's going to actually find a perfect timing because Kisserek had utility in his hands, but Flay off jail locks up Khan, and we have got a 3v3, but the flank from Lear. And play through middle that might work out for him this time because Innocent's just about to walk into his rifle. Oh, Innocent, great reactions. Oh, they swing, dude. Oh.
The amount of utility pulled out at the worst moments in this round is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Risky Bob, you're done. You got no HP for this. Innocent's gonna find you.
Xanter still giving it a good go. Smoke onto the defuse. Flash over the top of main. And I guess the only way he can win this is somehow taking out Flay at B main and then trying to grab Innocent, but he's going to have to stick it with the time ticking on. Xanter's on the defuse, not like this, surely. Innocent this time will stop it, but these rounds are way too close for comfort for Rebels. Dude, that would have broken their mental.
That round stressed me out in like 5 different ways. Look at what Kisserek does. This is the first time I almost had a heart attack. Back of the bomb. Oh, they don't show it. He went to the back of the bomb site with the bomb, realized someone's coming into Temple, and as the only player with the bomb, again, to reiterate, on the other side of default, pulls out a smoke. It just gets picked off by the op. That could have been so south.
That's how he killed him.
That's how he killed him. Fair play to Innocent.
Okay, straight through mid. Rebels have some speed on this T side now.
3 defenders here, though. 3 defenders. One of them has to stick back and watch a main. Khan missing shots. This pacing has thrown them off, but now he's picking it up. And now the USP has to come out. No ammunition in the AWP. It's gone horribly wrong. 3v3 taken over, but a 2-man flake in main.
It's absolute chaos. It is absolutely chaotic on the server right now, but Olymp has clocked the fact that they're coming through main. But perhaps there's a moment now where Rebels can breathe as that bomb finally gets planted. It's a strong post-plant setup. You've got a player in heaven, one down in the site, and Olymp out towards the bricks. It's going to be so tough for Nemiga to force their way through to a round victory here, despite coming close. But Risky Bob, great piece of utility. Olymp, though, taking his teammate off of the fountain, and they know exactly where that remaining player is coming in from. And so Risky Bob should have absolutely no chance, and Rebels eventually get a clean round win towards the end. They don't have to get a player off the defuse or have it stolen away.
Really nice job. I mentioned that loss of the first round of double overtime might have just tilted them off the face of the earth, losing a 5-on-4 post plan at that bomb site, but they just recover so nicely. Benefited. You could start to see the mistakes, the decision making, the scrappiness coming in as the players deal with all the situations presented to them. A lot of overextensions, a lot of players trying to do too much in different scenarios. And Rebels able to call a fast tactic, and the pacing of which completely catches the defense off. Khan with the op could never get that settled down because he just did not expect the pressure to come from camera that fast. That's just a full-blown mid-rush. And maybe frustrating for Nemiga because there's been a couple times where Lear has tried to read that sort of a play. Bring a second player, bring Khan, bring Xanter over to have 2 rifles there. And they don't do it in this round, and it's the round they get punished.
Nice.
And we still potentially have a third map to play after all this energy is expended here on Anubis. 17, 16, 19 being the round to win.
Dude, you can tell how deep we are into this game just by how chaotic these rounds are. How many missed shots, how many fast plays. It's exciting for sure. Rebels looking to try and grab map point again. They have been unable to close it at every opportunity they've had. Play to grab the opening fight against Xanter, who just offers up his life in A main. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, but a player needs to make a play. Risky Bob now through mid. Olymp has been sharp when he's on the defense, and he gets into the temple.
This T-side, remember, was not great in any way. And really the success they found was splitting the B bomb site through canals. Heavy to try and get into camera now. 4 players coming in. Flay and A main with the AWP. Spam coming in. A little bit of damage onto Bob. They have gotten through, but they still have to deal with the op. And if they don't, A main will always be an issue.
Flay's just waiting. Molotov onto his position and just unscopes and gets away because he would have tanked too much damage, but it does allow them into the bomb site.
They need to get settled in this post plant, though. It's been a weakness for Nemiga throughout this entire game.
How is Flay dodge the flames? There's no way he's going to expect him to be in the corner because of that Molotov. And so Flay catches Risky Pop, going aggressive. The Opera needs to be punished, but they give him a chance. Finally, they get rid of him. Great shot from Khan in heaven, and it falls down to a 2v2. Sway heads into the open, and Lear to close in the final kill on Casey. 17 to 17. This game is all tied up again.
Yeah, that's nicely done. This time, Nemiga don't get caught in a chaotic situation, shifting positions, but it did take quite some time to deal with that Opera and A main. It looked like Flay was going to be able to be the winning piece of the puzzle for the Rebels defense. Good first shot on Xanter, and they believed that Molotov spread, but they were sold a dream.
Yeah. It's almost crazy. It's so crazy that he actually managed to survive in that corner. Nemiga looking to snatch map point for the first time here on Anubis. Flay, he's got the opening fight. Flay is committed to chill. They know that he's there. Grenade slowing them down, but there is no slowing down the Nemiga attack as they just come flying through. Xanter, a classic X-Factor play from him. Innocent Olymp left in a 2v4, and Nemiga about to grab map point. And for Rebels, that means elimination point here at the RMRs.
And keep an eye on the money that Rebels have. They cannot go for this retake. They salvaged the AWP. That's Khan who got killed earlier, so they'll at least have that to be able to drop over. Money is such a problem. We've been waiting really since the first half of regulation for Xanter to have a significant impact on this game. He just delivered it in this round. They knew they had Flay trapped in jail behind the smoke. An absolutely wonderful double kill at a critical junction. And now hunting. Innocent doesn't actually put a stop to this. Okay, gonna go up towards Ruggs. Risky Bob goes for the swing. Good job holding on to the M4 for Innocent.
Now Rebels must do what Nemiga have been capable of every single time, which is forcing an overtime.
Nemiga, this is their first chance to win the map.
Yes, it is.
And win the series.
Stay alive here at the RMRs and knock Rebels out. It feels like such a long time ago we were on Vertigo. But Nemiga, one map up.
35 rounds ago, really.
Another quicker play towards the B-bomb site. Khan, he's gonna get a repeat. Flay goes right into him. Casey goes right into Risky Bob. And that might just be the end of the polls here at the RMRs.
They've lost their composure.
Though, they've come back as Xanter kills his own teammate. Kisterreich stepping up into the dark fight. And I don't know how, but Rebels are ahead.
What?
Rebels have the player advantage out of that opening engagement.
This is the chaos. This is the craziness that ensues when the pace is this fast. Look at the flank. Lear, he reads it. Oh, when this smoke clears, Kisarek has no safety. Tech 9 in hand. Oh, needs to hit that kill. Needs to hit the shot con. A repeak. Oh, and he's keeping him frozen there. Lear, a little bit scared to make the play.
Goes into the open. Lear with a kill, but it's down to a 1v1. Up against Kisarek, looking to keep his team here in the RMR to force another overtime. All he needs is one bullet. Kisarek is low, 3 HP, but somehow he is protected by something.
By God himself.
That is so crazy. Kisarek now smoked off, forcing Lear into a different play.
And that's the tension of the situation. If this is regulation, I guarantee Lear is aggressively swinging into that, but you don't know his HP. Even pathing, where's he going to go? Kisarek rotating over towards A. They're going to clash. They're going to meet at this A bomb site. Perfect timing for both players. Lear needs to have gun out. Kisarek coming in slow.
One bullet, the difference, but it doesn't matter if you get a free shot off. If you get a free shot off, he's right behind him. Kisarek to force another overtime. Lear goes into the open.
No
and
way.
Kisarek somehow
No way.
made shots at every moment, and Rebels are not dead yet.
That's unreal. What a gift from whatever is watching over Rebels at this moment. The ghost of Pasha.
This is crazy. The fact that he somehow survives all those bullets on the Tech 9, then the AK.
That is going to be the most frustrating thing to watch back.
3 HP.
Especially if Nemiga, I mean, lose this map, whatever, but imagine a world where they get eliminated in the third map and they have to watch that clutch over and over. I cannot believe it.
It is just so crazy. And there was a team kill in that round as well.
But it's the nerves, man. It's the nerves of the situation. Any other round in this game, if that's in regulation, they commit to that fight. They double swing. They can be so patient and just say 1, 2, 3, peek. That's all you have to do. But in the chaos, in the nerves, in the pressure, that communication never comes out. Like, look at Lear. Look at those fights he takes. He just hard swings into the temple fight, but doesn't want to hard swing into the next one? What are we doing?
You can see Khan's in the connector. He's like fumbling through nades. Doesn't know, should I use the op? Should I use the Tech 9? There's a team kill in the early portion of the round. The Nemiga could have had a 5v3 to close that out, but they just couldn't do it. Rebels into overtime again. And this T-side for the Nemiga has not been good. They have just had to win with whatever they can come up with, whatever they can concoct, and a lot of them, early success that they had in first overtime with B splits.
Dude, I think that was also like a 3v5 recovery from Rebels in that round.
It was. It
helped
involved
by a team kill.
Yeah, it was a 3v5 situation. I mean, it should have been a clean 3v5.
And those are the mistakes that come out when you're going that fast and that chaotically, where like kind of details and protocols get thrown to the wind.
Good shot from Flay off the fountain.
That solo play on the T side towards A main for Xanter really hasn't been effective.
No,
I really wish he would go away from it, and Nemiga would, someone on Nemiga would just say, stop doing that. It's not working out. Got to be a call from Lear 2 over in camera. And you also saw Flay there as well, so they're not really in position to pounce that heavily on B, but there's a real weakness on that side of the map. Zwei in a fight loses it. In a situation where Khan and Lear aren't even ready to do anything to help out. But utility being thrown towards camera and Temple makes him think that middle is lost, like A is going to be the point of attack, so they've shifted off of the B bomb site. So you have an opportunity to get a plant in. And in the craziness that we've seen in this game so far, let's not feel like a 2v4 is completely out of reach.
Bomb has been
They're all coming through the temple here, Rebels, with the majority of them coming through, but...
Make a decision, baby.
Pick a position. Khan playing on the pillar. Lear goes into the open, dies to Olymp, and it's all on Khan, and they know where he is, so he's got to deal with fights on all fronts. And it just won't happen for the Alper. He's down. Nemiga get the bomb plant, but they don't get much more, and that ends up being a Rebels round win in the first round of this overtime. Oh my goodness.
Dude, if I'm one of these coaches, especially the Nemiga coach, I'm calling a timeout, like right now. And I'm saying everyone just take a moment to breathe.
Yeah.
If they still have a timeout, I should say.
We get one for overtime. But I don't know if you get
but I don't know if I don't think you get one. I think it's every 2 overtimes, I believe.
Yeah, so maybe they gotta wait till overtime 4 to have that. So, whew, right now it definitely feels like they could use one. Everyone could use a breather. But I think more so Nemiga, because I mean, you're right on the brink of winning the series. They're all rattled now. It's another free kill given on over. Flay's got opening kills in back-to-back rounds. Had one out towards a main off of Xanter's over-aggressive maneuver. This time, he takes matters into his own hands. He gets aggressive through mid and gets that first pick. 5v4 to play with for Rebels. But even in some of these disadvantageous situations, Nemiga have been able to find their way through the bomb plants.
I just can't believe a 2-on-1 against a 3 HP player.
It seemed like they had the info. He's low too, because the pistol from Dark was fighting him. Yeah.
And then he switched over to the op.
Yeah. Regardless, that's gone now. That chance is gone to the wind. They've got to fight real hard to get back into a position where they're at map point.
It's just when you think about the situation, that's one of the most mental clutches. Like, nothing crazy in terms of the gameplay, but just the situation, the context of it is just incredible.
Well, CT's now gathered outside of A. A lot of presence here from the defense. Nemiga, they needed that fight in mid to go their way. Now they're falling to 3. And getting into the safe bomb site is not going to happen. Xanter will do what he can, and he can do a lot, but needs a lot more, and a 3rd kill until taken down by Olymp off the bricks.
No, but it's really strange seeing this Nemiga T-side kind of drift away from them as this game has gone on, and we've got deeper into these overtimes, and opportunities that they found themselves in have been lost by the wayside, because it's almost like you have, you know, like a normal setup of like a 3-man pack, a 3-man group, and you have like kind of the 2 extremity players, but it feels like the solo extremity players are the ones being the ones to initiate contact, initiate the round. Xanter in the A main trying to challenge, just kind of dry with the lurk smoke against an op. Now you kind of have the player in mid in terms of camera trying to be the one to initiate contact over in mid to activate the 3 players, and it's almost like sort of backwards. You get that main body of the attack to do some things, and those solo individual players cut off rotations, grab a cheeky kill on a lurk, take a quick peek, survive and gather information. But they're the ones actually trying to instigate.
Yeah, just making the main pack feel sort of surrounded.
Well, it's making it, yeah, it's surrounded and just kind of desperate because you're at, you know, 3 versus 5, 3 versus 4 disadvantage.
2-round lead now for Rebels as they search for map point again. They've had a number of chances. You would imagine at this point it would be the one that would force map 3 of this series. Into the open, Khan will go. It is Casey to hit the deck. So for the first time in overtime 3, it is Nemiga to grab themselves an opening kill. And for it to go untraded. Look at this, smoke fades away, 2 players revealed on the other side of it. Flay makes sure he gets some impact. He's going aggressive on this play. He's got another one right below him, and Sway has the double up for Nemiga. Now Innocent's come over, and he has been a hero at times in this exact position on the B bomb side. When all looks lost, Innocent has saved him. And he gets into the smoke, he hears that plank going down, but he doesn't want to go just yet. It would be death to walk through this smoke. He's just going to let it fade away and hope the element of surprise of him being this close is the play that allows them back into this. As Olymp waits patiently, Innocent has slipped around the back. Khan goes down. That frees up Olymp to move forward, and it has to be Olymp, but he's taking damage now. 10 HP, stuck inside a connector, and Nemiga won't let this one go. Surely they won't let this one go.
Just do it.
Santer, oh my god!
No
way! Olymp's got utility for this as well! Sway has an AWP. Olymp's trying to find the bomb, taps that defuse into the open, time's the limiting factor, but Olymp gets on the defuse, but is there time? Oh my god, Olymp, what a clutch! Nemiga, let it go!
Get him out.
There is no way!
A 1v2 with 3 HP, and now a 1v3 with 10 HP. But I want to say this really quick about that, because that is spectacular from Olymp, but I don't want to take that away from him. Innocent is the god. Innocent hiding in that smoke was a missile to activate Olymp, to try and activate a way for his teammate to get involved in the fight. Waits in that smoke, and he is just targeted towards Dark to open up that avenue for Olymp. But these clutches make no sense.
I'm glad you agree.
How can nobody from Nemiga hit anyone in like these 2v1s, 3v1s?
There's no recovery from this now. Like, you have to win every single round.
Like, this is a 4-on-2. And again, another post plant on Anubis where Nemiga just looked lost. How's nobody watching?
Zancer loves fighting, bro. Like, he just, look at it. Just fight. And to be fair, Olaf does very well here on his own to maneuver himself into a winnable clutch. But yeah, don't break your headset. Don't break your headset. But
he's like, I want to give you a kiss, but I cannot make it over that far.
Can't make it. Cable not long enough. This is it now. Surely, Rebels, look how many chances they have to close out this map, Jason. There's no way in which Nemiga have a flawless CT half.
Well, let's find out. Look, crazier things have happened.
I just can't believe it.
I can think of 2 in this game alone.
True. Well, based on watching Nemiga so far, there just isn't enough to make you think they're going to be consistently clean enough to take 3-round wins in a row. But then again, Rebels have never been able to close the map, so I'm just along for the ride.
I'm ready to change rides. I'm ready to change to Ancients. I've seen enough.
Get me off. We just strapped in, endlessly going on loop-to-loops. Gotta say though, this was a good roller coaster. Mid push from Lear. Dink is in. Trade is there. Well, not even really. They're not essential. There's no trade. It's just damage. And flight.
Rebels T-sides have looked so much better when they've gotten man advantages. The way they're slowing it down. I say that. You mentioned Xanter loves a fight. Almost could have cleaned those up. So does Zwei. Zwei loves a fight as well. He wants them to gain no ground, give them no inch. 21-19. I say that, but it is low HP on a Rebels player, and there are 3 Nemiga players, so there's a great potential this round is actually won
by
somehow. And I know there's only 20 seconds, but it doesn't matter.
It's okay, Jason.
He's going to find a way.
It's okay. He's not
like Jurassic
not
Park. He's going to find a way.
He's not winning this one. He's not. We can relax. No. The turn away was a little unfortunate, but time is on their side.
Thank God.
Yeah.
At least the clock can win rounds.
Yeah.
Can win clutches.
I love how willing Nemiga are to swing. They swing in every fight. Apart from the one they needed to swing.
Yeah, I know. They take every single fight in the game except for a 2-on-1.
So we didn't have Amcal and Nip here, but we do have Rebels.
No, look,
Nemiga,
look,
this
no,
game is way better.
Don't do that. I was gonna say, don't do that to him.
Way better.
Don't do that to him. This one's exciting.
No, but I'm just drawing it back to what we've seen today.
Yeah.
Where the top comment on the HLTV forum or the HLTV match page was, NIP versus Amco would be great right about now, Jason. That's how we started today. But this is delivering more than that ever could. Here's all the swings. That's why he's like, all right, well, it didn't work out for my teammates who stood in this position, but surely they can't expect another CT to appear in the blink of an eye. So it worked out real well for Zwei. He cleaned up. But still got a couple more of those to go, and then you've got another overtime. That would be overtime number 4. Ooh, Xanter. He's happy about that, but yeah, well, how many times has Xanter given up a pick to fly?
True. And we saw him take that same kind of play with that smoke and molly combo plenty throughout this game so far. He's even tanked tons of damage from the Molotov to make that exact peak, and Rebels just so ready for it. The variety of plays that he's been trying to make in that position is pretty limited. But Nemiga has the read. They know exactly what's coming.
The defense is put in place. but will it be strong enough to hold? With that flash, he gets the off the cake, but it's a big peek. A follow-up kill from Khan on the other side, and they have broken Rebels' attack, but they are going back to the B-bomb site, and Sway's already left. Sway has already left, but he's getting back in time. Now he realizes it's a play to the B-bomb site, but they've already taken control. They've already got into the site.
Wait for your team.
The angle, and he goes alone. He gives the chance away, and now Risky Bob, what does he decide to do? He's got a long wraparound if he commits to this. He's got to go around B main, which means they have to wait to the final few seconds to pull off this retake. Fortunately, they've got utility.
Unfortunately, it looks like Kisarek has chosen to stick around inside the bomb site, so they haven't really widened this defense in the post plant.
Well, let's see. Can Rebels close this map? Can they finally put an end to this mess? But it does not look like it. Nemiga keep fighting forward. 20 rounds secured. And that was a 5v4 in favor of Rebels that Nemiga flipped back their way. One round away from overtime 4. And a flawless CT side, which I said was not possible, Jason.
There's been a couple things that aren't possible in this game that have come to fruition. 4 versus 5, and Khan's op is the deciding, dictating factor of that defense.
It's okay.
All you really can say on that moment is, it's okay. We'll get him next time. One more chance for Rebels.
Because if one thing's guaranteed in this game is there will always be a next time, Jason. Another overtime. It's just right around the corner.
What was it? 2 chances in regulation?
2 chances in overtime number 1. Then they were behind. Rebels were behind in overtime.
Yeah, they had 1 chance to force triple overtime. Now they've had 3 chances. So 5 to 6 total chances for Rebels to actually close out this map, and all of them have been lost. On one level, it's like credit to Nemiga to keep fighting back in these situations and standing tall. But both teams having a lot of issues closing out the opportunities that they're giving themselves.
Well, Xanter just fights. And he gets a jewel that goes his way this time. Instead of giving up the opener, he gets the opener. A difference for Nemiga. And now here come Rebels at the 48 second mark. They're about to walk into Xanter, who has a smoke in his hands. Now this time he doesn't die to the AWP of play, but it's still coming at him. And it's a big swing from Xanter. It's a kill and it's damage. Finished off by Khan. And here comes the rotate. Oh, here comes Khan. Big shot out of heaven. Another piece of impact from the Kazakhstani AWPer. And this one is about to come to a close again. It is another overtime. A flawless defense from Nemiga. And we go into overtime number 4.
Crazy. None of them can just find the killing blow, but Khan in this version of overtime was a beast. Nemiga's got to be giving him so many props at the moment. Hype your boy up, because you got more Counter-Strike to play. He saved your ass.
Find out what he's going to be like in overtime number 4.
Yeah,
it comes
stay
up
tuned.
in just a moment. Oh, Rebels. Oh, Rebels. How many chances do they need?
How many do Nemiga need?
Well, that's true. But they've had they've only
had one to close it out.
They've had one to close it.
But they had the easiest chance of all of them.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They just needed to kill one guy with 3 HP.
They had the most opportune.
Well, you can see that living and dying by the sword is certainly the mantra for Xanter. And this is a round where his fighting works. The referee just chuckling along, not believing how long this game is going on for. Well, Rebels, let's see if they can win a T round in this overtime. They get to start there. Oh, this is interesting. A dive out the window, some aggression into the canal. Fantastic flashes, and a great double kill from Zwei.
That's a really cool play that they didn't bust out at all in regulation or any of the OTs. They've had, like, I think 1 round really of that kind of canals pressure, but not quite to that extent.
Here's the fight. Xanter's always looking to get one.
Don't move, Bob. Fall back, if anything.
Don't be risky, Bob.
Yeah, be conservative, Bob.
Everyone's doing it these days.
Safety, Bob.
Bob the safety. All right, Bob, it's all on you. Don't be defined by the titles. Don't be defined by the names. Be the Bob you want to be. And it's a big kill outside of B main. Kisserek goes down. Bob is delivering on all fronts. It's Flay left alone. And he has got Bob. Flay's in the middle of the site. He's actually managed to get around the obelisk. And does he win this, Jason? Does he pull this off? Bob got away.
No, oh, he might. I don't know if this is going to clear. Oh, he's flicked down. Good luck, Bob. Oh, USP. He never reloaded the M4.
Dude,
he never reloaded the M4.
Bob's on 3 HP.
I'm
my God, he's in the open with utility.
Oh, I can't do it. Dinko, take it.
I got it. Flay plants the bomb, looking to secure the 1v2 against Bob on 3 HP.
No.
The grenade comes
Jesus.
in. Bob's dead. It's just so crazy. How is Flay allowed to win it? How many rounds can Nemiga let slip in this fashion? It's getting ridiculous.
There's just how is there no cohesion? Are they communicating in these 3v1s? Like, just relax. You have him boxed in. He's got to plant the bomb. It's like everyone thinks I'm going to be the one to end it on my own.
I'm going to be the hero.
I don't need any teammates.
Rebels win a T round, something they couldn't do in overtime 3 to close out this map.
Another, by the way, in overtime, that's now a 2v1-1, or excuse me, a 1v2-1, a 1v3-1, and now another 1v3-1. All in overtime.
Here comes the fight in mid. Lear to come out on top of it. Innocent falls by the wayside. Nemiga have an advantage, but we found out that doesn't really mean a whole lot. Sometime. And a Molotov towards the pillar as Zway will eventually have eyes on connector. It's going to be a B split from Rebels. 2 through B main, 2 through dark, and there is a huge setup here designed to deal with this kind of threat. 3 CTs in the bomb site. Zway's going to be heated up, so he's forced into the open. He's gone. So one of the defenders immediately taken away. Lyra's died, Xanter's gone, and the advantage now falls completely in favor of Rebels. But O limps off the platform, Risky Bob gets caught on the other side of the obelisk, and Nemiga's defense does not hold water, and Rebels flood right through.
But you need water to flood? It would need to hold the water if there was going to be a flood.
No, but if it's a dam, it floods right through, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's how I was thinking about it.
It's an unimportant
It doesn't
detail.
hold back the water, Jason.
At the moment,
the water floods
I
right
have
through.
nothing else to say.
It doesn't hold water, Jason. That's my kind of logic.
Okay, I like it. Well, let us know on Twitter what you think.
Yeah. You know what the great thing about this game is? Everybody who's watching right now at home, including us, we're all going to be part of a niche cult following that experience this game live, because Navi's playing MOUZ right now, and that's what most people are watching. But
we're
only
all in
people
this together
that watch this game will truly know what we are witnessing today.
Yeah, there's going to be a very unique club. We might make jackets.
Yeah, we have a unique bond now with you at home.
Nice round from Rebels. Khan does his best to hold on to the off at the end of the day, but it's ripped out of his hands.
Yeah.
4 MP9s.
Here they come into the B-bomb site. Sway's got the first, Risky Bob on the second, but the attack is fighting back. And once again, it's Innocent with some impact. They've taken over the B-bomb site. Lear and Xanter, not this time. It's got to be a flawless T-side from Nemiga. Surely now we're going to see Ancient.
You have to assume so. You have to assume there's gonna be one round win on this CT side. I don't know how many more times Nemiga can actually fight back. And it's crazy to think that they've been able to stay in this game this deep and this long, considering how many post plants they've lost and scattered in, to consider how many clutches. Like, normally, if you're fighting back constantly to force another OT, you're the one winning the clutches. Like, you're winning it in, like, crazy, like, it's all backwards.
It is.
Well, tasked with winning 3 in a row. They did it in the previous OT, but that was on the CT side. Now they get blanked on their CT side. They got to win 3-0 on the T side, which they've kind of gotten a hang of. It looked really rough, you know, if you go the deeper back you go. They figured some things out. They've started having success across the map, but to think that they're going to win 3 straight.
I blisko se to uwaga. Yes! Let's go! Brawo! Teraz tego nie odpuściłem.
Every single round of the T side of overtime number 4 required by Nemiga. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it in overtime 3 where they were in the same position. They had to win every single round. On the CT side, they actually did it. They forced another overtime. But you just have to believe in the ability of Rebels to win one defensive round to take this map and send us into Ancient. Svei, don't know how he's alive, but he is. And here comes Enter through the connector. Good damage done. Great work done from Nemiga. 5 versus 3 setup off the back of those 2 early openings.
And they're going to come right through the smoke, so all the chances are there to pull this round back. Sway just slides on through, can't connect the shots as Casey. So Nemiga at least get their first of 3 required rounds on the board, and they want to hunt down this last M4. They want to inflict that economic damage.
Something about Anubis and these endless overtime extravaganzas. We did have the Amedi game, if you remember back.
True.
Pro League. That was on Anubis. Don't think we're going to quite get that far, but who knows at this point. Don't think we can count anything out. Just some great work early in this round, being able to pick up the first 2 off the back of some util. Casey really struggled to track his opponent. Couldn't really get the crosshair on him.
All right, here we go. 2 more rounds Nemiga needs. That round, Rebels just get caught half-assing a little bit of aggression in B main and caught in limbo, trying to fall back, trying to press forward, neither available to him now. Gonna attempt this split, and this is what works so well in regulation. Xanter again, and he's gonna start stepping up. Plenty more impact coming out from Xanter now as this overtimes have gotten deeper and deeper. And Nemiga's loving that.
Well, Innocent has been the god from this position, but...
Yeah, but look at how much more calm and collected it is right now from Nemiga, where it hasn't been in the previous overtimes. Like, getting the opening 2 entry kills, and then everyone just chilling and waiting. Next round of utility comes out to activate the next step of the map control. Now it's looking clean.
It's because of, you know, they like to play with pressure, Jason. They like to be on the brink of losing the map. That's what they love. Gets that extra percentage out of them. Now they're 1 round away from having a flawless T side to force another overtime. Flight hanging on.
Huge.
Yep, hangs on to the AWP. That is huge that he's able to keep it. And we'll see if that makes a difference here for Rebels to see if they can finally close out this map and force us into Ancient. I've lost count of how many chances they've had now on the Rebels side of things to close out this map.
Well, they got 1 more. So at least that. That's all that matters.
Yeah,
doesn't matter how many they've lost.
That is the only number that really matters.
It just matters how many more they got, and it's 1. Shuffling through notes. I feel like once you're in overtime 4, those don't really matter anymore. Everyone's getting a little crazy. And if you got notes on the insanity that we're seeing from time to time, fair play.
Yes, in the last round of overtime 4, they like to do this, Jason. They've got that written down for sure. First to 25 round wins here in overtime number 4. Rebels at 24-23. Nemiga about to have a flawless T-side if they can collect this round victory. And look at this, Kisarek let off the leash, aggression, and it's worked out for Kisarek. But can they trade him? They will eventually. Numbers evened out after the chaos in middle.
And that's actually kind of cool from Rebels. They have not really had a whole lot of aggression on their own CT side. Outside of those peaks from B main, they really haven't done a whole lot of it. Maybe catching Nemiga off guard, but thankfully they equalize things into a 3v3 in the mid round. And look at how spread Rebels is. We've seen them kind of collapse on a bomb site and stack it at a random guess, but I think the pressure is too much that it's really hard to make that call. You still want to be able to track and keep eyes on different parts of the map. The decision to shift and stack something is on Olymp. He's the one who's got to read the situation. And with an alt positioned at the A bomb site, he says, I'm going to help the rifler. Unfortunately, he does it at the perfect time for Nemiga as they start to slide in towards middle. And this could either be a disaster or beautiful for Flay. He smoked off A main, but he's got to have his crosshair towards camera at the right time.
We asked the question.
But if when that smoke fades...
Well, he asked the question, will saving that all make the difference? And it looks like it will. Flay with the collateral shot. It suddenly falls to just Khan. And Rebels have been on the brink of winning this map countless times. But this moment looks like it is finally the one. Khan waits at the bricks. Dives down into the site. It has been a roller coaster of emotion and moments, but finally Anubis is over. Rebels will force Ancient in this best of 3. Their run at the RMRs is not yet over, and for Nemiga, they will have to just mentally reset and try and come back into this game again for that 3rd and final map.
Man, this is just turned into a best of 5. They essentially played like 2 or 3 maps right here just now. That's so intense, so much energy, and how crushing it's got to feel for Nemiga. And it will go back to the inexperience factor of players and teams. We know that the professional teams in a situation like this have gotten very, very good at bouncing back between maps, of forgetting the Counter-Strike that's already been played and moving on to the next map. That's going to be the question coming into Ancient. If you're Nemiga and you come out flat on Ancient, you can just get buried. They have to be very careful. So Coach has got a big job to do to get his boys focused up, moving forward and thinking about the future, thinking about Ancient. And for Rebels, you're just going to be so happy you're able to outlast them.
Well, it's definitely had its exciting moments. It's had its memorable moments as well, Jason. Some mind-bending. But I enjoyed it. I think it was crazy. It was chaotic. But it really delivered. And we've got a 3rd and final map to decide who is going home here at the Perfect World. Shanghai Major, European RMR A. 0-3. This is a 0-2 matchup. And right now it's hard to call after a map like that.
Yeah, how can you? How can you have it lean any way going into the 3rd map? Just absolute insanity coming out. And I mean, you can see too, like it's almost, the verge of winning is almost harder to deal with than the verge of losing to an extent.
I mean, the highlight package is probably going to be as long as some of the maps we've seen in this tournament so far. It was just so ridiculously long.
I don't want to see this round again, please no.
Oh yeah, this could have been it.
You.
This could have been it, should have been it, and wasn't it. In fact, Kisarek getting the job done on 3 HP, massive moment from him.
Just
look at the relief. Look at the absolute relief after that. Kept the map going, and
here's the other 1v3.
Yeah, this one was tough to watch too, wasn't it? Xanser just swinging into the open. Olip getting a free fight. Great job. But I think for Rebels, it's great to see them actually win this map because they deserve it. They got to the brink so many times.
It's nice to see with the stakes being this high that we've got a competitive series down the stretch. You know, Vertigo was just annihilated by Nemiga. Xanter was a monster. He was a beast. He was pedestrian for like the second half and overtime, like
Give
1
away
and 2.
A lot of opening fights.
Yeah, and that was something that some of those T sides got away from Nemiga for far too long, where a lot of individuals trying to make a play instead of like kind of the pack, the group that was moving around the map, and you know, the really fast, aggressive hits got really chaotic. Details got lost. It was when they started to slow it down that it started looking better, but it was kind of too little, too late for that style to really have long-term impact on how the game was going to be, the outcome of the game itself. So shout out to Rebels. 25-23. That's impressive tenacity to stay in that, despite the fact that it was so difficult to close out.
Yeah, shout out to Olin, man. He had a real rough first half of the game. As soon as he switched to the CT side, he started finding a lot of impact, and then in overtime, the amount of crucial kills he picked up were huge. So he did a fantastic job, and a big reason as to why we're going to this decider map of Ancient.
Yeah, that 1v3, man. I cannot get over some of those clutches. That's what's going to stick in my head the most.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to stick in your head, but we've got a
3 HP 1v2 Dinko and a 10 HP 1v3.
Yeah.
I'm mind blown.
Well, that's all behind us, as now we get ready for this third and final map. We've got more of this series coming up after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had some time to rest, recuperate, and get ready for what might be a mental final map. We've got Ancient coming up. Anubis, it's over, Jason.
It is over.
It's done. There was a lot happened on that, but now we've got Ancient.
We do now have Ancient, and I'll be honest with you, this is the part of the show where I tell you what you could expect to see, and I, to be frank, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see on Ancient. I don't know what we're going to get here on this map. I don't know how it's going to be able to stack up to the insanity that we just saw on Anubis, which, while ugly and mistake-ridden, extremely entertaining. I don't know how Ancient can stack up to it.
Well, it's like a three-part story. We started with Vertigo.
We blow out in the favor of Nemiga.
Yeah. And we have, the problem,
conflict. What was the middle act of this three-part story?
It was just everything, really. It had all kinds of conflicts, ups and downs, emotional trauma, everything. And now this third and final map, this is going to be the resolution for one of these teams. It will be heartbreak for one of them, as they will be eliminated. This is a 0-2 game here at the European RMR.
And I mentioned it when we saw those kind of crazy clutches coming out on Anubis. It's going to be more heartbreaking for Nemiga if they have to look back after being eliminated in a third map and see the fashion in which they lost some of those clutches. If they have to replay those moments, it's going to be devastating. Now, obviously, if you can look at this, they've played this map plenty. 26 times, if my maths is correct, to the 21 times of Rebels. So, I mean, pretty solid for both teams. I'm actually kind of shocked looking at this and seeing the amount of times Nemiga has played Anubis versus Rebels and how much more disorganized they look in most situations.
So what we're saying is throw these out the window and just kind of...
like, honest to God, like after that map too, like, and again, just to talk about like the pressure of the situation, like throw all of it out the window because the intensity and the pressure is clearly affecting the players and their decision making and their ability and how they want to play these scenarios. And I mean, that just means like no matter what you might think Ancient is going to have in store for us in terms of which team is supposed to win, which team is going to be looking clean and not so like it doesn't mean anything at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just
the nervousness changes everything.
Cleanse the palate and get ready to go into this one because this is going to be something you haven't tasted before. We've got Ancient coming up and we're going to get these players in the seats. They probably wanted a little bit extra rest than usual in between the maps to power up and get ready to go again. And I think something I'm going to keep an eye on is we were singing Xanter's praises a lot on the opening map because he had a great game and he wasn't losing many jewels. But I think on the second map, I've learned a new criticism, and he's a little too aggressive for my liking, Jason.
Yeah, loves a fight. And I mean, obviously, you could see on Vertigo when he's having a great game the positive side of it.
Sure. And
you can see on Anubis sometimes the negative side of that kind of way of playing the game. And look, there's been plenty of players that we've seen kind of filter through these levels of Counter-Strike that have had that same tendency. It is one of those things that kind of has to get worked out when you start playing better competition and realize how frequently those plays will get punished, and you have to kind of develop another aspect of your own game so that your decision can go past, oh, I have a fight available, That being said, I mean, he is an extremely important piece of this team, as we've seen a number of times. Like when he's having impact, when he does find those moments where the fights are going in his favor, extremely impactful. And it's not the time right now to change that style. So if you're Xanter, still go for your fights. Still make those really aggressive decisions. I think the biggest thing that Nemiga can do and have a conversation about between maps is if we clean up some post plants, forget the clutches that cannot leave my brain for whatever reason. If you just think of some of the post plants they played in regulation, especially on their T side, so disorganized to where like they weren't even really comfortable knowing what spots they were going to play and what spots their teammates were playing and be able to put themselves in positions to work with their teammates. It's like they willfully elected to play individual brand of Counter-Strike and post plants, and it was a disaster a number of times. And that's, I think, what if I'm the coach, that's what I'm focusing on. Like, guys, as soon as that bomb gets planted, start communicating. While the bomb's getting planted, start communicating. Where are you playing? Can you tell the bomb planter where to go so he doesn't have to make a decision? Make the decision for him. I'm playing here. Go here afterwards. You help your teammates out. Make the decision making easier on each other so that you don't have to be under so much pressure, so that you have an idea and a sense of what this bomb site and what the hold is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the couple of situations in particular, the round where they have a 3 HP player stuck at jail, they could have closed the game out on.
You just had to talk about the clutches, didn't you?
Yeah, I just had to. That is a communication thing, right? That is...
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 swing.
You win the round, you win the map.
Yeah,
You're done.
but again, that speaks to the pressure they're under, because that's where, when you are that nervous and when you do have that much pressure and the stakes of this game, it is where the comms shut down. It is where you stop kind of talking, because you're just so mentally locked up and so mentally focused on what you're doing that you forget to kind of communicate and work with the other people that are still alive around you, and that has to disappear. And it's a tough thing. It's easier said than done, especially when you're playing for such an important situation.
Something you said closing that map is the top teams are so used to conceding a map and mentally resetting and having to come back in. These aren't the top teams in Counter-Strike. So I am intrigued to see how Nemiga start this game, because
the start is going to be very important.
Yeah.
Very, very important to them. If they go down like 5-0 to start Ancient or something like that, like that's a world where you can very easily see that snowballing out of control, and seeing a world in which they really struggle to even get back into the game to begin with. So they've got to be on peak form right out of the gate. This is where, again, you'd look to Xanter and you think of the pistol round he had, CT side Vertigo, quad kill with the dualies in a crazy situation. That's where you'd look to like someone like him and say, we'd love to have a great pistol run. Like, you can't just say that to him, but like, you really want to have your star players step up to get you off to a hot start.
Yeah, I think it's live into the pistol right now. We have a slight issues. I'm watching it from the screen right now from Rebels.
It's a tough angle. Cast us, Dinko.
Yeah, I'm going to try, but currently it looks like Rebels into the B bomb site. Quite
does look like that's the B bomb site.
And it's going to have to be a retake scenario being set up now from Nemiga as they get back into it. Looks like they just lost another member, which is a little unfortunate. Looks like Rebels looking good into this pistol round, and the T side will pick up the pistol round victory. So it did look like that was the case.
Yeah, not a lot of celebrations, so Rebels taking the pistol.
Yes, the T side of Rebels.
The T side. You've got better eyes than me, apparently, Dinko. Oh yeah, those are USPs.
Yep.
All right, well, there's that.
Well, this is the new unique way.
There's that slow start we didn't want them to have.
Yeah,
you
true.
know?
They lost the pistol round, and so now they're gonna have to come back into this. It doesn't look like they went for a force buy, so just USPs coming into the second round of play here. They're gonna try a boost.
Yeah, give us a little stack.
Boost over towards A as well. So it's a stack towards the A bomb site coming in right now.
Hoping they just kind of wander into things.
Yeah. Well, that's the best case scenario coming in. If they do just walk into this A bomb site, not quite sure. Can't see the minimap from here, but it doesn't look like they're getting any fights towards A at the moment. Rebels should just play.
No, I got it. Rebels spreading out into a nice default.
Exactly.
They're waiting for any kind of cheese, any kind of crazy pushes. They're just seeing the lay of the land. They want to make sure they're not going to get caught off guard by any kind of insane push out of the Nemiga side. Don't want to walk into a nade stack. Obviously the MAC-10 player is likely going to be the one who has the freedom to kind of hunt and search out a bomb site, low risk weapon. Now we're starting to see on a timing. They hear some
bomb just went down BJ's.
Yeah, they're hearing some utility and some bombing plan on the other side of the map, so you're getting that nice push out of the Nemiga side.
Yeah, so bomb is planted on B, and they're starting to realize that's the USPs have moved out of A main.
And at this point, you might as well just start setting up for some exit kills.
Exactly.
You know?
Get some damage. And if you're on the Rebel side of things, you don't really want to throw anything away, do you, Jason?
No, be very cautious, especially with the AK-47s. Want to make sure they're paired up with somebody to protect them. If you get one of those AK-47s investigating on their own, it can be a nightmare situation. Oh, a little bit of a duel. Here we are.
There we go.
Yeah.
And this is the Chinese feed, so we don't have any sound at the moment, but we will get that sorted as soon as possible. But it's nice to have this view regardless, as Innocent looks into the mid-fight. And he's going to have some easy times cleaning up with that MAC-10. So money about to be made for Innocent. We see Lear and Risky Bob go down. And that lovely sponsor as well down on the left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very important.
Haven't seen that yet.
I had neither.
So 2-0 start here for the Rebels.
But condoms are your friends, kids. Just throwing that out there.
Throwing that out there.
Just saying.
Yeah. The Nemiga, though, they're going to buy for the first time here, Jason.
Yeah. No AWP yet in the field of play. Lear drops down to the FAMAS for some extra utility. No kits as I get adjusted to the new HUD. And a lack of head armor on a few players, so the Galils, the MAC-10 can all be impactful. How aggressive do they want to be out mid? There's that deep utility. Great late flashbang from the T side, but Risky Bob gets his vision back at the perfect moment. He's got that USP out again. That bit him in the ass on Anubis.
It did.
Yeah, you don't want to do it here.
Got bit in the ass for sure.
Reload those rifles.
Now setting up into an A play, but they've actually called it off for the Rebels for the time being. And here we are, ready to go. Sound back on and action about to go. Innocent about to attack out, flashes in. Risky Bob under a little bit of pressure now, and he's blasted out of position, but Sway's alongside of him. And eventually, it will be a 3v3 with Rebels looking to try and plant that bomb. But the problem is, Can is still here, and you've also got Xanter in towards the donut, but great utility put in place at the right moment.
Oh, another one as well. Xanter's going to be pushed forward. Oh, he might have made that decision regardless, but Lear comes through the smoke at the same exact time. Good teamwork from Nemiga.
Oh, and Xanter, no problems in terms of taking Kisarek out of there. So as soon as the guns come out, it is a round victory for Nemiga, although money is still very good for Rebels. He didn't take a lot of damage in the first few rounds, so they've got plenty of cash.
And equally, the 3 kills is going to be nice. Rebels have the economy still at a very brittle point for Nemiga, not a clean win in that round, so they're going to invest everything to make sure they can get the utility. Kit picked up on Risky Bob. He had that opening kill down middle. And Rebels going to come right back into this. Instant smokes coming out. Cave in Red Room smoked off for the T's. B double doors smoked off for Nemiga's defense.
Smoke out towards the doors. Comes just a little bit late to pin the Rebels players behind it. They actually got in front of that smoke and are able to walk up B lane now because of it. Smoke fades away in front Jag as well. And Rebels just having a look, making sure it's clear. Leo around the corner. Kisarek and Casey ready to go in towards Lear, who begins to spray. Probably should have got something out of that. Fortunately, Khan was with him, but only 1 kill from Khan.
This is perfect for Rebels. Exactly what you want. And even Zwei stuck down middle. Olymp can handle this. Making sure that Xanter isn't falling back to deal with the Red Room push. Just wants to stay alive. But no way for the Nemiga players to join up and actually work with this as a unit. Xanter gonna slide forward, no smoke, no kit.
Xanter taps, but no way he was gonna win it. So Rebels up to 3-1. And we're getting that slow start for Nemiga. It's a little unfortunate. They won their gun round, but back down to the eco.
Exactly. This is what queues up Rebels to get that early lead that can actually just bury Nemiga. So we'll see what happens in the next gun round and how many rounds Rebels can build upon this. But that's exactly what they would have wanted after losing a round in which they get 3 kills and just immediately respond. Really nice trading on their way into the B bomb site. And Olymp able to gain a lot of space over towards Red Room, cutting off the rotation, cutting off the flank. Rebels heating up into this map.
Olymp waiting for the swing of the pistols coming in towards Olymp. Got to deal with a lot of targets, and yeah, eventually just too many targets. He's peppered down by the USPs. Kisarek getting involved. He wants some of that action. He wants some of those eco kills, so give it to him. 3Ks for Kisarek. 7-2 start for him individually speaking. Had a lot of great moments on Anubis, especially early on.
I mentioned the focus between Mapster and Nemiga surely has got to be, I mean, one, talking about the post-plant situations, but also just like the taking the focus off of Anubis, getting that into the back of your mind and moving on to Ancient. If you're Rebels, that conversation is like, yeah, we need to get some details about what we want to do on Ancient to make sure we're on the same page, but let's enjoy the celebration for a moment for that long, drawn-out affair, and let's make sure all the players are loving the vibes and loving the results of how they actually won the map in such a tight situation. You want to keep that confidence up, and it is. Challenges right at elbow out of the gate, 2 opening kills, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to work a 5 versus 3.
Shot from Olymp. Kisarek able to come back in as well.
And they were the much better team of winning the advantages they gave themselves early on in the round on Anubis. They were the much better team of saying, we just got 1 or 2 kills, let's calm it down and play it slow and see what we get.
Yeah, advantages in terms of rounds and kills, but certainly not advantages in terms of map points. They had 10 of those.
Yeah, you're correct.
Eventually got it. I did like how HLTV, by Striker actually, he summed up this map in a pretty succinct way. So
Oh, what'd he say?
can't really say that on broadcast, but if you want to say it, Jason, I'll let you do it.
I don't know. I don't have the page open.
So if you go to the short, right there, top one, yeah, you're looking at the most recent news story. It's FaZe Collateral ends the quad OT map.
I don't see it.
No,
I don't have it on mine. So it all falls onto you, Dinko.
Well, okay.
Okay, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to do it.
No, I'm quoting rather.
Quoting, okay.
Quoting HLTV. It says,
It can't be that bad if it's on HLTV.
they called it a clusterfuck of a map.
Jesus.
So that is quoting HLTV. Quoting HLTV.
Those I would like to reiterate, those are not my words.
Yes, HLTV by Striker 21 minutes ago.
Shout out to Striker, he's a real one.
So yeah, there's a few more bad words in there, but that was kind of the gist.
Okay, yeah, the gist of it, we got that.
Yeah.
Bet czyste 100%.
Albo pa.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the smoke hit towards elbow.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, great work. As we transition smoothly back into the game. There's quite a bit of cash left over here for Nemiga for the next round, but it's not really looking too pretty here. But at least they've got some B-lane control, and that smoke is going to keep Rebels behind the doors for the time being. But they've got all the utils stored up for a later stage in this round for Rebels.
If Xanter is going to stick here, I feel like Lear needs to move back down the ramp and be ready to pounce on contact. Pretty decent chip damage done by the 5-7. Beautiful, nice headshot. Just jiggle peeking with the 5-7. He wants more. And Kisara cannot land the shots with the AK-47. This is turning into a little bit of a scary, awkward engagement as the brute force attempt to get through double doors has backfired. Quick glance to check how much time is left in the round because they still don't have B lane control, and that's got to be a concern. And really not adjusting around the map to look elsewhere. Mid players not applying any pressure. No presence at the A bomb site. And Xanter is trusting Lear to keep a close eye on middle. This is chewed a lot of time off the clock. I'm surprised Nemiga hasn't rotated more players over to the B bomb site. It's coming in now.
This double stack, they don't see the second player, so Lear has to be traded out eventually by Olymp. Oh, gets deagled. 2v2.
A chance.
Small chance, but yes, certainly a chance in this round. Sve gets close. What a shot! Innocent into the open. Suddenly just Flay to try and close this one out. And the AWP misses the first opportunity. There's no kid on their back, so it's a 10-second stick, and Flay isn't going. Flay isn't around the corner. They're just gonna hold it. 10 seconds defuse all the way. Stopped by Flay at the last second. Oh, God. Well, at least they won the round, you know. It came down to the 9 embers, but Rebels,
they've
got it.
They didn't regain control of double doors in B lane until 28 seconds on the clock. That shot with the deagle onto Innocent is beautiful. Good 1v2 though from Flay. Again, the clutch is heading in the direction of Rebels, much like Anubis. It's continuing here. Now a 5-round lead. That slow start from Nemiga has come to pass, and it's a recovery mission now. Khan was a monster in overtime with the AWPs. Oh no, and he's gonna be alone, and he's picked off. Innocent even brings Xanter down. Huge advantage for Rebels as they continue to just battering ram this defense.
And that worry that we had about Nemiga just disappearing if this game got off to a slow start is starting to come to reality. There's a couple of gun rounds now where it's just been a little bit too easy for Rebels. The closest round in recent memory is literally the last one with pistols, right? Down to the defuse, down to the wire. So the pole's on top right now.
It's time for a timeout.
Yeah. 7 rounds T side. Already a fantastic beginning to Ancient for the Rebels.
Elimination on the lines as well, remember, for those of you at home. Whoever loses this map is eliminated from the RMR. No chance of qualifying for the Major.
In last place as well.
Oh.
Okay, that's it. Great reactions.
Один звезду. Чё ты стоишь, блядь?
12-3 start from Kisarek in particular as well, really taking a strong lead for his squad. Here comes some of that utility down middle. Zwei, Risky Bob getting involved in the elbow fights. Smoke is up, Risky Bob looking to play around that smoke, while his teammates peek up onto the ledge. Fortunately for Nemiga, it is a passive setup for Rebels, not challenging through the elbow, but here they come now, right into the open. Olymp goes 1 for 1. With Risky Bob.
That's not bad, all things considered as well. That's a really good way to get an opening pick and getting it without taking a whole lot of damage as well. Question now is, do you feel like that's... Ooh, that's a missed Molotov. Question now is, do you feel like that's enough pressure alleviated in middle for you to actually take that part of the map? Look at Nemiga's defense. They've all rotated over to the A bomb site because once again, Xanter just holding on to the double doors. But as long as Innocent doesn't play and waits for either teammates to come back or that mid control to come in, however, with this rotation and how long it's taking for Rebels to line this up, it's activating Zwei to push A main, which means Olymp is in trouble. Or is he?
Well, that is a quick question to ask, and he's not in trouble. What a shot. Olymp's sharp.
And now they can work Xanter. Kind of.
Nope, they didn't look. They didn't even look at him. Now one decision to look at Xanter with a 3K, nearly taking everything from that one spot, but Flay will deny, but Khan in the corner will not be checked.
Knife.
And he'll take the kill with bullets instead. So, yeah, I mean, just not looking into the cubby, it's a little bit of a mistake, and Xanter making sure that they're punished for that.
How much time was left on the clock? Do you recall?
Probably enough to check that angle, Jason.
Not the check. I was just thinking about waiting for the smoke to clear.
Oh.
Because like if you're walking through that's not through a smoke, you are looking left as you come through, right? Like you are checking that cubby for that position.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much time was left. I'd have to go back and look at it, but...
I feel like it was like 35 seconds.
Yeah, it was definitely enough.
30 seconds? But I think also you're trying to hit like a timing of where like, you know, you saw that push towards A main, so you know they have the information. Yeah, weird scenario, and Xanter again provides impacts. Yeah, 30 seconds. So probably time to wait out the smoke, but obviously again, they know that A main push came in onto Olymp. So they're saying with that push, they know we're not going A. They're starting to piece this together, and we have to get into the B bomb site before everyone shifts back.
Boost up, Flay being put on top of the double stack. He's not too far off getting an opening chance, but he's damaged down low by utility, then finished off with bullets as Fi and Lear combined together, but Khan, he's under pressure inside the bomb site. Eventually, Kisarek getting rid of him. The tap onto the site. It's gonna be Zwei picking up a double kill out of cave. He's doing so much work in this round, he nearly even gets a third with a spam. And this round looks like it's stalled out for the Rebels, and going out into the smoke is Kisarek, and Zwei is able to get rid of himself. One from the grave as well from Kisarek, so he gets a little bonus kill at the end, but much better now from Nemiga.
Yeah, starting to lock this down a little bit. 2 rounds in a row, so coming back into things, but Rebels, I mean, you still have a chance to really punish this. Money's not great for the Nemiga side. You could make the last round a very haggard buy if you can win this one. They themselves running out of funds. So important to see who's going to have the advantage going into the final round of the half, and that's about it. But I mean, a 9-3 would actually be stellar for Rebels. Still already a very nice half.
Yeah, but you want to go into the second half with at least winning one extra round to feel pretty nice towards the end, rather than having that huge streak of round wins and stalling out completely. Tech issue at the moment, it would seem.
Well, it's not what you like to see in the third map of an elimination series if you're one of the players.
No, certainly not.
Hearing typing though, so it sounds like everyone's back ready. Short tech issue. A 13-8 win on Vertigo for Nemiga. And that was 28 kills out of Xanter. The obviously, 5 overtime thriller of Anubis won by Rebels outlasted.
The thriller, yes, the thriller. It was a
thriller,
it was a
objectively
ride.
speaking.
Yeah, I was all over the place. You know, it's a roller coaster, dips, dives, loop-de-loops, had everything really.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. That's from Dodgeball Dinko. You'll find about that later.
Okay.
That's a callback to map 1.
As we get to the end of this journey.
4-round lead at the moment. One player challenging, Innocent, gonna take down Lear. And that'll pull resources towards the B bomb site, which is perfect because they want to hit the A site. It's only Khan playing very far back in Temple, and this time he nails a shot.
Well, Rebels stay committed to their goal of trying to get into this A bomb site. Fire in the middle of the site slows things down. They have not been able to plant the bomb just yet, and given the fact that Nemiga hold the advantage, there's no further utility like smokes for Rebels. They just have to hope for a mistake. And Xanter's Shadow, it's always Xanter, man. He always gives you a way back in.
Yeah, it's too much. Again, looking for that next fight. But there's no more utility for Rebels, so they need more mistakes like that. Not going to get anyone pushing back up towards Temple. Khan's just going to hold for the peak. So Flay is going to... I imagine what happens is Flay drops out of Temple, looks towards Donut, try and plant in the corner with an AK-47 peering towards CT spawn. At this point, they're hoping Nemiga's going to say, maybe they've fallen back. However, some sound cues on the drop is going to disabuse Nemiga of that notion.
And the bomb plant denied upon a free peek out from Zwei. You can see the lack of utility really costing Rebels their opportunity to win this round. So in the end, it's going to be a shutdown play.
Oh, 2 tags.
Whacked against the wall. And it's going to be 7-4 as Nemiga have a chance to somehow make 5 rounds out of this.
And Rebels could have used the bonus money from that bomb plant. So we'll see. I would imagine, you know, Mac 10 or 2 come out. Galils will be out.
Yeah.
AK-47s won't be able to afford utility, some Tech 9s probably, and that opens up the playbook for some of those, you know, crazy faster plays, those little popish plays. 2 Mac 10s, a Tech 9, a Galil, and an AK-47. And we're headed to the A bomb site, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your butts.
All right, it's going to be a fast one. Rebels going out with flashes, led by the charge of Casey, to the demise of Casey. As Khan is ready to try and stop them from entering the bomb site. It's 1 kill. It's not going to be enough, really, to slow things down entirely. So a plant coming in for the Rebels is now a 3v5 post plant, but aggression from Kisarek. I like the move, I like the idea, but it hasn't worked out to the same extent he would have liked. His teammates now left in a 2v4.
Got to take a risk somewhere in this situation. Both push towards CT. Caught in a crossfire as the retake comes in from Donut. Flay's got his op, though.
Well, he does, but not connecting. Down to 1 HP, but that defuse stuck all the way. And that's the half. Nemiga able to pull 5 back into it. A string of 4 rounds in a row to round out the half.
Yeah, to end the half. So really good recovery at the end of the day. Still would have liked more. That slow start, brutal. It took them a while to get into this third and deciding map, but they are here. That's all you can really say about it. They have arrived to Ancient. And given themselves enough rounds to play with moving forward into the second half.
Yeah, it definitely was a worry, considering the start that they would just completely disappear for this third and final map. But we have once again got hope that this third and final deciding map will have the same kind of energy Anubis has, Jason. Or rather had.
Had.
Yep.
Well, you know, Anubis seemed pretty calm in the first half.
True.
You know?
It was kind of a sleeper game.
Yeah, it started really relaxed. Everything was going according to plan. Everything was textbook.
And then it erupted.
And then it got a little weird. And then we threw the textbook out. Then we went to detention.
Actually, I think we wrote down a few new ideas into the textbook.
Right. We actually started, it was like a class of conspiracy Counter-Strike of just going absolutely mental.
How to lose by both teams. Joe Berettis for Olymp and Casey. Rebels won the pistol in the first half. Looked like they won it rather convincingly as well. They had a bit of a faster pump, it looked like, into the B bomb site. This time Nemiga electing for something slower. So they'll have Khan inside of Elbow. And Lear will play in behind him.
Looks like they want to use this P250 to open up an avenue in middle. Blind shot spammed into the smoke. They're going to allow the P250 to duel on Khan over towards Donut. Kisarek wants that fight. Neither of them giving each other a clean look at it, though. Quick jiggles, quick fall back, and the dualies over in Cave.
Well, the dualies looked unleashed, but Casey unable to make the most of the situation whatsoever, so he gets down and out by Zwei, and the B-bomb site is now under a lot of pressure, so the plant is already locked in. If Rebels want to fight for this pistol win, they've got to pull off a retake, and you do have a kit and a smoke available on the back of Flay. So a little bit of extra time. And Kisarek, if he wins this fight, it's back on, but he doesn't. Not yet.
Ignores the fight, really.
Yeah, the fight will keep coming, as we always know it will. Nemiga kept throwing bodies at it. Olymp's even killed his own teammate, so that's the kit down. He's going to pick it up. I want some of the action, he says, and eventually he'll fall to the P250.
That's 5 in a row. 5 in a row for Nemiga going back to the first half.
Yeah. Rebels likely just to take the full eco. It's just about to be 6 in a row.
Yeah, that's the trend we saw from them back on Vertigo. Actually, both teams have been pretty conservative in their second round saves. We saw it out of Nemiga in the first half when we were on that weird monitor casting view.
Yeah. So I think they're just
full USPs. Everyone just wants to get the rifles and the resources out.
Yeah, and I like that idea, but it's fine. Great hold. 4 kills picked up in middle. Nemiga tie up the scoreline 7-7, and here comes the first CT buy for Rebels. So we'll get to see what their defense looks like. And hearing the rumbles of Harry Russell in the room next to me, I can tell you that the game of FaZe versus Vitality currently underway. That'll be over on the A stream.
All right, little chit chat here. Aspero's trying to, well, excuse me. As we're trying to get them ready for the first gun round. Everyone on the same page.
Yeah. Box just, again, just looking at the monitor.
Yeah,
of
that's
Lear.
the one. It was on the tip of my tongue, Dinko. Thank you.
Yeah. Box just hanging out. He only looks at Lear's monitor, you know? He only feels like I need to talk to the in-game leader. That's the only person I need to talk to.
Right. We need to have mind meld between myself and the IGL. Yes. Everyone else is just a chess piece.
Maybe you should sit behind Xanzer, you know? And just like anytime he goes
give him the old like Blade flamey tactic when coaches were allowed to like talk during rounds. The old rumor was that Blade was just like micromanaging one player to make smart decisions.
That's hilarious.
Just like a hyper talented, always looking for a fight. Yeah, fall back, make a play.
Well, Xanzer getting rid of Casey. Now Flight, Woody in the corner. Here comes the play forward. Innocent. Oh, swings out to the left side. He does some damage, but no kill to be locked in. Olymp and Kisarek, well, they're trying to fall back, but Spy's already on the other side of the map, preventing that save from happening. So Olymp actually goes down towards CT spawn. Kisarek slipping out of the temple, but just slipping to his demise. And that was the first buy round for Rebels on the CT side.
All right, well, Rebels better answer the same exact call that Nemiga has, which is, remember, that slow start. It was 6-1 at one point. And Nemiga bounced back from that. They recovered from it and were able to bring it all the way back. Now they have the lead, and it's Rebels who are in the dry spell. And they're the ones who are going to have to respond and rip the momentum and the pacing away from their opposition. But Nemiga's T-side, oh, there's that frustration again. He's very...
An emotive player.
An emotive player, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah. Risky Bob. Nope. It's going to be Lear to grab that. Spy gets one before traded by Innocent. Innocent's continue to push, so they know that he's in there. And there's great communication to allow Risky Bob to do some more damage.
Flay just going to tuck himself in towards Jaguar. Kisarek moving out of Donut at the moment, but once again, Nemiga, this time, this is that trend we saw towards the end of Anubis that was a little too late, is that pause, that patience, that settle down and don't let it get chaotic. But somehow, dude, you're going to be so mad.
You're like, how does that happen?
Yeah, Lear's like, my bad, bro.
At least I traded.
I was tucked in. I was looking Donut. He came down a different direction.
So Flay hears all the steps leaving his position, but Lear can go back to clear. And now Flay decides it's his time to strike. Get in behind them, see what this USP can do. Gets a dink, gets a kill. Eventually traded by Lear as he turns back.
Innocent's here, though. Innocent's at the right place.
Yeah, he's on low on HP, 17 health, but he gets out. He gets with that first kill. Now with 15 seconds left, the time could be a problem. And Innocent forced back behind that molly. He can't tank the damage because of the health, so the plant will come through, and it comes down to a 1v1, and that's it. Grenade, it's won. It actually landed on top of him. So.
Absolutely perfect from Khan.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, Nemiga's got to be really careful about how they're doing these mid-rounds. You know, the readjustment is great, but they're running around B lane and running around Jaguar and making plenty of noise and stomping everywhere, so it's easy to kind of track the movements. So you not only get to time when you make your play out of Jaguar to backstab and get a kill, but you also hear the footsteps, which allows you to tell Innocent to rotate far earlier than he would normally have that information. And obviously you gotta, you know, cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure none of those pushes are gonna catch your teammates off guard.
Off mid. Risky Bob doing a little bit of damage towards Olim. He's taking more on board himself. As they go through the donut, just straight through that smoke, Kisarek is now worried he's going to get split, so he looks towards main. He's probably calling for his teammates to come and help him real quick, but right now it's all on Kisarek. And it's not looking good until that shot chimed in. Gets a dink out towards A main as well. Here comes the rotation. Innocent towards CT, and Olymp in the temple.
Oh, missed shot. Olymp sliding in. Yeah. Well, he's taken down by Khan. Let's see if the op can have more impact. Still, bomb not planted. No chance to plant it and no chance to get into the bomb site. Rebels finally going to put a CT round on the board as Anter legged. And there's no chance he's able to find all these kills. Innocent slides out to close it up, and Rebels defense finally plant their feet and stop Nemiga.
Something that I've been alerted to that's quite interesting is Olymp's sensitivity. He plays with a 0.69 sensitivity on 400 DPI. That is incredibly low. That's very low.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah, and he anchors like on bomb sites. So how does he turn from flashes so quick? Like he must have the fastest arm flicks ever.
I don't know.
Like if flashes are coming in towards him, he's like flicking back and forth. Like that's crazy.
That is a very slow sensitivity.
Yeah.
That's like you're working your arm out.
Yep.
That's like.
And his window sensitivity is just normal. Like it's not like that's high either. So.
All right.
Super low sense from Olymp.
Respect.
So Risky Bob's given a Mac 10. Does he want to get frisky with it? Become Frisky Bob.
I'm just. You can't just do that to me. You can't just drop that out of nowhere.
That'd be pretty good, man. F's in chat for Frisky Bob. Let's go.
It looks like he's kind of willing to do it. Only one player without head armor, and that's Flay. The boost up is going to do good work. Xanter wants that nade back. Not worth at the end of the day. And going back for the reboost. You might not ever expect this. Good jump up. I'm assuming he spotted it. And again, there's that solo play in Red Room trying to be the impetus for the attack. We saw that a lot on Anubis from Nemiga. They need to be really careful about that. It got away from them, and that became too consistent on Anubis.
Well, we asked Rebels to answer the call, and they have. They have been able to stabilize on the CT side. I felt like I was getting out of hand with the amount of rounds that Nemiga were winning. Still in this fight, though, still in this round. The utility coming in from Rebels is making the plant spot very limited, very dangerous. And those smokes won't last forever. Starting to fade away now. Innocent once again giving vision into the bomb site. Another molly comes in, really limiting the position the T's can play in this post plant, so they start to move in now. Here come the Rebels. Here's Frisky Bob. It's another kill on the MAC-10, but not much more.
Na. Getting frisky with it. All tied up at 9.
That's a ridiculous name, dude.
What, Frisky Bob or
both?
Risky Bob?
Just both, man.
I like it. It's got character, it's got class, it's got style.
It's got class, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the jump up after the fact. That's what got Xanter taken down. Good shooting from Flay with the AWP.
Let's go!
Whoa.
Emotive.
Emotive when both happy and sad.
Yeah, I like it.
We get both ends of the spectrum.
He loves and hates life. It's great. Three Tech 9s, P250, and a Deagle. Oh, good dink. Casey's under so much pressure. It's a shutdown, though, from Rebels. They absolutely destroy the attack of Nemiga. Only one kill, and it's picked up by Khan now. He's got an AK with so many targets. He's got a second headshot. Oh my god, Khan, he's doing everything. That AK runs out of ammo, though, so he goes to the P250. And can he slip away with a round win?
Give him a taste of their own medicine. He wants to slip away, but he doesn't have the bomb. So he's got to come back.
Oh, hold on. Got to go back and try and get this bomb. 1v5 this would be for Khan. He's only on the P250, and eventually Flay will stop that from becoming a reality.
Yeah, nice attempt from Khan. Some good kills, though. Economic damage dealt. That's not a bad outcome considering what Nemiga was able to bring into it. So you're kind of priming yourself to be able to break the economy, but that requires a gun round win. Fist bumps all around. Rebels still not looking too concerned. Discussing a few things during the timeout. Rebels have taken a one-round lead. The sigh. The release of breath and emotion. Round 20. Everyone's got what they want. AWP in the hands of Flay. 16 kills, 19 on Kissarak to lead the way for Rebels. Early utility chip damage inflicted on the B lane players.
Innocent, under a lot of scrutiny, but he'll handle it without a problem.
He's had some really good rounds in this game so far.
He has. Innocent going again.
Oh.
Another kill locked in for Innocent. Needs to get away around the corner. Impossible, though, as Xanter hunts him down, but his work is already felt in the round. He's keeping Rebels ahead just by the fact that he got 2 kills to open things up.
Yeah, 2 for 1 is so legit from Innocent. Casey hiding in the cubby, looking for someone to come out of the other side of that smoke.
Kissarak stopping Khan from walking out into the open. Lear rattles off, shot still long, but look at this, the risk. Oh, it's beautiful from Olin, but no.
No
He's
way.
whiffed so hard. But luckily, Flay's still alive and has a chance to recover the mess. But Olemp had it on a silver platter. He made the perfect play. Such a beautiful play.
It's that low sensitivity.
It is, yeah. Couldn't control it. Now here's Lear. Looking for the 1v1, and he'll secure it to tie up the scoreline, and Olemp is going to want that moment back.
Yeah, absolutely, because that was the perfect play. He had the exact gap he was looking for. Although, I mean, I'll say, low sensitivity should be able, you know, that's kind of what that low sense is made for, is making sure your spray is staying on target. Oh, man. There's going to be so much frustration as a player when you miss these opportunities.
He does.
Well, he controlled his emotions enough.
He bottled them up, is what he did, and that causes health problems down the stretch.
Well, it's Kissarak, you know.
Yeah, he lets him out.
Yeah.
Say what you want, but he's going to be healthy when he's an old man.
No pent-up emotions whatsoever. So tactical timeout here for the Rebels. It is their 3rd of 3. Last time they'll decide to choose in regulation, but given the fact that we are now 10-10, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to overtime on this 3rd and final map of this elimination series.
Well, it's got to match up with Anubis somehow, right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, team knife. That helps.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
A little bit
That's a big team knife, too. That's not like an oopsie, sorry, bro. That's like a...
Straight up right-click
You're at 40 HP? That sucks.
It's a March-style backstab. Yeah.
I'm surprised Nemiga's still moving forward to this. They saw numbers in that engagement. Yeah, they should be backing off now. You probe pretty deep into the bomb site. No, they're not yet. That smoke is going to dissuade them. Yeah, now you have to. All right, Kissarak tries to get a little cheeky. Wanted the weapon. Nemiga's going to come right back to this. Bomb tucked into the cubby in A main. 2 defenders here. They'll boost up the MP9, and Nemiga's going to turn this into a split, but the bomb is now dropped. That's going to bring Innocent over. And now they want to clear out A main, and they will. They will do it. Khan got a combat ult, but he will. Double kill with the AWP.
Oh, why? The quick switch again to utility. How many times are we going to see this in this series? The Shadow will betray Innocent likely, but he's going to use that smoke instead. And now Sway coming around on the flank. There's a chance here for Innocent to turn this into a 1v1 fight.
Wait for your teammate.
Yeah, wait on your teammate. But Innocent realizes that that's a possibility. He turned around, but Sway still wins the duel.
I was very worried
Rounds
Khan was
are
going to
never
sweep
easy,
into that.
are they?
No, they aren't. But you're right. The utility switch is brutal. We saw a lot of that on Anubis at the worst possible moments, but this is starting to be a very dominant second half. It's starting to feel shades of Vertigo rather than shades of Anubis. It was 7-5 for Rebels at the half. And Nemiga's put themselves in a good situation against a really busted economy. Flay buys a Hero M4. Other than that, it's pistols. Have a couple of those pistols to bait for him tucked into the cubby in cave.
Swinging into the open, they line up. Beautiful lineup. And Rebels, they're going to be down to map point. Elimination point here at the RMRs. 12 rounds about to be collected by Nemiga. And Rebels were saving their money for the next round. They want one last goodbye to try and force this into overtime.
Outside of Flay, he did invest in that Hero AWP.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, Hero M4.
Yeah. So he'll be a little weak on cash for sure.
But you're back to that world where the Nemiga players are pretty confident in these opening fights. You know, not so much in the slow start, not so much through stretches of Anubis, but back to Vertigo where they feel like they can take whatever fight they want to open up the rounds and win it. And with them keeping all 5 players alive, they're going to have a bye in the last round regardless of what happens in the next one. So their money is great. Put themselves in a winning position for the series to stay alive here in the EU RMR A. And eliminate Rebels. That's a good find from Olymp.
Yeah, it's a
fantastic. Shout out.
Yeah.
Oh,
didn't get away. I always forget how big the bloody
it is
bomb
huge.
is on
it
A,
is huge.
you? Didn't get away.
And you know, I liked the attempt. You know, that's a very self-sacrificing play from Olymp. I really wanted it to work.
Valiant attempt. One that is not successful.
Okay.
And now Nemiga, 1 round win, and they have knocked out the Rebels. They will stay alive. And all of their woes of Anubis, of how close they were to closing it, will disappear from their minds. If they can just close Ancient now.
They throw the Molotov to try and hear a tick of players getting aggressive over in Jaguar, but it doesn't land exactly the way they would have liked, so they have no indication that Flay and Innocent are here. Now, because the smoke is up, they're not going to challenge, and when it does clear, they'll have to expect it anyways. But that little piece of information they were looking for didn't pan out. Xanter walks around the corner, double dink, cleaned up, and there's the trade. Or the follow-up.
Well, 3v5 to convert here for Rebels.
We can do it.
They're all split up as well. One player towards Cave, one in Red Room, and you can see Olympus starting to move forward. Hungry for information, realizing you can't just sit back this separated in a 3v5. You need to take a risk, you need a moment of aggression, but it looks like Nemiga are aware of that possibility as well, and they've hit the pause button for now.
Yeah, and I've liked this change-up from them that we saw like towards the tail stages of Anubis. That should be traded, should not be a big issue. Zwei, good job. He's having a fantastic map. 25 kills. He came into this saying, I'm not letting my team lose this one and be eliminated today. Wonderful performance. 2 kills away from moving on, from moving into 1 and 2 group in this Swiss system.
Casey, next up. Good frag. Keeps his team in the fight with 20 seconds left to go.
That's the solo player
looking
again.
to hold on. It's Kisarek on the bomb site. Can he step up here? His teammates with him. Damage being done. Down to a 1v1 with 1 HP left on Xanter. 11 seconds as he's looking for the fight, and he won't win it. Rebels stay in this fight. Nemiga had every chance. A 5v3, but Rebels do not give up.
Again, again, the solo player does not need to play into Cave at that point. Let your players at ramp instigate the attack, draw the attention away, and then you get to lurk in and help alleviate the pressure. But now it's just 2 players fighting at the top of ramp is such a hard thing to break through. On each side of the default bomb boxes, and a lovely clutch from Casey.
No! Well, they're still going, and we know what that means. Last round of regulation. Overtime teed up, especially with a Flay opener. Another step in the right direction for the Poles. They've been given life right at the end. Another from Flay. He was the player that got the job done for them on Anubis with a collateral. And it looks like he wants to keep them going here on Ancient.
Good little rebuttal, though, from Khan to try and keep things as even as humanly possible. And you still have the advantage of AKs in an AWP against MP9s. But do you really want to be dedicated to this bomb site?
Well, it looks like they've kind of forced their own hand at the moment. They don't have control elsewhere. They're fully committed here with 2 players in the cave, 1 waiting at the bottom of the B ramp.
You need to smoke off long. If you peek beforehand...
Oh, missed shot from Flay though. Despite giving a chance, he can't sink the kill, and they're trying to come out of the cave, but they're separated. They're severed off from one another, and Flay will come in again. Flay is shutting everybody down. It's overtime teed up with all 5 kills from Flay. That is a ridiculous round to close out regulation and force another overtime in this series.
And Nemiga is just like allergic to being able to close things out when they give themselves a chance. They lost the 4-on-2 in the previous round. And now they've just really tried to like bash their head against a brick wall to get into this B bomb site when every indication was we're coming here. We're coming here.
5v3 in the previous round. Like they have given themselves every opportunity. Strap yourselves in. We're in for a big game.
Yeah, at this point, I have no idea where this... At this point, it's just... Flip a coin. Let's see how insane this one's going to get. Anubis was 5 overtimes with some of the craziest clutches and rounds that you've seen. Let's see what Ancient has in store for us.
Dude, Flay's nuts what he wants to be. That's got to feel like a hero moment.
Yeah, hype the boy up. He's done some great work for you with the op. 12-12, first overtime. Mid control for Nemiga. And they're going to utilize it. Olymp slides to the back of Donut.
Oh,
Can't handle the fight.
Yeah. That's right. Too sharp on that headshot. Olymp gone.
But FaZe here.
Yeah, FaZe here, and he kills everybody. 24 and 14. Blowing our mind. And Lear waiting. Aggression right in front of him. Had an opportunity for a multi-kill.
Play went down. He slid into the op peak.
Yeah, Risky Bob got him.
Or the AK. Beautiful shot from Risky Bob, but sometime chewed off the clock as he had to go recover the bomb to get it planted, but I don't think Rebels is going to be very motivated to rotate over and try and win this round. That three-man push down B ramp, Nemiga had the information, and they're so far away from being involved. So now it turns into a hunt.
When we get to overtime, though, I think I'd throw most logic out the window. Because over on Anubis, we've seen Nemiga, they could win a flawless T-half, or they could win a flawless CT.
True.
And suddenly they couldn't win a single round of CT half.
Yeah.
So I'm never getting comfortable. I'm just here for the ride now in this overtime, but if you get rid of these two Rebels players now, it could really affect their economy going into the later stages here. And Xanter getting rid of Kisarek is just Innocent left alone. They haven't detected him. He's done a very good job of just kind of sneaking past around their crosshair, getting in behind them. At least he'll hang on to the AK-47. But Nemiga take the lead. They eventually get that 13th round.
Timeout taken. That's that overtime timeout burned after that first victory. Nemiga going to try and build upon it. And again, that conversation just seemingly focused on one player. I know it's not the case, but he's not even like looking around. So it's very,
like,
it's very disconcerting.
Do you, Lear?
You know, like if you're sat in that chair and you're talking through a tactic of what everyone's going to do, you're like looking at him and you're turning your head as you're saying, like, what? This is your role. This is your role. This is where you're going to go.
Yeah.
And it all is just focused at just one person. 13-12.
At least you've still got Flay on the AWP. Haven't lost that, Rebels. Not yet. Xanter. Quite a quick charge up the B lane. A little bit of spam through that smoke, and it's clear to fall away. Good shot from Olymp. Xanter coming in as well. And there's a 4v3 for the Rebels side with a minute 20 seconds left. It's quite an explosive beginning to this round, but look at this in Kisarek, close to the A main smoke. Almost the kiss of death to his opponent, but Xanter through the fire, through the flames, and taking Flay down in the donut.
Yeah, but they're still waiting for the smoke to clear. Good shot. They need to get in quick. Both defenders are going to be here. Alp has a deep line of sight towards CT. Molotov and Temple, there's the safety necessary. And they would love that challenge in CT now. Molotov burning and out in the open. The Alp gets completely caught. But Risky Bob is going to deliver again.
When you need him most, you call Risky Bob. Very few kills, but a lot of impactful kills. 9 and 20 now. But Innocent, he's up. And on Anubis in overtime, he had some great moments to keep his team in the fight. He's got to do that again here. He's getting closer to the donut by walking right into the scope, but the scope has looked away. Time is a problem, though, and they just run it down. So it's all good. They just make sure Innocent can't win this round. But there has been an unbelievable amount of timing moments throughout this game where the scopes have just looked away or the nades being pulled. That it does scare me a little bit.
It makes you a little nervous.
Yeah, but it's all good, Jason. It's 14-12 now for Nemiga.
But I mean, you can also just see, like, I feel like in another universe, like you would have felt that flank come a little bit earlier, and I think just again, like with the stakes of this, you're thinking of every possible eventuality.
Well, we talked about the money problems that could occur for Rebels with this 10K overtime. Well, we can see them now. They don't have the off. They're down to 2 MP9s in this mid-fight. Oh, it's a long-winded spray, but one that doesn't get a kill. It's Lear that gets both of those.
It was a distraction, though.
Yeah, it was. Suppressing fire.
It was a distraction, Dinko.
Suppressing fire. It worked out pretty well in the end.
And sometimes that's all you need.
Yep, it's true.
And that's 2 players, and one of those would have gone donut to address the A bomb site, but since 2 have gone down in mid, they don't have any player to watch for that. So access to A is open, and now you got to turn around and watch that donut flank. You feel no resistance at some point. Lear's watching for the run-through of the smoke.
The last round of the first half of Overtime 1. So Rebels are going to go for this. They were letting Innocent play, and eventually Innocent makes his move. Khan walks into him, so now they've got to go. Rebels hold the advantage as they search for their only round in this first half. Got to move quite quickly. 1 kit. It's on the back of Flay. They move into the site, smoke deployed onto the bomb. Zwei and Lear looking to try and close this one out, but Innocent steps up that defuse. It's happening, and it won't be stopped. Rebels pull off the retake. They get themselves at least 1 round to play with going into the second half of Overtime 1, and they desperately needed that.
Here's the difference, though. Remember, Nemiga in the first half recovered very nicely to win the last 4 rounds of the half. The start was very, very slow, 7-1 at one point, and then they came all the way back. So now you've had an entire map and a half of overtime to be warmed up into this game. The slow start is what killed them in the first half. You're not going to have that advantage now if you're Rebels. So let's see how much of that was the slow start, how much of it was Rebels tactically outplaying Nemiga and making them feel uncomfortable.
Oh, both teams have been here before.
I was going to say, at least both teams are intimately familiar with overtime in a major elimination game.
He had a lot of reps. Great defense from Innocent. He actually was the player that came back around main as well, so we had a huge journey to make. Likely communicating to everybody, just pause, let me make the play out main. So he gets all of the 3 remaining picks and defends the defuse. Ah, man, Casey's had a couple of stinkers here, man. He's second map real quiet. Again, 9 kills going into overtime. Bit of a tough game for him to have to stomach. Just hope they can get the job done today and they have another chance. 14-13, Nemiga hold a small lead, but it's Flay arriving to the top of the ramp, and there's Casey. Comes through with an important frag. That's going to take Khan out of that. Ooh, spammed onto the wood. They don't know how close they were to taking Flay out of the round.
Good flash. But look at this position to cut off
the bomb.
The bomb carrier. Oh no, Risky Bob. He's gone down with a whimper.
Yeah, he has.
And it's Sway. They know exactly where he is. Molotov in towards his position, and there's nowhere for him to move.
Oh, Flay chimes in, and we're all tied up again. Who knows where this one's going, because Rebels do not give up. But Nemiga, we've seen it so many times. It doesn't matter how far they are behind in overtime. Even if they have to pull a flawless halfback, they have the ability to come back into it. And Rebels have shown an inability to close on occasion.
Beautiful use of that lurk smoke at the B bomb site as well. It really kind of forces the defender to make a decision if they want to play passive behind it, or if you want to kind of step forward and see what you've got, maybe go for a fight. And you don't know what's on the other side. You don't know if it's a lurker with an AK. You don't know if it's an AWP holding an angle or peeking into you like it was this time. You don't know if it's a full-blown execute.
Dude, no one's A. Not a single player defending the A bomb site right now. And Rebels, they're going towards the A bomb site with intent.
Yeah, but the timing's there for Risky Bob to fall back.
But do you trust Risky Bob to hold the site right now? He's got 9 kills. He has to step up here. This has to be a massive moment from Risky Bob.
And if Rebels are going to do this, they need to go through that smoke. But now that they've waited, I don't know if it's such a good idea any longer.
Oh, yeah.
Boost up while that smoke is still deployed. It's being looked at by the AWP. Can he see over the smoke? Is there a crack?
Well, the smoke's gone now. There's a chance, and this is Risky Bob's opportunity. Off the boost. Good kill from Risky Bob, and yeah, you rely on Bob. He holds down this site. A triple kill to force Nemiga up to 15 rounds if they can close, and it's just Innocent left alone. Risky Bob may have had a quiet map, all map long, but he burns in the fire because he celebrates the fact that he has one of the most important holds of this entire series, because he puts Nemiga on series point again.
And that's all that matters. Everyone is going to have a bad map, and you have to stay in it because you're going to have your chance to have a big round, to have impact, to contribute to the win. No matter how bad your half is, you are going to get the call, and you got to be able to answer the bell, and Risky Bob's done that just here at the perfect moment.
Rebels to force another overtime. They've lost B lane. Xanter is pushed down all the way, and they re-smoke those double doors. They've lost mid. Rebels do not have a lot to play with here.
At least have the op on play. Just double checking.
Yep, he is the one with a scope in his hands, pushing 30 kills right now. And he was the player that made the difference on many occasions. He was the player to force this into overtime with an ace. He was the player to close the second map. So maybe, just maybe, he can do it again.
Problem is, he's got to attack into the defense rather than sitting back and waiting for the attack to come to him. So a lot is going to rely on how much his teammates can create space for him, how much utility can be deployed in the right positions to give him a line of sight. And Nemiga's playing this smart.
45-second mark, they only take mid.
Look at the gap. Although it's being closed. Risky Bob is coming back. Kana's going to come join up with them. How much do they want to clear this, or do they just want to keep an eye on it?
22 seconds. Rebels have got to go. The bomb is waiting for the time to strike into this B site. But the Polish squad, their RMR run could end now, but it's Flay on the opening. Casey on the follow-up. 3 kills, and we've got another overtime as the plant starts to come in here for the Rebels just in time. Bomb goes down. Innocent and Flay stay fighting, and Khan has to 1v3 this, and it looks impossible. Khan will fall, and we have got a second overtime on this deciding map of Ancient.
Man, all the critical kills right at that last, the first 2 that just come out, both in the favor of Rebels, losing that duel at the top of ramp as well, and you could just see, realizing that the clock was their best chance to win, they all push in aggressively into the waiting crosshairs of Rebels. It was Nemiga on Anubis that showed the tenacity to stay in when they had to force overtime. This time it's Rebels.
Quick bathroom break here. They know that when second overtime starts, there's probably 3 more coming.
They're like, here we go again.
I need this time. I gotta go to the bathroom. If you gotta go, Jason, I can cover for you if you need. You know, we can.
I could have used it last map. I'm okay for now.
Okay, we're all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be one of the most deflating losses, though, for whoever ends up losing this game today.
I know. It's going to be such a heartbreaking day to have to sit through and think about the match that you just lost. 7th overtime of the series.
So just making use of this pause. We'll get the Rebels players back in their seats after that quick bathroom break. And we'll continue this overtime extravaganza. We were destined for this after map 2.
Yeah, it felt like this had to happen. This was the only logical conclusion to the series.
You do want to see a deciding game at an RMR be this difficult, right? You want to see them fight this hard for this spot. And the thing is 0-2 game, right? Just think about how many other games you got to play to get through here. And struggling right now on the 0-2 bracket is generally not a great sign, but it's all about getting that extra game.
I don't think too many people would have picked either one of these teams to qualify all the way through. I think Nemiga had some interest to see what kind of a level they were going to be brought into, and certainly with some of the individuals.
It's quite a long bathroom break, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little chit chat going on inside of the server. First map was Vertigo. That was picked by Rebels. A lifetime ago, it was a 13-8 win for Nemiga, and I thought that spelt disaster for Rebels, to be honest. It didn't look like it was going to end up being a series they'd be able to compete in.
That's what made this series like a little bit weird in my head as well, because it did look like Nemiga was just on a completely different level on Vertigo. But that's also, you know, the condition of going into Anubis, where it was like, okay, well, if Xanter doesn't drop 28 kills in regulation, like, what is it all going to look like? He really just was a bully on that T-side Vertigo if you go all the way back there. All right, everyone's had their P. Here we go. Op in the hands of Khan. Does Flay want one for the T-side? Yes, he does indeed. 10 seconds left in freeze time, and then we're underway in double OT.
All right. Well, not a whole lot of major experience on the server, obviously, but one player who has got major experience is Innocent. He's played at 3 majors, one with Sprout, one with Penta, and one with ESC. And he definitely stepped up in a lot of the overtime rounds on Anubis, so I'm going to keep an eye on him again.
And you can see the experience in some of his play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of the decisions he's making in different situations and scenarios.
Not mid. Risky Bob down first. Good spray from Olymp. Able to transfer on that low sensitivity and gets you out of it. Lear pushing through the smoke. Innocent getting caught. And it ends up even in these numbers out of the 3v3, but it's all about the A play from Rebels.
It's all that's left at this point when you have that push come out of Cave and you know you have to pull the trigger. So smoke down towards CT spawn, smoke bouncing over towards Donut, Molotov thrown right into said smoke, all broken open. Good call though. You hear the bounce of the nade and reposition very quickly. And with the covering fire of the op, the bomb is planted.
Flay to 1v2. He's been a pretty clutch player so far for his squad, and he looks out towards A main. Shadow spotted. Xanter, well, he's locked in. Flay knows that's where his target is, but he misses the shot. Now Xanter moves out in the open. Flay taking a dink on board, and Xanter will outmatch him with the rifle. No clutch for Flay in this one. Nemiga grab 16.
I thought that was a really nice read from Flay to position himself in Temple and look towards main. Better job jiggle peeking for Xanter and baiting out that shot.
Yeah, it looked like Flay was going to get it down to a 1v1. This is great work from Olymp in mid. Good transfer. Probably should have died a little bit earlier, but flashes were good. It's the soundtrack.
I know.
There's a happy one and there's a sad one.
Yeah. Oh, what
okay. A lot of fire. Barbecue Lear.
I'm very confused. He was very dedicated to that play.
Yes, he was. Just like Svi. He's just making sure the B lane is clear, and Rebels are behind the smoke. So they're just going to slow down. They've still got a lot of time to play with, and even numbers on the player count. Resmoke at elbow. So Nemiga able to maintain B lane control and mid control. And if you're Rebels, you feel kind of suffocated at this point. You don't have a lot of options available to you. You have 1 smoke left, 2 flashes, and a Molotov.
Yeah, and you occupy so little real estate on the map. Oh, okay. Tuck yourself in. Will this get cleared? He's got to be patient now. And crawling up towards middle, it's not. Oh, it is going to be cleared.
Check it. Olymp's going to hard check it. What a clearance from Olymp.
There's 2 players here at this bomb site, though, because they have all the information elsewhere.
29 seconds. Well, like you said, a strong defense in place. Risky ball, a part of that. Lines up a couple more. Not the kills, though.
Flank from Donut.
And this Donut flank, yeah, could stop everything, but the plank going down inside of the smoke. Flay looks to cover off the Donut player with this off, and he misses his chance, but Innocent won't, and suddenly just Khan, but he's got a kill, and he's got it down to the 1v1, and the headshot over the top of the box. Innocent gets dropped, and right back into it is Khan. That'll be 17 for Nemiga, picked up off their clutch player in Khan.
Yeah, body shot would have done it, and I mean, smart play from Innocent to maintain the headshot angle with the low HP, but what a precise surgical shot with the USP. 2-round lead. Nemiga had 1 chance to close it out in the first overtime, on the verge of giving them 3 here in the second overtime. Risky Bob gets 1 kill, but the damage he does to the others is pretty dang critical.
Jesus.
Nemiga take B lane.
And this round will get stalled out. It's gonna be slower paced. A follow-up smoke over in the double doors, where 4 players of Rebels are sitting behind it. They wanted to make their move after the smoke clears, but with that being refreshed, and once again, it's like the previous round. They occupy so little real estate that they can't really apply pressure anywhere else on the map to alleviate this kind of stacked defense at double doors. And Nemiga loved doing this. Xanter loved this position in regulation.
Xanter, oh, he catches them setting up utility. So even if Rebels wanted to commit to this B execute, the utility wouldn't be in place on the site. So they're just going to have to go now and hope that they can get in. Unfortunately enough, there's some space to play with for now. But Risky Bob, he starts to move out along. He denies both. That's map point. It's series point again for Nemiga. And surely with the amount of chances they have, this is where they close it. This is where they knock Rebels out.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, you got 3 opportunities for this, and your T side wasn't bad at all.
Risky Bob again with some impact.
In the OTs, he's
Exactly,
excellent.
Yeah. So huge to see Risky Bob step up with some great impact here, especially on this round. Getting a double there to stop any chances for the Rebels. And it is some of the uncomfortable aggression the CTs are throwing in. Rebels can't handle it. He's even got box on his feet, which no one said was possible. He's even talking to someone else.
Coach now on his feet, hyped up, feeling the energy.
Definitely took like 7 overtimes today, but he's here, he's up.
Starting to get a cramp. All right, 18-15. Rebels, can you lock down? FaZe got his op with 31 kills.
Innocent, what a play. Blows open a smoke at the edge of Jag, but he can't get away. He can't get back to safety. Looked like he was about to find a nice opener to play a 5v4, but not to be the case. Nemiga do very well at getting that number back.
Yeah, really early defensive smoke. And I'll tell you what, Nemiga has encountered the AWP and Temple at this A bomb site so frequently throughout this match, like they have to expect it now, right? So realizing that Red Room is a point of danger, Flay falls back. But Rebels is starting to clear the map. Clearing mid.
Oh, timing as Flay just moves off.
I think they just said Red Room's clear, but they don't realize how deep they actually were. Free kill.
That's going to be so frustrating for Flay when he watches that one back. The timing of which they moved into his position. And now for the Rebels, it's 3 players who still stand. Looking to make this difference is Olymp. And it's an Olympian effort as he goes through. He gets a double kill. Khan fights back through that donut smoke. And the 2v2 to still stay in this fight for the Rebels. They will not be able to plant. And Casey using his position to perfection from CT spawn. The Rebels do not give up.
Once again, it's this utility being thrown on the fly as you're entering into that A bomb site, which gives Olymp the chance to come out, step in front of it before it plumes, get some information, and grabs himself a double kill. Good utility usage as well. Flashbang thrown by his teammates over the walls to blind the second follow-up player, and Olymp has the impact. And they've got to be thanking their lucky stars that this is how the round played out, because that free kill on Khan was just a horrifying timing for them to deal with. First chance slips away from Nemiga. They've got 2 left.
Flay. Oh, he sees the shadow. Primed and ready. No problem as he gets the trade on Khan.
Yeah, but if you thought that you could replicate the amount of space you got over in Red Room in the previous round, you'd be dead wrong. Casey's moved into this position behind the smoke.
Xander needs to be careful with these spams. He goes back to watch, but it doesn't matter because he's still blasted away by Kisarek. So Rebels put themselves a player up.
It's these aggressive decisions from Rebels that's catching Nemiga off guard. Remember, it was Innocent kind of pushing out of Cave in the previous round.
Casey going to check it. Oh, he lost the fight. Oh, Svai gets himself back into this round. 50 seconds remaining. Rebels, again, a 3v3 to try and stay alive. I'm going to smoke out that position at Red Room so they can't walk in towards CT. Flay comes back to the donut at the right time. Svai goes down. He's going to go again, and another shot from Flay. Impact when needed most.
Can Urisi Ball do it again? He's answered the bell 2 times. He's had 2 great rounds in overtime for his team. If he gets a third, they win, and he can't. That's a very hard situation having to recover the bomb. 18-17.
All of these chances. So many chances for Nemiga. They go for the timeout. Box is on his feet.
Still on his feet.
Can't believe what he's watching right now. Can he find the solution? They just need one more, but they've only got one more chance. Otherwise, we go again.
Run it back.
Get another overtime.
Go for 6 this time.
Why not?
A little conversation. Here we are. Good shots from Flay. And it feels like he has been such an impact player for Rebels. Every time they've needed a big round, every time they've needed a big hold, Flay seems to just be there. Ready to rock and roll. Very good performance in this series from Flay.
Yeah, 34 and 22 at the moment. Look at this. Nemiga just walk out the mid-smokes. There's no one here spotting this.
I don't think they felt the pressure of like aggression from Rebels too much to be all that intimidated by it, and they have the smoke to be able to silently cross, although it's broken open partially.
He got one.
1-for-1 trade, and that's a big piece taken out by Nemiga.
Yeah, but impressive regardless that he got the one. It looked like he was about to go down with nothing. It's going to be a Nemiga hit to try and close out this series as they go in towards the A bomb site. Kisarek will fall. And another step in the right direction for Nemiga. This is finally it as they turn back and stop Olymp. There's no hero plays left. Innocent and Casey with everything to do for the Rebels. It has been a brawl. It has been a battle throughout this best of 3, but it all might be for nothing as they're about to be eliminated last in the European RMR. An incredible series, so many comebacks. But finally, Nemiga will close it. They stay alive to fight at least for another day, but for Rebels, it ends in misery here in Shanghai.
There's not even celebration. They're just like, oh,
it's over.
I'm so tired.
Nothing left.
Yep, high fives all around. Congratulations to Nemiga. Commiserations to Rebels as well. A crazy series. 7 overtimes total across the final 2 maps. Heartbreaking for Rebels in the Polish side, who have no chance at participating in the Shanghai Major as they are eliminated. But what a crazy, crazy series of Counter-Strike.
Everybody who's watching at home, us in this room, we've all experienced something together today, Jason. It has been something we won't forget.
It's a formative experience of your Counter-Strike knowledge. Look, I mean, it's not clean Counter-Strike. It's not pretty Counter-Strike.
But it was entertaining.
There's plenty of mistakes you can make out, but exactly. It was fun. It was entertaining. The clutches are mental.
For the last RMR ever, I'm glad we got a show like this.
Yeah.
You know? This will be a game we remember. For many different reasons. And I think it's great to see that Nemiga eventually get through it, but man, you gotta feel bad for the Rebels.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's, you know, if you want to talk too, like, the RMRs have always done a good job of showing us, like, some of the younger and lesser experienced talent that are on some of these other teams rising up, and I think we had a good display of some of that for both squads. You look over at Flay, unfortunately now eliminated, but, you know, Xanter as well, and Nemiga moving on. We'll get a chance to see more of him, but you see some of these names that have some skill, that are finding some impact in these games, that are being actual map-changing players and impactful players to such a degree. And you might be seeing someone who clearly not ready for a major now, but maybe next year. You know, maybe not the Austin major, maybe the second major. You never know. But you're seeing some of the players who are looking to rise up within the scene moving forward, and that's always cool to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think Flay showed that he has some tenacity, but he also has some confidence in the big moments to be willing to take the risk, to be willing to step up. And this round is just incredible. He goes and gets the ace. He finds that final headshot, but that's to force the overtime on this map. And he was also the player to close out Anubis. So I was very impressed with Flay's performance today. I thought he shone in the big moments.
Oh, and you also just see like how much emotion actually goes into this and how much it means to them so much. Like players unable to even contain themselves during some of the frustrating and exciting moments of this game. So much on the line, so much of their year, so much of the work that they've been putting in the grind that they've been on across 2024 all culminates in this. And unfortunately for Rebels, it means it culminates in elimination. And they'll have to work again. Innocent, you mentioned him. He's been at 3 majors. He won't be getting a 4th, not this time around, maybe in the future. Tough series for both teams, really. It's got to be exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I think we all are. I think everybody participating is. Well, Zwei, he was the top fragger here on this final map, went 36 and 22, had a 91.53 ADR. Flay on the other side was the top performer for Rebels, but it wasn't enough in a losing effort. So our standout player from 1xBet is, of course, going to be Zwei for this map, a 36 and 22 scoreline. Great work from Zwei.
Yeah, really good work. And I mean, you have to love the attitude coming in too, because you needed a player like that for Nemiga to step up. We mentioned after like a 5 overtime loss on Anubis and in the fashion in which they lost it, you needed to have someone, step up and perform for you to get past kind of the mental hurdle of sustaining that loss, and especially when you consider how slow they started. That was a 7-1 opening for Rebels.
Yeah, it was a great comeback from Nemiga, and I think they've shown that they have the capabilities to pull unthinkable things back in their favor, and they get the job done. Nemiga come out on top. They'll survive for at least one more game here at the RMRs, but we say goodbye to Rebels, and we say see you later to you guys, because we're going to take a break, and then we come back with our final best of 3 of the day.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
high and by, running around Shanghai, and of course by. The latter is what we'll be saying to one of these two. Chatty B, what are you thinking about this intriguing head-to-head? Are we going to see GamerLegion lose to 2 Czech teams?
They were one of the names that I had in the conversation of potentially snatching away the 7th spot because I'm a massive Ash stan. I love what he's done with the GamerLegion rosters once upon a time. But let's just take a quick look at what's gone down today so far. Sinners taking down Eclot to start the day. You then had Fnatic over Team BB in a closer affair, 13-11. And the best of 3 that you just witnessed was, well, Nemiga taking down Rebels 2-1, and that was extremely labored on Anubis and Ancient to close things out with plenty of overtimes, all the action, and Rebels joining that loser column, being eliminated in last place, alongside of, well, either GamerLegion or Unity coming up now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams collide. GamerLegion, I mean, this is so far detached from the GamerLegion that I had in my head canon, you know, like...
Ah, you've activated my notepad.
Oh, the note card. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's come out to play. So, yeah, bang on. And if everybody goes back to the Blast Major, we remember the team that made it to the Major Final, right? That was Shui, Imma, Isaac, Akor, Keels. Well, Shui's gone to MOUZ. They just qualified for the Major. Imma over at Na'Vi. I'm sure he'll do it tomorrow. Isaac over at NIP. We're going to see them in the next group coming up. Same as Akor playing for TSM. And Keels, who is currently at Into the Breach. But the only piece that's still there is Ash, the coach. You can see the players on your screen right now. Volt from Romania, Slen from Hungary, Flamus is Russian, ZTR Swedish. You might remember him from some time on NIP, and Torsten is Danish. So that is the 5 gentlemen that are going to be taken to the server today up against Unity. More of this Czech representation.
Yeah. So we have Fida, Blogis, Mikey, Levy, and Pekin. We're going to say Pekin. There's a lovely sound that the Czech mouths make, but it isn't Pechin, and we're going to try our best.
Yeah. So, look, we're giving it a crack.
Pekin. That's what we're going to attempt.
And hopefully he's at the top of the pecking order.
Yes, indeed.
Dad jokes. We do love those.
Love that.
Now, Mikey is their top flyer. Him and OG, there's a bit of a relationship going on at the moment there. So there's a conversation. This team is just for this event, and then it'll be all over Red Rover.
Sorry, just so I can process that information. Mikey is a stand-in. Or there's whispers he's going to greener pastures.
I think he was playing with OG at Thunderpick,
if
my law correctly. But he's Slovakian.
Okay.
The rest of the team is Czech, and alongside Sinners and Eclot with their Czech representation, they have 12 players in this group. I think they're tied with Russians for the most.
Yeah.
So 12. I haven't.
Maybe I'll have a check.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Anubis has been picked by Unity, GamerLegion responding. We get a Verti, a guaranteed Verti.
The same map pool, just in a different order from the previous map.
Okay.
That's nice to see. Yeah, that's because the permabans, well, they've actually come through, as I've noted down as well. So that's nice to see. But yeah, look, it's not a surprise seeing Vertigo from the underdog teams. Now, in this matchup, I would say that Unity are exactly that. They're on a 6-match losing streak at the moment. They're looking to break that streak. GamerLegion suffering some L's here. They opening games were against Vitality, and then they lost to Eclot, which to me is a big surprise. Both of those games are on Inferno. So, look, I also want to point out that there was a bit of a roster change with, obviously, Snacks going out earlier in the year, ZTR coming into in-game lead, and then it was Andu. Who they qualified to the RMRs with, but replaced him recently with Torsten. So they've only played 25 maps with this 5-man roster with Torsten in the team. And Slen's performance is the one that's kind of tanked a bit since then. When they had Andu in there, Slen was actually their best performer. I think he's still their best performer, but it's just not to the same heights. They're struggling a bit more as a team.
It is always interesting when you see those kind of correlations, those unexpected correlations between, you know, a player departing a team and the way it can affect other players' performances. It's always interesting, the intricacies of that, and also it's just quite alarming to see a team qualify. You know, you kind of feel like you've done it with these boys, and then seeing the roster change coming after the fact is unusual, but also, you know, it's a team game, and of course you want to feel like you've all got a unified front.
Precisely, and I think it was probably more on that level as opposed to the in-game output, but potentially a social element. But to get to this point, GamerLegion did eliminate Bleed, and we've seen what's happened to them since. Obviously the organization's one problem, but the team now being stripped apart.
My boy Cypher.
Potentially going back to Into the Breach, I saw as a rumor today.
Sign me up.
Yeah, we'll see what happens over there, joining the side of Smooth potentially. For the Unity boys, it's not like they had to, you know, take on easy competition. They beat Ents, Rhino, and Koi.
Oh.
Right. So names that we know. If you're not sure with Rhino, they're the Portuguese team. They're essentially Saw's farm team. They used to be known as FTW, at least a few of the players there. So, yeah, taking a look at today's matchup, again, GamerLegion are my favorite, and I would imagine the bookmakers' favorites as well.
I'm intrigued to see.
Oh, we're live.
If we're going to start soon. We absolutely are going to start soon as we get ourselves situated on Anubis. First map of this best of 3 with elimination at stake. We've got Vault, probably the most tenured member on this roster in terms of experience in the major circuit. And he's going to have his first surge towards B main. Doing this alone for information and could be misinformation unless he clears this hard corner. Doke does go down. It's a nice opener, and I believe Bloggis gets his name in the feed early.
Well, B is completely open for business right now. 2 players pushing A main, 2 crawling through middle. GamerLegion are going to have to find a timing on this because the site's about to be lost.
Ooh, not the perfect weapon for the job. The dual Berettas unable to convert. Lovely shots. Levy gets himself a couple on the P2.
All right, bomb going down. They've swarmed towards CT spawn and planted for themselves. So Unity looking strong out the gates. A 2v4 retake of the B bomb site is going to be difficult. I want people to keep their eyes on Flamus throughout. Maybe not in this pistol round, but he likes to pop off, has a bit of energy, spots out one. Now he's noted and should be dealt with. Beautiful work, Mikey, with the final kill and the first round for Unity. Now, we did touch on the stakes for the losing team, obviously eliminated. And look, I would say GamerLegion have the namesake of the org, right? And you mentioned Volt, ZTR. People should be familiar with some of these names. Slend is an upcoming AWPer. I know throughout the tournament break that there were top teams interested in his services, but the buyout maybe being a little bit too steep for the justification. Unity, on the other hand, mentioned the Czech representation. For them being at an event like this, an opportunity, this is what all Counter-Strike players dream of. And as next year's changes that we speculate about, who knows if they'll be able to find themselves in a position like this again. So, gonna give it your best shot.
Yeah, just make the most of this opportunity, for sure.
Cheeky little mid-door boost. I don't think I've seen that one before. I'm not even sure how much action it's going to get because the molly will flush them back. As you can see, this level of investment from Unity. Not going to be the force buy for GamerLegion. So molly smoke combo to take the mid control, and the stack actually re-envisioned. Mikey, you ready for this?
Yep, is the answer. A resounding yes, I am. 4 kills, farms up some cash, $2,400 earned from that Mac 10, and Bloggis couldn't quite achieve the same goal. It's actually Flamus who does track him nicely, gets the body shot finish.
Mike can get the ace now.
Yeah, that's true. He's really not going to force the issue, though. He knows, he's well aware that Flamus is capable of finding a second frag here with that Mac 10. Don't want to give him any extra cash. And it's Mikey's ace. Takes it comfortably, handling those USPs in middle.
Yeah, well, the stats will still count, but a full eco bash, it's going to be definitely something to send him towards the tippy top of the scoreboard, traditionally where he finds himself for this Unity roster. K1 kind of feels like a Formula 1 race. I know nothing about Formula 1, but they're on the K1 track.
Oh, I see you. Yeah. It sounds like a supplement to me. Don't forget to take your K1.
That's true. It might actually be. But beautiful work there. As far as finances are concerned, 10 just getting all the work done. Looks like we have a bit of a technical timeout ensuing, so give us a moment. It will be the purchases for GamerLegion. The odds on your screen, and yeah, you can understand why it would favor the more of the household name.
Yeah. I've been enjoying, I haven't been following GamerLegion's journey, avidly, but I have kind of partially through Ash's content, learning a little bit more about some of their Vertigo tendencies in particular, which will be our second map, and maybe something I'll save until then.
For sure. I think if people are interested in more analytical type of content, it's tough with coaches, right? Because it's a bit of a mystery. You don't want to give away your trade secrets. So when you talk to these guys on broadcasts or on podcasts, they don't tend to give away too much, right? They're going to give away a little bit. Ash goes a little bit more in depth. And even in games where talk about conditioning, right? And there's some good concepts that people can go and learn a little bit more about.
Yeah, I agree. It must be a real kind of tightrope you have to walk where you want to demonstrate your knowledge and share it, and make it entertaining, which it certainly is, while simultaneously not, doing it a disservice to your players.
Yeah.
But what I think is most valuable about some of that content is that he introduces concepts and puts names to them.
Okay.
Which I think is really valuable for just so you can continue to develop and discuss it with your teammates, your friends.
Sure.
It's hard to have conversations about Counter-Strike without the right words sometimes, and establishing concepts is something that Ash has been doing well. At least in my mind.
No, I remember with Malik, actually, when G2 went international, he was asking for an English word that would be to do with, like, like knock and run, essentially, right?
Like cherry knocking. I
right?
see, yeah.
So, and that's kind of a term of how they could use it. Because in French, they had a term, but they were looking for something that they could use.
One word,
right?
blah, yeah.
But there's also, it comes down to a lot of different factors. Like if you're in a number advantage on the CT side, like the concept of playing for information, not committing to duels so you can play as a team is something that would be nice to have refined and defined in terminology. It looks like everything's sorted. It was Mikey there that we caught on the cam having a conversation with the admin team, but everything is sorted now. Mac-10's carried through, and AWP donated to Bloggers. Let's see if he can get that one ripping early. 2-1-2 start. This might mean A main aggression. Torsen will block the incendiary for now, and actually posturing forward. The position of Slent to set him up with a flash. So yeah, there was an A main Lear, but Flammus over towards Connector is, well, going to get first blood very easily.
That's a little bit of a misstep there from Feeder.
Yeah, that's just hoping that you subvert an expectation and waltz on through while they're not looking. That's not the way you want to give up an opening death.
I wouldn't have even minded it if it was a Mac-10 and he was behind it. You know, that would have been more justifiable. Instead, we've got Slen finding another, this time smoke spam onto Levy. And I haven't watched it, so I can't make it. But I'm sure there's some references about Titans and being attacked.
Yeah, but I think he's called Levi.
Oh. Yeah, we can't do that unless we call him.
But we could be the levy is broken.
Oh yes. He's pushed the Chevy to the levy, and it was dry, I guess.
Yeah.
There's another one as they're fighting their way back into the B side. Pekin making this. Oh, what the bloody hell's Mikey doing? Just assumes it's clear. Zenz is back and punished by Volt, but now with the bomb down, Pekin and Bloggis. No, make it just Bloggis, AWP, and I think he's thinking twice about even making a play for this. Would rather have the AWP into the next, and that's a wise and informed decision.
Everyone's favorite four-letter word.
Save. Gets away with it, I think. No one's going to be pushing the issue.
See if they can scavenge some of these M4s into anything juicier on the ground.
Like it is tough because, you know, it's a 10-second defuse, but in a 1v4, it kind of the logical conclusion is save, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's mainly because of the AWP. He actually could have been dropped one by Pekin in the next round, but playing the long game.
Especially when it's your first. Don't want to lose it straight away.
It's called a tech again, so potentially some of these issues they were just having persisting. We'd love to get these ironed out ASAP so that they can focus in on the game. So it's better we do it early.
Yeah, I mean,
then it comes in late when we're in some of those crunch rounds.
Especially when you're also kind of, you know, relatively new to an environment like this.
For sure.
I imagine that you have to get used to kind of voicing your concerns. I'd probably sit there and kind of suffer in silence if I didn't have an experienced teammate saying, bro, if this is happening, you say something.
Well, we're not as harsh on this these days as we once were, but back in my day, says Grandpa over here, the biggest insult you could possibly get was being called an onliner. Yeah. Right? A cheater kind of came across as a compliment if you weren't cheating, but you could have been. And that kind of plays into the online tag, is we're not sure what's going on in your bedroom at home. Yeah. And, you know, the old joke of, you know, sipping your Coca-Cola, I think that one came out from Cold Zero and the Brazilians, right? The fact is, you're in such a comfortable environment, somewhere that you feel safe to play your best CS, somewhere that you do your best work, because there's no distractions, there's no worry, the pressure isn't there, but this is in the environment where your teammates are around. This is probably next best, right? You're not sitting and yelling at the opponent. You don't have to see them. Cameramen aren't going to be in front of your desks in your face. There's still distractions to deal with, but it's the environment. Is the chair right? Is the table height there? Did I make sure I noted how my keyboard's at home? At home, do I have some weird and freaky setup with a pull-out drawer, right? There's all of these things that factor in. And when you're someone coming to LANs for the first times, LAN cafes used to have different setups, but these days we have somewhat more standardized. I think the desks need to be about like 1.2 to 1.4, right, in terms of their width, right? Yeah. So that's so you can get your keyboard, your big mouse pad on. Most players have come to the conclusion, especially for tier 1 big events, that the tables are adjustable height-wise so that you can fit that perfectly. And then it's about having the quality of peripherals, and that's definitely going to be the case. I think these monitors are like $520 20 hertz or something insane. So the PCs as well are beasts. They've got I guess it's like the second or third best processor now because the new one just came out. But the graphics cards, I'm pretty sure, were 4080s.
XDs and all that.
Right, exactly. So they've got everything they could hope for, but getting comfortable in that environment for players who aren't used to it, that's a factor within itself. And that's where, like, rituals, I'm wearing the underwear, these lucky socks, we won a big game, I'm going to wear the same jersey until we lose. All of these silly things that play in your head to make you feel more comfortable tend to exist. But it looks like we are having a problem with sound, Bloggers has reported in the server.
Yeah, well, one of the things that, speaking of sound, is the in-ears, which I know for if, playing at home, I'm not doing in-ears and putting another quite a tight noise-cancelling headphone over the top of it.
Yes.
I'm very easily distracted by discomfort. I take all the labels out of my shirts and stuff like that. So with the idea of having my ears kind of having those in-ears pressed into my ears, I'd almost encourage them to be doing it at home, growing accustomed to it at home before you get to this kind of environment.
I've noticed with some of the Chinese teams before, when we've seen them playing in online events in Europe, that they will play with in-ears and not over the, no headset over the top. But we are back underway. Looks like the sound issue has been sorted. Mikey's going to get back into a MAC-10. Pekin will be able to buy with it. There you go. So he could drop the AK. I was going to say that didn't necessarily have to be the move. So a full buy for Unity going into round number 4.
Chad, I've done some analytical work. So far, the team that finds the opening kill has won the round.
All right. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that.
Thank you very much.
Feeder gave away a freebie in the previous. This time he's going to be starting more passive towards B.
Maybe that's saved all.
Yeah. Well, posting up with the... Well, he did go back into the MAC-10. So... there was the ability to have AKs for everybody. Let's see if this plays into the call. Unity are starting in a default spread. Here you go. Pekin playing close up towards connector with the MAC-10. That's what you wanted to see in the previous.
Very powerful weapon at this kind of range, clearing out those corners, staying mobile, and even clearing into Glyph can be... Ooh, hang on. Flamus. Dangerous game. Incendiary blocked himself there. Bloggers, then he backed into the wall, takes some necessary damage. The H-Sheet looks like it will chip away at Pekin as well.
Second for good measure. Look at that.
Fair play. That's a nice response. That Incendiary into the double nade has both of them looking a little worse for wear.
Slen's on the long rotation back through spawn to support the B bomb site, but the bomb is down. You can see it on the radar top left of your screen. Will be scooped up. Feeder will grab that. And now they need to look for the finish. Smoke's available, flashes as well, and gravitating towards connector, heading towards B. It looks like GamerLegion are reading this one.
And Flamus has been very well. Oh, I was going to say, aware. Still a missed shot from Bloggers. You got given a gift of a walking CT into your crosshairs. And instead, he goes down. So should be shaping up for a GamerLegion round. Mikey in mid could, hang on, be overlooked. DTR could clear. And Towson as well, putting his name in the feed. So just feed up. 20 seconds up against 4. This is exactly how the last round went down. And we ended up saving the AWP. Doesn't look like Feeder's got that option here. $0 in his bank account. And now finds himself the first. Takes down Towson on A. Heaven player, though, and planting for Heaven. DTR collects. Thank you very much. An AK-47. And a second round for GamerLegion.
Curious to see what the buy looks like for Unity with the 5.6k on Pekin right now. So do they want to try Hero AK? I think everybody else will have to be limited with the loss bonus starting to build now on the T side, 2,400 into the next. But to level out the finances, he could donate. There it is. It is going to be the Hero AK. So just try and keep GamerLegion a little bit humble. But this is something we were doing all through the Americas RMR, and we'll do the same. Map like Anubis. Yeah, definitely T-sided. Yeah, right.
You know, I was kind of second-guessing myself. Maybe Flamus released the walk key, started to accelerate, and no, that is a. I can't.
You've got to be hitting those, yes.
Yeah, I can't say that, Chad. You can.
But when you're given opportunities like this, you need to be able to convert them. So Pekin onto Flamus this time round will not make the same mistake. The Hero AK already reaping the rewards. Oof. Peter peppered through the smoke by Volt. What's the response? Calling ZTR over. He's going to play on the B site, so likely to see some form of aggression. With B main smoked, it is quite difficult to go for the clear because you need to worry about 180 degrees. And while they're trying to grab this space back, Pekin and Co are taking middle. A main blocked, pressure on Towson if they split A.
Mikey throws out some mid-pressure. Smoke towards the temple side. ZTR's reaction is necessary. We'll throw out the incendiary towards camera. We'll slow their crawl towards Towson. A flash just to delay them further. ZTR, no, never mind! He pushes through on the flash and it's given them a way in. Oh dear. Towson, Volt, step up, deliver, lovely multi-kill. The crossfire, impossible to break. Bloggis late, comes in through, tucks into the fishtail and has been overlooked by Volt. Small window of opportunity here for Bloggis to come up clutch, but Slenzorp now holds that bomb, and Slen's not going to miss a walking opponent.
Recovered. GamerLegion, that one was a little bit dicey, but Unity after those frags, they hit the accelerator, and they're the ones who got chewed up, spat out. GamerLegion will take the lead. That was obviously just the lighter investment with this hero AK and its opening. ZTR with a risky maneuver, but gets all the information.
Yeah, I mean, there I am going. Surprised that ZTR's done it, but it does lead to a very informed crossfire on A. Very nice indeed.
Bringing the energy in the room, which is nice to hear. And well, again, it's going to be the 2-1-2 of the defense. So GamerLegion, last time round they did this, they actually offered up a bit of a main aggression with a Towson look. This time round it was more of a mid-centric block, and well, it seems to be the right call. Double mollies mid, they're going to push on through the pressure there. We'll force Towson back for now. It's the AWP of Slen joining him on A.
Yeah.
It's good real estate to have early, right? It does apply pressure and potentially keeps the CTs isolated. It also could force them into a knee-jerk info play reaction. Do they push dark? Do they push out a B main? Well, right now, nothing. GamerLegion sticking to their guns. Faith in Slen, spots him on the jump, and oh, felt like he had Levy through the smoke.
Think so. Now aggressing B main and spots them. Feeder confirms. They've pushed for info on B. I've taken down the AWP. At least Levy has on A. And so Mikey starts to activate. The absence of a rotation through middle implies he's got a bit of room to work with here and gets himself undetected to Cam.
GamerLegion is going to have a fair amount of players here to do this.
Yeah, third just getting over there as well. Volt arrives in time. Towson, shot, still moving. Becking gone. Volt, nice headshot, catches the Levy advance.
And the flank will be quite quick as well.
Oh, but this is a power position for an AWP, but deep heaven smoke. Oh, that's going to sow some seeds of doubt. Does it delay you, or do you brave it? Looks like they're going to edge towards it. Flamus coming in from main. Held by Bloggis. He has to hit this shot. If Flamus does jiggle and bait the shot, it's awkward. No, walking in. Bloggis, this time successful. Volt onto Mikey, though, and no one's ready for a second. Mikey the bait. Fidder the double. Lovely.
All right, well, we're going to tie things back up. Good round from Unity. That missed shot from Slen just getting punished. Span through the smoke. Levy with a fantastic opener. Catch this one again. Volt with some crackers on the AK, but not enough. And it's tough at that moment, you know, but you can look at what's available on the board to try and make the round a little bit easier. You're not going to leave that rotate all the way around back towards connector if you're GamerLegion, but Flamus did have a flash. Maybe get that flash into the site, facilitate a leak, but those are the details. Few omissions in the purchases. ZTR and Towson hamstrung P250 and MP9 to work with. So Flamus, Volt, and Slend, you turn to them to find the bigger output. Slend's AWP still posted in mid. Will be mollied back. Has to respect this.
Oh, he's brave. Nice work there from Levy. Controls and maintains control of A main. Volt going looking. Test for feeder. And yeah, in the open, doesn't find the initial damage, and attempt to punish with the HE's good. Right on the money. Volt
well blocked.
Does eat that one, but yeah, as you said, Dark Smoke retains control of B.
The A main setup has no baskets info. So if they do, I was going to say investigate. Speaking of that, Flamus. Oh.
Misinfo.
Yeah. I reckon is going to be a late piece as they reroute back to B.
This is a great call.
It's only one smoke on Bloggis because Peckham, unless he knows the canal smoke for the B side, won't be able to contribute anything. Is it left side? Is it temple? Without seeing the crosshair guys, I can't tell you where that one was going to go, but left side site.
Still, I mean, yeah, they're going to have to play retake. Flamus, he's going to spam the smoke, but on the reload, perhaps getting across. Yep, bomb does. Levy punching in the bomb code. Spam, beautifully timed on the retreat from Levy. Flamus now getting flashed through. Ooh, this could hurt. Nice turn. Mikey covered by Bloggis. Big frags. Peckin as well. Double. Oh. And Volt goes down. It's all up to ZTR's flank now. Bloggis, he's responsible for it, but may have overlooked this higher elevation. It's a nice shot. Takes the headshot off. Or down. Recovers it. Mikey on jail. The nade looks good. Destined for damage. Pekin holding, Slend walking, time sensitive. Slend, you've got no time for this. He hits the first, would need this one instantly. Mikey was there and not able to hit the shot. Perhaps there was a kit attainable as well. Maybe it was within reach, but it cost them everything. And Unity take the round.
Yeah, and very important for Unity to put consecutive rounds on the board. It's going to break the finances of GamerLegion and essentially worth a third. So they are going to be able to secure most likely their 5th round. Looks like the biggest investment we'll see from GamerLegion is this flash for ZTR to try and enable a push across the map. There's also a smoke potentially from Flamus to block. So what can you get done in an eco round like this, GamerLegion? Might see an Ash timeout at the start of next round as well, just to have a conversation about how things are going to go forward.
All right, well, we're stacking A, and there is going to be a collision course set. Oh, good pop flash. Gets them both. That lead with a double kill. Disaster. Disaster has struck.
Not like this, boys.
Get out of there. Get out of there ASAP. But already, you know, they're going to start charging.
There's that smoke.
And it's working.
It's going to slow down this B scale.
He didn't push through that HE clear. So now Flamus. Ooh, work cut out for him to be cleared here by Feeder. Ivy already occupied. Scavenged away AK on Torsen late. Probably going to try and keep hold of that given the loss of 2 of his teammates now. So push from the dark side.
Feels like they've course corrected.
But this AK, as we discussed, still a threat. Catches Feeder off the back of the plant. Mikey and Bloggis, what can you do? There is a smoke on Torsen now. Oh, good shot. Catches Slend just emerging from that smoke, but that smoke now obscures his view. Uncomfortable for Unity, very uncomfortable. Both behind that smoke, Torsen spamming back. It's just a spam battle. Now Bloggis blocking in the smoke. Vault exposed, clean headshot. Torsen making it expensive. And Bloggis at least pulls home the round. Coming down to a 1v1 though, against just an eco, a flash and a smoke. It's very costly.
Yeah, it has some massive ramifications to the finances. Bloggis can drop one, Feeder could have bought himself, and well, Mikey's going to operate with the MAC-10 again. It's where he got the ace on the full eco bash, but that lead that Unity were able to extend, or have still extended, it gets a little bit wonkier now because of the damage being done. Got a lot with a very little here, GamerLegion. This is one of those scenarios where you feel that you could have won it after the opening exchange, but you remind yourself it was just that eco. And it is going to be a GamerLegion tactical timeout to get Ash on the mic. 4 or 5 rounds on the CT side is where GamerLegion will be looking to set the bar.
It's interesting that they went for the flash like into baskets as opposed to pushing out a main. It's an alternative version. Catches them just after they've taken that initial control, which is very nice. Worked out very well. Now Unity's map pick, and so this T-side haul has to continue.
I'm just trying to think, you know, what Ash would like to address. Obviously, it's sometimes good just to get poised, right? Just to take a moment to have a bit of a breather and you know, acknowledge, okay, that was an unlucky round, or we shouldn't have given away that opening pick.
Ooh, a chance for Levy. Good trade from ZTR.
Well, it was clear from that they wanted to go for A main aggression, so 1 for 1, blocked now, because you could see Slend was also in the site ready to set them up with a flash on that fight. Just came a little bit earlier than GamerLegion were ready for. So there's no knee-jerk immediate reaction in towards a bomb site. It's just Unity continuing to grab the realist out on the map to piece this better together. Understand where the CTs could be, but GamerLegion have been quite hefty on the rotations. That's helped out by some of their CT maneuvers for info. We've seen a few B pushes that have allowed them to get early rotations over towards A. This time round, it's the opposite. ZTR on an island towards the A site, GamerLegion calling the bluff and expecting the B finish, and this appears to be the right call. B main blocked with about 50 seconds on the clock.
Flamus, he's not shy. Looking to clear out this angle as Feeder's got his nades out. Pekin dead. Feeder gonna be cleared out. Flamus still unable to convert, gets him low. That's the bomb as well. Volt, if he can find him, spam the smoke. It's gonna be awkward. Feeder down, pushing through his Mikey. Confident with that MAC-10 now upgraded. Takes Slend's M4 for a spin.
Time's the problem.
Bomb needs to be retrieved. This fight with Volt, he readies himself, needs to get him on. Does find some bullets onto Mikey. ZTR drops it in the smoke. Covers a little bit. Whoa, there was not much time to work with. An important kill from Bloggis. Even more so from Mikey, a double kill and 6, as well as humbling GamerLegion.
Yeah, that's actually a massive round to win. I thought that they had the right read, the push was good, the kills were there in their favor, the bomb's loose, and then they have to hold it. But ZTR hadn't noted, actually rotated back through middle as opposed to pushing A. Menzi has to Geronimo out of that window, and because he's late to it, they're already fighting from connector into water.
I mean, Feeder's kill there onto Flamus gives them a chance, and then Mikey makes it around.
At that point, right, I guess
15 seconds.
ZTR wanted to be there, 2 or 3 seconds earlier, just couldn't.
Ooh. Yeah, Mikey's not going to force the issue. You have no idea other than one back sight. Doesn't want to be running in, giving a rifle, bring an opening kill, send over the smoke, or rather under the smoke, not visible to Bloggis.
It's a good half from Unity.
Yeah, so far so good. All you need to do is not slip up against this partial investment. You've got yourself a really solid T-side haul.
Well, it did get a little bit dangerous with just those USPs, the flash and the smoke. So this one definitely packs a bit more of a punch.
And you're seeing it in their gameplay, more reserved here, slower. You've already got Peckin across. They can't really force him out of that corner.
Oh, apparently it's too quiet for GamerLegion. They've evacuated the B bomb site, and that's the wrong call. We can see that Unity are just starting to set up with their execute. So the little bit of pressure that Unity just applied towards A, there was a HE, there was a smoke. It's forced a huge rotation. And considering GamerLegion have had some good reads with the rotations up until this point, this is the first one that seems like it's really falling flat.
Towson has a little bit of an opportunity onto Mikey. Heard him coming, but Mikey ready. Ooh, nearly had a multi-kill there. ZTR quick to trade, finds himself the AK. Can he get away? Keep the Cav, keep the AK. No, long-range burst to the head. Levy, nice work. Punishes the absent helmet. Flamus finds himself in an uncomfortable position. There's...
Imagine if he had a kit and a smoke.
Yeah, yeah, it would have been grounds for a very crazy 1v4.
I say something like that. Imagine if GamerLegion had won all the rounds. That may as well have just made a statement on those lines.
Okay, Bloggers. Yeah, under scrutiny for a second, Levy bails him out. So yeah, they survived what was always a threat. Up against 5-7s, I like that they were showing some restraint. And yeah, this half continues to be looking very promising for Unity on their map pick as well. With Vertigo next, dare I say it, it is compulsory to survive here.
Yeah, it does feel like this one would go the distance if Unity are able to pick up Anubis. I feel like if I'm GamerLegion, I want to go for an all-in aggressive play, with like a flash and a dark push at the same time as a window push and A-main ready to clamp down as well. But you know if you get the next 2 rounds, you're still in a very good position. I love this from Unity. It's a complete change. It's not the default. They're setting up for an immediate A execute. This has intention. They just need to get past Towson, and he only has a smoke to block.
We're off to the races. Mikey to flash them in. Not going to clear out the fountain position. Someone needs to check it. Peckin at least gets the trade. ZTR loses 80 points of health just to get past them through. The Molotov throws out a nade. But this bomb is going down. A lovely little pace change. Showing a diverse portfolio of plays.
Now they just need to hold on to it. GamerLegion, at what point do you call this off? That deep smoke again. Mikey just gets to farm through this.
Lovely smoke. Volt's lucky to get away with his life there.
You call it off now. Really well done. Layering of util as well, right? Jumping up heaven after just a standard heaven smoke, it's kind of risky. Doing it in that fashion is giving Unity a whole lot more of a buffer to work with.
And it even has you second guessing, like you can't call cameras not occupied, you just don't know.
Precisely.
Don't know what's on that broken side.
Well, they're looking to take away the rifles, and that's a great shot from Levy. Flamus in the dirt. Loss bonus maxed on out. The final round of buys as Slend will get to retain his AWP. But hold your head high, Unity. More of this Czech representation. Obviously, we talked about Sinners, we talked about Eclot. Well, right now we've got Unity facing elimination. Potentially joining Rebels, who were sent home by Nemiga just before this series got underway. And look, if you're interested in the results from the mainstream, Harry and Hugo, short day at the office for those two. mute right now if you don't want to hear the result. I know some people like to watch games a little bit later. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Vitality taking care of business. We've got Vitality and MOUZ locked in now alongside of the Mongols, Liquid, Pain, FlyQuest, Wildcard, Furia, Complexity, MIBR, Imperial, Rare Atom. That's 12 of the 24 teams confirmed.
Okay, we're halfway there. Feeder. Ooh. Eats a nade.
Need something, GamerLegion. Like, I feel they need to salvage this round. Even if it's scrappy, even if it's one player lighting them up. Wow.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's not a lot of him, but he was visible through the smoke, just crouching into it. Mikey, a brave soldier. CTR tucks a little two-man setup here for a main. Is there going to be a recede? Slend calling for a backup. Mikey through mid, trying to bait that off shot. Unable to do so. Good find from Slend. This final round, take its shape. Vlogis, good find back, takes down Slend. He's trying to stay dynamic. Pekin not clearing as Flamus walks into another. As the bomb, the round is there. As Flamus through the flames to finish. A fantastic recovery, but still 8-4. That is a statement half from Unity.
Yeah, I think they're going to be extremely happy with that, and I think they should be with the way that they had called it, right? There was some quite default heavy, but also the change of the execute in the final stages there of that. Nice to see. They also didn't trip over with any foot faults, right? That eco round, the 5-7 round, they were able to deal with those. So all in all, with the pistol, the conversions, pretty decent stuff. But that's not to say this isn't workable for GamerLegion. I still think with 4 rounds to their name, they can get back into this map in a big way. They're the ones now getting to dictate the tone as they switch on over to the attack.
I'm sure it's all personal preference, but I am intrigued what audio settings the professional players are running. Like, do they use the left-right isolation? Do you use perspective correction? What's the
it is tough, right? And some players believe in voodoo more than technology. So you look at someone who's still using launch commands, right? Someone who's still rocking a 4x3 res because they like the way it feels, right? So it has to be. That's why we always say with peripherals as well, personal preference. But surely there has to be a sound setting that's better than the others.
Right? Yeah.
There must be. Well, we need a sound guy to sort that one out. But this is looking like a technical pistol round from GamerLegion. We've got utility actually spread across 4 players, right? It is smokes and flashes, but still, it might be quite a layering. Are we just B rushing?
There's a lot of util being thrown towards B, and Slend jumps into the jaws of Fidda. Good shots, Mikey as well. USP, one tap now, Vlogis. Everyone hitting their shots with a USP, and what's CTR supposed to do? He can't do this alone. His partner, Volt, other side of the map, now spotted out by Pekin, getting flanked as well, running out of bullets and health. Wow, Unity, this is a very convincing pistol, just 1 casualty. And the 9th already there, starting their CT campaign with a pistol win. That's going to get the energy flowing in one direction more so than the other. GamerLegion, a B-rush call is not very common. You see that on a T-side pistol of Anubis, just straight up B-rushing.
And that's why I was a bit confused about the layering of the flashes. I didn't quite understand. Well, I guess it allowed it to be, one after the other after the other. It wasn't just one player necessarily having to stand there and lob them out. But yeah, it feels like a pretty flat approach, and smiles on the faces of some of the Unity players. They're very content with how things are unfolding. Setting up for something direct again. There'll be 3 players towards B to defend once more.
Powerful flash lineup here from ZTR. Same for Feeder. Throwing a flash, looking at the screen, does nail it. Bolts in. Flamus with him. Vlogis, very low HP, brave to be around that smoke during the spam. Actually does hit him lower. Just 2 HP for Vlogis. Maybe you can deliver that to a healthy member, Levy or Mikey.
I don't see a kit. Do you, Alex?
I don't. Makes this increasingly more difficult. Really, the second round forced by.
If they get trapped B main, they're just going to get smoked off.
Still no kit though, so
yeah, this
don't know if they fancy their chance.
Look at all the smokes!
Smoke defuse. Spam. Everyone starts to unload and they find Pekin. They need to get on the defuse now. This is a very awkward way to lose the second round.
It's over.
All over. Spamming away the bomb onto the pistols, pushing smokes. It is theirs. GamerLegion are not giving this one over for free. A second round force bite. No plant in the first. Just Tech 9s.
Okay, well. They're able to put themselves back in the conversation. As long as they're able to walk past what will be the force buy behind the saves, they break Unity. Look at this with the smokes. I've never seen anything quite like it. And it works against them. They think, let's just block B main, everything else is cleared. And they just use that wall spam on through and snatch the round away.
Oh, Buchholz' scout. A quick dispatch of Flamus, a nice opening kill. CTR finds himself close, but that nade's got his name on it. Down to 69. Nice.
I think if you dig into the X's and the O's with GamerLegion on this map, their T side, slightly their worst side. Now, the reason that I keep the conversation wide open is because I would put GamerLegion ahead of Unity as far as if we're talking in realms of Counter-Strike. Now, in terms of how much, well, that's debatable. I still think there's a chance for GamerLegion to work back into this. If they can pull themselves out of the 4v5 number disadvantage.
Spotted. Thanks, a lot of info. Fiddle realizes he's going to need some help here. Smoke thrown, likely to Temple. Actually divides the site. Facilitates the push out Dark. Feeder's back is turned. How is he not dead? A chance for Torsen. Wasted away now. Mikey allowed to find CTR as well. They've just got to find the last two. 30 seconds and that bomb is in need of a plant. Slend has it on his back. Torsen to try and hold control but loses his life, and now up to Slend, an impossible one, just trading blows here. An overwhelmed Peck in a big one. 10 for Unity. They fight straight back with a force of their own.
I take it back. I do put them in the same hemisphere of Counter-Strike.
Yep, okay. Well, it's short-lived, but I always appreciate someone that's willing to readdress.
Yeah, look, the name value.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or bark and bite.
Well, we haven't seen Unity at a major final.
Hey, that's very true.
So in terms of name value...
Yet, obviously. Yet. Now, Ash, he's not angry. He's just disappointed.
Guys, don't make me make content about this. Come on.
GamerLegion versus Unity at the RMR, where it all went wrong.
Yeah, or how to lose against a force buy. Flamus getting picked off early, and I mean, crouching into a scout you knew about, certainly punishable. Feeder did a lot of work, gets that info onto ZTR. You know, that's also, I guess, in review, it's going to be, we can't be, like, they can get that info safely, that the bomb is B. We've done something wrong.
Yeah, I think the options were still open at that point as well.
Sure.
So
well, I didn't see the time, but there was time.
Yeah. Okay, well, a couple of AKs, a couple of Tech 9s, and this time they try and search over towards A. Volt posted up to deal with Connector. Torsen, grenade. That's a hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, oh, it gets worse as well. Flamus gets caught by a little stray bullet from Mikey. So 100 damage dealt to just 50. Buchholz takes an early lick. This is an interesting call. This might very well be where Unity secure themselves in 11th, looking at their three-man hold of the A site.
Yeah, you wonder how this can go wrong. I guess if you put too much trust in the teammate that's holding the choke point and you get caught off guard, but both Levy and Buchholz are ready for the A main pressure. You two being lined up, execute moments away, bomb on Torsen. So if you get blocked and the two players of Flamus and Volt don't get in, you can cancel, but you're running out of time to pivot.
Here we go. And Buchholz gets away with the first, removes Volt. Tekin hoping that Levy was active on the angle, so Flamus has actually managed to open up the site. Slend with the bomb, needs to get across. Buchholz will allow it. CTR's here in the rotation. Mikey, will you clear it? Doesn't do so. Buchholz pushed. A nice trade. Mikey gets him. Will they worry about this flank or too late? Feeder clears it out. Shot! CTR, a messy one. And Unity make it 11. Oh, there were so many ways in which GamerLegion could have taken that. Flamus did everything to start. Maybe a little too much at the end there. Ooh, Dia from ZTR.
And you feel like that is about to be the map, don't you? 11-5 the scoreline, the loss bonus obviously towards the bottom of the barrel, considering we are just in the early stages of the second half of play. That was a force buy with some AKs and Tech 9s into the mix. And, well, trying to keep the mood light. GamerLegion, third tactical timeout. They will force buy again. They lose this, 12-5. 2,400 loss. It will be another buy that resembles exactly this. And Unity will be locking up their first map of the European RMR for Group A.
I think I've heard both, but which one would you say is the new Mirage out of Anubis and Ancient? You know, like which one's getting more play?
Josh would call Ancient Green Mirage.
Okay.
But when I'm pugging, I tend to go into more Anubis than I do Ancient. I think Ancient requires a little bit more utility for round openings.
Sure. This is, yeah.
You still need some for Anubis, don't get me wrong, but I think you can just take a lot more aim duels, especially within pugs. Yeah. But we'll try B again, shall we?
Yeah, let's see how Fido handles this one. Incendiary, that's going to take some damage. It's a good flash from Bloggis. But they're through already. That's a really important kill. Volt. Oh, and a chance on a second. Bloggis making a meal of this one. Doesn't have the bullets. Just about gets it across the line. And CTR not able to find a single frag on the way in. Not going to feel good as you realize that your finances, once again, it's going to be basically the same round, at least the same resources.
Yeah, so look, you put yourself in a perfect position after the first force buy win to break Unity and then actually start getting into some gun rounds. Your second half has not consisted of a full rifle round where you get to play default Counter-Strike. It's just had to be group up, pop, go, hope we overwhelm. And this time we'll try towards middle, shall we?
Push B, shall we? Dawson down. Lovely work.
Bombing him.
He ain't scared. Just running it down. Bloggis trying to hit some no-scopes here for style points, and it does cost him his life. He'd be remiss if it cost him a round. Certainly a plant available. ZTR considering that, but has no idea that the site is unoccupied. Now starts to get that down. Lamas jail. ZTR walking through the smoke and gets pecking with the quick scope headshot. Ooh, taking shape into a potential and disruptive 6th round for GamerLegion. Can they survive this? Mikey, Levy, and Feeder. Bit of a re-execution. Role reversal. ZTR, if he gets that down as well, they're going to have to push through this. Mikey was trying to play the fade, now pushes through. Wasn't ready for Flammers. And Levy, can he save him? Oh, so much damage. Where's the kit? Getting on the defuse.
Right in front of his face.
Going for the knife in the smoke. Okay, we've got a game. It's 13-5. And a sigh of relief for Bloggis. Nearly let that one slip.
I can't quite believe the way that one ended, getting diffused right under your nose right there. But that one is a big win for Unity. Czech fans around the world, or mainly in that part of the world, yeah, are very happy with how things unfolded in this matchup. We are going to be moving to Vertigo as map number 2, but that's not my expected result. I honestly thought that we were looking at a laboured GamerLegion 2-0. Right. So the fact that Unity have come to play, that is positive. I like the way that they function within the first half. Look at Mikey straight into aimbots just to keep on warming up.
Yeah, well, when you've got 18 frags in your first map and you take down a more favoured opponent, that's got to feel good. You want to keep that lightning in the bottle and bring it into what is going to be a more troublesome second map. Of course, Vertigo is GamerLegion's map and a map they're more comfortable on. I have to say, I am surprised, as you are, with the discomfort we saw from GamerLegion on Anubis. Whether it is just a cold start, whether it is Unity's, well, dare I say, Unity on the map.
Precisely. No, I think maybe, you know, as I said, I'm an Ash stan.
Yeah.
The pieces that he's working with, the ones that people are probably most familiar with, are ZTR, who may be doing too much focus on the calling and not enough on the shooting because he had some wonky moments with the aim. Volt, you know, he hit a couple of nice shots, but he's not necessarily a star player in any sense of the word. I think Slend is where I was kind of hyping things up, and we didn't get too much going from him. As, yeah, that's a very disappointing first showing from GamerLegion. Only 5 rounds, and here's the scores on the doors for everybody playing at home. Now, Mikey top of scorer, but he did have a full eco ace for the MAC-10.
Yeah?
So grade that as you will. Someone had to get them. And fortunately for him, it was him. But it was a good team effort. I like the way that they functioned. I like the fact that they didn't trip up against the Eco or the 5-7 rounds, so that was nice to see.
I think my main takeaway was actually Feeder. How am I saying that?
Feeder?
Yeah. He impressed me just with the way he was getting the infos on B. With lesser weapons, he was still getting contributions. I think in terms of like impact and round-defining kills, I think he definitely was, pulling his weight.
Yeah, and look, well, he was the standout player, Alex. Maybe they heard you talking. So look at that. You can see his impact throughout the game, just like your Premier matches.
Yeah, look at this. You can see that. Just look at that slew of rounds. Just one kill. But
he's doing his job.
He got his.
Yeah, I got mine, guys. But look, if people are tuning in, they wonder what this one's all about. It's obviously elimination. Loser of this, which could be GamerLegion after one's map time, will be sent home in last place alongside of Rebels. We got Vertigo coming up next, but the bucket of teams, the winner of this series will join in the 1-2, right, the best of threes still. You got to battle yourself back for 3 best of threes from this point if you do want to try and... Well, actually, it might be more.
Yeah, it could be.
It might be more. We got BetBoom, Eclot, Falcons, Sangal, and Nemiga. And the last name from this series will be joining them a little bit later today. Yeah. So in either 1 to 2 hours' time.
Yeah, well, for now, we're going to take a quick break. And when we do come back, we'll get Vertigo. We'll see if GamerLegion can just stand up, dust themselves off, and take us the distance to 3. Or is it really elimination stations for GamerLegion on Vertigo?
Yeah.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Well, hello there. Welcome back. Unity taking the first map, but heading into Vertigo, Chatty B. You relaxing, reclining?
I'm trying to.
Look how long we are.
Seeding is hard.
Yes. Seeding or seating?
Both.
Yeah, can be tough.
Not at this major, though, apparently.
No, everyone seems to be, I don't know, performing as expected.
Other than GamerLegion.
Yeah, actually, valid. Oh, look at us doing a death segment.
Hey. But if you were hoping that this would be 2-0 for Unity, I have some bad news.
Oh.
Next map is Vertigo. It is a map that Unity struggle on. It is a map that hopefully, for GamerLegion fans all around the world, their boys can turn things around and push this one the distance, because that was a pretty trash showing from them on Anubis, to really be frank about the matter.
Yeah, well, your name's Chad. But either way, we do see a 1-win, 3-loss in the column for Unity. They've played it 4 times and not against particularly notable names.
No, I was going to call them the funny name again. Viperio.
That's the one.
No, but I would always...
Viperion.
I think I would always say it wrong. Like, yeah, sorry to those
Some sort
guys.
of Pokemon.
Like Apogee as well were Polish. They played 9. They played 9. We know 9.
9.
Mantu's in that team. Refresh as well. You know, a couple of names that people should be more familiar with. But this is the thing. We're talking about Counter-Strike teams that are looking for that dream. The dream to attend the major, Perfect World Shanghai Major 2024, the final event of the year. And moving forward into next year and hopefully onwards, just like Buzz Lightyear. Of course, to infinity
and beyond.
Yeah. Not Woody. The majors will continue to be the final events of the season, so we get a nice way to crown ourselves a champion. But these teams and these players are just looking for the opportunity to attend. And this is where, look, this is everybody's Super Bowl, but just making it the next step, even just a win at the RMR would be massive for the Czech representation of Unity.
Absolutely. I mean, I think even just being in those seats right now and playing against these, this higher level of opponent, it's already feeling pretty special.
Now, I'm terrible at remembering things that people tell me.
Okay.
And I think it was either a Harry, a Hugo. Could have been a Hugo. Hugo was the
Let's say it was
pick.
Hugo.
Let's go with Hugo.
Yeah.
Shout out to Hugo, B. Byron, and the Manor one time. Or could have been Blair. Could have been Dinko.
Well, I thought we decided it was Hugo.
Yeah, but one of those 3 was letting me know that for Mikey, it was like apparently the first time he had gotten on a plane when he went to Berlin.
Wow, and now he finds himself in Shanghai, China.
Crazy, right? Yeah. Like, what a culture shock that would be.
I mean, for sure, but also, I mean, we've had the same kind of experience where esports was our portal into seeing the world. I mean, right now he's getting an opportunity to not only play these games and compete, he did, top fragging, and Chad, of course, stealing his thunder.
I have to.
Yeah, it's your job, I get it.
I got to talk about the ecos.
He did, but he jumped straight into aimbots after the first map win, so we'll see if Mikey's individual form maintains him at the top of the scoreboard. But yes, seeing the world, and now he's heading to the top of the rooftops for Vertigo. I mean, interesting one all the same.
Don't know how old he was. I was going to say you should maybe just head over to the Ritz-Carlton, go to the rooftop bar.
Yeah, maybe check out the Bund.
Yeah. Well, Alex has never been to Shanghai either. Maybe one day you get to go, Alex. You never know.
And I will try.
One day. But hold up. That's a vacant room.
What's going on here then?
Gentlemen!
What's going on here then? They saw the guy whip out his metal detector and they didn't understand what it was for. Everyone ran away.
It's not a paddling, boys. We just want to make sure you don't got any devices.
I'll tell you what, actually, they got spawn trapped. You can see on their screens. They got spawn trapped.
Oh, so they've rage quit.
So they've raged, yeah.
Ah, okay.
They're all crying in the bathroom right now.
Well, yeah, probably better there than elsewhere. It is a wet room.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah.
Tiling, good. Ah, we found them. Okay, a team talk. And
now, are they in the hallway?
I think they're in the cupboard.
They're in the cupboard, okay.
They're in the cupboard.
Well, the boss is wearing the right hat. Ash.
Let's go.
This is your time to fire him up, get him focused as a roar is let out from GamerLegion, needing to turn their fate around and take us the distance in the series if they went any shot of not going home now. Okay, so you go into the T pose.
Yeah. And then you get the green light.
Oh, Flamus is yelling something. Torsten's turn. He's gone tracky dax. Or are they linen?
They look linen.
They are linen.
Wow.
With Uggs.
Oh, he's rocking the Uggs.
Linen and Uggs.
Yo, fair play, man. I mean, I never, ever will understand someone gaming in jeans. If you're playing video games in your jeans, never mind competitive.
It's like being on a plane in jeans,
what are you doing?
What are those? You'd say they were more like sports,
That's looking like a kind of a breathable gym short.
ZTR, shorts and slides with socks.
Slides with socks. Well, you don't want to get sweaty feet, do you? At least not sliding around in your slides.
That's true, but kept both of them on brand. Ash, what do you got under that hat, Ash?
Well, his head.
Yeah. Yeah, but surely the admin has to check. He can't see.
Oh, you're right. And you have to scan it. You know, maybe he's got like a secret strat book that he's...
Oh, maybe he takes it off.
Yeah, and there he
when
goes.
the game goes
There he
live.
goes.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, returning to kind of Ash as a discussion topic is about Vertigo. We've seen that it's been a map that GamerLegion have been workshopping. It hasn't always gone swimmingly for them, but they have been competitive against a wide variety of opponents across the Counter-Strike spectrum, especially some of their Force Buys. They've got some innovative B smokes that they'll be looking to deploy.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that, for sure.
They've got that one, you know, the one that you can just do the one smoke and you molly Guardian. So you
yes.
one smoke,
Yes.
Guardian, and it can be, you can do a lot of things off the back of that.
Well, I'm just hoping that they find some confidence now they turn to their territory, because there were some certain moments that didn't look like they had the most conviction. But it's now or never. As much as that is a cliche, it is the case.
Why do we call it Guardian? He didn't do anything on Guardian, did he?
No, but I think it was
like
because
just a
there was
shout
also
out to
places on the B side that were like Taz and Neo, because they're one-syllable words, and you would use those names on other maps as well. So it's likely that carried over.
Okay, I saw a lot of conviction there on Flamus' face. Looks like we're getting ourselves situated and the fist bumps aren't being exchanged as we got ready for this one. Will this be the last map GamerLegion play in Shanghai? I don't think so. Unity, I'm sure, would love that to be the case as they look to try and collect 2-0 to survive. That is all it is when you get down to this rather bleak position during the standings of the EU RMR. You are just fighting for survival. 3 consecutive best of 3s is a very tall order.
Indeed, and also when they're on a 6-match losing streak, right? They would have to snap that right now.
6 matches.
So that would be a great way to do it. Would definitely provide some confidence going into the matches ahead. And we did touch on before the break the teams who are in that 1-2 bucket currently: BetBoom, Eclot, Falcons, Sangal, and Nemiga. Sangal have really been very flat this RMR so far. I think they have like a total of 6 rounds or something silly. But we are underway with the pistol. It looks like it will be a B split, 2 through the guts and middle, 3 towards B. And there's a car crash coming.
Nice find, Feeder's there. Another opening kill for him. Oh, and he's got a second as well and takes down Slen. Bolt looking for mid-space and he finds it thanks to shortcomings of Levy. CTR, that's the bomb. You've got to be very careful. Oh, he was holding the perfect angle. Fitter walks through his crosshair, just late to react.
Yeah, it feels like he's doing a lot of talking all the time. And as a former in-game leader, I can tell you that that's a recipe for disaster. Obviously, it's your job to call the shots, but if you're constantly micromanaging, especially while fights could be coming your way.
That's exactly what that delay looked like, right? It's just that moment of his thoughts are not on the crosshair, they're somewhere else.
Brain lag.
Yeah, for real. I mean, that's costly. And it's cost them potentially their way back in. Volt did so much work clearing out mid and clawing this back to a favorable pistol in a 3v3. Now you've got to find your way back into the bombs being held in a crossfire. Oof, okay.
It's Glock's close range.
Yeah, exactly. It could go one way or the other. And Volt, a nice shot onto Mikey. Do they want to fight this? Yes, they do! Hey! Just like that. Glock's close range double kill for Flamus and Volt.
Okay, they will deny the 3 from 3. And look, Flamus, I think he's either got the message. It seems like he is bringing that energy that I touched on throughout map number 1 that we traditionally see with him. He definitely loves to let out a roar. And just there where they clutched that one out, he did the same. So that energy is going to be necessary. But this pistol round means that GamerLegion, unlike Anubis, get to put their best foot forward out the gate. There we go. Everybody loving it.
Let's go!
There we go. Look.
You need someone like that.
I used to be a hype man like that, and the problem was doing that as the in-game leader.
Sure.
You then go into the next round, you have to call and pull yourself back together. I loved getting hyped. I love riding those emotions, but it can be a double-edged sword because it can force you into faster Counter-Strike or looking for peaks because you're feeling confident.
Check out this buy, Chad. So they go for a 3-man boost, so deep into yellow, and Mikey's got an M4.
Yeah, it's fortunate he can be dropped that. Now, he will be flushed out, but if they run up the ramp to punish the boost, it will be fantastic. Beckon should be able to rain down some fury.
Beckon. And now Mikey engages. Lovely little set play from Unity. It's inspired.
Well, that gives you so much information. 4 players towards A, but unfortunately, you can't just swing back because GamerLegion hadn't really set up the seesaw. They're going to hit the brakes and they're going to hide in plain sight, hoping this gets cleared and an over-rotation comes through. But Feeder, dipping his toes in the water, spots one out. Can he get the kill in the dig? Yes! Now the bomb noted.
It's a nasty one for ZTR in back-to-back rounds here. And after the pistol was recovered, it now falls to Volt once more to kind of pick up the pieces. Ooh, did he spot the shoulders? Torsen, good idea, that one close. Now the sound you made can't commit to the second, but Volt will find it.
Winnable for Volt. Time the biggest issue.
Yeah, he's going to have to show what his pedigree here. Gets through.
Oh.
Nice from Volt. 20 seconds for him to piece this together. Levy acknowledging that they could pivot back to B, so good awareness of the gap. 15 seconds, Volt silently making his way. It is going to be time sensitive, and also that plant spot. What does he choose? Where does he opt to plant? Is it safe from ramp? It is.
Oh.
And so the bomb can be planted, but in run down, Levy does hit the body shots. Both of them connect. Solid work from Volt. Gets the kills, gets the plant, just couldn't quite get his gun out in time.
Well, Levy's going to stick off the defuse for a moment while Bloggers goes and picks up an AK. And tough for him in that situation too. Starts running. Obviously, the time was the biggest component of that. Oh, look at this.
Team play.
AK being brought over.
What a great teammate.
Yeah, so that's great from Unity. It shows that comms are flying.
I just loved that round. Like, that's something you could put in your pocket and call it home as well.
And I think as the worst case in this situation, if they ended up going to the other side, then you can save. You can take some space and try again the next round.
I didn't hate the idea of cutting noise and killing them as they reclear ramp, but it seems that Angle really favored the clear of Feeder. Sorry, working this one out.
It's going to be the B-pop. Alex, might be that util that you were highlighting from GamerLegion.
Okay, let's see how this one goes. Volt throws out the flashes. Smoke lands. Torsen straight in, and Levy still gets one with the Molotov.
Tough retake now.
A counter smoke, rather. Bloggis could be visible over the top of that smoke. Lamus playing with fire on the swing, gets away from Bloggis' spray. Bot now going down, GamerLegion in control.
Oh, he missed the molly, I think.
Torsen now playing a dangerous game. Re-smoke down, Mikey still clearing out mid, worried about the late piece. They're all on B. This feels like a lot of resources could be lost.
Wow.
Nice. Boosting on top of each other's head is an interesting element.
They got a kit this time.
Yeah, they needed that. Re-smoking, really buying nice time, but Feeder getting in one to Torsen. Volt, what can you do? He gets the frag necessary. Spamming the smokes, looking for him. They need to get on the defuse. Trying to disrupt his Volt. Slen gets them off the bomb. It has to be covered. Bloggis has to be the bodyguard. Stop the spam. And get down, Mr. President. The defuse comes through. Body blocking Bloggis.
Damn, that one really coming down to the wire there. They got sketchy as all hell, but they don't suffer the same fate as Anubis with the Tech 9 spams. This time round, they pull it off, but the bomb going down to staying alive. GamerLegion, what's the choice? Slend missed a molly. Look, it's the little details, but this is Counter-Strike. It all counts. He was throwing the molly towards the construction position. It didn't quite land. And I think if he landed it, they may have called it off because it would have bought 7 seconds. It would have either forced it into the fight where GamerLegion likely churned them, or it forces them back and they're not in a position to set up for that retake. And you saw how close that one got.
Really, I mean, it looked great. They also staggered their smokes. They weren't like just throwing them willy-nilly. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Mikey actually gets one onto CTR with the HE. No assist either, that's all him. And Bloggis lives to tell the tale of their defensive A. Strong start for Unity.
Yeah. And I think that narrative can definitely creep in because GamerLegion are looking out of sorts, aren't they? Obviously losing Snacks earlier in the year, but it's not just him. So it's almost a full rebuild from the team that everybody remembers back in the Paris Major. Whereas this Unity roster, 4 checks, Mikey from Slovakia.
Bloggis, brave, aggressive AWPing. Volt. If he gets one here, yeah, that would have been asking a lot. Work from Bloggis. Nice to see a dynamic CT setup. This is getting uncomfortable for GamerLegion and those completely unprepared. Mikey did not anticipate that from Flamus. Now forces and baits the shot off of Bloggis. He's got so much space. His boys can seize. Slend flashing to get Flamus across, but ZTR's already walking cat.
So much space.
Yeah, this is already looking like it. I mean, in hindsight, the save, you know, whether or not they're going to go for it.
I think have a look, see if you can get a kill without giving anything over. That's the fine line that you have to walk as Feeder from behind. Feet spotted over towards Crane, but he's given up his position as well, and that'll be that. He could have been that surprise factor that may have allowed this to be a possibility, but GamerLegion will secure their second.
And yeah, Flamus to be credited with that nice kit pick and surprise kill onto Mikey. As well as his immediate reaction, just not being scared to try and force the issue. Confirms he's got past the shot of Blogus after the miss. And the round falls into place for them nicely. Important for GamerLegion. After that pistol, it's been one-way traffic for Unity winning that second round and building another out of the back of it. So GamerLegion now on the board.
Yeah, you could have argued that the pistol should have been secured by Unity. They had the number advantage, ended up losing out while sitting on that bomb, but it's all good. With the weapon save, they should be able to get out another investment. No dramas whatsoever. But what problems did they identify from the previous, and how are they going to deal with them going into the next? I still have this AWP on Blogus to work with. Now, ramp aggression on the altered Vertigo, it's something that you can still opt for, but the T's can just wait out your util. And speaking of T's, mid-contact with 3, nade, deep, just landing on ZTR. This one might catch them off guard.
Yeah, mid-pace change.
Feeder needs a multi.
What Feeder can do, turns the flash and gives them some space. Tucks in, swings out, empty-handed. Good work from Volt. Finds that opening kill. Levy cleared out. What a shot, what a sequence. Volt, little smirk creeping onto his face as he knows he's kind of won the round, just like that.
Yeah, well, when some of those gaps of the previous manifested towards A, you are going to be heavy towards that side of the map to make sure it doesn't happen again. So GamerLegion exploiting the strengthening of the other side and just popping through middle. So that one was very decisive. A good call and tying things up. So currently doesn't look like there will be too many GamerLegion players sent on the hunt. We can see Slend parked up top ladder, Torsen and Flamus dealing with the flank, and ZTR and Volt just making sure that the bomb isn't being crept upon. But we can see everybody from Unity just chilling out towards A in the interim. Mikey on the jump spot. Bomb about to go off, and we'll tie things up.
Terrorists win.
Looking at the finances, Mikey and Pekin can both drop M4s. So it can be another full rifle round for Unity to work with. Right now you're chasing your tail, and usually a way out of this is to do something that dictates the tone of the game. So we'll take a look. Does Blogus have a good spawn to pick B? That is not the case. Do Levy and Feeder want to go aggressive then? No. So same setup.
Safe from the early barrage of HEs. Throws out one of their own. Insignificant damage, but now on the mantle. Oh, Mikey tested. He's done very well. Takes down Flamus, not going to have anything. Bit of a revenge from the previous.
Surprised that he wasn't more blind. You could see the flashes coming from Volt over towards middle. Bit of a classic. So we got a lot from Eternal Fire with those A ramp controls. Is Torsen going to get caught off guard? Well, Levy not ready for it either. He definitely saw him.
Yep, information flows.
This is awkward. Torsen feels like he's under a lot of pressure because of that, but realistically, Levy doesn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Felt like an awkward timing for him as Mikey will go with some aggression. So after the opening kill, staying quite dynamic. Pekin needs to get out of there.
Really like the Mikey flank. When he's got such low HP, he can get info and maybe even a surprise kill. Blogus cannot afford to miss this shot. Levy does well onto Torsen. Now that Mikey flank has survived, but Blogus has done the hard work for him. Takes down ZTR. Mikey still confirming they are on their way to the site. And now Slender Volt trying to get the bomb down. Not gonna look good.
Oh, poor Mikey.
All of that hard work, covering all of that ground. Now Volt takes it out. And I mean, Levy's holding this. You're gonna have to nail this shot. Baits it out, down to half, awkward, wallbang tap, not going to connect, 15 seconds, good luck, have fun, you're being held. Blogus misses his chance, but Feeder's there. Unity, their Vertigo, not to be snuffed at.
I think the CT side, it looks like it's comprehensive. The T side is where we might start to see some issues crop up.
But I just liked, it seems like they've got some ideas. Their boost, the mid-push AWP, some aggressive touches. Mikey, when he gets that low HP, starting an early flank. Like, it's cool to see that they've got, their own Vertigo philosophy on their CT side. But I understand. T side is a different ball game and is a difficult one to tame. GamerLegion's so far Bearing 3.
Yeah, if we just focus in on Vertigo, obviously we discussed the fact that the win record for Unity is pretty miserable.
25%.
Yeah, so you would start to think that, hey, maybe, just maybe, this is going to go the distance, go to the third. But Unity should have confidence from their map win and the inexperience of a lot of the names.
You see that? Just
yeah.
A little bit of like his teammate kind of just saying, hey, chill, chill, chill.
Exactly, but that's the inexperience that we're talking about, right? Like the sense that these players, because of how much this means, right, the emotions can get the better of you. Now, Bloggers with the opener onto Torsten, who was the one that we just caught reacting in such a fashion, so he's going to need to contain himself.
Okay, Bloggers successful in mid on his first adventure, this time tasked with doing so alone. More passive in nature.
Yeah, and another opener, something that Unity have been quite good at within this half of play. They've only given away 1 opening kill so far.
So ZTR, after the loss of Torsten early, he sent Slend with him, partnered up to try and retake this B lobby control. Volt's coming in to test the AWP. Bloggers, this is a hard shot if he wide swings here.
Yeah, the scaling. Oh, he gets a tell. He gets a tell.
Push in, he could peek in. Oh! Volt finds the equalizer. Tough one. For only a second death as well, but it has resulted in a very important equalizer for GamerLegion. Levy doesn't need to extinguish.
Unforced error.
No. Was that Slend and his Molotov again here on Vertigo? Not sure. Maybe in ZTR. Feeder takes a lot of damage, and there's this. Here we go. This is where
the seesaw.
Thank you. The seesaw that Chad always highlights. Flamus has kept that as a possibility. Now opens up the rotation into A. Mikey does get overlooked, though. Nice patience from him. Doesn't panic. Upon the loss of Pekin. 17 seconds, a wide swing. Mikey delivers a triple kill. Slend can't do much. You can pick up the bomb if you can find it at least. 9 seconds.
Run him down.
Coming for you. Just holds down MOUZ1. A barrage of bullets finds him in the smoke, and it's Unity's 5th. I'm a Mikey stan.
Yeah, well, look, he's the best player on this roster. That's the story that we've been telling you, and this is exactly why the seesaw from Flamus. It looked like it had enabled the rotation for GamerLegion, who flubbed some utility, but he didn't expect another player to be on the side. Mikey activates, doesn't skip a beat, a massive triple kill to turn the round on its head. 5-3 as a partial investment for GamerLegion.
Pekin, aggressive. Couple of speculative shots and smoke that threatens a wide swing. Flamus, ooh, so easy to spot. I think he's got a gray screen for that whole thing, so that smoke is powerful to stop any of those cheeky games Flamus is trying to play. Now a boost, though. This is likely going to be held, and wow, great awareness from Levy. An irretrievable rifle as well. Volt maybe overlooked it. Corpse, and Pekin had a jump scare. Volt had a chance, but doesn't manage to connect it. So with 5 alive, and ooh, just 1 left to go. ZTR next on the naughty list. He's lost his pistol.
Sorry.
And Shadow's got it as well, so very comfortable finds. 5 alive. They are absolutely ready to jive.
I think Unity, I'm going to set a high bar. I'm going to say they need 9? 9? I know. Which means they need to go flawless.
Yeah.
But I will meet you at 8 if they win the pistol in the second half.
Okay, I like this. We're bargaining. But yeah, I mean, for Unity, as we said, for survival, but for GamerLegion, this is elimination. Up for debate. This is your map pick, and right now, I'm sure, it's, as you highlight, especially with Torsten, this is where your emotions can get the better of you. You have to be able to stabilize and play your game.
Oh, they're a young team, Alex. Yeah. Average age of 20.8.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, that's...
Torsten, 19 years young.
That's a skill that comes with age, isn't it?
Or does it?
Or
look at us.
Not for everyone, yeah. Not for everyone.
Another opener for Unity.
Wow.
Going from strength to strength right now.
Opening death for Torsten. But like it feels like it doesn't matter where he goes, you know, it feels like they're finding him.
Tiltson
right now, yeah.
Oh, that's one for Twitch chat. Sorry, guys. You usually come up with your own.
You just opened up your basket. Gave him one for free. Quite a forward position for your B anchor. Is he alone? He doesn't have got cavalry not too far away. Feeder's on Guardian.
Can also spot with the flash, right? So as long as Levy doesn't go down with the initial... Oh. Okay, support is definitely coming now.
Flash. Cleared. Clear the board! Despite that sound cue being given, now an alternative boost wait. Slen gets Levy. Mikey on the rotation. Slen gets both of them. Mikey's quick enough to actually catch him on the cross here if he chooses to engage, and he does. Nail the first, gets away.
Very low.
Staying close.
Oh!
Look at the flashes. Peckin sets up for another. Mikey, the impact continues to be felt, but same from Volt. He's the only one in double digits, even close. Doing everything he can for GamerLegion to take their teeth into this Vertigo, and Bloggis just asked of the 1v2. So much uncertainty, but he is giving this a look and has the kit. And no, this is a nice anti-ult setup. You're not ready for both of them. Lovely round from Volt. He saves them there and secures a must-win 4th on their T side.
AWP will be piped across to Slend. Finances are available for another buy with drops. This is the opener. Great shot from Levy, really. But I thought after he heard the sound cue, he would have expected a little bit more, maybe doubting it.
Also, you can kind of, you go, oh, they made the
let's
sound
not do the boost.
They're not gonna do that.
Exactly.
So yeah, just committing to it. Conviction in their movements, and yeah, good job indeed. This could very well become a very stable half for GamerLegion.
Yeah, you definitely take 6-6. GamerLegion will be extremely happy with that. Oh, establishing some ramp control and a boost. This always feels risky once you've given up territory, but Mikey, if he gets a wide pivot, oh, Flamus playing in the smoke, actually shrouded, and may have heard the dismount. He died again.
Yeah. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, right?
Hell?
Where'd he go?
Ah, there he is. Down now after his first. Slend, good to find the equalizer, and they are running it up. Bloggis is going to be the first man on the scene. One's already across. They spotted him. ZTR not ready for the AWP though. Volt can't find the immediate trade. Bloggis allowed a second chance. That nade looks good. Volt down to 39. Doesn't quite nail it. And now looking like the GamerLegion plant at least. Flamus with that late flank just lingers on short side and nearly finishes the job right there. Puts Mikey down to a very low point of health. The point he's not even going to give it a look in.
Yeah, I can understand. They only get 1900 as the loss bonus for the final round, so hold on to this. Make sure that you have a weapon to work with. He'll get 1900 plus his 1300, so should be able to drop something. Hold up, Mikey.
Yeah, he's going...
Mikey, I was just saying you're going to save. Are you really going to go for this?
10-second defuse. No.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, fair play. I guess if he catches someone already making an early departure, he'd have a look. He'd investigated further, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense considering last round coming up of this CT half. And a lovely stabilization here of GamerLegion on their map.
Yeah, precisely. And the reason I'm saying 6-6 feels like you'd be happy if you're GamerLegion is because the amount of opening deaths that you guys have been hemorrhaging throughout this half. But once they killed the B player, Levy, there's a few rounds they're just like, let's just waltz in.
I wonder if that's just research as well.
And now, I guess if you put pressure on B, then you won't do that. Or if you're Unity, you have to start... Great shot. You have to start with 2 players, B.
It's not the first time that ZTR's asked the AWP to come and re-clear B. I'm probably aware that Levy gives them that info, gives that chance that maybe is hard with a rifle, but pretty pedestrian for an AWPer.
Well, no AWP, final round, first half for Unity, but a scout will have to do for Bloggis.
Hey. Torsum in eyes with him as his opening deaths have been getting the better of him.
Can't believe the lack of variation in CT setups we've seen from Unity. They've just done the same thing again. 3 start A, 1 mid, 1 B, and actually they've completely given up B. So, tell a lie. Help to facilitate the boost. So up on the box will be Feeder playing a deep angle.
Ooh, this actually, I don't know how...
I don't love it.
How well drilled it is from Slend, but he will get the info on Volt. Oh, and drops off. Okay, so confirms an occupation of mid.
I feel like with that boost, you'd want to kill. It's like a cheeky position. The fact he's only really used it for info. Pushing ramp. Here comes Mikey.
Oh, Mikey, so consistent.
Can't be a Flamus A-lurk now there, can there?
This time. CTR, however, at least pulls him down the trade. Peck in, perfect weapon. Ooh, quick react. ZTR gets away with his rifle and his life. Final round of this T side for GamerLegion. Involved, not ready, but doesn't matter. Feeder's made a mess of it. Now the Deagle's out. Levy, what can you do? They know you're alive, and just peeking into the AWP gets bested. Glog is tasked with 1 versus 3. 11 bullets in that AK as well. Doesn't seem sufficient. We may need to take a reload after his first, should he find one. Walking through that smoke with determination. Oh, re-smoke landing. Maybe this angle catches them off guard, just on the edge of that smoke. Slend is holding. 6-6. What a recovery. They lost the second round. They lost the second round after winning the pistol. They got the worst case scenario and still leave with 6. It's pretty solid.
I'm just taking a look as well, and I was mentioning opening kills falling in the favor of Unity throughout that half. They only gave up 1 opening death. So that's 11 opening kills in the first half of play, with the pistol being lost, and you win the force, and you only manage 6. It feels like, that's the recipe for success, because the trading wasn't immediate. Torsen would go down, and then it was like, 10 seconds, sometimes more, before another kill would come back. So I think a real positive needs to be thrown for GamerLegion for not just having these rounds spiral out of control after giving away so many opening kills. You were 0-4 in the Torsen department and 0-3 in the Flamus department.
Nice aim from Volt.
Nice! Good job. Insane, boys. Fucking insane. Let's go.
So the double Julies dropped. ZTR a flash. Smoke molly for Fido.
Cut of the noise. So this one won't be quick. Slow crawl towards A. Lots of bodies can respond to this. You can tell by the CT setup. ZTR's jiggling middle from elevator, which means that he will very quickly be able to assist A. Sandbag cleared out. Blogger's having a look. About to get a whole lot of information. Well, no, just a bullet. So Slend playing ahead. Flamus!
He's been completely overlooked. And Fido gets a jump scare. Mikey gets away. He needs to get at least 1. Okay. Still, could have been more.
It bought time.
It bought time for sure. ZTR heading over in and puts Levy on the floor. Volt. Nice shot. Ooh, 1 back. Mikey still sharp, but down to Torsen, and there it is. GamerLegion take a pistol. The second is the conversion that they have to have here, especially considering the absent plant. Unity may just give it to them.
Yeah, let's see what the approach is. Unity are buying into a HE on Blogus immediately, so let's see if they're able to stack those up and look for an opening kill, but it looks like it will just be the Glocks. I thought the Bloggers would have an opportunity to round that corner, but the fact that Slend plays first.
Together, boys. Nice.
What?
Yeah, I know how that sentence finishes. Well, it's a crazy round for Flamus, but he still gets away with 1, and as you highlighted, they took a long time to kill him.
Yes, so I guess he did his job, but so many targets.
Oh,
you always feel in that situation you should do better, but there's just so much going on. There's dropping Glocks, everything in your face, and right now their 8th round feeling very likely.
The HG's achieved nothing. Already thrown out towards ramp side and now find themselves walking into an MP9. This should be a farming session for ZTR. Combine Harvester. Torsen, the bait. And ZTR farms up a double kill, 1200, make it an extra. He finds on a 3rd onto Levy.
Yeah, and it'd be good for Torsen to be able to turn his fate around in the second half of play, start dictating some of the tone of the fights for him, because this will have to go the distance. If GamerLegion pick up this map, you can see at the top of your screen right now, 13-5 on Anubis, the map pick of Unity, currently on GamerLegion's turf of Vertigo and Ancient, the 3rd and deciding map, which is looking ever more likely round after round, but the chance for Unity to get back into the game now that they've invested into rifles. Still 3 MP9s for GamerLegion on the bonus, and they're going to start with them over towards B. Perfect position to skirmish. Run boost!
Whoa! Flies into ZTR, ready to receive. Fault was there as well, some info flows, spots him out, but loses in a fight.
Beautiful.
Yeah, GamerLegion. That's an opening kill for GamerLegion. I believe that's their 3rd opening kill. How mad is that?
It's going to take them some time to start building up that account, isn't it? Actually, maybe even their 4th, Alex.
Oh yeah, do excuse me.
But the round just started, so...
Love the audacity to go for a run boost into this one, but...
Yeah, it doesn't... Like, the more you think about it, though, the sillier it seems. Like, you just bought AKs. You go, All right, guys, they're going to be on a bonus. They have a couple of SMGs. They're likely to use those in a close position. What's a good close position? B lobby. Let's run boost on our first rifle round.
It could result in you giving away 5 rifles. Yeah, look at these upgrades. Keep your eyes on the left side of your screen. 3 fall into enemy hands. That's bleak. That's timeout territory. Yeah, Unity, even the coach is saying, boys, we need to give a bit more thought to some of these calls.
You can't take that one back, unfortunately.
No.
I love a gimmick as much as the next guy, but the thing is you would want to do that on a force buy round or a half buy round, right? Something where you need some inspiration, a way to be able to work. If that's your go-to on your first rifle round, bit of cheese, smells bad.
Stinky cheese.
And also the timeout. Now it's like, hey boss, maybe when we were talking about doing this, you could have piped up.
There's a time and a place.
What a nice fucking round, Eric, brother.
Yeah, very tempered from GamerLegion because they know that this is merely a step towards surviving this best of 3. This is their map pick and certainly making a good demonstration as to why.
Now, I haven't taken a look at the predicted matchups, but BetBoom, Eclot, Falcons, Sangal, Nemiga, right? The winner here will join that bunch. I guess you guys can go have a look yourself at majors.im. I want to say that isn't official or anything. I want you guys to make sure that you wait until it comes out from the source, being Perfect World. But you can go and see how it functions. I don't think it's let me down yet, but again, seek advice from the professionals, not the clowns. That's us. We're the clowns.
Jinx. Lovely, lovely from Volt. USP? Yes, indeed. I don't know where Blogus is looking. What's that over there?
Hey, hold up.
Whoa, you seen this mark before? This?
It's a butterfly.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Where are you going, bro?
I don't know.
Where are you going? Sorry, little piggy moment.
No, we are the clowns.
Yeah. Well, Blogus actually has put on his makeup for this one.
Wanted to join us in the fun and games.
Oh, that was good. From Volt. Very good. 18. He is absolutely pulling his weight. And some of his teammates. Down this time. Tech in. Grabs himself the AK-47 and says, you won't be having that one. Regretting the fact that it even fell into their hands in the first place. Any more? On his cleanup duties, ETR gonna drive by. Where's that AK gone? Yep. Nope, not gonna have that one. Massacre in that mids.
You don't have to move the bodies far. There's a dumpster right there.
Perfect.
It is crazy how quick the cleaners get in between rounds and
sweep it all up.
Yeah. I hope they're getting paid overtime. All right, let's see a little bit more of a standard approach, shall we, Unity? Or maybe run boost the AWP.
Oh, yeah, no, that's the play.
Now that's
Why did no one think of that? More standard approach. Flashing off the AWP. Flammer's forced back as well on B.
I told you they needed 9.
You did. You did.
I told you. I told all of you. It's going to be a big half from GamerLegion.
Massive half. And you also told me that their T side would show some more cracks in their Vertigo. Despite some cool ideas on their CT side, it hasn't looked at all convincing. This is a chance for them to show what they can do on a more typical gun round. Second chance to show us what they got. Slend could actually show us what he's got. A lot of people talking about this AWP as one for the future. Shadow spotted, visible. Forced away by the flash. We'll throw out one for the re-aggress. CTR combines it with a HE and hits this shot onto Mikey.
Wow, that nade.
That's a lot of damage. Feed up. Ate it. Oh, ZTR, you are going to have to just acknowledge that and never mind. No one holding. We're all guilty of that. Throwing a nade. Not expecting anyone to actually be there.
Do you save?
Oh,
do you get to save?
Second.
You try. GamerLegion can actually put the foot on the accelerator and go for the finish if they'd like, but it isn't necessary either way. ZTR, hopefully he can find himself an upgrade away from that MP9, but cash sky high for the likes of the Swede and the Dane. 60% tax is paying off. 11-6. And this one looks like it is going to just simmer out for Unity. I guess we can start turning our attention to Ancient. Something else to note with these two teams, they have no head-to-head. We're discussing Unity snapping their 6-match loss streak. 3 on the trot as far as the L column is concerned for GamerLegion. Vitality and Eclot, Inferno, and both falling in favor of those aforementioned names. Ancient coming up next as the third and decider, and if you just look on paper, it's a map that both these teams have played a decent amount in the last couple of months, but GamerLegion with the higher win percentage. And coming into this series, I had them as my favorite. I was actually quite disappointed to see their Anubis. Obviously, the map pool not being as well-rounded as you would have hoped for. But take a look at that. You can just see the end of the first half, 3 consecutive rounds. And now that we've flicked on over, we're talking 5 on the trot, and 5 with relative ease.
This is a kind of round where a run boost B pay off nicely.
Yeah.
All post and AWP there, actually. Vlog is saving his AWP and now has managed to find a nice pick onto Flammers. So hang on. Vida out mid, he's found the gap. It's a massive gap. Rotation forced to acknowledge the A pick. And now Volt, yeah, I mean, he's cognizant that it's possible, but he's given away a sound cue and still gets one, but regardless, this is awkward. ZTR stands in the flames and delivers one. Covered off by Slend as the punish was on its way towards CT. Still, it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Util for the retake smokes. They could block even a molly as well if they want to displace. Torsten's here quite quickly.
Lots of sound cues. Controls his spray, finds Levy. Vida. A chance for Torsten to find the headshot, but good adjustment from Fidas. Gets his second, still 2-on-2. Pekin has an AWP. Good weapon for this kind of fight. Smoked off on the right side, so that becomes a little scary, but just holding onto the bomb, holding his angle, looks good for one, nails it. Awkward now for ZTR, doesn't have the health. Doesn't have the health, set to 0 by Pekin and that Tech 9. Big round, big recovery. Unity, that's just enough to raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, you can see how it gets pieced together, right? Bloggers finds the opening on the AWP, it weakens the B bomb site, it allows the lurker feeder through middle. Bloggers gave away his life. He went a little bit early, but here it is. He jumps up, right? Feeder gets the immediate trade, and then there's utility to block. There's a skirmish. This is where it could have really gone wrong. But Feeder says no. Pekin contributes with the final 2. So well done to stay alive for a moment longer. Looks like me, playing pugs.
Torsten, I mean, you can see that he is wearing his heart on his sleeve.
Visibly frustrated, some might say.
Some would. And others would say that's the second tactical pause from GamerLegion. Coach Ash on the mic, making sure that this was just a blip on the radar. Nothing's going to be too concerned about.
Oh, Twitch chat have evolved it to tilt soon.
Okay, I see.
You let him workshop.
Gave him a seed.
You let him workshop.
They've planted it, they've watered it. It's starting to grow.
GamerLegion, you want to shut this one down ASAP. That cash that we mentioned comes in handy. Aggressive B lobby maneuver again. We've seen this once before.
They're pushing Levy, and he's happy to take the fight.
Trade.
So, yeah, good work. ZTR trading. Slend.
Oh!
Logis can't keep up. Slend wins out the head-to-head, peeking into the AWPer. And more available as well. Pekin under scrutiny. Good support from Torsten. Great support from Torsten. 1 bullet away, 2 HP on Pekin. Missed shot now from Slend. This is uncomfortable. Oh, he's done it with a P250. Mikey accidentally takes down his teammate. All that hard work from Torsten.
Oh dear. It's not the way you wanted to see that one unfold.
No, sir.
But timeout pays off for GamerLegion. Keeping poor Unity just 1 round within this second half of play. And that feels like the swan song for Vertigo. Any more twists and turns? Oh, GamerLegion close it right here, right now. Nade straight down the back pocket. Levy very low, but they're setting up for something more direct, something that we praised them for with a call on Anubis, but they haven't really been able to set the tone on this T side. A block smoke lands, top of the lobby stairs. They might even have to go through because it's so quiet on the rest of the map.
Lots of util, this is their go. Vito with the bomb, so full commit. Mac10 good for one, hang on. Oh, Torsen down. B-side open, ZTR disagrees, actually pushing that smoke. Throws down a CT smoke that he spams on through. Catches another. Last round taking shape, a chance now from Mikey. Comes out mid, catches the timing, pushing into the B-side player though, and Pekin can't get one. Softens up ZTR for the 1v2. Mikey in a clutch to extend Vertigo, had the HE, but not ready for a re-aggress. ZTR locks us in, and we go the distance. We're off to a third, Ancient required.
All right, well, they found their energy, they found their form. GamerLegion, they don't want to go home just yet. One more map of play, Ancient coming up next, but coming online was key. Volt, his aim on Anubis, he had moments, but he's continued that through into Vertigo. One of the high flyers, Slend with some contributions, Flamus with some A-lurks on their T side. They win the pistol, they lose the follow-up. The half gets a little bit shaky from there, but they bring it back, and GamerLegion now need to just go take a bit of a breath before we do get underway with the next. Unity brought back down to earth. They thought they could have got things done quickly because it did start pretty well. The scoreline at one point was 6-3.
Yeah.
I was saying at that moment that, hey, look, 9 rounds is probably where I'd set the bar for their CT side, knowing how their win-loss goes on this map, but couldn't contribute anything more. And GamerLegion break through. Mikey did have some really good moments on the CT side, right? That 3-piece that he had on A when Flamus had the lurk, he punished him and then repositioned over towards the elevator gap. But I think they needed him a little bit more on the T side to be able to try and get some space, get some openings. It wasn't to be the case. And yeah, just, what was it, 1 round in the T half of play. So Unity falling flat on their opponent's map pick, and I think to be expected.
Yeah, no, I think this beats my expectations coming into the map 2, and we even highlighted that at the start of map 1, that it was going to be a difficult tool task to find a 2-0 here against GamerLegion. I will say that Torsen kind of having a frustrating map and still being able to kind of his team get him through it, I think it's going to make resetting into the third more realistic and possible as well. Like it wasn't something that his performance didn't haunt them, didn't take you into overtime. Your team had a stiff upper lip and managed to make that CT side look relatively easy.
Yeah, and I think obviously it was those opening deaths that he was giving up on that first. Yeah, like 0-4 in that department. It was 11-1 in opening duels for Unity within that first half of play. But there's Mikey at the top of the scoreboard again. Unfortunately, not enough as Volt. Look at his ADR. That's great from Volt.
He's got to be the standout player, Volt. I mean, he definitely did go above and beyond for GamerLegion. He was kind of, when no one else was present, Volt was the one that was helping them stay competitive. And we can see, look at this recap. You can see even that pistol.
Exactly. They were down in a, 3v2 situation. They had to push to the B site, drop down to be able to scavenge that bomb back. But this is nice, right? And this is what you should all look for at home when you're playing your matches. You know, a kill around, a couple kills, that's it. You don't need to be getting an ace, here, there, and everywhere. This is what you want from a team contributor. Only a handful of rounds where he didn't find a kill as a contribution. So great stuff from Volt. See if he can keep it up as they move into Ancient. The green map of the Holy Trinity coming up next. Here it is. So 13-5, map 1 in favor of Unity, their map choice. We move to Vertigo, 13-7 in favor of GamerLegion. And Ancient, well, we discussed that this is where GamerLegion actually do have a better win-loss, right? I think it's like something around 60, whereas for Unity it's around 30 or so. So, yeah, but this is the thing with Unity, right? We're talking about the teams that they beat to get here, Ents, Rhino, Koi. But since then, at least currently, 6-match losing streak. But I want to get things underway, Alex. I want to get into Ancient.
Well, the sooner that we take a break, the sooner we can get Ancient underway. So we're going to go ahead and do that. It is Green Mirage as our third and deciding map.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. On to the next one.
Now, in a perfect world, everyone would get to the major. But at the perfect world, European RMR, it's cutthroat. It's brutal out here. And both of these teams find themselves on the ropes, battered, bloody, throwing for millions. Whatever it may be. Obviously, that was a boxing reference.
That was a Mike Tyson, Jake Paul reference, obviously.
Didn't want it to be thinking for a second that I was suggesting that Counter-Strike does that.
In the contract, that maybe it may have said that Mike Tyson wasn't able to knock out Jake Paul.
You get more money the longer you go.
We love a good conspiracy theory.
That's mine.
But which one of these teams has a 58-year-old man's knees? Find out now.
Oh, yeah, okay, we're about to. On Ancient, we'll see who's going to get the rope-a-dope. Is that boxing?
Yes. Yeah. You nailed it.
Look at me go.
Fly like a butterfly.
Sting like a wasp, as the saying goes. One. Or a hornet. That was pretty scary too.
And probably a few of those on Ancient because it's a jungle-themed map, so don't put your head in the wrong bush. That's what I've been saying for years.
I've always thought you really have to watch out when you're putting your head there. We have got, of course, GamerLegion on one side of the server and Unity on the other. For those of you tuning in that are unfamiliar with Unity, I'm not gonna hold it against you. You know, they find themselves.
Yeah, we'll allow it.
Yeah, most definitely. They find themselves. What's their world ranking? It was started with 7. I think it was 70 something.
71.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
On the rise.
On the rise. Well, no, definitely. Well, and look, the fact that they find themselves here at the RMRs with an opportunity to compete to stay alive, I guess we can turn our attention to what might be on some of the notes for these teams. Not in any detail, just in terms of the basics.
Sketches, doodles?
Well, you could be drawing. I do have somewhere in my notebook here a picture that Harry drew of Jason's head and with the word testicle written next to it. But that's not the type of notes I was talking about. The ones I was talking about was the setups for these two teams. Now, we need to identify first and foremost who's starting on which side, but let's just go through it one at a time, shall we? So for the CT side setup, we'll be looking at GamerLegion first. So their B lane player, right, the one who's going to be back of long, right over towards those pyramids or in the side, maybe going aggressive on the ramp, that'll be Torsen. Holding cave will be ZTR, the Swede. Flamus, he'll be the primary mid player who will occasionally get support from the likes of Slend/Volt. Volt is the A anchor. There it is. GamerLegion will be on the CT side. So Volt as the A anchor will be contributing to helping to get the mid control if they want to go aggressive. And Slend as the AWPer can be here, there, or everywhere. Where's he going to pick? Where does he have a good spawn? What does the setup want to look like? Now, if we flip over and we talk about the same for the CT side of Unity, they'll be starting there in the second half. Blogus is the AWPer. He'll be doing those similar themes as what we will see from the likes of Slend. But the one that makes me the most excited is to see Mikey match up in middle against Flamus, right? And that will be on either side of the server.
That's a good head-to-head.
Levy will be the A anchor. We're going to have Pekin playing cave and Feeder playing B ramp position. Now for the T sides, as mentioned, we'll still have Flamus and Mikey. They're going to be getting set up. That'll be by your AWPers or your in-game leaders. The players throwing the flashes, the smokes to facilitate on your timings when you need those calls. Torsen, however, has a bit of a change-up. I said he's going to be the B ramp player on the CT side. On the T side, he's the player for lane control. So fighting heaven, fighting cave. And if he's tilting and giving away opening kills like we saw on Vertigo, could be a little bit of a problem for that at GamerLegion. ZTR and Feeder, they're going to be holding ramp on the respective sides. Pekin will be getting for lane and cave control for Unity. Okay. And that's that.
Yeah, that is that. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting third map. I
love Ancient.
I do. It's one of my favorites. And I think coming into this one for GamerLegion, it's going to have to be one of theirs as well. There's probably an expectation, not only from the fans, but from themselves, that this is not an RMR where you get eliminated in last place.
No, I don't think so. And again, when we discuss the names they'll be going up against, I wouldn't mind. I know they already lost to Eclot, right, in a best of one. So that means they can't play them again.
Rough out here.
Vitality qualified earlier today, so they don't have to worry about facing up against them again. But you throw them in a best of 3 against BetBoom, a Sangal, who are really struggling, a Nemiga potentially, who had a very laboured series against Rebels.
Whoa, one hell of a series.
Even Falcons, who are a team that definitely has more bark than bite. It's massive names in terms of the organization and what they should be expecting. Simple in the roster, alongside of multiple major winners, Magisk Dupree, with Zonic behind them as the coach. And they are playing some very average CS, right? They're not done yet, and they almost beat FaZe, but they're not delivering to as they should. Here we go, we're underway.
Looks like we are cooking. So let's get ourselves started with Unity's T side. Will they find the pistol? Sending out a Glock into mid. And not much resistance.
Through the red smoke.
Okay, charging into ZTR. He's spotted out and hearing a lot of footsteps as they look to go and wrap around.
Oh, it's just Flamus here.
Yeah, okay, they found the path of least resistance at least. ZTR Nice clicks. Flamus, despite being alone, has managed to catch one on the clear from Pekin. Flamus a second. No trade potential either. Levy gone. Logis getting whittled away out on site as well. Already finds 2. Would have to ace clutch. Flamus finds 3. And that, I am sure, is going to get GamerLegion a little loud in the booth.
And that tips the scale regarding pistol conversions in this map so far. So map number 1, they went in the favor of Unity. Map number 2, they went in favor of GamerLegion. So now they're going to have 3 out of the 5 played. And putting the right foot forward. Bomb goes down, sure. Purchase will be likely seeing a Unity force buy. And I'd encourage anybody, if they're not, to head over... I just want to let everyone know I have absolutely no relationship with this product other than thinking it's a good one. Skybox Edge, it's nice to be able to look at the basics of how teams approach the map and getting these top-down view. Something that I noted when taking a look at the way Unity approach this map, it's a lot more random than top teams in terms of their positioning, and they're not running through the default paces as much. So you're going to expect a bit more
volatility.
Flux. Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
That's a great word for it. So AK made possible in the hands of Mikey, Blogus, Orpa, ready with Util to set up mid.
5 flashes. Certainly could be enough, depending on what they get for free. Right now, it looks like they're going to be flashed out middle into Flamus. Blogus with the right side. Ooh, that's a missed smoke. Pekin will have angles to work with to keep control and info around the doors. Smoke donut. Vault unable to give them info that red is a gap. Slend tends to it. Oh, on the mantle up. CTR confirms multiple bodies. Now Pekin. Chance around that smoke that Torsen did throw a little too deep. Now he's vulnerable and running out of bullets. Sticks around and is punished. Good work from Levy. Looking to accelerate as well. To swap to the D. Can't hit the shot, but Mikey can. Slend down. Flamus. This is another chance for him to save him. And expecting an easy headshot onto Blogus, just goes running in. Wasn't ready for that. Flamus, he's got a cold head on his shoulders. Keeps it cool. And GamerLegion nearly losing out on that second round force again. We saw that on Vertigo. Didn't cost them too much in the grand scheme, but this time it's Flamus and Volt that lock it down. Yeah,
Torsen definitely could have gone down there under pressure. The flash, you saw it just land on that ledge. It didn't get him anywhere near as blind as I think you would have expected. It showed in the kill feed that he was, but didn't look that way in the first person point of view. With some good shooting and another investment. So Unity think they've got the right where they want them. Not going to be a full purchase, just going to be partial off the back of another plant and that damage. However, Mikey operating once more with an AK-47, that X factor that we've highlighted. Yeah. Can he be the difference maker?
Can he top frag in every map they've played against GamerLegion? That would be impressive.
Ooh, missed the elbow smoke.
Okay, that could be punished. A little bit of a gap, but actually Mikey puts his head right in, so it's worked out for them. Intentional or otherwise. Pekin, hang on. He nearly finishes off Flamus. Good grief, they're both so very low, and Torsen just reloading on that ramp is scary. The flash in pursuit of running him down forces out the reaction. The smokes are thrown. And Blogus, he's going to start to investigate middle. Just as I say that, Volt turns his attention towards a main, so Levy manufactures a gap for the boys. Especially now he's found Volt. Ooh, Flamus down.
Hell?
Yeah, this is falling apart.
Oh, this investment paying off, and it wasn't through Mikey.
Bomb's a mile away, though, so hold on. Torsen gets his way over towards A, and the bomb's going to B. I take it all back. Levy has done so much work.
How did Blogus not get that?
I have no idea. Levy still spotted out. Confirms there is still a body there, but Torsen's got his way silently towards alongside. If he clears him out.
Not like this.
Wait, he's only got 7 bullets.
Yeah. Pekin's made his way into the back line. But that means Feeder's going to think it's clear.
And then you're going to get shot on the side of the head. Beautiful. Pekin gets away with that one. Now.
Slend's clutch.
Yeah, he could do this. Pekin low. Feeder on site though, so doesn't want to take this engagement until he absolutely has to. Slend audibly moving towards along. Pekin to swing off of his teammate's contact. Oh, hang on. What you're looking at there? He's getting shot at by 2 bodies. Doesn't realize it. Was worried about that second player and towards ramp instead of that nice cave and site double up.
Okay, Unity, that is a great round to win. Now it's about being able to connect off the back of it.
So let's recap how it went wrong, because it was 4v5 onto Flamus onto the only rifle.
Yeah, and these aggressive cave maneuvers, I did discuss ZTR being in that position on the CT side. Him thrusting himself through seems very risky, very coin-tossy.
It's twice we've seen him go for that into back-to-back rounds. Maybe he's going to be humbled after his shortcomings in that one.
Well, they are going to force by start 4B. Volt solo mid, cleared down.
Nice.
Good stuff from Mikey.
Yeah, keeping it simple. Catches Volt as well. Dawson, just the one. CTR maybe overlooked, but hang on, Mikey knows. Nameplate indicate. Thomas down as well. Slend, an important and impactful double, but it may be all for naught with the bomb now being scooped up and Red Room being taken. Slend finds an AK, but with 29 points of health, the MAC-10 is sufficient.
You can see him looking for the bomb as well. Very standard place to leave the bomb outside those doors, but it was over towards spawn. Mikey has the rotation cut off. Well highlighted by the OBS team, but it's going to be a round-the-world maneuver from Slend through enemy territory, as Bloggers will announce his presence. Drops the smoke, a molly for good measure, bomb goes down, and does he consider the flank? Because Slend's here quite quickly, all things considered.
Blogger stops for the toolbox. Which is a clear, and never mind. Bloggers catches him on a little jiggle, engages with Slend, and makes it 2-2. Unity fighting fit on this T side, and they have humbled GamerLegion.
Yeah, it should be the eco now, so an opportunity for Unity to get the lead ever so slightly. Mikey, you can see this here, self-clear of the smoke. Wait for Volt to mantle up. Grabs another one on the MAC-10, but it's that one there from Pekin that I think is probably the most important.
Oh, so humble. Just a peak 250.
We'll have to see how the connection of Torsen and ZTR work together over towards B, and maybe it's a point to be exploited for Unity. Nice deep molly. It's going to land on the doorstep of Volt. Looks like he should be safe for now. Mikey, again, he gets to be this point man. It's a luxurious position to take middle being supported by your team, but right now on an absolute island. But gets to farm up some eeks. His favorite kills? This time he doesn't clear his corners. ZTR will find the opener, but they're still working with limited weaponry here, GamerLegion. This is tough to win.
Ooh, gets tough to win for Unity if you lose an AK here. Oof, chipping away at them. Nice presence from ZTR, and he just now asks questions of Cave. Feeder's there. And now their options start to dwindle, diminish. Flammers overlooked by Pekin, and now two with their backs turned to him. The USP double dink already going for the knife, now gets close enough for a quick execution. Grabs a rifle. If they can just get Levy off the site, it's really uncomfortable. Bloggers is down. It's up to Feeder. He has to save them. The 1v3 anti-eco. They're losing to just the pistols. $300 invested into this one. Still should be Feeder's round. There's no kit, no time. Slend gets the headshot, gets away with a rifle, but it will be Unity's round. It's going to be weird celebrations for Unity.
Damn, that's like such an unfortunate round to be giving away so many weapons. They got plenty of cash to work with, sure, but that was your chance to start stabilizing in this first half of play and setting your sights on a decent haul of rounds.
Wow, really impressive haul from GamerLegion, considering what they were working with. Starts with Mikey overlooking that red room corner. ZTR profits.
Peter did it all, didn't he?
Flamus, I love this. I like the fact he gets the second. I like that he had that trigger discipline. Closed the gap to ensure that shot is converted upon with the body. And Slend unable to retreat with that AK as well, so will be M4s.
But that's a similar scene as what we saw on Anubis, right? They had a round where there was the USP with the flash that came out, the A main push. Right. But Unity were able to get past it. Pekin, can he get past this? Oh yes, Slend will relent on the line.
Okay, so we've got real focus on taking some mid-space here. Red smoke is going to land.
This smells like they want to head towards A. It's because you have Feeder and Levy both in main, and now Bloggers to clear.
Nice shot through the corner. Volt down to 20 points of health, but overlooking the potential for a second in Donut. Mikey, lackadaisical.
Yeah, such a strange position for Slend to be in.
Nice on the retreat, and he gets a second. Slend didn't react, it was so quick. Levy, double. Feeder, if he gets Flamus, this is a fourth. And he's not even clearing his corners. Lovely stuff from Unity. Fighting tooth and nail, and despite the loss of Mikey early.
Yeah,
Levy early up the boost.
Yeah, and that's it, right? So I think that was exactly what Unity had intended. apply pressure to Donut, forces them out of Donut, and the boost was ready and waiting to mop them up. So that round looks very well pieced together. That off angle that Slen's playing on, you never, like, he's an AWP. He feels so committed. And obviously you don't want to play further back because of the molly and then you're going to get stuck, but
it is also that, like, kind of in terms of flight paths, people will likely, if it's not mollied, they are going to be pre-aiming that back of Donut left side. So
that one's not on your pathing traditionally, right? So surprised, but not enough, as it will just be Torsten and ZTR, the B defenders, as
maybe we'll see it in the replay. I'd like your opinion on whether or not, you know, Slend had a moment to react to the death of his teammate, even if, because he had his knife out, he jumped. You know, could he have strafed away? I don't know. I
think that shows you how unexpected this was.
Here,
right?
So like teammate dies.
The expectation of this is literally zero.
Not really, not really.
So he's probably already mid-pathing as it happens, and Volt's going, tree, out of it, and it's like, you're already dead.
He's like, in his mind, he hasn't even processed the words. He's already just pressed jump, pressed knife, he's thinking about the round, making a call out, saying what he's doing, like, I'm going CT, Yeah.
Oh. I think also you need to keep in mind that GamerLegion, they were worried about B lane because there was B lane utility, right? They had lost mid control. So as far as that side of the map, they didn't have any information. It wasn't a full mid press. They didn't have full B lane control. And maybe that's because in a few of those earlier rounds when ZTR and Torsten have gone aggressive, they were punished.
How did Levy get up there? Did someone escort him?
Feeder was with him. They started too. Then that's what I was saying. It felt like it was going to be an A split. I don't think they were expecting the alley-oop to work that perfectly.
It definitely worked perfectly. And, you know, the slate kind of wiped clean from what was that costly eco, despite being converted by Feeder.
Indeed. Now it's GamerLegion one with the financial woes.
Still threatening, or it could be. Bloggis was to overextend with his AWP, clear of the smoke. Those 5-7s are scary, and he'll get away. Flamus actually kind of burrowing deeper, and that they going to expose him, but might be overlooked. Yep, Mikey was not ready for someone so close. That's a gift. An AK-47 finds its way into GamerLegion grasp.
And despite what we highlighted coming into this, Mikey being the X Factor, playing such a key position in middle, he's given away a lot of opening deaths. That's at least 3 so far.
Yeah, somewhat of a liability in middle at the moment.
Yeah, but despite that, they're still being able to convert these rounds. So that's where I want to turn the positive attention for Unity.
Flamus as well. It's been a positive. Ooh, drops off. He wanted to do that silently.
Yeah, they heard him.
They definitely heard that. Now boosting up. Nice work again. Levy, high impact in the third here in this battle for survival. The European RMR. Rotation is swift. 3 players now occupy Donut. Do we have a smoke? Just flashes, pushing through. Look at Volt. Look at him. No fear. So much damage. Puts Feeder on notice. Slen's nade finishes it. Nice from Pekin. Finds ETR late on the rotation through mid. And a 3 versus 1 falls into place. A force buy that had its twists and turns, but it's Unity 5, GamerLegion 2.
I just love the details. Obviously, they're on a lighter investment with those saved guns there, but Pekin getting the mid kill, it applies pressure to those Donut players. They can't hang around. They're getting squeezed, so they go for the swing straight into Unity's open arms. And the Czech team, 3 rounds to the good, already working with quite a haul on the T side of Ancient. It's a window from Levy. This is looking much more B focused. Insta, elbow, and door smoke.
ZTR.
So maybe they can't full B press.
Awesome. Just the 2 of them. ZTR does take early cave. Does he go aggressive? He's been doing this an awful lot. Maybe this time it works out for him. No, just opts for a couple of conservative spams. Oh, perfect. Perfect flash from Pekin. Torsten unprepared, white screen. ZTR, they knew where you were. Flammers, very lucky to be alive. Hail Mary spams through the board, but that goes both ways. ZTR down to 20. Flammers with a smoke in his hand, now spotted out on the bucket position. Levy maybe overlooking this angle. No good awareness. Wow, I'm impressed. Unity's T-side, it's Poppy this time, that flash.
Yeah, and the detail of that I didn't like, and I get why GamerLegion hedged. I feel if you want to go for the full press, this isn't necessary every time. But I think that you should sell A. I feel that you should sell A and make sure that you have enough resources for worst case. Because Unity, I'm not sure if they're geniuses or what, but the biggest gap is pressuring Torsten on the extremity position. Because your focus is middle and cave. You want full control of that, and then your second wave is to fight lane. But they were so blocked on that position from middle, they couldn't see down. They isolate perfectly. Feeder, flash, bang, they're in. Now you don't have anything, right? If you started 3 players B, 2 players middle, you could have that support network so that doesn't happen.
I'm dead.
So being outmaneuvered right now.
Right. So where's that third player position? Like long tucked?
You take Slend over, he starts long side in his worst case. Torsen can still play close.
And he just trades Torsen straight away.
Precisely.
ZTR spam becomes pertinent. Oh, that's aggressive. Bloggis gave it a good go. A nice aggressive AWP line. I'll tell you now, when an AWPer says I'm peeking cave, that is a confident AWPer. Bloggis backing himself on this one. Had a chance there to actually open up his account again. This time Torsen and ZTR's nades combine. Clear from Slend in mid, but perfectly timed T-Flash. Gets no information from that other than someone's thrown a flashbang mid. Doesn't mean too much. One elbow is the call out. 5v4 though, Unity down a man. And now they start 3B.
Yeah, look, and then you probably don't play aggressive middle. So then if the team takes the mid control, you could be under a lot more A pressure and get punished in previous rounds like we saw.
Slend's going in. He was holding a more passive line, now investigates the donor options. They have crossed this sight line, but the last man there is Feeder. Goes down to the AWP, Slend on the re-aggress, ready for more, missed shot onto Pekin. Punished immediately. Boost to be cleared. Oh, Levy distracting SoundQ, good work from Volt, traded though. Mikey gets the necessary one. Bomb goes down before they can disrupt. ZTR loud on tempo, loses his life. Mikey, solid work. Torsen, however, from the donor position and makes this 1v3. Now a 1v2. Mikey, what can you do? Always off the bomb. Flamus confirms the off it. Spots into the tip of their head and going to call their bluff on that fake defuse. Double peek. Good work. A chance for Mikey, no question, but it will be a third for GamerLegion.
Yeah, ZTR, a classic overextension there as well, makes the round interesting. He's got control, he can see that there's nobody over towards that platform, but just swings out, really trying to close down on them, but he wasn't connected with the rest of his team. There was the smoke that obscured. This was a great nade. Sure, it chased Bloggis away. Can they tie things up at the half? GamerLegion not done yet, even though this one did get wonky.
I mean,
credit
to Unity, because, yeah, Bloggis knows he should have killed Torsen there, like, straight up. Peeking into it, AWP versus rifle, and you end up tagged up by the rifle, chased by the nade. And still Unity made it competitive. Ooh, Chad, what we got cooking here?
There's lots of bodies behind this. I wonder if they flash Levi in. Because he's late to it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Levy was not expecting someone to be so close.
But the details were good, right? Because they didn't take that control straight away. So the flash to go for the clear, it means the teamwork is there. But now a man disadvantage and A main control. New question, okay, do they hang around on the CT side? Do they back off? Well, if you're GamerLegion, that's traditionally the individual who's working for A control. You know that there was an extra player who helped him. So not going to move a muscle is Volt.
They come again. And Vol wise to just recede. Maintain the advantage, take no unnecessary duels. That's an interesting smoke for Flamus to consider his options of. He's actually burrowed himself within it. Trying to divide the red room info.
Time now, limited information for GamerLegion, but the clock is on their side.
Yeah, they really have no answers towards like red and CT. Volt's been rotated all the way towards the spawn. Now Torsen, what can you do here?
Should be good for one.
Powerful position. Pekin spots him out. Mikey was overlooked, still misses his shots. Nice from Feeder, back in. Bloggis to plant, time to do so. No smoke, so this is gonna be a very rough post plant. And a very favorable retake for GamerLegion. Smoke available, kit as well. Oh, but Pekin actually gets me a little interested. Hang on, that late flank. As long as Bloggis can get one here. Leg shot, Slend again in the head-to-head. Good for it. And Pekin some trigger discipline. He's got 3 on his screen. He's set up for success. Now chooses to engage. Flamus holding the defuse. Volt's there to provide the cover. And it's a GamerLegion round after all.
Okay, nice retake. Yeah, Bloggis hits the shot instead of the leg.
Different round.
Then the flank comes in. So Unity still staying dangerous. We'll see what they can make of their buys. It looks like they've taken a tactical timeout to have the conversation. Now that one, they lose the opening kill within the first, 20 seconds of the round? But still, it's hard to fault them, right? Because they used the flash. Volt just turned it and got that kill. So I don't hate it, but it still is a bitter pill to swallow when everything's on the line.
Yeah, definitely credit to Volt. It did look like Levy wasn't kind of, you know, hard clearing that.
So
corner.
The conviction is, I guess, right? That's when just you're going through the motions as opposed to the actual expectation.
Look at the way he's clearing this.
You would want, you bang on there. You don't want to be keeping the shift key down when the flash comes into play. You want to have a bit more of a swing. But 6-6 still on the table. Unity taking the time to discuss who's dropping who what. And they do get the type of buy they were looking for. Door smoke, elbow smoke, standard CT opener. Mikey blocking the heaven jump, something that I think they forced GamerLegion away quite successfully with.
DTR's getting some questions asked of him in cave this time, and a missed Molotov, and Fida taking a lick of that M4A1S. Torsen actually in support of his B player, and that's liberty afforded by Selen's third presence. Ooh, Flammers! He's in trouble. Nades, bullets, rain down.
Oh dear!
Smoke, you've lost him, boys. You've lost him. Oh, Blog is a nightmare! He's screaming at the top of his lungs, loses out. That bomb, but Volt still falls on A. Slen can save him. He spotted you. Mikey, peeking into the AWP and bests him. Chaotic round, still up for debate.
Shadow.
Nice from Torsen. Off you got, feed up.
Torsen's rerouted. Means Feeder's going to be chasing Ghost, but it also allows him to reset.
Not planted for CT. Really awkward for him to actually defend this one. They're going to assume it's a main. So CTR comes swinging through. Wow, good shot. Nails it. And it's going to be a gap closer again. They're starting to feel very reminiscent of our Vertigo half. They get the pistol, and now starting to see GamerLegion head towards a 6-6 competitive half.
Oof, Bloggers. We're writing a short post about that one. I think something set now would be nice from Unity, just because they are going to be limited in the resources department of utility. And look, I would prefer if I was them to not have to function that fashion, but I think one of these rounds where you're going to try and hopefully swarm. So this is looking B-centric through with the flash. Flamus gets the better of Mikey, who's had a real tough first half in the opening death column.
Flamus and Mikey clashing. Flamus getting the edge of him.
Hugely.
Okay, well, Torsen forced into smoking off ramp very early, and a T-smoke. Was that failed smoke, or was that deliberate? I can't find a logical explanation to throw that one. Perhaps just making the ramp push more deterred. There you go, I tried.
That's all we can do.
That's the last smoke as well.
That's why I wanted them to do something as a team, maybe a bit more poppy, and hope you could all in. The likelihood of it working is pretty slim, but right now this looks rough around the edges.
Oh, Pekin has a chance, and it's lovely. Good hold. Torsen having a strong hold here on his quick bomb site as he gets tested once more. ZTR now chips in onto Bloggis. Nice find from Levy. Second guessing myself. And this two-man setup. Feeder and Levy. Just none. Very clean on the retake. GamerLegion make it a 6-6 half. A lovely recovery. At times, it was looking a little bleak. What was it? 6-2. Goes all the way back with retake after retake. All 6 of GamerLegion's rounds were to retaking their bomb site.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And I just want to return to a storyline that we were setting up as far as head-to-head matchup positions specifically were discussed. Mikey versus Flamus in middle. Flamus went 4-0 in opening duels, and Mikey went 1 for 6.
Oy.
So Mikey with a real rough go of things. He was that X factor and the one with the most potential. But I think the calling was quite decent from Unity, right? So some maneuvers that were actually out positioning, out maneuvering the likes of GamerLegion. But we're all tied up as we head into the halftime break. Freeze time will be our friend in a moment. But yeah, limited resources, weaponry not there, stalled out and stunted, and GamerLegion handling. Now it's about holding on to things for both of these teams. The Major experience extremely light on. GamerLegion, as the namesake, is something that you can definitely get behind if you're watching back in Paris.
CTR and Flamus 8-0. Opening duels combined. That's very, very nice and promising signs as we swap to this T side. So keep our eyes on if they can keep that up. A B hit.
I wonder if the molly's saved for the plant or if it'll be used early. So silently making their way up towards heaven just to make sure there's no CT aggression. 3 through cave. So I'd likely just see smoke short and long. You could do a sight molly over towards the cubby at flash and go. It's a long molly.
Okay.
And it's missed.
Well, they go for the Magnajez pistol, but slower. And it has gotten access to the site. Nice little deep smoke on top as well. That's a nice little twist. CTR is going to get pressured out here by Mikey. Just still holds on for one. Volt running through, not expecting Bloggers to receive him. He had his knife out.
Yeah, I think Bloggers is... Yeah, but his heart's skipping a beat in that moment as well.
He knows what it means. It's like...
You know, I can't let this one go, boys.
I really can't. Another time with someone pushing through a smoke that he wasn't expecting, but got a bit of a sound cue lead time on that one.
And could shoot more than one bullet at once, so... Look, the idea worked almost perfectly.
Yeah.
It's Pekin, beast mode, massive triple. And I do love the fact they hunt ZTR at doors, because if they are trying to go for that B plant with the mollies, it's like, no way, bro. We're not letting you get away with that cheese. Will be the eco from GamerLegion. It's getting serious now. Deagle in the mix. You're going to let Flamus search, see if you can rip off a head. Levy backside on an island. If they were to go right now and he got overrun, the bomb could definitely be planted. Mikey will be the closest port of call. Bloggers potentially flanking.
Levy, you are about to be tested. Oh, gets his smoke timed and does manage to find it. Oh, lovely third. Just
bomb went down.
The Deagle headshot. Yeah, no, I mean, bomb plant, mission accomplished. No harm, no foul. Levy's rifle will be maintained. But yeah, that's mission accomplished for GamerLegion's eco.
Third looked great, didn't it?
Yeah, stunning. Just that insta one tap.
You take those.
Always satisfying against the Eeks.
Okay, GamerLegion, what does your opening gambit on the rifle rounds look like? The bomb going down affords you extra utility for your openings. Very standard in Ancient, and it's been the case for a while, is red and cave smokes. We'll have to see if they want to just operate with the standard or if Ash has different plans in mind. Mikey and Feeder with those MP9s blog us into the AWP, so an upgrade made available, and the smokes are out for exactly as discussed.
Straight through the door smoke this time.
Torsten waiting for the... Oh!
Yeah, it's actually...
Flamus on Mikey again!
Mikey. Oh, it continues. Oh, the opening deaths for Mikey are getting problematic.
Hefty aim push. Slen looks aware of the possibility.
There should be a trade. I mean, if Levy goes down, he's got all his nades, full M4. Fitter, the scout.
Oh!
Timing is brutal. And he gets the AK recovered before having to fight Flamus. Double swing. XX coming in. Flamus not ready for a second. Oh! Levy! Messy! And the round falls apart for Unity. Oh my gosh, Flamus. What a round, what a round. Yeah, CTR. Letting him know. I'll take that, thank you very much. AWP for free, but man, Flamus, he is fighting as hard as he can to survive the night here at the RMR.
You know what happens in the comms right there as well, because Flamus is behind the box. He doesn't want to peek because he's going to be exposed to a lot of angles. So Heaven's smoke is up, and they've gone, hey, we can't see if he comes out cave to fight middle, which meant Slend would be the one dying first. So as he looks away on the fade, Unity get the perfect timing.
On my balls. So on my...
Yep. Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
Feeder. I barely know her. Down and out. Torsten, good for it. Oof. I mean, Flamus is definitely a personality.
Oh, yeah, he's fun. He is fun.
Bogdan's Law continues. Not speaking forward with Bogdan's Law.
One's a bit wordier than the other.
Yeah, a little bit of a nightmare. Oi, 5-7 connecting, but there's nothing too exciting.
We're all tied up. Here we have a wild Levy.
In the jungle.
Walking through the long grass. Looking for his prey, the pesky 5-7. Snaps away onto the first bolt in the dirt. More to come as Slend. As we know, GamerLegion, the pack animal.
It's rare to see a lone... Not a wolf, obviously. A lone legion.
A lone legion of wolves.
Of wolves.
In the jungle.
Yeah, those jungle wolves.
Rawr. Eco done, rifles out. An opportunity again for Unity. Blogus from an AWP to an MP9. What a story. Starting 3 middle, run boost up towards the heavens. Mikey. Mikey needs an opener.
Oh, he fights for it. Controls the spray, finds the headshot. Dawson gone. Found by ZTR. And Flamus low HP. ZTR the same. Flamus just walking through smokes and Blogus ready for it. Comfortable in mid this time.
I might have thought he had an opportunity because Mikey, the traditional mid defender, dead, but there's support where that came from, and the bomb having to pivot all the way back now. The low HP on ZTR puts this round already into question.
Level pegging throughout, huh? 6-6 on the half. Now just pairs of rounds being exchanged and looking to separate themselves now are Unity. Looking to pick themselves up what would be a disruptive third.
I think because of the clean nature for GamerLegion, or clean-ish, residual buy definitely available.
It's just a question of if they actually have a voice in this round now. With the low HP, it certainly feels like Unity should have it.
Does Blogus put... Oh, he's actually started to edge out of Temple. So he's transitioning to the big box and...
Oh, world class. That's perfect. Blogus smokes them off, and as long as he's holding this smoke, or at least getting the info safely, we are set for success and for Unity.
Oh.
Yeah.
That shows you right there that there's a lot of questions for Unity in terms of what's open, where could GamerLegion have leaked through. Levy will have the incendiary from Donut. Even if Blogus goes down, he can delay the plant.
Considers the boost. CTR does clear him out. Good adjustment. Doesn't peek into the AWP, but Volt does bring him down. Hard clear. Does go for Levy. Glenn just retreating now with his AWP on his back. Looking to try and bring that into the next. No one's going to be able to reach him in time.
Counter-terrorists win.
So Unity do post their 9th.
Okay, well, this one's starting to smell like overtime. I know we're still quite a ways away from there, but it would be nice to see them lock horns back and forth down the stretch, because elimination for one of these two teams, the major dream will be coming to a close. The heartbreak of what could have been. Still would have been a long journey back. We find ourselves in the 0-2 bucket of teams after losing their best of ones on day 1. Now it's about sweeping all the way back through the competition with 3 consecutive best of 3s, and then maybe more, because only 7 teams from each of the EU RMRs will have an opportunity. We'll have to see how all of that shakes out come the final day of play.
You want my prediction?
Okay.
Vitality, MOUZ, Cloud9, Saw, Na'Vi, Fnatic, FaZe.
You did that very quickly?
Yeah, because I just read from the top to the until the cutoff.
Oh, okay.
But that's
okay.
actually how I think it looks.
Fair enough.
If it's the most open and shut RMR of all time,
which yesterday was.
Yeah, if the trend continues, the only kind of additional question marks are: does Falcons find form? Obviously, these underdogs that are going to be trying to fight, see if they can continue to disrupt this reverse sweep that's demanded of them. Oh, Blogus. A free frag again. Flamus blocked in the smoke. Nice attempt from Torsten. If he gets a second, they are cooking with gas. One underneath him, one donut. Not a comfortable fight. Turns his back on Mikey, just underneath him.
Oh, Mikey's on an island. There's no B pressure to help him. They're not pushing cave. They're not pushing ramp. Mikey, this is a very tough position now.
Heavy staying active on the angle, but Slend will clear. Bloody hell. Mikey, another death without contribution.
Yeah, it just feels if you're going for that, you also need the follow-through from your B players.
Right.
And there was nothing close. Now it's coming. Now it's activating. Now GamerLegion have the number advantage. They can turn the screws within the mid-rounds. Levy again on his own towards A. Can he be the man to stall this out? AK in hands and sprawling across middle are GamerLegion.
God, Levy's got his work cut out for him, hasn't he?
I do like the fact he's pushed into A main, right? This is going to mean it opens up 180 degrees worth of angles they have to be worried about unless ZTR does exactly this. The red smoke has completely segregated any possible rotation. And Levy has continued to push. So now he can't even stop them on A.
Are we saving?
It feels like they should. It feels like they really should. Levy's going to have a look.
Pekin's going to start to search CT. Good flash. Good finds. Pekin and Levy, both with one.
Maybe they should have.
Yeah, hang on, because now the Orb's in the open, still nailing shots is Slend. His second contribution, CTR now activates. And just a little bit of a appetizer. You know, they got the first couple, started feeling a glimmer of hope. So, of course, you start to commit. You'd feel stupid saving then, but it does result in what we were trying to avoid when discussing the save.
And then you take a look at the finances right now, and so will Unity as they take their second tactical timeout. The money, pretty dry. You could potentially get out of Mikey M4, but as we've been discussing, he's not finding much success. If anything, he continues to hemorrhage opening deaths. A tough time about this one. Consider where the loss bonus is currently at. Only 1,900 into the next round. It does look like they are shoving. So Unity, as we're all tied up 9-9, are looking to fully invest. MP9s, M4 for Mikey, as discussed, a Deagle, and a CZ75 in the hands of Blockdog. Makes a rare appearance.
You're a fucking beast, brother!
Should never have really gotten that close.
I think Flamus would be a fantastic teammate.
Unless you're losing.
Unless you're losing. Because as we all know, the absence is felt. It's hard to be G'ing up your boys when you're down in the dumps.
They're pushing.
They are. Feeder charges through, can't track it. Oh god, ships in the night. CTR's taking up a heavy brunt of damage. And now we're tossing through the cave smoke. Complete jump scare for Feeder. Flamus onto Levy. Pekin tucks into heaven. This is a really confusing round. So the bomb's going A onto Mikey. Pekin catches the lurk cave. Now Flamus is under scrutiny. Mikey, what? Adjusts into Vault. Wallbang headshot from Slend. Bomb plant for Donut. Your teammate there and the opponent smoked off. This is looking great for GamerLegion. Despite Pekin and Mikey's contributions and important ones, how do you get back through this? I guess looking at Pekin, this A main flank is going to have nothing to report. They're going for the double donut.
And no kit on either of these two, so this is going to be very tough. They need to get a move on. Oh,
that's it. Flamus has won the round just with that one. Bloggers gave it a good go, gets him to half HP, but Flamus, it feels like in a lot of these 50-50 duels that he's been taking with Unity, he's been coming out a lion's share of the time.
Yeah, well, 18 kills to his name, 17 for Slend. The two of them in combination are getting the job done. 10 rounds now for GamerLegion.
Bang.
3 rounds away. And because that was a full investment, the save from Pekin obviously means a lot, but it's only a Galil. The rest of his team will have to eco. You cannot justify the purchase now, and this is chaotic as all hell. How do you set up one Galil to look for a fight? He's actually going to take it to start over towards B. Red smoked off. Harass utility in mid for the CTs wanting to jump up Tetris to heaven. Good weapon for the job, and we've seen Levy look sharp in moments, but Slend is trained on the angle.
Flamus, perfect.
Crispy.
It's like he nodded. He was like, I agree. It was a crispy one. But as you discussed, it's really just eyes on how much damage you can do. Mikey's shadow spotted out, and Slend Has that shot drawn from him by Mikey's moves. Look how many nades there are flooding into the site, making sure they're diligent about this. Bloggers still has a little bit of a safe haven around that corner. But that's what the MAC-10 combined with the HE is for. Feeder.
Yeah, it looked like the nade was chasing him down.
Cleared out, exposed, and executed. Well played. Some diligent stuff here from ZTR and his crew.
Well, Peckin's come over, but now I don't know if he'll get to retain this Galil for the next round of play. 11 a certainty. Jesus, Sled. Okay. Boys.
They're not getting away with the AWP.
We didn't have to do that, did we?
ZTR is not going to let that happen. Just wants to get it done, you know?
Yeah, but why is he going in first?
He really wants to get it done.
Yeah, the long nose of the AWP. He jumps in with the dual Berettas. Yeah. Boys, I found him.
Yeah, the temple, actually. Well, this is getting dangerous now. This is getting highly uncomfortable for the Unity squad. They are just conceding 2 rounds away from elimination in last place at the Europe RMR.
Well, in case anybody wonders what comes up next, not only are we going to be wrapping up this series, I think maybe, and I don't know, I'm saying that the producer can let me know, we might be able to show the matchups for tomorrow.
Oh, yes, please. Maybe. We'll find out.
I should have said it with more conviction. I feel like it's definitely going to happen.
Definitely. Mikey couldn't believe his luck. Okay, we get the AWP out on Mikey. Is he just taking it for the spawn? Where's he going with that?
Well, maybe he's not happy with Bloggus' contributions.
Devi gets to Donut. You're a player. And Mikey comes to join him. Safe route through. 3 players already walking a main, though.
Yeah, this is going to be rapid.
Ooh, Levy, yeah, he knows what's up. Molly on the toolbox. Flammus has he got past Mikey's scope? He doesn't understand that. Could be here. No, he's not aware at all. Mikey at least finds the trade, but the A site lost now. They're going to start to flood in. I actually take that back. It's that's a massive rotation.
That's one way to make sure you don't go down first. Make sure your teammate does. As
Torsen is the late piece on B. Maybe he's going to start to search it.
And the thing for Torsen right now is you want to have a look because your team needs to be a bit more informed. But also, if you go too far and you die, then your team loses all of the potential space. So it's a fine line that he's having to walk, as we can see no harm, no foul. There's not a single problem ahead of him as the rotation now swiftly made its way back over. Bloggus long side. Torsen's already crossed cave. Bloggus needs to be aware that's a possibility. He's currently here on his lonesome. What can he do?
What can he do? Vault. Ooh, not ready for that one. Deep clear. Torsen down after 1. Pecking gets away, just standing in the molly to deliver a frag that keeps them with a man advantage. No kit. Feeder. Ooh, tags up Slend. That all posted on Peckin though, and if he could bait the shot, this round is theirs. If Slend hits it, it's all up for debate. Now really uncomfortable for Slend from behind as well. Can't even bolt the sniper. Feeder, impactful double to make it just a 1-round game.
Damn, okay, so the back and forth maneuver from GamerLegion. They get in, they get the bomb down, but the post plan's troublesome for them. Yeah, you point out the lack of kit. Unity understood that they needed to get a move on. We're swift about the retake. That's the opener. There was the trade. And they get away with trouble as Mikey, looks like he's now donated the AWP back over to Bloggus. So rifles on the floor, now picked up and back and forth as both teams' finances, Alex, are arguably in the bin. Loss bonus, 1,900 either way. A very important round. GamerLegion could secure overtime at a minimum. Unity could break GamerLegion at this very moment.
It's a massive round for both teams. Looking about a boost here. My Mikey's going to be put up on the box. It's multiple fight from multiple fronts. Flammus gets across with the donut smoke to assist. It's actually, ooh, tip of his head spotted. Bloggus!
Oh!
Peeks in to Slend and is punished. And now Flammus, look at him, just hoovering up space. No fear in the world.
Oh,
Vault burrows in deep.
I don't know if they clear this. I don't think they clear it.
No. No way. He gets completely overlooked. Vault does go down to Feeder at least, but with the A anchor dead, it's red carpet rolled out.
In my mind, this is essentially for the game. Feeder and Pekin need a massive 2v4. They need to pull some magic right now.
What can you do, though? Bombs at least coming their way. Makes it a little more interesting for Feeder. Smoke CT to confirm that. They're leaving. Forced away.
Yeah, and right now, the key man of Slen's is still over towards B. If I'm ZTR, I'm making sure we have a very diligent hunt. I know they don't have the finances to do it, but if you absolutely wipe the board, as mentioned, only 1,900. That's all they'll have to invest with.
I mean, you've already got a very important OT at a minimum scoreline, but knowing that Unity will have some rifles, too, to be specific.
Ooh. Slen's acknowledging that. He's definitely heard those steps.
Going to be a whole lot more difficult.
Torsen can run towards spawn, but they're playing outside the B doors. Tough with how far the bomb's gone, and that's the type of crossfire you don't want to take, so keeping it safe are GamerLegion. Unity get to retain these rifles. The AK in the hands of Feeder, the A1S for Pekin.
You can see frustrations bubbling to the surface. Such a high-pressure game. Bloggers gets his chance on the AWP and sees that tip of the head of Flammers, and you can see how he just was kind of so focused on that. The flames obscuring perhaps Slend as well a little. Towards Heaven's side, it was not a comfortable or favorable fight for Bloggers to re-peek into. Now left to try and force overtime with what? An MP9. Not ideal. He's actually been quite successful fighting close to the elbow smoke with it. And Mikey, oh, some damage. Damage that they could profit off. Levy kept to 1. Feeder for survival. Trying to keep this man disadvantage temporary. Torsen gets the info. He's not scared whatsoever. And actually, the second man joins him. So now with Bloggers aware that ramp is a massive gap, ZTR's in CT spawn. That's what happens when you lose 2 mid players. You've got ZTR parking the bus. Feeder going looking. They are holding for this. Does well. Can he get away with his life? Feeder re-peeking, not advised. And on the jump up, Becky wasn't prepared, wasn't anticipating Torsen to be ready for him.
ZTR activating now. They are going to go B. Oh, I thought he was. I thought they were going to try and clamp down. If they try and go through Heaven, they're still going to have to get past Feeder. They know he's in cave.
Full util. Just going to walk in the flank. Feeder, oh, pokes his nose out. Slend gets caught out. Oh, Torsen fighting tooth and nail, but down to Bloggis in a 1v1 for your major hopes and dreams. Bomb loose, last seen lane. ZTR's not going to be anticipating this or hearing this. Bloggis with a very fast relocation. Now walking.
He's going to get hurt in a minute.
What are you doing? Going so loud, so quick.
Yeah. It's just been communicated.
ZTR knows.
He should know.
He's going to peek him in the open with MP9.
No!
Bloggis stands up. Holds his nerve. Long range on the MP9. ZTR had everything he needed. A chance to survive. And instead, Unity keep it up for debate. Crazy round.
If we can get that from ZTR's perspective, I don't want to do him dirty, but how?
How, yeah.
How?
That's the question. I was assuming I was about to say, GamerLegion eliminate you. It was at the tip of my tongue.
Bloody hell.
Yep, shake it off. Unlucky, GG, let's go. Next round. Tactical pulse.
Well,
also.
that's got to be the pressure, right? Mate.
He had the info, he didn't.
You had everything.
He had the rifle advantage and the info advantage.
Well, this can go overtime now. The buy is still better on the GamerLegion side of the server. Mac 10, and yeah, he was such a nuisance.
He was so problematic. It was such a high-pressure round, and you're still like poking in and out a cave, keeping them on their toes. That re-swing to catch Slend after everything you'd already done.
I say the buy's better. It's pretty damn equal, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're just going to try and finish them with a fast B.
Whoa, GamerLegion, that is a ballsy call.
But it's the full press. It's 3 setting B, 2 mid. This is a good setup for Unity.
See how they handle it. ZTR, first man in, best dressed. Bloggis, good find onto Slend. More required. ZTR and Flammers have opened up the side, but catching ZTR with the nades out. Dinkin now more damage. It's up to Mikey and Levy. Now just Levy. 1 versus 2. And they just cut noise. False already! ready, but he still hits the headshot, walks into the corner, and they will take down Unity in regulation, the final round of regulation, albeit.
Poor Ancient had it all, but survival. GamerLegion hold on. They keep their RMR hopes and dreams alive. Unity eliminated in last place alongside of Rebels, and that one's going to sting. A game where they definitely had their opportunities, but this was not their map by any means. They showed up on Anubis, they put on a showing, blown out on Vertigo, put up a fight on Ancient. And this is the other end, obviously. The highs getting to play another day for GamerLegion, but the lows to come all this way, to have an opportunity to put your Counter-Strike, get that out of here, on display.
Chair invading my shot.
I don't know why it came into the shot.
Get out of here.
It knew we were doing the close.
Come on, man. It's actually rotating towards the camera now.
We can't see.
Yeah, okay.
It's all right.
Whew, but yeah, oh man.
That's how Unity feels.
Yeah. Well, it could have been how ZTR felt if that B rush didn't work out. Let's have a little recap of some of the highlights of this one. I mean, look at the scoreline at this point. It's the third map.
Yeah.
6-2's a scoreline, and then GamerLegion forged an incredible comeback, retake Central. Every single CT round they won was with a bomb defuse, which speaks volumes of Unity's T side. They were getting into bomb sites.
Oh, this one from poor bloggers.
Oh, nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel. He'll be seeing that one a couple of times on replay in his mind tonight, looking at the ceiling.
Yeah, this is it, right? And the fact that they put up such a fight, I think when we were discussing at the start of this series, GamerLegion should be a step up from a team like Unity, but Unity came to play today. It's tough to say, right? Look, it's the details. It's definitely in the details, and like fights like this, ones that get given away, and we see those bloggers' reactions, and this is what it's all about. It's the human emotion. This is important to every single Counter-Strike player. You want to play at the majors. It's what it's all about. And for Unity, well,
I mean, they're playing to put their name in the game.
Yeah, precisely.
As well as, whatever financial incentives, whatever legacy incentives there are. It's also just straight up being a part of the game that you have, not only made a career out of, but have found joy in for so many years.
This is your life obsession,
yes.
Right? To be a Counter-Strike player at the highest of levels, this is something you live and breathe. You're watching all the tournaments that are on, you're playing every day, you're dedicating your life, and that's why the emotions are at such a highly strung point. You put everything into something like this.
This fella showed his pedigree, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Throughout the series, felt like Volt was, just keeping his boys consistent and finding impact. You won't see that here in the frag totals. I will also definitely have to point towards Flamus on this third map as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a certain type of player you want going out mid, and I think Flamus is that.
A perfect example, yeah. You highlighted it well. The 50-50s that he found himself in, he felt like he was coming out on top of most of those. I think he went 8-1 as far as opening exchanges was concerned, where Mikey, the man that we pegged up against him in the head-to-head of middle on the CT&T sides, went 2 for 8. So there's difference makers if you're looking for them. Now, they weren't always just locking horns in that sense, but it's the impact that could be felt. And at one point, they were on his balls.
They were.
So,
they were on his balls.
Look, he's a great personality. I want to say one of the recent additions, but at this point, he's not, because of the turnover rate that GamerLegion have had this year, and obviously since their major grand final. It's been some time.
Well, I mean, it's clear that GamerLegion's rebuild is prioritizing young talent and trying to nurture that and find those hidden gems or those developing, diamonds in the rough. I think Flamus could very well be one of those. That seems like he's made a strong case, at least in this series. I will admit, though, you've got a whole lot of work to do, and there's a lot of bigger names that are going to be gunning for your spot in the next head-to-head.
Yeah, well, maybe this victory unlocks GamerLegion and they're a little bit less nervous and shaky about certain things. A little bit worried in terms of some of the calling, and ZTR as well, as far as the individual output from him looked shaky, looked better with an MP9 in hands from time to time. But yeah, they joined the group of teams who are in the 1-2 bucket, which is your BetBoom, Eclot, Falcons, Sangal, Nemiga, and now GamerLegion. And obviously, we just waved goodbye to Unity alongside of the Polish representation of Rebels a little bit earlier today.
Could you give me that list of teams that are in the same bucket again?
BetBoom,
okay,
Eclot,
yeah,
Falcons, Sangal, Nemiga. GamerLegion.
Give me the top 3 out of that list. Probably, would you?
See, the thing with Falcons is that
they're Falcons.
What they could do versus what they are doing, right, means it's very difficult. Like, just the names alone, they should be in a very good position. I think BetBoom, their momentum-based Counter-Strike will work against this level of teams, but not against the best Counter-Strike teams in the world. Okay. So I think that they can bully some of these lower names. Sangal have been pretty miserable.
I don't know what's going on, because I've heard I've heard good things, and it's conflicting with what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Which is tough. Yeah. So Sangal, perhaps it could be another day, and you do kind of remember who you are. You find your identity, and here is your schedule for these previously discussed names. Sangal will be clashing with Eclot to start off the day on this broadcast. We have BB Team taking on Nemiga, and then we have Falcons. Oh come on! They get Falcons GamerLegion after surviving Unity in a 3-map brawl for every round of regulation in your third. Now you go head-to-head with Falcons.
I wonder if Falcons have the confidence to pick Anubis against GamerLegion. We saw how bad their Anubis was. And yeah, okay. So I think we might see a similar map pool tomorrow with Falcons and GamerLegion as what we just had right now. BB Team versus Nemiga is an interesting one, but this is for your mainstream, your A-stream game. Sinners versus Cloud9 to start the day. You've got Na'Vi taking on Saw.
That has potential.
Then you have FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. Those are all for qualification. Those are your 2-1 games. So 3 of the names that you see on the screen right now, I think Na'Vi should be a lock against Saw. Sinners versus Cloud9, I'm open to the discussion. And FaZe, well, they looked flat against Vitality, but will they against Fnatic? That's the question. And then I believe that the round 4 game is a seeding match for opening or elimination stage placement. So that'll be the final game of the day. So everyone can tune in and check that one out as we join, the Counter-Strike world for another day on the major cycle.
What a golden opportunity that is for Sinners. I mean, to be
sure,
you beat Cloud9, you are in the major.
Yeah,
for Czech CS, for CS in general, especially Oscar as well, like that would be huge.
I think the hardest individual that they're going to have to get past in that matchup is Heavy God. He's a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, people know Boomage, they know Axel. Icy's in the mix there as well, but Heavy God's my player to watch.
Fine.
Yeah, love
Heavy God versus the Snooze God. We'll see who's going to take it and take the dub.
All right. Yeah, I like what you've done there, but if you don't know what this means,
I hate it.
Take a screenshot.
What's going on here?
Well, you get your opening round of best of ones, then you've got it broken up into the different buckets.
My brain's just overwhelmed, but it does
Too many
make
logos.
Sense. So many logos, but it does make a lot of sense. It does, and now I'm looking at it.
Well, yeah, this kind of helps us out with tomorrow's games, right? So you can see that that elimination stage match.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Never mind. Look, we'll work it out tomorrow.
Take a screenshot.
We'll work it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Now, look, if you guys are just joining us, I would strongly recommend that you all go and watch Nemiga versus Rebels. Quite the series of Counter-Strike. Lots of rounds to be played. If you hadn't have enough Counter-Strike for today, go back and give that one a bit of a gander because it had it all.
It really did. Yeah, it had everything.
Had it all.
It had everything. And shout out to Jason and Dinko for entertaining us.
Yeah, they loved it.
Throughout that one. It was very entertaining. You do be sure to check it out. We are going to wrap this one up here for the day. Another day of play tomorrow. The Counter-Strike's just going to keep on coming at the perfect world. Shanghai Major, RMR for Europe A.
See you tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.